Carson Webb v. Tobias Myers, Joe Shasky, as you're wearing your Giants hat. Yeah, that should. No, Tobias Myers has been a great pitcher this year.
You know, I was thinking about this. There are times in life where sometimes things just happen and interests don't align and deals don't get made.
Yeah.
Right? Think about it. Like, you're trying to sell your house or you're trying to buy a house, and for whatever reason, you put in a bid and maybe some sort of an offer sheet. And even though you might be $5,000 or $10,000 more than the other one, they went in a different direction. For whatever reason, X, Y, and Z. I've seen it happen. It's rare, but it does happen. You see this happen a lot with couples. You know, people just grow apart, and their
40
interest,
to 50% of American marriages end in divorce.
right? Their interests don't align anymore, and
happens.
You know, I've seen people that have been married for 30, 40 years, and all of a sudden, just out of the blue, like they just completely grow apart. You're like, wow, didn't realize that. And sometimes there's really no like bad person.
No.
Like, I know we always want to look for someone to blame in these situations. Like, do I think Aiyuk has handled everything properly? No. Do I think the Niners have handled everything properly? No, I don't. I think both parties have made mistakes in this case. But Joe, I look at this and I go, do their interests currently align? Because that's when a deal gets made. When someone says, I'll take a little off here and I'll take a little off here, and there's a concession made on either side, and then you meet in the middle. And I don't know if that's able to happen right now. The Niners' interests are, we are trying to win a Super Bowl right now. We are trying to keep all of our best players, knowing we're probably not going to be able to, because we're really good at developing players. And there's a lot of guys that have their hand out right now, rightfully. And then Aiyuk is like, hey, I want to make the most possible, right? And I get that. The question now becomes, can they meet in the middle, or has that already passed?
I'm really trying to understand, because we have so many different insiders, so many different people, all these, like, what is the holdup here? I don't know what it is. Is it, I want 30 average annual over 29? Is it, I want an extra 4 or 5th year? Like, is it the years? I don't know. Like, is it the signing bonus? Is it the guarantee net signing money where if they don't have enough? I'm really trying to understand what it is here. And obviously everything will get leaked out once it happens, if he gets traded, if he doesn't. Speaking of that, because we haven't really been talking about the likelihood of him getting traded ever since, like, you know, Andrew Filipponi, who's obviously a host over at our sister station out in Pittsburgh. He joined you guys. He talked about it. He tripled down that he still thinks that Aiyuk is going to be a Steeler before the regular season starts. But here's David Lombardi, who does cover the 49ers for The Athletic, joining Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Here he is talking about on if a trade of Brandon Aiyuk is still possible.
I haven't heard anything ruled out by the 49ers. Every single bit of messaging, and this has been publicly, even in a press conference from the team, is that everything is still on the table. I just think that when we look at situation, you know, rationally from, okay, what's best for the 49ers, both in the short term and the long term, but while also emphasizing that the short term has probably outsized importance right now for the team because they're trying to win the Super Bowl this year, just given the context of everything that's happened in the past 5 years. It seems to me that the best possible solution for the 49ers would be to re-sign Brandon Aiyuk and get after it. Now, I think that there's an argument to be made that's the best possible solution for Brandon Aiyuk as well. But the question is that what's the happy spot financially? And then are there, you know, hurt feelings to smooth over, because it obviously hasn't been the smoothest negotiation.
So again, what's the number? Guaranteed, total guarantees of all these wide receivers. Here's the top 5. Justin Jefferson, $110 million. He's not getting that. CeeDee Lamb, $100 million guaranteed. I don't think he's getting that. Now we get into the area where I think this is more Brandon Aiyuk. You can split the difference here. Maybe.
He's about the $80 million.
Brown, $84 million. DJ Moore, $81 million. Amon-Ra St. Brown, $77 million. And they got Jalen Waddle, who Brandon Aiyuk is better than Jalen Waddle, $76 million. Cooper Kupp, $75. Somewhere in that, 80, 85, hell.
I agree.
90 maybe? I don't know.
Which is all monopoly money to us.
Correct.
Which gets back to my overarching theme. If you're a Niner fan, the enthusiasm for this season has been, and I hate using this word, but it's the only one I can come up with. I feel like my enthusiasm has been taken hostage by all of the off-field stuff, whether it's Trent and Aiyuk and all that, and it's zapped my enthusiasm for this upcoming season. And I'm dying for it to come to conclusion so that we can get ourselves ready to go, round up the troops like regulators and go. Let's go. It's go time.
Are you Denzel right now, an inside man? And who's Clive Owen in this situation?
But do you get
yeah. This is just a great hostage movie. I'm just saying, Spike Lee. It's
I know, and I don't want, because I know there's real world hostage situations, and I don't want to be that guy.
We're not.
I don't want to sound like I'm tone deaf. But the reality is that I think that a lot of 49er fans feel very similar to me, where it's like, come on, man. Like, that's literally the number one thing when I go out, people are like, come on, like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like, I think the Buckner thing sucked, but in retrospect, at least they ripped the Band-Aid off and did it quickly. This has been a slow, painful, like nauseating, exhausting saga.
If he gets traded at this point, like, I'm trying to think of like history of the Bay Area, like trades that like broke fan bases. I don't know if it would break a fan base that much. Like, you'd be hurt heading into the season if you had to trade Brandon Aiyuk, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like Khalil Mack, I go to, right, with the Raiders. Like, that one was just like, what, like you knew, like, it was lingering, and then all of a sudden, right before the season starts, Labor Day weekend, I believe it was, he gets traded to the Bears, and it's just like this huge haul, and it's just like, wow, you're going into this. Now it's a massive rebuild. You move off Amari Cooper the next season. It was just, the writing was on the wall. That's why this is so different, though, because the 49ers are in a championship mindset. They don't have a new coach starting.
No.
They don't want to be behind the 8 ball. They don't want to start fresh. No. You want to keep players that you drafted in the first round at the end of the day. You've only been able to do that once in the Kyle Shanahan era. Once!
Incredible.
Nick Bosa.
That's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
And this is a guy that you found late in the first round.
That, honestly,
it's a great pick.
Was not on my radar when he was drafted there, because it was such a stacked wide receiver draft, Joe Shasky. Who are we talking about? We were talking about CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
We were talking about Justin Jefferson. Talking about Henry Ruggs. Oh, he ran a 4.3, whatever it was. Like, wow, he was so fast. I knew Mark Davis was going to take him, even though he should have taken CeeDee Lamb. And then you had who else? You got the Riegers of the world. You had a bunch of other names. Yeah, Jalen Rieger. And then, you got this guy, Brandon Aiyuk, and Niners fans were pretty excited about it. And all he has been is consistent throughout. He's been
really good.
He's been really good. And you want to reward players like that. But the Niners dragged their feet early on in this process. So, yes, there's blame to go around in all this. But at the end of the day, they did draft a wide receiver this year in Ricky Pearsall, who they expected this season. And we're going to get to Lombardi, who talked about how he looked at practice yesterday. Pearsall is expected to contribute this year, and it's going to be interesting. Week 1, if Aiyuk's not there and Pearsall is, what if Pearsall gets a touchdown? How does that affect things? What if Pearsall all of a sudden looks, wow, he just torched the Jets. Wow, he just caught a ball over Sauce Gardner.
Well, I know everybody's like losing their mind about Penix and Kirk Cousins. To a lesser degree, you introduced this on the 49ers by drafting Ricky Pearsall. I think you made some tension here, and I get why they would want to like kind of get out in front of it, but because you didn't move Aiyuk right then and there, like all of this stuff that you're referencing is now a like fodder to be talked about.
And Aiyuk and him are boys, reportedly. They were teammates, but that doesn't change anything. Like, you think Aiyuk's out there if he misses week 1, he's rooting for Ricky Pearsall? No chance.
No.
Sorry, I love you, Rick. I hope you don't catch anything, and I hope you fumble a ball.
These guys are competitive, and every snap you take is a snap I'm not taking.
Correct. Like, Tom Brady talked about it all the time. Jimmy Garoppolo's his backup, right? Like, there needs to be a creative tension there. Like, Brett Favre famously, he's like, I'm not going to help Aaron Rodgers. But like, him just being in his presence obviously helped him and stuff like that, and just watching what he does, all that sort of stuff. But Jordan Love, same thing. Aaron Rodgers talked about Jordan Love, right? He's like, I'm not here to be a mentor for this kid. Like,
I don't know. Did you hear Belichick was on with McAfee yesterday? And
we got some sound from. Let me see if we can find him. Carter, if you can find the sound for that, put it on my board. Thank you.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, so it's really good. And in summation, it was something to the effect of like, hey, you know, Brandon Aiyuk is in a really good situation. He referenced other players. I think CeeDee Lamb was the other one that he referenced. He said, you're in a really good situation. You're going to be very successful. The team's going to win. You're probably looking at another extension after this one if you play your cards right. If you want to make every last dollar, it's probably not going to be there. But if you want to win and make a really good living and then have another contract down the line, like Belichick laid it out there, and he used to say it to players as they were going on the conversation. He said, like, well, did this ever happen with you in New England? He said all the time. And I would tell guys, like, hey, look, if you want to make every last dollar, New England is not your place.
I think of Chandler Jones when he left to the Cardinals, right? You probably wanted to stay in New England and win another Super Bowl, right? But he left to the Cardinals and wanted to get more money.
Yeah, well, and he was running out of windows, and there's a lot of going in on that.
Chandler Jones,
The synthetic weed.
You don't have to tell me. The Raiders.
The synthetic weed.
He'll always have that interception stiff arm with Mac Jones.
But like, I keep going back to the housing market, even though it's not an exact comp, but if you want a 4-bedroom home with a huge backyard and you want the driveway and you want great public schools and you're probably not going to be able to get that
in California. You're going to Kansas. You're going to Wichita. God love you.
Well, you've got to come off of something. You're not going to get everything that you want. And if you are, then you're going to be living in the middle of nowhere.
Correct.
Right?
We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Bill Belichick, to your point, here's what he had to talk about on other teams' contracts impacting his negotiations. Actually, no, let's do that one second. Let's do this one that you alluded to first. Yeah. A little more money worth a worse situation.
The Aiyuk situation was interesting too. Here's a guy that, again, I don't know all the specifics of it, so I'm really, I'm looking at it from the outside here, but didn't want to go to New England, didn't want to go to Pittsburgh. In the end, is the little more money, however much the extra money is that worth going to a team that, isn't maybe has the same opportunity to win as maybe what San Francisco does? And so I think that's kind of the, and whether CeeDee Lamb's going through the same thing down there or not, I don't know. Like, Dallas is a pretty good situation, got a great quarterback, got a good team, got a lot going for you. Does he want as much money as possible? Yeah, of course. But is it really worth it to go out of town to wherever and not be playing in the environment and the opportunity he has there in Dallas? So, I mean, AJ, you've been there before. That's a player, a decision you have to make as a player. Like, how much is it? You want to try to get as much as you can from the team you want to be with. If you're already on that team, then, how much is it really worth by the time you move, pay your 50% tax or your millionaire's tax in New England? You got that one too. What's really the differential?
Bill Belichick yesterday on the Pat McAfee show via ESPN. So, yeah.
I mean, isn't that telling? Like, this is new. No, he's one of the greatest winners of all time. And it's easy for him to say, hey, that's up to the player to determine. But at the end of the day, it kind of is up to the player. Like, are you hell-bent on being... I don't even know, but let's just say we don't know what the specifics are. Are you hell-bent on making this exact amount of money, no matter what?
I look at Belichick, and this is one of the more underrated parts about him. You can say he's a jerk. You can say he's a prick. You can say all this stuff to the media. But he had a tremendous amount of buy-in from his players.
Absolutely.
To stay there at his price. I don't know if I can say that about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch yet. Now, that's the greatest coach of all time, and he had the hardware to say, you know what? I can take you to the promised land and win that for you. Niners right now, they're looking at us like, I'm trying to get my money. Now has times changed for Belichick? Now Belichick's out of the league. Is this like, are we seeing now just a turning of the tide when it comes to players, whether it's in the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, wanting theirs and just saying, you know what, the rest of the team can figure it out. I need to get mine now. I think that's a conversation we could pick up on the other side. Plus more Belichick sound reaction. And how'd Ricky Pearsall look yesterday? Practicing for the first time in a while. First round pick out of Florida. Oh, by the way, Florida, Miami this week, I think, out in Gainesville. Sam Lovin's nervous. He's going to be down at the Swamp. And he's not going to be there. And not with that. Come on, Sam. Ugh. Carter, you're doing a hell of a job back there. But I miss Sam's just pacing back and forth. It does give it some extra juice back there. We got the great Joe Hawks back there as well. Matt Nahigan being our engineer for this morning, too. Well, we'll figure out YouTube, 888-957-9570. In the meantime, you can hit us up there, the Xfinity Mobile text line. All that and more coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by right now to answer your questions for free. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-910-7500. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell our listeners who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me join you to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now and find out how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-910-7500.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. If you think you deserve compensation, call now to find out how much you qualify for. 800-910-7500.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center.
Neuropathy can be a dark place with constant pain and suffering. Symptoms can include numbness, pain, tingling in your hands, legs, and feet, or balance issues. If not treated, neuropathy could result in confinement to a walker, wheelchair, or worse. Has your doctor prescribed pain medications or even dangerous opioids and told you to just live with the pain? Drugs like gabapentin only mask the pain. They never fix the problem. SF Bay Wellness, a leader in neuropathy reversal, uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate, and SF Bay Wellness has patients who drive miles for relief. Much of the treatment can be done at home. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-946-3783. That's 844-946-3783. What are you waiting for?
Get ready for football season with 95.7 The Game at the 2024 Red and Gold Summit, Wednesday, September 4th at Fremont Bank, located at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Catch 95.7 The Game host live, on air from 2 to 6 p.m., free to attend.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and you know how much I love Prize Picks. It's America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money this football season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Preseason football's underway, but you can also pick more or less on the 2024 season stats on Prize Picks. Will Patrick Mahomes throw more or less than 4,300 yards? And check this out. On August 17th for the UFC 305, Israel Adesanya, Free Square will activate, where if he gets at least one significant strike, that square wins. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. Is that easy? Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide. 0% financing for 18 months. No sales tax on anything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Do you have a child who doesn't listen or tunes you out? Is a teacher telling you that your child may need extra support? Tune in every Saturday morning at 7:30 for Parenting with Vanessa Colon. 20 years of expertise empowering parents with the tools they need on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon. Always building.
Hey everybody, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts to keep your ride or die alive. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
What up? What up? This is Big Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Oh, thanks, Troy and Big Pun. I love Big Pun. Getting those voice memos from him. Oh, it makes my day. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky, the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby. We got Baldy coming up here in about 45 minutes. 7:30 every Tuesday. Brian Baldinger joins the Morning Roast. Appointment Radio. And we got 5 questions. 5 burning 49ers questions that we are going to ask starting at 7:15-ish. I almost called you Bonte. Shasky and I are going to be discussing them first. We're going to ask Baldy, and then we're going to ask you, the listeners, those 5 questions as well at 888-957-9570. 5 of the biggest questions heading into the San Francisco 49ers season, as we are less than 2 weeks away from Monday Night Football between the Jets and the 49ers, and I'm fired up. And I see this little piece of paper right here just floating around. Joe Shasky. It's the 2022 quarterback draft class. Would you like to, can I read this off for you?
Well, I mean, we know 2021 didn't go so well.
It did not. And 2022 was supposed to be really awful too. And it kind of has turned out to be. So Kenny Pickett was the only quarterback taken in the first round in 2022.
And we all knew that was a bad pick.
The backup in Philly now. Drafted by the Steelers, but now backup in Philly. In the third round, Desmond Ridder, Atlanta Falcons drafted him.
Not very good.
He's now a third stringer with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
In the third round as well, Malik Willis of the Tennessee Titans.
He's actually a really good runner, but can't throw.
Traded to Green Bay yesterday for a 7th round pick. So he's now the backup to Jordan Love.
I bet LaFleur makes him better than what he was in Tennessee.
Or if he has to spot start or something like that.
Yeah,
he can give
him a couple years with LaFleur.
He can win you a game.
Yeah.
And that's all you ask for a backup. Another third round pick, Matt Corral, however you want to pronounce it. It doesn't matter.
I think it's Corral.
Because he stinks, so I don't care how to pronounce it. Yeah. Panthers drafted him, and he was cut yesterday by the Vikings.
Yeah, I watched a whole doc on Wyatt Earp and the OK Corral. The movies have it wrong. That's all I'm going to say. Netflix 6-episode series about Wyatt Earp and the OK Corral.
They didn't
Check it
look
out.
like
Awesome.
Kurt Russell and Val Kilmer.
Tombstone. There was a city named Tombstone. It wasn't as vile as everyone. It actually had a lot of money because they were silver mining. Anyway, point being, OK Corral is not what it was made up to be. Only a couple people died.
Okay, Matt Corral gets cut. 4th round, Bailey Zappi, Patriots.
Yeah, he's terrible.
He's expected to get cut. 5th round, Sam Howell, Washington Commanders. He's now back up in Seattle. I always kind of like Sam Howell. I don't know what it is about him. Like, he just takes too many sacks.
It's like me and Tyler Heineke.
Yeah, I just something like him.
I get a kick out of
Taylor Heineke. Exactly. Yes, you really like him.
Thanks, Rogers, brother.
And then he had 3 7th round quarterbacks taken in that 7th round in 2022 the draft class. Chris Aludican.
Okay, yeah, sure.
3rd stringer in KC. Now he was drafted by the Steelers. Skylar Thompson is the only one.
Wow.
Only other one to stay on his current team that was drafted in that 2022 quarterback draft class.
So he's staying. Horrible playoff game.
He did. He's staying in Miami, though, backing up Tua. And then after that, Brock Purdy with the San Francisco 49ers. Just to say, it's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
This stuff really, the last pick in the 2022 NFL draft, Brock Purdy, is probably going to make $300 million next year. And the rest of these guys are going to make peanuts.
Did you watch the Hard Knocks when Brian Daboll and Joe Shane were going through just the numbers of like who's hit, who hasn't at first-round quarterbacks?
Yes.
It was interesting because it's the exact same hit rate of all the other positions.
But we microscope it in a way where it's just like, oh, if you fail on this one, it's just going to set you back to just this many years, because it is the most important position, though. Like, you'd like to think that you could be a little bit better evaluating quarterbacks than like a punter or something, right? But you just, it's a crapshoot. Well, like Billy being in the playoffs, it's a crapshoot.
Well, I just think the draft is a crapshoot, like in general, whether it's positional, first round, 5th round, like it's just all over the place. Like 33% hit rate, you're really good at your job.
Yes.
As a GM.
I always say if like I could find one player in every draft that I'm extending for like 2 contracts, that was a great draft.
2 contracts? That's an unbelievable.
Like just one player, I'm saying. Just one, right?
So, for example, let's go to Mike McGlinchey, right? The Niners drafted Mike McGlinchey 10th overall.
Right before the Raiders drafted Colton Miller, who's gotten 2 contracts, I think, by the Raiders.
Right? Yeah. And he was a starter for essentially 5 years.
Yeah. And he was, he didn't live up to the hype, right?
I would. He walked in free agency.
Yes.
Was that a good pick or a bad pick?
Bad is strong, but it was not great. It was decent. Because you got production out of him. You got to a Super Bowl, right?
That would be considered a hit. He started for you for 5 years, right? And I like struggle with like, I don't think that's a hit.
No.
But you get where I'm going with this.
I get what you're going.
And so what I'm saying
grading
is
on a curve, kind of. Yeah.
Right? Like now do the same exercise with the quarterbacks, and you realize, like most of these guys, especially after the first round, like Trey Lance, for example, we're just talking about, I'm walking in, Trey Lance had one of the worst days you could have as a quarterback in the preseason, right? He had 5 turnovers or 6 turnovers, whatever it was.
It was not good.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Kenny Pickett can't play either, and Mac Jones really isn't that good. Now, there's degrees of who can play and who can't, and this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, those are misses.
Yeah.
It's not about degrees of hits. Either you hit or you didn't. And I look at someone like Trevor Lawrence, and they've extended him, and I'm still kind of wishy-washy on whether that's a hit or not.
I think they're still paying him based on hype, right? Like, a little bit has to be like you're projecting that he's like, with all contracts, you're projecting as well. But like, he was the number 1 overall pick. He was, the greatest quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck, they were saying.
Yes.
He won as a freshman. He's been this highly touted guy his entire career. And I like Trevor Lawrence because he'll show you in every game, like, God, he'll just the touch, the athleticism. But then he'll have plays like against the Niners last year, coming off a bye. You just didn't know what was he doing out there. He was just getting destroyed.
Are you saying he's Andrew Wiggins, where he tantalizes you a little here and there?
K-Wig? That's actually not a horrible comp.
You like
it's
that?
It's actually not a horrible comp. I'll say Trevor Lawrence has meant more to his teams than Andrew. Like, Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on a championship team. I think being a quarterback in the NFL is a lot harder than what Andrew Wiggins had to do, especially for a horrible franchise that the Jacksonville Jaguars, coming off of having Urban Meyer, the worst head coach in the history of the NFL, your first year. Yeah, I think Trevor's done a pretty good job given expectations so far.
Yes.
But he's getting paid now, and we're going to have to see it more and more.
No, but you brought up all those quarterbacks, and let's go to the 20.
I like that comp, by the way.
You do, don't you?
I like the Andrew Wiggins comp.
Because number 1 overall pick.
Yes.
Right? And it's kind of like tantalizes you, but then leaves a lot to be desired. Wide receivers. Like, we talk a lot about, man, this draft class is loaded, right? We do this all the time. Pick any position, but I'm going to go wide receivers, 2021. And this was a great draft for wide receivers. Jamar Chase, 5th overall pick. Grand slam.
Yes.
Right? Jalen Waddle, 6th. It's been really good.
Damn good player.
I'd say it's a home run. Like, they had a home run. Like, if you draft him 6 overall, you get that prediction.
He does get hurt a lot, but yes. Yeah.
He's been really good, right? Devontae Smith, been really good, right? Kadarius Toney.
He won a Super Bowl. Couple of them, right?
Kadarius Toney's not good. He's been on a zillion teams, it feels like.
He has been, but he
come on. As a first-round pick, that's been a miss.
Yes, because of the Giants drafted him, right? I'm thinking of him as a Chief.
Yes.
So, yes, that's why. Yes.
Rashad Bateman.
No.
Yeah, it's a miss. Yeah. Okay, like Elijah Moore went in that draft. Rondale Moore,
I still like Elijah
Eskins,
Moore.
Tutu Atwell, Terrence Marshall. I'm just giving you the top 10 guys that are selected at a wide receiver in this draft.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
So my point being is, everyone brings up the quarterbacks, the hit rates, the miss. It's every position. It's just every single position. Yeah. It's a 33% hit rate, give or take. And if you're 33%, you're good.
Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th, Joe Shasky, for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. You going to be there, by the way? You going to be hanging out? Yeah, awesome.
I don't know how late I'll be able to stay. I'm going to do the best I can. You get to a certain point and got to get going home. I'm up at 3:30.
Hey, don't tell me.
Unless you're my wife this morning, you bring the baby into the room at 2 o'clock.
Hey, don't dump on the lovely Michelle. She's recovering,
walk out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Turn the lights off. Then the baby gets up it's like a zombie. When you're walking through the zombie apocalypse and one of the zombies comes up off the ground and the head turns at you like it's like a skull.
Yeah,
that's literally what my child does.
Them, every morning. I scooter past them.
It's the worst.
Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Can't wait for that. The Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. And this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Joe Shasky. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Enjoyed that draft conversation. We can get back into it at some point. Maybe ask Baldy about that. That just evaluating quarterbacks, because I do love picking Baldy's brain about just, you watch all these guys every Saturday. We're all watching them. We're all just diehard, because the most popular sport is the NFL, the most popular brand. And right behind that's college football. We're all going to be watching it.
Without a doubt.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
there are 31 games Thursday.
Oh, my God. We're going to be locked in. We're going to be dialed in.
31.
Yes. Oh, did I hit something on this?
It's the second best sport.
It's the second best sport.
In terms of most the audience that it draws, it's the second highest rated sport.
And it's we can't get enough of it. And now they got the expanded playoff. And with that expanded playoff, we're going to be seeing a lot more quarterbacks maybe that we haven't seen before, and we're going to be dissecting them more. Like, I feel like we're in an age, is what I'm getting at, Joe Shasky, where we have all this information, the Pro Football Focuses, we have everything, and yet why does it feel like evaluating quarterbacks is the same from like 1975? Why does it feel like it's the same and we still can't do it?
Terry Bradshaw, that Pittsburgh Steelers never saw him play a game live.
At La Tech?
Before drafting him.
That's actually pretty insane. They never saw him.
That's the rumor. That was the whole story. No one from the organization had ever really seen him play a game.
That's unbelievable.
But again, that was like the late 60s, early 70s. I mean,
but like, that's still kind of like you're basing off hype of like Caleb Williams. I'm sure the Bears did their homework and stuff like that. But when it's a consensus that everyone thinks this is the guy, you're probably just going to take him. Like, it's rare that you have a quarterback prospect like a Trevor Lawrence, like a Caleb Williams, like an Andrew Luck, and you don't take him number one overall because everyone's just telling you to do it. So it's like, oh, these guys know what they're talking about.
Andrew Luck's a great example. And we can talk a lot about all the things that he can do on a football field. It was pretty obvious. Andrew Luck's really good. He's really smart. And then the system he was in with the coaching and the ownership and the infrastructure destroyed him.
Yeah. He didn't get an offensive line. You invested all of this. You sucked forever. I guess just for like a year or two. And they got lucky because they went from Peyton to Andrew Luck. And now they're still trying to find their next guy since then. But yeah, they stunk. You got the guy, but then you didn't draft anyone to help him.
I know.
Like, you get Quentin Nelson like after he's gone.
I know.
It's like, what are we doing?
Well, but I think this goes to now. Let's turn it into the Brandon Aiyuk conversation, and it's like, I understand wanting to make every last dollar, but you also have to survey the landscape and say to yourself, all right, but what's my ability? You know, like when you're in a company, they always ask you these questions like, do you want to grow with the company, right? Do you one day want to go from, I'm an apprentice and I want to go to journeyman, and then one day I'd like to be the foreman, right? Mm-hmm. Well, it's the same thing could be said at wide receiver. Do you want to get a big contract? Yes, I do. Well, do you think you have an opportunity here to put up really good numbers to get that third contract, to get that fourth contract? What about making money off the field, right? Does any of that interest you? You can't be penny wise, pound foolish in these situations. So maybe I make $1 million or $2 million annual less here, but I have a much better chance 3 years from now to get multiple Pro Bowls, to get 1,200 yards, win big playoff games, and get a Nissan commercial, and get an Adidas commercial, and get that third or fourth contract. And I think that's what Belichick is talking about when he's talking about that cut that we played earlier. It's like, all right, Brandon, I know you want to get paid the most. And I don't know what his algorithm is. I know you want to get paid a lot of money. Like, I understand that. But, like, the money isn't equal. So making 27 here is actually going to help you make 33 3 years from now when we renegotiate and you go to 2 Pro Bowls and you win multiple big playoff games and you're Brock Purdy's number one target. And he is now the $60 million quarterback going to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan saying, I want my number one target to get his third contract. You got to keep this guy. Like, to me, that's powerful.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. No, that was absolutely powerful. And here's some more sound that you were alluding to. Bill Belichick on with Pat McAfee yesterday. Listen, real quick, I cannot wait to hear Bill Belichick talking NFL and Nick Saban talking college. It's going to be so I cannot wait. Nick Saban was great last week.
Well, did you hear what they were doing predictions? And this was great. I loved it. They're doing predictions, and Nick Saban is like, yeah, I used to rip all of you guys for doing these predictions. I don't really want to do them, but I kind of have to do them. And it's like, yeah, Nick, like it's
part of the gig.
That's what we do. Like a lot of people will critique what we're doing. And it's like, You have to understand, we're talking about your favorite teams 20, 25 hours a week on live radio. Things are happening, and it gets redundant. If you don't think we're exhausted by the Draymond punch, you're tripping yourself, right? If you don't think we're exhausted talking Brandon Aiyuk, 27 or 28 million, but it's Lowry what Marketing. You guys want to talk about.
There you go. Yeah, Lowry Marketing. You see his picture yesterday? He's happy in Utah. holding that fish.
Honestly, I'm so ready to not bring up the name Lowry Markkanen for the next 5 years.
Ever again.
I hate him.
You hate him. Carter hates him.
I'm with you, though. But like this Brandon Aiyuk thing's like, he's really good. I want him on the team. This has gone on way too far. This is like the couple that's been talking about getting married for 12 years. Like, just go get married then.
Seriously, the 4-year engagement or whatever that movie was with Jason Segel. Bill Belichick on other teams' contracts impacting his negotiations.
Hey, so whenever these deals happen around the league, when a deal happens and your general manager, your guy that's trying to figure out your people, you see these deals happening, you go, what are they? Why is that what we're paying people now? Because it immediately affects your deals, right? Whenever that type of stuff happens somewhere else, those become the comps, that becomes a conversation. So then that becomes your headache for every single negotiation. So you're looking around whatever website, whether it's Pro Football Talk or ESPN or getting text messages, you see a deal get announced and you go, whoa, that's what and then you immediately see 10 headaches on your team. I got 10 guys better than that guy. That's going to, is that real? Is that like the reality of the business whenever you're in one of those positions?
I personally don't look at it that way, but I think, the players do. And I think it certainly comes up in the conversation. My conversation to the players would always be, look, we can do what we can do. I can't control what another team paid somebody else or didn't pay somebody else. That's really out of my control. The only thing I can tell you is here's what we can do. And I would try to structure the contracts on the team I was coaching so that they were consistent. So you can come into me and say, well, Bill's getting more than I am and I'm a lot better than he is. Then that creates a problem for me because, you've made the decision on those numbers. So, when somebody else throws out a number, you have to deal with it. But in the end, it's not your number. So, we can't negotiate. Look, every player is going to come in and say, well, this is the highest paid guy. Some of the team's getting it. We want that. Well, you can't make everybody the highest paid guy based on contracts, on 31 other teams in the league. It's impossible. So I try to structure it on what our team is. And if Brady's making less than, a corner, there's something wrong, right? There's something wrong. And then that corner might leave and go somewhere else. But I can't pay a corner more than I'm paying my starting quarterback who's won 3 Super Bowls, in 2010 or whatever. Hey, I've had that conversation.
Bill Belichick on Pat McAfee yesterday, Joe Shasky.
This is what we've been talking about for like 3 years. Yep. So let's break this down. If Bosa's making 15% of the cap this year, AAV, this is just a rough estimate, and Warner's making 10%. Okay, Trent's sitting here and he's like, well, I'm only making 12.5% of that cap. I'm one of the best players on this team. I need to be closer to Bosa's number. That's what he's saying. And then you got Debo making 11.5% of the cap. And now you got Aiyuk saying, hey, well, I'm better than Debo.
I was second team All-Pro last year.
Right? I need to make more than him. I can see where this gets out of control. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking here and I'm saying and this is why CMC got paid earlier. CMC's like, I'm only making, 4 or 5% AAV of the cap. Right? The annual percentage of the cap. So I need to be bumped up. Now he's making 7.5, but it gets into this, and this is where everyone's like, just your pocket watching. No, that's what all the players are doing. There's a hierarchy and there's a pecking order in that locker room. And so I do believe that Trent needs to be prioritized before Brandon Aiyuk. And if Brandon Aiyuk is making more per year than Trent, I think you're going to have problems.
Bill Belichick, again, was so good at doing everything else, the little things that we really just, I think, take for granted for now, because he was not only just the head coach, he was the GM, he was everything for that organization. And now I think we view Shanahan a little bit like that, not quite to that level of Belichick, because he does rely on the Parags. John Lynch, I still would like to give him some credit as well.
He has final say.
Correct, but he has final say over everything.
That's what I believe.
Correct. But the more you're talking about it, Joe Shasky, the more I'm thinking, why didn't they just trade him on draft night? The more you keep saying, because now you're starting to start this trend of just one-upping each other's teammates, and that's got to affect the locker room somehow. It just has to affect the psyche. Belichick and Brady in the Patriot way, laugh at it all you want. There was a method to that madness and just prioritizing, as you just heard Belichick say, Malcolm Butler's not going to be making more than Tom Brady. Sorry, go to Tennessee, Malcolm. It's just not going to.
And I agree with him.
Right? It is what it is. You have to prioritize certain positions over others. Again, and we're talking about all this because Aiyuk's holding out, Trent Williams holding out, and Brock Purdy's contract is looming after this season. So going back to Stannis of the House Baratheon, hard truths, they cut both ways, Joe Shasky. The hard truth is going to be cut here in the coming weeks when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams.
Well, and I like the player. I want the player to stay on the team, right? We all want the player. We like Aiyuk. He's really good. He's really good. I think the Niners think he's really good. But I also think they're evaluating this saying, all right, let's do a brain exercise. Quarterback is the most important player on the team, right?
Yes.
And he's going to get paid at some point. And on this team, it's left tackle and running back over wide receiver.
Yes.
In whatever order you want.
With this running back in particular, yes.
Right? Yes. And that might not be the case 2 years from now. No. Like, it might not be the case by the end of this year.
If it's Elijah Mitchell, then it's not. But it's Christian McCaffrey, so it is.
Yes, exactly. And then we could start having conversations on, all right, is it Kittle, who I would argue he makes so little comparative to these other positions that it's great value and you keep him around, right? I think tight end is the best value in sports right now. Mm-hmm. They're making the high end of the market is $15 million, $20 million per year. That's half of what an elite wide receiver is making right now. Mm-hmm. And they give you comparable production at left tackle as a blocker, if they're great at it, which is what Kittle is, and as a pass catcher. It's like, to me, they're a dynamic value. Wide receiver, is it smart business to spend 25% of your cap on 2 players at wide receiver when you don't throw the ball like that?
No. It's just like it's...
When also college is pumping out wide receivers.
They really are.
And if you look at the hit rate, it's a little better at wide receiver than it is at all these other positions.
I'm seeing not even college. I just keep seeing high school film of these like guys, these 6'2", 6'3", just 200 pounds, jacked, running 440. I was like, what are we doing out here? Just pumping, like California too. We're just so blessed in the Bay Area and in Southern California. We just have such an amazing pipeline of talent. Like Brock Bowers was in Napa Valley. And he was he was best player in college football for Georgia. And I can't wait to see him. I think the Raiders is not going to be great, but I think Brock Bowers is going to be a baller. In that offense, the 2 tight end sets. I can't wait for football. I got my fantasy draft tomorrow.
Oh.
The 95-7 one that you and Bonte Hill duck, by the way.
No, time out. I'm in a friends league.
No, they're scared.
And a family league.
No,
I'm not going to be in 4 or 5 leagues anymore. I'm in 2 leagues.
Carter, are you in the league?
Of course.
Okay, so yeah.
How many leagues?
I'm in 3 this year and I hate it.
It's one too many, right?
Way too many.
That's what I'm saying. So why are you guys hating on me saying friends, family, that's it?
I'm not hating. I'm just saying you and Bonte are scared. You guys don't want the smoke.
No, we're not scared. It's just right. I'm cool. I'm good off of like rooting for and against every player on my screen at all times.
I know you're not scared of this guy that's going to come up next.
Carter, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Totally. But wouldn't you think
Hill scored. Damn it, I'm playing him in 2 leagues.
Wouldn't you think, though, that the work league here would be really the crown jewel of all your leagues?
No.
I think maybe Bonte lost to Kolsky a couple years ago. I don't think Bonte won. Maybe he did. Everyone laughed at him for taking Kelsey in round 1, and then he shoved it in everyone's face, I guess, a couple years ago about it. Anyways, Brian Baldinger is coming out next, Joe Shasky. We got 5 questions that need to be answered for the 49ers this season. We're going to talk about them, then we're going to present them to Baldy, and then at 8 o'clock, we're going to ask you, the callers, at 888-957-9570 to hop on and answer those questions as well. That's coming up next, and it's sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
The piping in your house is responsible for providing a safe, reliable flow of water throughout your property. If you're concerned about your home's pipes, you need to call Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Call 8444-FLO-H2O. Copper repiping results in a much more reliable, efficient, and durable plumbing system. Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain is offering a free estimate. That's right, free estimate for copper repiping with a lifetime warranty. Call 8444-FLO-H2O. That's 8444-FLO-H2O, or go to flowingwater.net.
Amazon Pharmacy presents Painful Thoughts.
Oh, I'm sick. So I took my sick to the doctor. The doctor gave my sick a prescription. Now my sick and I are lying at the pharmacy, mingling with all the other sicks, on its way to becoming an even worse sick.
Next time, keep your sick at home and let Amazon Pharmacy deliver your meds right to your door.
Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legendary, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Vontae Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the Morning Roast in your cup.
Oh, give it some.
Yeah.
Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. We love Jeremiah and Fremont. And we also love the Red and Gold Summit. Join us Wednesday, September 4th at Fremont Bank in Fremont. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willer and Dibbs will start things off from 2 to 4. The rest of the hosts will join from 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. You can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. We would love to have you down at Fremont Bank. We love our peeps over at Fremont Bank. Joe Shasky. We got Brian Baldinger joining us here in about 12 minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Cannot wait to talk some football, talk cut day with Brian Baldinger. I want to get his thoughts on that. If he's ever been cut, that feeling, we were just talking about me, you, and the boss man, that scene in Major League, both of them actually. I love Major League 1 and 2. I have a soft spot for 2 because I feel like I watched that one a lot more when I was younger. Shout out Rube Baker, all-time character. But that red tag when they open up and they know that they've been cut, it's just such a good, a visceral thing, just a little piece of paper that determines your future.
Did you ever do cuts in high school? Did you ever
No, they didn't. I was JV. I played the whitest of the white sports in high school, by the way, water polo and golf. Okay. So no, I was not. I did not get the little red hanky or tag. No.
Yeah, I depending on what school, they would just post the team up on the athletic director's, glass door or whatever, and there'd just be a list of who made it to the next day and everything. Everyone would be hovering around looking at it. So
I don't know if they do that in today's society. I think that's like a microaggression or something like that. They're not allowed to do that.
And this is why America's soft.
I'm just saying, I don't think you can do that anymore. You can't post everyone that's there. You're going to get a private email. You're going to come to the office, stuff like that. No, I like a good shaming every now and then.
It's not even a shaming. It's just like it's a cold dose of reality.
Well, exactly.
Well, but hear me out, though. Like, you fail in life, right? You're probably not going to get the promotion at first term.
I only win. I never fail. I'm a winner. It's a mindset, Joe Shasky.
We need to
get on my level.
Honestly, like, we are in a participation trophy era, and if you're not ready to have some adversity in life, you're in for a rude awakening.
I didn't want to cut you off there. Sorry, I think we did a good job not cutting each other off. It's our parents' fault, by the way, for the participation trophy era. I keep hearing the previous generation crapping on my millennial generation. That's, you guys are the participants. No. I was a kid, and you gave me a yellow ribbon for participating.
Yeah, we didn't get
I wasn't in charge of that. Yeah. I throw that thing away. I didn't want that.
My fault.
Come on, clean it up.
My era was either you win or you sit in the back of the truck and quietly, we're not getting ice cream.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I was thinking of Little League and stuff too, and Mustang League and all that sort of stuff. The Little League World Series. By the way, who won? Florida won. They beat Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, on a bunt.
On a bunt. That's actually pretty sick.
Yeah. PFPs. You gotta go cover first.
Yeah, I saw that. There was no one there. That's
and then seeing one of the coaches run around like he won the World Series.
Come on, you do the same, Butch. Come on.
No. You don't do that. You don't we had a team that we were playing against this year at Twin Creeks, and the two coaches chest bumped each other when someone scored in the first inning. And I looked over at my boy Jim and I was like, oh my God, what an obnoxious crew.
I think I met Jim. He was at the when we had the 95. He's a very nice guy.
And then we ended up beating them, and it was like, you clowns.
You should have chest bumped too.
No, I'm not going to chest bump after a 12-year-old home run in the first inning. Are you kidding me?
I'm out.
Give me a break.
Thank you. All right. We got these five questions we're going to ask Baldy here in about 9 minutes. But I wanted to touch on them real quick with you, Joe Shasky, before we get to it. Because I think these are the 5 questions that I think most 49ers fans is pressing in the back of their minds right now. It's cut day. We'll get into that. But let's get to these 5 questions real quick.
Give them to me.
And if we can have a bed, I'm putting you on the spot for this one, Carter. Go to Spadoni Beds. This should be in red. It'll be NFL. It'll be an NFL prime time. This is kind of taking you behind the scenes here of what I have to go through. Look at that. Pot it down a little bit.
We'll
be good. Perfect. All right. Number 1, Joe Shasky. What will be the 49ers regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk? Without those 2 players.
I think it's going to be 9-8, 10-7. I think that they can win 9 to 10 games because they've got unbelievable play calling. They've got a guy that understands how to coach around some of the issues that they have, but I do believe it would be a huge problem for them all year. And I also think that their defense is good enough to where they could play ball control and change the style of how they play, right? Like, they had an explosive offense last year. It will not be as explosive without Aiyuk and no Trent Williams, but I think they can play ball control, run the ball down your throat, tighter games. It's incumbent on special teams being elite, though.
So they're going to be a playoff team, but not going to win that division, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay. You like the Rams?
In that scenario, yeah, probably the Rams. And I'm not ready to sleep on Seattle. I want to see what they look like.
So that's question 1, the regular season record without Trent Williams.
I mean, remember, they lost Joe Staley for about 4 games during 2019, and I believe went 3-1 during that stretch.
That's true. Number 2, when I say Kyle Shanahan, Joe Shasky, you say what?
Winner.
Really?
Kyle Shanahan's a winner. Yeah, he is. Kyle Shanahan's a winner. Now, he hasn't won the ultimate one, but that doesn't mean that this guy's not a winner. Everywhere he goes, he's got the magic pixie dust to make the roster better, whether that's through his own play calling or his identification of talent. And you're going to have misses. I mean, he has Trey Lance on his resume, but he also has George Kittle, and he also has Debo, and he has Aiyuk, and he has Brock Purdy. So I think this guy's a winner, and I think that everywhere he goes, he makes the situation better.
I like that. We're doing 5 questions, the 5 most pressing questions for the San Francisco 49ers this upcoming season. We got Baldy here in 7 minutes. We're going to ask him these questions as well. And then at 8 o'clock, I want to ask it to the people, and I want you guys to call in at 888-957-9570. All right, number 3 here. Who would you say is the face of the San Francisco 49ers?
I think the face of the San Francisco 49ers is Kyle Shanahan.
The coach?
I do.
Interesting.
I do.
Can you say that for any other team in the NFL? Their coach?
Sean McVay. Rams.
Ooh.
Sean Payton, Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah, Peyton. I not Bo Nix?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
And it's wild that the head coach here with all the stars that they have. I'm here to listen to the George Kittle, the CMC, Brock Purdy, Bosa, Fred Warner. But man, when I think of the Niners, Shanahan is their identity.
Interesting. I would say Kittle, because I think that's what most people would associate with San Francisco. But I hear you when I think like the media, like at large, I think we all think of Kyle Shanahan first, but maybe the average fan might think of a player. Number 4 here. Besides Brock Purdy, Joe Shasky, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl? Besides the quarterback.
I'm going to go Nick Bosa. I'm looking at this defensive line, and I'm very worried about this defensive line just in general, stopping the run. If you told me Nick Bosa had a career year, I think the 49ers are going to have a top 3 defense, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. I know Kyle Shanahan can scheme it up. Even if guys go down, he can find a way. I mean, their leading receiver in the playoffs in 2019 was Kendrick Bourne.
You know what that tells me if Nick Bosa's having a career year? It means Leonard Floyd's being a monster on the other side. I love that. It means Leonard Floyd is being that guy. And that back
into that secondary is feeling real good.
Yep.
Because I bet he gets a lot of coverage sacks.
We got 5 questions here, 4 down. And we're going to ask these to Baldy here in a couple minutes. Again, Brian Baldinger joining us as he does every single Tuesday at 7:30. We're going to get to Baldy here in just a second. I already see him with his NFL hat on. He's looking great. He's got the light blue shirt on, making those eyes pop, baby.
Baldy.
All right. Number 5 here, Joe Shasky. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is who?
I'm going to say it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Ooh, fly Eagles fly.
I'm very worried about them. I'll listen to Green Bay. I'll listen to Detroit. I feel like that division's going to cannibalize itself a little. And I look at that NFC East. I think Jaden Daniels is at minimum a year away. And New York Giants stink. I think Philly is a team with Saquon Barkley. I want to see what they look like this year. I'm very worried about Philadelphia.
Whenever there's something going on with the head coach and the quarterback, that's never a good sign.
You've red flagged them?
That, to me, I think that's probably the talk of Philadelphia sports talk right now. Not the Phillies, not the Flyers, not the Sixers and Paul George. It's Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. And maybe we'll ask that to Baldy here in just a second. But I just can't put the Eagles there. Talent-wise, absolutely. I love the pick of Cooper DeJean, by the way. I think he's going to be great.
Baller.
By the way, he looks just like Lucas Alexander. If Lucas Alexander hit the gym and got jacked, same guy. No, seriously, go look at their faces.
Love you, Lucas.
Same person. No, Lucas is fine, though. He's slimmed down. He's looking good. He's getting a little older. He's got to stay in shape. But Cooper DeJean, I love that pick. They addressed the secondary, which was just atrocious last year. And the Niners stole their souls. So until further notice, the 49ers are Shang Tsung a la Mortal Kombat, Joe Shasky, and they're Scorpion. All right? They're done. They're dead.
I have this feeling that Detroit is going to have...
Scorpion's too much of a badass. I should have gone someone else there. I don't know, like Molina or something.
Get over here.
Yeah,
I think Detroit's going to be really good. But if they lost a couple of more games this year, would you be that surprised?
No, because they have legit expectations.
Exactly.
Now. Like, people were like kind of gassing them up last year.
They were really healthy last year.
They were really healthy. Like, I need to see more from Green Bay. Like, again, that's why that first game of the season is actually fascinating for 49ers fans to watch. Not only for the rest of the league, it's going to be in Brazil.
Yeah.
But like, Eagles, Packers, and Baldy's going to be down there in Brazil.
What is that pass rush going to look like for the Eagles?
And what is Jordan Love going to look like?
That's a great question.
Like, he had an amazing second half.
It's a great question.
He just got paid the bag. I'm not saying it's Jimmy Garoppolo levels with the 49ers where he showed out for 5 games and got the bag like that, because I do think Jordan Love talent-wise is just far superior to Jimmy Garoppolo with all the intangibles, the mechanics, everything. But I need to see more of Jordan Love. I also, I need to see more of Brian Baldinger here. It's Shark Week, Carter. Man, we can't get enough of Baldy here. Within the last, week, we've seen him 3 different times. He's been in studio for 4 hours, just salt of the earth. We love us some Brian Baldinger. River Island's guest line, that is what he appears on. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Island's guest line. Isn't time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Brian Baldinger joining Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. And good morning, Baldy. We were just talking about the game that I think you're going to be at next Thursday in Brazil. Packers, Eagles. Niners fans should be watching this one very closely because these teams are going to be the two that I think are going to be in the way potentially of them trying to reach another Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, one was in the way last year, and that was Green Bay. Philadelphia was the year before. So, I mean, both have good pedigrees, both have good rosters. And so I'm excited. I'm excited about going down the first game ever played in Brazil or South America. So it's going to be an exciting time. I got some pregame things to do down the field. So I want to just want to kind of feel it. I've been down to Brazil many times for, whether it was World Cup soccer or beach volleyball or whatever. So those fans are excited about this game, the game of football. And I think it's going to be a rowdy scene.
Baldy, I'm so fired up for that. We have 5 questions that we're going to ask you in a second, but today's cut down day, right? It's cut down day around the league, and in our minds, we've seen things like on Hard Knocks where the Turk goes and grabs you, and you got to go up and see the coach, and we know it's kind of made for television, so it's a little different. In my mind, though, I'm thinking of Major League where they leave the little red tag in the locker room, and the guy goes to open the locker, and he finds out whether he made the team or not. Have you ever been involved in a cut day where you were on the fringe, and what's that like?
Well, it's not fun, and the anxiety is through the roof. I just give you a couple quick stories, Joe. I was a rookie in Dallas in 1982, and we started off with 125 rookies that year, 110 free agents, 15 draft picks, and there was 10 of us that were in a hotel room after the last preseason game. And we were all just sitting in our rooms, like literally nervous. Who was going to cut? Who was going to make it? I got the call, come to dinner with Gil Brandt on Monday night. And, so that's a good feeling. But I also was in Buffalo when I got the call. And I knew it. I just had a feeling. I played almost every snap in the preseason. I was a good player then. And Marv Levy called me in, and he couldn't even look at me. He was like making donuts with his foot. And I just said, hey, coach, don't worry about this. I'm going to be just fine. You got to do what you got to do. They drafted a kid in the first round. They liked this one free agent. They had 5 solid starters. I just told Marv, look, this is a great experience. I wish you the best. Go back to the Super Bowl. That's what I wanted. I wanted to have a chance to go. And he had to make that cut. It's not fun. And for a lot of these kids today, it's going to end. And for some kids, they'll find another team. They'll get another opportunity. Matt Breida just got released. He's been around this league. He's been in the 49ers. He has a chance of getting picked up. He's still talented. But some of these kids, the dream is going to end today, and that's tough.
Yeah, I got this feeling they're going to move Elijah Mitchell today and bring back Breida, but that's just my gut feeling. I don't know. I thought he looked really good in the game. I know he's older, but Baldy, what as a free agent now, after that happened, then what? You talk to your agent and you just look at different spots and landing places, or how do you pick yourself off the mat as a player once you've been cut?
Well, that's where your agent, that's where you need the guy, either to make phone calls. There's a lot of practice squad, opportunities out there, 16 in every team right now. So practice squad, the rosters aren't, even when they release everybody by 4:00 today, Eastern time, I mean, there's still going to be a lot of fluctuations and movement roster wise. And so people are going to be looking for those practice squad players. They can come in and just for that reason, add depth to the team, a position where, you might be thin on the active roster, the 53-man roster, but maybe you keep the depth on the practice squad. So there's still a lot of opportunities for a lot of these guys right now.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the River Islands guest line, as he does each and every Tuesday throughout the NFL season leading up to it as well. Baldy, the best in the business at breaking it all down. And this is the latest from Josina Anderson, who's obviously an NFL insider, in regards to Trent Williams, stating that Trent would like to be paid, per quote, like the very important piece he is. A league source saying San Francisco is between a real rock and a hard place because Trent is not playing around. Something may have to give unless you're allowing for big adjustments next season. So that's the latest there. And it leads me into this thing we're going to do here, Baldy, because we got the 5 biggest questions in regards to the San Francisco 49ers this upcoming season. And we were just playing around with it. I was asking it to Joe, and I want to present them to you now. And the first question has to do with Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. And obviously they're not with the team yet. They've been holding in, holding out, whatever the hell you want to call it. They're not with the team. What would their regular season record be if those two are not 49ers?
It might be, they might struggle to get to 10 wins without him. I'd say, they're still a talented team, but I'd say I wouldn't put them first in their division. I'd probably put the Rams over them at that point. But 10 wins would probably, I think they would struggle to get to 10.
I know. Here's another one. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what? Name recognition.
An elite play caller, an elite play designer, and a guy that really sees the game differently than almost every single other coach, offensive coach out there in the league right now.
Who's the face of the 49ers?
Usually you put your quarterback. I put Brock Purdy there right now. I think he's the face. It's a baby face, but I'd probably put Brock. He's the highest rated quarterback in the history of this game over the last 2 years. You can't, they're fortunate, and I would have to say Brock Purdy at this point.
That's interesting because Shasky and I were talking about that, Baldy, and I think a lot of people, maybe because we're in the media and stuff like that, they actually go to the head coach and Kyle Shanahan because he's obviously gotten to the Super Bowl twice. They think of him, the offensive coordinator in Atlanta, his shortcomings, so they view him there. But to your point, it should always be the quarterback, but the Niners, they have so many different all-pros. One day, it could be your boy George Kittle, right? Like in WWE, he could be the face.
Look, he could easily be Fred.
Right, Fred Warner. It's a great call.
Fred is as good at his position as anybody is at their position. He's just the best middle linebacker in all of football. So, you put Nick there. I think Nick's going to have a monster season. So, there's a couple guys you could choose, but I usually go with the quarterback.
It's a great point. And speaking of that quarterback, besides Brock Purdy, Baldy, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
Well, in the current state right now, I would say McCaffrey has to have another career year. He just had one, and the 49ers rode his abilities all the way within, a couple of feet of winning a Super Bowl. McCaffrey is the guy that makes this whole thing really go on offense. So I would say McCaffrey has to have back what he did last year up again this year.
Finish this sentence. The biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC is?
Probably Detroit. That's just a very talented roster. They got very close last year, obviously up 17 in the third quarter on the 49ers in San Francisco and let it get away. I think they're even better this year. Jameson Williams has had an entire offseason. Jahmyr Gibbs, what they've done at the corner position. That's a stacked roster right there. And I would say Detroit is the biggest challenge.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the River Islands guest line, the Morning Grill, Spadonian for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. And those are the 5 questions that we wanted to ask Baldy from the 49ers fans. And we're going to ask the 49ers fans here in about 23 minutes as well at 888-957-9570. But you were talking about right there, there's the biggest, rivals to the San Francisco 49ers. It might even be themselves, right? Just with not having Brandon Aiyuk, not having Trent Williams. And this stuff lingering on. And we were reacting, and I don't know if you heard Bill Belichick talk with Pat McAfee yesterday, just talking about, having players in contract situations and not having them one up other players within their own organization, right? Like he was talking about, I have Tom Brady here getting paid this amount. I can't have this corner that wants a contract. He can't be making more than the quarterback. So it's this fine balance. And I feel like this is the most trying time for Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, the entire front office, handling these two guys with Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. You've called it a major distraction in the past, Baldy. Like, if they're not there week one, it's beyond a major distraction at that point. Now you're affecting the gameplay.
Well, listen, Coach Belichick is absolutely correct. There is a pecking order in every team, and you can't pay your left guard more than Trent Williams. I'm just throwing that out. You just can't do it. Trent just saw a bunch of tackles got paid in this business. And if he is a 99 on Madden, if he's the best in the business, then pay him to be the best. I would give John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Jed a ton of credit for even being able to keep the roster that they have. Like last year at this time, I don't know where your conversations were about Nick. I don't remember, if it felt like, oh man, what are we going to do without Nick Bosa? And then, I don't know, 3 days before the opener in Pittsburgh, he gets War and Peace delivered to him, and he's signing 100 pages of documents. That there's still time to get this done. We just saw CD go yesterday. Like sometimes it comes down to the very 11th hour to get these things done, and it just takes that much time. So I'm not saying it can't get done, but there's a pecking order, and there is a lot of truth to what he said. That there's certain players because as soon as you pay that person more than the guy that's above them, then that other person is going to feel justified about going back and getting more money.
What did you make of CD getting that $100 million guaranteed? Obviously had a hell of a year last year. We're on the top 5 at his positions, probably him and Jefferson if you're going to do the hierarchy of wide receivers in the NFL. What did you make of that contract and how it affects the Dallas Cowboys and obviously Dak Prescott in his negotiations?
Well, I mean, he's the most important offensive piece there is. It'd be good if these 2 rookies they drafted, step up and play like first round and second round picks. But look, he caught a third of all the passes completed by Dak Prescott last year. And one thing about CD is he gives that team a little bit like Brandon Aiyuk and Debo as well, but he gives that team a toughness. He's absolutely fearless over the middle of the field. And he'll take a hit as well as anybody in this whole business. And literally he bounces right up off the turf. I've never seen him down. And I've seen one flag after another thrown his way when people are trying to decapitate him in the middle of the field. He is a tough son of a gun. Look, I don't know if Dallas had a choice. The market was set. Justin Jefferson set the market. And so it's hard to be a receiver at this point, and as acclaimed as CD is, where he is drafted, who he plays for, the number he wears in that franchise, which is really important, because I played with Drew, and I saw Dez and Irvin, and he wears that number for a reason. I didn't think they had a choice but to pony up.
Did you see the Athletics tiers and rankings of quarterbacks that was released? Mike Sando does it every single year. And I know lists they're subjective and we go all around. I feel like there's just this common sentiment. Either people are praying for Purdy's downfall or they're diluting his accomplishments. I'm not here to say he's the number 1 quarterback in the league. And I'm not even here to say he's the top 3 or 4 player. But he's an upper echelon guy. If there are 32 starting quarterbacks, to me, he's top 8. And he just is. Now, one week he might not play as well, and some weeks he'll play a little better, but week in, week out, I know what to get from him.
For reference, real quick, Baldy, top 5. So number 5 they had, in top 5 quarterbacks in the league, they had Stafford and Herbert tied for the 5th best quarterback in the NFL. They had Brock Purdy at 12. Ahead of him, they had Dak Prescott, you had Jared Goff, and then all the other ones, Burrow, what have you. But
I don't even care about the ranking. It's more like, why do we do mental gymnastics to dilute how good this guy is?
Well, you heard George Kittle with us last week, Joe, when he said it's something when he steps into a huddle and guys like Trent Williams and Debo and McCaffrey, like they feel more confident when he delivers the play. Like their confidence level goes up. You heard Nick Bosa go, how in the hell are you so good? Like, how did you do this? Like, how are you so confident and so good? Like, that's all that really matters is what those guys think about him in the locker room. The lists are the list. I don't know how you could put Justin Herbert, honestly, above Brock Purdy on any level. I mean, he's been injured. He's never, playoffs. Like, you could go on any list. Yeah, you go out there and you watch Justin Herbert throw a football. He wows you. You go out there and watch Brock Purdy win games. That wows me.
It's interesting. Like Tom Brady, they're running the ball, and it took almost like a decade for him to finally get his just due. And I know he evolved as a player, and it feels like Joe Montana early on. This skinny guy, throwing passes. And Brock's not in their category just yet. But at what point will we finally just succumb and say he's a really good player? Like, why is that so hard for everyone to say? What is it? The draftism? Is it the fact he's short? What is it, Baldy? It bugs me.
Yeah, it bugs me too, and it bothers the organization because the guy has been phenomenal. But, I mean, look, Matt Stafford was never talked about as a great quarterback until he went to the Rams with Sean McVay and won a Super Bowl. And now he's probably top 5, and legitimately so. But winning the Super Bowl changes a lot of things, for sure. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl, was the MVP. He got jobs for the next 6 years after that. He just stepped away this year, but he kept getting jobs because they kept waiting for him to rekindle that magic. But I don't know when they say everything about Brock except what he is, which is a damn good winning quarterback that just makes one great play after another, week in, week out. You can't count 5 bad games that he's had in his entire career. In 2.5 years, you can't count 5 bad games. Like that's almost hard to do at a quarterback.
Baldy, we were just talking about a couple segments ago, the 2022 quarterback draft class, which Purdy obviously is the last pick of that draft, Mr. Irrelevant. The only other player that's on the same team that they were drafted to is Skylar Thompson with the Dolphins. Kenny Pickett, not on the Steelers. Desmond Ridder, not on the Falcons. Malik Willis, traded to Green Bay yesterday, right? Matt Corral, cut by the Vikings. Like Zappe, Howell, Aludikin, like all these guys. Like, why is the quarterback position, with all this information, we have never had more of it, no more eyeballs, you do the breakdowns. Why is it so hard? Like, it feels like we're still in 1985 when it comes to evaluating these guys because it's such a crapshoot at the quarterback position. What is it about it?
Well, I mean, the college game is just completely, it's not even the same game.
It's different.
That's number one. It's a different game. Nobody has 4 Nick Bosas coming after you in college. Like the system is so simplistic. They call a play with one word. You know, I mean, it's just a completely different game. There is no power to the game. It's a passing league. You know, I mean, it's just a different game. So that's number one. Number two, you can't measure toughness or leadership. It's hard to factor. You either have that. CJ Stroud has that. You just have to be around him. Brock has that. The accuracy is something that's difficult to improve. I know Josh Allen has done it, but not many other guys have increased their accuracy. Bo Nix is an accurate guy. You can see it. You can see it in college. He's an accurate thrower. Like, I expect him to be a pretty good quarterback, especially when he's married with that coach. But a lot of it is who your coach is, what the play caller, and the talent around you. The talent around Brock Purdy is excellent. If he was on a Jets team last year with that broken offensive line and that system, he probably wouldn't be very successful.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, Baldy, most people are going through their fantasy drafts over the next, let's say, 12 days, right? It's fantasy, and everyone's looking for...
You do fantasy football real quick, Baldy?
Yeah, do you?
I played fantasy 1 year. 1 year I played fantasy at Fox, and my first pick was Tom Brady, and he was out for the season in the first quarter of the game against Kansas City. Yeah, that was my year.
Oh, my God.
I never played again.
Oh, my God.
Just pick up Castle. He had a good year.
I felt like I jinxed him.
Yeah.
I felt like I jinxed him that year.
Well, you don't do fantasy. You do Baldy's breakdowns. But you're looking at all these rookies right now, and everybody wants that rookie, right? They want to reach for that rookie. Malik Neighbors, Xavier Worthy, maybe it's Bo Nix. Like, they want to find value before everyone else, like, comes to the table. If you were to just, like, say, hey, I just believe this guy's going to be awesome year one, who's that rookie, a skill position, that you would suggest to somebody who's just asking, like, who's popping, Baldy?
I'd say Malik Neighbors. Like, what I've seen so far, I mean, he's going to get 100. If he's healthy, he's going to get probably 150 targets. He's going to get over 100 balls. Like, that guy he just looks different. And the Giants need him to be good. And so I don't know what the Giants are going to do this year, but Malik Neighbors is going to be their biggest star in that team.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, Spidonian for Bonte alongside Joe Shasky. It's been fantastic stuff. Ricky Pearsall returned to practice yesterday, Brian. And I don't call you Brian. You're always Baldy. Felt weird calling you by your first name right there. We call you Baldy so much. Ricky Pearsall, what are we going to expect from this guy week one, potentially? Can we expect anything at all? He's missed damn near the entire training camp preseason. He's practicing now, so he's going to get hopefully 2 weeks in here before he faces the Jets and that loaded team on defense. What can you expect from Ricky here in the couple weeks and leading up to week one against the Jets?
Well, typically any rookie that misses as much time as Pearsall has, you can't really count on them to be very productive. You just can't. You don't know. This is a very, like all offenses, this thing has got to be the precision of a diamond cutter on where you need to be. And it's just hard. It's hard if you haven't been out there and running these right. You can sit in all the meetings you want and do all this stuff. It's just not the same. I think it's going to take a while for him to get into a rhythm in this offense. Jacob Cowing has played. I think he's played well. He should be active. I think right now he's ahead of Ricky just because he's played and he's practiced. But I think it's going to take a little while. It's hard to catch up and to know all the things that you have to know. The talent is there, but being able to play fast and know exactly what you need to do in any offense, I think that's hard to catch up.
All right, Baldy, walk me through a team like the Niners. They're a veteran-laden team. They got 2 weeks to get ready for the Jets. Are they starting today to prepare for the Jets? Have they already been preparing for the Jets? How do you even prepare for a team whose quarterback was lost, 3 plays into the season last year? They're going to look very, very different. Walk me through what the Niners are trying to go through over the next 2 weeks here.
Well, I mean, look, there is Robert Saleh there. I mean, he does know the 49ers system. He does know the offense. He does know how. I mean, I know it's a new defensive coordinator, but for week one, it's always a little bit of a guessing game. You can game plan all you want. You can watch all the tape that you want. There's only one Aaron Rodgers. There's only one guy with his knowledge of this game and how he sees the game, plays the game. I mean, he's got more knowledge than any coach out there. So it's hard. Like I remember last year. The final preseason game, Wink Martindale was the defensive coordinator of the Giants, and he specifically wanted to throw a bunch of zero blitzes at Aaron Rodgers in that preseason game, and he played 10 plays to see what their answer to the zero blitz was going to be. So that's the level that we're talking about here. Like, you're going to take 10 plays that Aaron's out there in the preseason game. Let's throw it, because they were going to play each other midway through the season last year. He wanted to see what his answer was. I mean, those are the type of things that these coaches they're looking for anything they can get. The Jets didn't play really any starters in preseason. The 49ers played very few. So, I mean, both teams are going to go and watch last year's tape and probably even go back and watch Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, with Nathaniel Hackett, some of the things that they did. I mean, you'll try to get whatever you can. Fred Warner will just, put it into his, into his memory bank. And see what they can do. But ultimately, you just got to go out and play on that Monday night.
Is that the biggest question mark heading into this season around the NFL, Baldy, is Aaron Rodgers and how he's going to look with that team? Because they've got receivers, they've got a defense, and if he's just a semblance of what he was, he's a Hall of Fame player. I mean, we didn't get to see him at all. Like, is that the biggest question mark heading into this season, is Aaron Rodgers and how he looks with the New York Jets? Because the AFC is obviously stacked. Burrow, Josh Allen within his division, got Tua within your division, and obviously Patrick Mahomes. But if he looks like Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, the Jets can win it all.
Yes, they can. They can win it all. They have, if he plays at or anywhere near what we have seen him and are accustomed to seeing, yes, they can win it all. They have that kind of a roster. And that defense has never played, with a lead in the last 2 years. You give that defense a lead in the second half or in the fourth quarter, especially at home, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
All right, so Labor Day is kind of like bittersweet for me every year because it kind of signifies the end of the summer, right? Yep. Which kind of sucks, but also it's the start of football, right? And it's kind of like a duality of the two. What does Brian Baldinger do on Labor Day as he prepares himself for about the 6-month grind of the NFL season? Like, this is your last kind of foray into the weekend, right?
Well, I mean, I'm going to Brazil on Tuesday, so Labor Day is Monday. So, I mean, I'm just going to be thinking about samba and, in Copacabana Beach, because I'm going to Rio first. And, look, my summer ended July 4th. So, I just kind of mentally shut it down, start getting ready. But, I mean, the idea of going to Brazil and being on the field game day, that's a good, kickoff of Labor Day weekend to me.
If I did invite you over to my house for the barbecue and it was Labor Day weekend, okay, what meat should be on the grill?
Well, I mean, I'm a big skirt steak fan. It only takes 6 minutes, Joe.
Yeah.
6 minutes and you're in heaven. You're in meat heaven, right? Carnivore heaven. But, I take all the cuts that you got. Yeah. I'll take your porterhouse. I'll take your T-bone. I'll take your bone and ribeye. I mean, you throw it all in there. I'm going to eat it all. Like, I don't even need a knife and fork. I can just pick it up by the bone and just start gnawing on it.
There you go. More of a sausage guy myself. Polish sausage, Italian,
I like
sweet,
the spicy
hot.
Italian sausage.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Baldy knows all about that. Hey, Baldy, we really appreciate the time,
best,
man. You're
buddy.
the best. Hey, next week, we actually get to preview a game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic.
Jets, Niners, and you're gonna be out in Brazil.
I can't wait. I can't wait to that game and that day.
Love the hat today, Baldy. You're the best, man.
Baldy,
Have a great weekend.
appreciate
All right,
you,
guys.
man.
Take care, man.
Thank
See
you. Oh,
Love
he's the
that
best.
guy.
That's Brian Baldinger
God,
again.
I love that guy.
Joining us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests appear on the River Islands guest line. It's time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. And he said it right there, man. Hey, if Aaron Rodgers looks like Aaron Rodgers, like you're facing a Super Bowl contender week 1.
You know
I do think we are kind of sleeping, and not that we're going to do a huge Jets preview right now because we still got a couple weeks away.
And they got Mike Williams.
They got
Garrett
Mike Williams, and Mike Williams is always hurt, but I love Garrett Wilson.
Brees Hall might be the best home run hitter in the league.
Brees Hall, a lot of people are taking him in fantasy early.
Yeah, Guido took him number 1 overall.
That's bold strategy. We'll see. I love Guido though, so everything he does is great. I golfed with the guy one time, and he left that impression
he's
on
the
me.
best.
He's the best. I hope you know. I wax poetically about him all the time in our one.
We haven't
interaction.
even finished the actual draft because it's a long story. But
what?
Yeah, it's a long story. But he's already out here doing feelers on trades. It's like, bro, we haven't even let the roster.
We haven't even hit the injury report. I mean, come on. I threw. Hey, see, that's not an experienced guy back there. I threw him under the bus. Thanks, Carter.
Wake up back there, Carter.
Clean it up. All right. I see this is the same one that I had yesterday in regards to Ricky Pearsall. So you know what? I'm just going to do a different one. Leonard Floyd, 49ers defensive end that they just signed this past offseason. He is day-to-day with a knee injury, according to Kyle Shanahan. So Leonard Floyd got rolled up on Friday's tie against the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium, but it appears like he avoided serious injury. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Reaction to Baldy, and we're going to ask you, the fans, the top 5 questions for the San Francisco 49ers heading into this upcoming season. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People need something new, and Merit America is that. 22 weeks of flexible training led by experts, 7 high-paying tracks, including cybersecurity and data analytics, $0 upfront for tuition, with an average salary increase of $26,000 after completion. Go to meritamerica.org now, and they'll help you build a career that treats you right. That's meritamerica.org.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Would you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months.
cup of morning roast.
Hi, how are you?
Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
I'm a dynamic human being.
Where's that guy at? Give us a call, BPA. Spadonian for Bonte, alongside Joe Shasky. We just had Brian Baldinger on. Find that entire interview.
So good.
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Find that entire interview via the free Odyssey app. Download that bad boy. Thousands of other stations on there. Sports, aliens, sledding, whatever you like or into. There's that. Also, be sure to hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Dealer. And for a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, Joe Shasky. We're fired up, man. We got football, less than 2 weeks. We got Jets, Niners. But you said something to Brian Baldinger. We have 5 questions that are burning for the 49ers heading into the season that we're going to get to in just a second. 888-957-9570. 5 questions we want to ask you, the listeners. It's going to be rapid fire. We're going to list them off. You're going to answer. You're not going to think. You're not going to take long soliloquies. This isn't an essay circa 2008, Palma High School. We're not writing a 2-page thesis on the tragedy of Othello. It's going to be rapid fire, okay? So 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the callers. But you said something during Baldy when you were asking about fantasy football. You just did a draft, but you didn't finish it?
All right. I will explain that.
No, you need to explain.
I will. I'll explain that. And while I do that, I want the lines to light up. Rapid fire. You give out the questions, all right, so that the audience can hear these questions. And then as I'm telling my story, it'll give people time to call in, 888-957-9570, and we can ask them the 5 biggest questions that we have here. I want to hear from the audience because
I do too.
I know we're all exhausted with the Aiyuk Trent money talk. We just the contracts, everything. Like, we're all exhausted by it. So let's actually talk about the season. 5 questions.
How does it make you feel?
5 big questions. So give the questions out, and then we'll let people call in, and then I'll filibuster with my story while we get the lines lit.
5 questions. Here's the questions that are burning in 49ers fans' brains right now. The first question, what's the 49ers regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk? Is it going to be 9-8? Is it going to be 10-7? Is it going to be 11-5? Are they going to be fine without him? Or are they going to be horrible without him? Number 2, when I say Kyle Shanahan, you say blank. Number 3, who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers? Number 4, besides Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance to win the Super Bowl? And number 5, the biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is blank, blank, blank.
We already got people lining in. 888-957-9570. All right, so this is what happened. Saturday, okay? We went to my boy EJ's house. Now, you got to understand, he's got 2 kids. I think they're 6 and 5 or 6 and 4 or whatever. And his wife, thankfully, very nicely, left the house so that all the idiots could show up and draft in the backyard and make a bunch of noise. Now, you got to understand, kids got to go to bed. I mean, you know this, Joe. You've got multiple children.
Yes.
And so Eric, EJ, was like, hey, man, a 5 to 8 is the window. Now, we go offline. We are not an online draft. We're live. Okay. And we have stickers, and you have to walk up to the board
like a garage,
and that takes time.
Yes.
Plus, there's
storytelling. How much does that cost, by the way? To print all that out? Like,
it's like $25 for one of those boards.
Oh, no. Like, you have to individually print stickers with.
No, you buy them. They have draft boards.
Okay. Like, how much is that?
I don't know. $25, $30, whatever. Okay. Right? And so basically, long story short, is the draft takes forever. And then we ordered pizza. Goat Hill Pizza was phenomenal. And then we're talking. We're hanging out in the backyard. Well, the family comes home, and they came home like 8:30 or 8:45. We're still not done. We're in the 13th round, and we've got 16 slots to fill. So, of course, all of us were like, let's all go to the bar. And we ended up going to Carl's Beacon, and we still had 2.5 rounds to fill. So, over the last 2 days, we've been going 1 pick at a time on a group thread. Yeah, it's been a nightmare.
That is a nightmare. Now, I could not handle that. Like, I already get mad when they have the max allowed. Like, you'll join any league, right? Like, your buddy wants to join you in one. It's like, all right, fine. For you, I'll do it. It's like $100 buy-in, whatever it is. And then the guy doesn't know what he's doing, the commissioner, and it's just like, yeah, we have 2-minute gaps in between each of these picks. What are we doing? I have a family. It's 10 o'clock at night, people. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to this man. And can we get a little bet here? Because I know PPA, he's going to do the 5 questions, but he has something else he wants to get off his chest first. before we get to the 5 questions. So we're going to hit the NFL primetime.
Before you do that, can I defend my group for a second? These are my homies. We've known each other, a lot of us since kindergarten.
Who's attacking you?
No, but all I'm saying is this. We don't get to see each other as much as we would like to because we're busy. Okay. And so when we're all together for 4 or 5 hours, it rolls into 6 and it's a bunch of jokes. Half of us are sober. Half of us still drink a little. And, we're just having fun. So you could shame us for all you want. Live is live, and it was a hell of a lot of fun, and I will defend it to the death, and I hope we don't finish the draft again next year.
I don't know no one's attacking you here. I'm fine. Yeah, you're cool, bro. I'm just more of a Yahoo guy. It's all right. Just chilling on Yahoo, and we're chilling, all right?
See, that's a burn and turn league. I like to enjoy it. Some people like to pick the crab and build a big pile of crab meat. Some people like to eat as they go.
What do you like to do?
Well, with this group of friends, I like to pick all the crab meat and build a pile. I want to enjoy the moment.
I like the crab meat already taken out for me, a la lobster. I don't want to have to work for anything. And that's, again, because I'm a winner.
All right, let's do this.
Brian in Palo Alto is going to get us started.
Let's go, BPA.
But first, that's what I needed right there. And
line them up.
Brian,
888-957-9570.
Thank you.
Got 2 open spots.
5 questions that are burning 49ers fans' brains right now. We're going to get to that. Brian, I know you want to talk about something before we get to that. The floor is yours. Brian in Palo Alto.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing great, bud. How you doing?
Yeah. Just pretty shocking for a very competent group in the 49ers just how incompetent their entire operation has been in this negotiation. And I don't even know where you go now.
Well, here's where we go. Question number 1. What's the regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk if they don't play all year?
10-7.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Tortured genius.
Wow, I love that answer. Who is the face of the 49ers?
Parag.
Oh, my God. Besides Brock Purdy, that's such a great answer. Besides Brock Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
Without Trent and Aiyuk?
Yep.
Debo and McCaffrey.
All right. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is?
Packers.
I love it.
And
BPA, great work.
BPA, great job. All right.
888-957-9570. You've seen how it's done. What an answer. The face of the Niners is Parag.
I love that. 888-957-9570.
Tortured genius is a great anscer for Kyle Shanahan.
And Parag is Parag's all time. Packers, I need to see more from the Packers.
I fear them, though.
We'll see. They had a nice half.
I'm going to write down some of these answers for Kyle Shanahan.
We'll see.
Tortured genius is a...
when I look at his face, he does look like a tortured individual. That's a guy who's come up short, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the Super Bowl. You can see him eating at him. I get it, man. I get it.
All right.
Connie out in San Francisco.
Hey, Connie.
Connie, how you doing?
Good morning.
Are you ready for these? Are you ready for these 5 questions, Connie? Are you ready?
Yeah, I hope.
I hope so too. This is the biggest moment of your life right now. Did you know that?
Okay. Pressure's on.
Number 1. What will be the 49ers regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk? What will it be?
15? I don't know.
15 wins?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Number 2. When I say Kyle Shanahan, Connie, you say what?
Mastermind.
Ooh, I like that.
Not mad at that.
Football mastermind.
Okay. Who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers?
Kittle.
Ooh, good answer.
I said that yesterday. That's a good one,
That's
Connie.
a really good answer. 888-957-9570. Line them up.
When he said good answer right there, it felt like we were on
Family Feud.
Family Feud. Good answer. Good answer.
No, this is a good.
Steve, I'm going mastermind. Number 4. Thank you. Besides Brock Purdy, Connie, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance to win the Super Bowl?
My boy, my super crush, Trent Williams.
Trent Williams, you said?
Yeah, good answer.
Yes, that makes sense. That Purdy's going to need him. Absolutely. And number 5, rounding it out here, Connie, you're doing a hell of a job. You're crushing it. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is who?
Oh, tough one. I'm going to go with Detroit.
Detroit, okay. That's Connie in San Francisco.
Great work, Connie.
Great job.
Great work.
Connie in San Francisco.
888-957-9570. We have a slot that's open. We've got a hollow crew right now. Carter, I'm going to go to you because I want your answers, and then I'm going to go to you, and then we're going to go back out to the phone lines. All right, Carter, number 1. What's the regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk?
I think they get 9 wins.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Not a finisher.
Wow. Not a finisher. Wow. Okay.
But he starts well.
Who is the face of the 49ers?
Kyle Shanahan.
Besides Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance to win a Super Bowl?
Debo.
Ooh, I like that answer. The biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC is?
Easy, the Eagles.
All right. Eagles, I like it. Let's go out to the lines. Who's in line 1?
We got Dustin from Concord, Joe Shasky,
Let's
joining us here.
You do one, I do one.
888-957-9570. Dustin, are you ready for these 5 questions?
What's up, man? I'm ready. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you, Dustin.
All right, number 1. What's the regular season record for the 49ers without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk?
Man, pushing it to Debo, and Debo has a big year. Let's go with 10-7.
Love it. All right, when I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Oh, you put him back on hold. Dustin from Concord. Hold on. There we go. He's back.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Plays to not lose the game instead of win the game.
Number 3. Who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers? No, I think we lost him.
That's okay.
It's all right.
Next line. Boy, we got lit lines.
Yeah, hold on.
Give me the next one.
Hold on. Pot this person down. We're going to figure. It's all right. We're throwing the guys in the fire back there. There's a lot of callers. Let's get them all on hold. You lock someone in. There you go. Hit it twice. Pot that person down. Screen the call. It's okay. You know what? It's okay. This is our preseason.
Laugh, dog.
This is our preseason. How about you ask
False start?
Ask him to me, Joe
All right,
Shasky.
let's go. Number 1. What is the regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk?
They will go 8-9.
What? Wow. No faith in the coach.
Without Trent Williams, that's the one for me. You're not going to,
They went 3-1 without Joe Staley in 2019. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
I say earned arrogance.
Okay. Besides Purdy, who needs to have, excuse me. Who is the face of the 49ers?
George Kittle.
Besides Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance to win the Super Bowl?
Kyle Shanahan.
The biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC is?
This is what I've been having a hard time with. I want to say the Philadelphia Eagles. What if I go crazy on you right here, Joe Shasky? What if I just go nuts? What if I am so damn high on the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams takes the league by storm? What if they're going to face each other? I don't know what week it is. You best believe I am all in on the Caleb Williams hype train. They're going to be a playoff team, Joe Shasky, and maybe, just maybe, they can upset someone. So I'm going to say the Chicago Bears. How about that? How about that in your face?
All right. Who's on line 1?
We got Rona. Is that Rona in San Leandro? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's Verna.
Verna. It's okay. Hey, you know what? We're workshopping. Verna, that's a beautiful name, Verna. We appreciate you joining Spadoni and Shasky on the morning roast here. What is the 49ers regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk?
I would say 8 wins.
Okay, that's what I had him at. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
He'll get you to the end, but scared.
Scared? Wow. Okay, It's strong. Very strong. Who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers?
I'd have to say Brock.
Okay. Good call. Smart. Besides Brock Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
You got to have defense. I would say Bosa.
Let's go.
Verna, you're crushing it right now. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is?
It's the Rams.
Oh,
The
you know
rival.
what?
Good
That's
call.
a great call. Verna, I love it. The Rams are the team that beat in the playoffs.
I love this.
Right? Like, that's the team. Sean McVay had your... Like, he doesn't have your number in the regular season, but in the biggest
the one
game
win.
they've played,
I know.
he's won it.
But he doesn't have Aaron Donald. So let's go out to the lines. Let me do this one.
Okay, Scott and Martinez. Let's go to Scott.
What's up, buddy?
Yes, sir. What's up, buddy? How you guys doing?
I'm doing great. Number one. What's the regular season record with no Trent and no Aiyuk for the whole season?
9-8.
Wow, I'm with you on that. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Trying to be a guru.
Who is the face of the 49ers?
I'm going Christian McCaffrey.
I'm with you. He's on the cover of Madden. It's tough to argue with that. Besides Brock Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance to win a Super Bowl?
Again, I'm going to have to say Christian McCaffrey. He's got to go off.
I mean, you're not wrong. Biggest threat, number 5. Biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC is?
The Bears.
Oh.
Wow.
Back to back, baby. Caleb. I'm telling you, dude, I'm all in. Scotty is too on the Caleb Williams hype train. Dude, the guy, it's just, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I am. Maybe because my quarterbacks and my team suck so bad that I have to latch on to some other team, and maybe my team will be the Bears this year. Let's go to Trucker23 out in Bakersfield. Trucker23, you ready for these 5 questions?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Number 1. Regular season record for the 49ers without Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk.
8-7.
Okay. Couple ties in there. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Scheme Master.
Scheme Master. Okay.
Master.
All right. Who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers?
Fred Warner.
That's a good one.
You know what? That's a really good Trucker 23 out in Bakersfield. But I see Fred Warner's face everywhere because he's on a bunch of billboards for like an injury law, like in the East Bay, everywhere. So I see Fred a lot. All right. Besides Brock Purdy, Trucker, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
McCaffrey.
Strong. That's hard to do back-to-back offensive player of the year stuff, but you know what? He's so damn good.
I think he should have been in the MVP last year.
We don't give it to running backs.
I know.
Although some might say that, Lamar Jackson is a running back. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is?
I would say the Rams.
All right. I'm not mad at that. The Rams, if you're looking in your own division, like Sean McVay and Matt Stafford have done it, right? Like that. There's only 2 quarterbacks that are starting that have won Super Bowls in the NFL right now.
That's crazy.
Matt Stafford, Patrick Mahomes.
God, and Mahomes
Joe Flacco's backing up, but he's a backup. He's not starting.
Well, he'll help. If you're listening to the broadcast, he might take that job from Anthony Richardson.
Bonte and I got into that last. He said, Bonte's like, I kind of agreed with him. I was like, please.
All right, give me the next one. I got this one.
Dave in Fremont.
Dave!
What up?
What up?
How y'all doing?
Doing great. What's the regular season record with no Trent Williams and no Brandon Aiyuk?
10-7.
When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say?
Hot seat.
Oh, man. Who is the face of the 49ers?
50-50, CMC or Brock Purdy.
Besides Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance to win the Super Bowl?
Dominic Puny or Nick Bosa.
Got a Dominic Puny. Let's go, my guy. Biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC is?
The 49ers.
Oh, wow. You're looking
Love that.
Introspective here. We're going like Sith, the light side, the dark side. It's all within you. That was a great call. I think we got time for maybe one or two more.
Let's do one more. Everyone stay online. We'll keep doing this.
We'll keep doing this because the lines are lit up.
I love there's a variety of answers, and we're talking football.
Oh, that's all we care about.
We're not talking contracts.
No, 888-957-9570. Football, baby. We got to go to Sugar. Robin in the city.
What's up, Robin?
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for choosing me, guys.
Absolutely. We love to choose you. All right. You ready for these 5 questions, Robin?
We're choosing you.
Yes.
All right.
I think so.
The Niners' regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk is what?
I'm going to say 10 wins. That's it.
Okay, 10 wins. Probably still getting the playoffs. All right, number 2. When I say Kyle Shanahan, Robin, you say what?
I'm going to say poor judgment at times.
Poor judgment at times. I like that. Number 3. Who is the face of the San Francisco 49ers?
This is hard. I'm going to say McCaffrey.
Okay. Besides Brock Purdy, Robin, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
That whole damn offensive line.
That's a fact, right? Like, if there's no Trent, it's going to be a long season. And Brock, I love you. He's still 6 foot, man. Like, I'm as tall as him, I think. Like, we got to protect our guy. All right, rounding it out. Robin, who scares you in the NFC? Is there a big threat to the 49ers in the NFC? Who is it?
If they get it together, no one.
Okay.
Love it.
You like it? It's just the Niners are their own worst enemy.
I love this.
There you go.
Some of the answers for Kyle Shanahan, like when I say Kyle, you say torture genius, not a finisher, plays not to lose, gets you there at the end but fails, scheme master, hot seat. I mean, we've got some answers, and we've got full lit lines go nowhere.
888-957-9570. We're crushing it right now. You guys are crushing it right now. Not so fast, Joe Shasky. Don't take all those headphones just yet, because we are talking about the biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC, and I get it. I want to be a little different, but at the same time, I do believe we are sleeping. There's always a sleeper every single year. Whatever conference. Like, who saw the Packers last year taking the Niners to the brink?
I didn't.
You didn't? So is it that crazy to say a team like the Chicago Bears, loaded offensively, if you think Caleb's the next best thing, like, I think he's going to be, we're talking about Trevor Lawrence, I think he's going to be better than Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence has already got one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the playoffs under his belt. I think the Bears are going to be for real in year one. They got a defensive guy as their head coach, which I actually think plays well in the NFC, believe it or not. Like, there's a lot of offensive masterminds, and I get that. Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, they were the head coach that take him there. But if he could match up Eberflus well against Kyle Shanahan's scheme, then all bets are off. Like, I like D'Amico Ryans and what he was able to do with the Texans, going back to that team. Who saw the Texans going to there last year? Like, there's going to be a team this year, and I do believe the Chicago Bears can be one. Are you excited about Caleb this year?
Of course I am, but he's a rookie.
CJ Stroud was a rookie last year.
I know, but it's first year.
Jordan Love's first full year last year.
I know. Well, okay, but just again, he threw 23 touchdowns. We act like he threw 46.
But he ran a bunch too.
No, he was very good. But like, you're a rookie. You've never even had a playoff game. Caleb, what was the last? Did he even win a bowl game?
No, they blew a huge lead, I think, to.
And I'm not trying to be a hater. Like, I love Caleb. I'm really excited, but like, let him have a season first.
All right, Kevin, Tay, George, John, Judy, the rest of you, 888-957-9570. On the other side, top 5 question for the 49ers. I want to hear from the faithful. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, it's 95.7 The Game.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but that's how a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
I mean, Spadoni, the answers that we're getting are absolutely incredible as we're playing this little exercise. And it's a lot of fun because I want to talk football. I think a lot of people want to talk football.
Yeah.
My overall, I mean, we're going to go through some more. We got people on hold. We're going to go right to you. But one of the things that I'm finding out from just the audience, a small sample, people are like, they like Shanahan, but they're really down on him right now. Like, really down on him. Here's some of the answers on when I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what? People have said torture genius. I said winner.
Torture genius.
Not a finisher.
Is he George Harrison?
Gets you to the end, but fails. Plays not to lose. Scheme master. Stubborn arrogance was texted in. Hot seat was texted in.
He's not on the hot seat.
I agree, but there's some interesting ones, and I feel like people aren't seeing the Detroit Lions as a threat either. We've heard Rams, we've heard Bears, we've heard the Niners themselves. It's just it's interesting.
Shanahan's a very interesting character, and we'll get into more of that later. And we're going to fit Kevin, Tay, George. We're going to get to you in a second to wrap up the 5 burning questions for the San Francisco 49ers. But something about him, man, it rubs people the wrong way. Whatever it is, if it's the demeanor, the way he speaks, people say mastermind or arrogance. I think I said that. I said earned arrogance, like he has it, like I'm the smartest guy in the room. But he just doesn't have the hardware. That's really what it comes down to, because once you get that hardware, then you can do whatever you want. Then you could be Bill Belichick to the media and just do that all the time.
Is there a Dusty Baker quality to him a little where he'll get you to like regular season?
God, but Dusty was
excellence?
so personable though, right?
Yeah, but Dusty would lose in horrific ways in the playoffs.
Yeah, but he was so he was such a nice guy. When you think of Shanahan, do you think of nice guy?
No. But he is a player's I think of him as a player's coach.
But when I think player's coach, I think of Sean McVay. Like everyone
okay.
loves Sean McVay, right? Like,
no, you're probably right.
There's
but don't the players love Shanny?
I don't know.
Not named Aiyuk?
Again, I just say it's a tough one. Let's get the bed back up real quick. I want to get into this. 888-957-9570. We're going to go to Kevin here in just a second. The 5 questions that are burning in 49ers fans' brains right now heading this upcoming season. Let's go to Kevin and Silva, Carter. Kevin, I should say, not in Silva, it's Kevin Silva. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Yep. Hey, how's you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing swell, Kevin. How you doing on this beautiful Tuesday morning?
All right, just commuting into Oakland right now.
Let's go. Shout out to town, baby. That's where I live. All right.
Hell yeah.
What's the regular season record for the 49ers this year without Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk, Kevin?
10-7.
All right. Fair enough. When I say Kyle Shanahan, Kev, you say what?
Aging football savant.
Say that first part again.
Aging football savant.
Aging? Is he even 50 years old yet? He's not that old.
Well, more mentally. Football aging.
No, I like that answer, though. I think he's only a couple years older than me. He's not that ancient.
Yeah. Who is the face of the 49ers, Kevin?
Not that old.
Who's the face of the 49ers?
Right now, I think Brock and Fred.
I like that.
Besides Brock, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
Debo's got to step up.
Ooh. Got a lot of Debos. Biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is who?
Outside of Detroit, I think contract negotiations.
Well, that's a great one.
Point.
Great call. Kevin,
what a great
we've
call.
got a couple Debos that are interesting to me because when I think of Debo, I get it. Like, he's dynamic, he's awesome, but he's not the first guy I think of when I think of who needs to have a huge year. Because I don't think of, maybe it's just me, when I think of wide receivers that win Super Bowls, like last year at the Chiefs, Kelsey didn't have a huge year, right? Like the Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
When it mattered, he was there.
He was, but I don't think the Debo Samuel has to have a huge year for the 49ers to win a Super Bowl, personally.
I think if there's no Aiyuk, he becomes so much more important.
I think Kittle needs to be and stop me if you've heard this before, Joe Shasky. Yeah, George Kittle needs to get involved more. Stop me if you've heard that.
He had a great year last year.
He was the best tight end in football.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great year. Just look at the numbers.
You had the best running back in football. You had the best tight end in football last year. You had probably the best, outside of maybe the Dolphins, but you had the best dynamic wide receiver duo in the league last year. And you had a top 5 quarterback for a lot of the year.
These answers for Kyle Shanahan are just wild. Who's the next
You want to
person?
go to Tay from DC?
All right, Tay, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? I'm here.
Let's do it. All right, ready? What's the regular season record if there's no Trent Williams and no Aiyuk for the whole season?
I'm going to go 9 wins, maybe squeak out 10.
It's a common answer. All right. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
I'm going to say he's bullheaded. I mean, he gets in his own way a lot. He doesn't play players he's supposed to play. I think he's bullheaded. J.P. Mason needs more run time.
I like that. Who is the face of the 49ers?
It's got to be a Mount Rushmore. You got to put Kittle, Warner, Debo, and Purdy.
Good answer. Besides the aforementioned Brock Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance to win the Super Bowl?
I'm going to say whoever's taking Trent Williams' position has to have a career year if he's not going to be there. And whoever's filling in for Aiyuk and Javon Hargrave, please.
You're not rhyme.
Show up. Yeah.
Hargrave's got to have a big year.
Gee, for the money.
The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is what team?
If I got to go with a team, I'm going to say Philly. My sleeper team would be Captain Kirk. But Kyle Shanahan is the biggest threat.
Love you, Tay.
But the people on Shanahan, honestly, I'm amazed because I remember what this team was before Shanahan.
Yikes.
And I'm not saying he's flawless. Nobody's flawless. He's really good.
He is the third best head coach in the NFL to me right now.
And he drives me crazy, too. I'm not here to say that he doesn't. All the coaches do maddening things at times.
You don't know what you got till it's gone, 49ers fans. That's all I will say when it comes to be careful what you wish for. Head coaches.
I remember Chip.
And Jimmy Thompson.
I remember them. I remember Dennis Erickson.
You remember Mike Singletary.
I remember Mike Nolan.
Yes, it's tough.
Trust me.
Yes, I'm experienced that with Antonio Pierce this year because I think it's not going to be great. Let's go to George out in Los Altos.
Hey, George.
Georgie, how you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Hey, Joe. How you doing, buddy?
All right. You got the Joes here. What's the 49ers regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk?
11-6.
Wow, you're confident. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what, George?
It's about time, buddy.
Who was the face of the 49ers?
George Kittle.
Besides Brock Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
Juwan Jennings.
Whoa!
That's a good answer, actually.
Good answer. That's a good answer.
I think he can do more.
Biggest threat to the Niners, George, in the NFC is who?
Detroit.
There it is. Succinct, smart, confident. That's what the roasters are, baby. I like Juwan Jennings, huh? You like that one?
I do because
Juwan, man?
He's a guy that just shows up in big games, always. Now, he's an afterthought in a lot of those games because no one's even thinking he's going to make a play. He's like one of those dudes, like he's not going to blow you away with physicality. He just makes plays.
You know there's a name we haven't heard yet that I'm kind of shocked because he's only been in the league for a year? Jake Moody. Yeah, Carter is he's like Jake Moody. He's like, Moody. But a kicker having a career year, is that a good or a bad thing for San Francisco?
Well, I mean, David Akers had a career year and we were ready to rip our heads off.
Eagles legend David Akers as well as a Niners legend. You want to get our guy Gene in Oakland? He's
Let's go, Gene. I got him.
Morning, fellas. Looks
All right,
like
Gene.
all my answers have been covered, but I'll repeat them anyway.
No, you just speak from the heart. What's the regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk for the whole season?
I'm kind of leaning to 11-6, but the safe bet is 10-7, I'd say.
All right. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Offensive savant.
I like that. Who's the face of the 49ers?
I think it's McCaffrey this year and Brock by the end of the year.
It's a good answer. Besides Brock Purdy, who needs to have a career year to give the Niners their best chance to win a Super Bowl?
I'm going with Debo because if Debo had been healthy and played his best last year, we would have won that Super Bowl.
Hard to argue. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC is?
Well, biggest threat would be Detroit and injuries.
Yeah, injuries is a good one.
It's a good one.
I mean, injuries really.
strong.
Watching that receiver, Doc, you realized how fragile Kittle and Debo, in terms of like at the end of the year, they were.
It's a war of attrition.
They were so hurt, and I know the other teams are too. I'm not saying that this is a strictly Niner thing, but like Kittle couldn't even lift his arm in the Super Bowl.
No, it was a thing, and then Drake Greenlaw losing him in that game, and then Debo Samuel, just big moments. It just coming up short in those big moments. Debo. In those injuries, the hamstrings, and it says the soft tissue injuries specifically, like you can't do anything about those. A hamstring, like those things linger and stuff like that. So it's been great to hear that he's been awesome in training camp. He's looked the best. He's in shape. He's wanting it. Just stay healthy, 49. If they can stay healthy, they got 10 wins in the bag, no problem. If, by the way, they have Brandon Aiyuk, who, again, we're talking about health. Can he stay healthy after you've missed the entirety of training camp? Like soft tissue injury, that's a thing. Get into training camp shape. Darren is out in Concord. You ready, Darren, for these 5 questions?
Hello?
Hey, Darren, you there?
I'm here.
All right. What's the regular season record without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk for the 49ers?
Let's go 9.
9 wins.
9 wins.
All right. When I say Kyle Shanahan, Darren, you say what?
Eagles, Andy Reid.
Oh, that's a name that yeah. We were talking about that. Who is the face of the 49ers?
Let's go Brock.
And besides Brock, who needs to have a career year to give the 49ers the best chance at winning a Super Bowl?
I'm going to go Diamonor Lenore.
Ah, there we go.
Very unique answer.
Yep. Secondary's been shaky in the past. It'd be nice to have some guy you can consistently count on. The biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC, Darren, is who?
I'm going with the Rams.
It's a lot of Rams. I think Rams and Lions are leading the way right now. Great call, Darren.
You know what? I think we've got a couple of people left on hold.
Yes,
I just want to get into some of these Shanahan answers.
Absolutely.
I say we just ask them their Shanahan answers so we could flow through some of these people. We can go over some of the other answers and whatnot, but I want to do this because I think tomorrow we're going to talk big Shanahan.
We are. Okay.
So let's rat-a-tat-tat these callers on. When I say Shanahan, you say what?
Okay, so that's going to be it. So all the people that are waiting right now, we're just going to do the Shanahan one.
That way we don't get too redundant.
Correct. So Chad is in Fremont. Major Chad alert. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what, Chad?
Hey, guys. Got to say offensive genius, but underachiever.
Oh, there you go. Kevin, Fremont.
Broad.
Charles, San Jose.
I
say Kyle Shanahan. You say what?
I say Kyle Shanahan. He's a no F's given type of coach. He doesn't care who he's playing. He's not changing his game plan. He just needs players to step up and play how he coaches.
There you go. Jacob, San Leandro. I say Kyle Shanahan. You say what?
A great coach.
That was boring. Mike from Santa Clara.
I'm with him, though. He is a great coach.
That's fine. I want drama. TNT. Mike, Santa Clara. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Morning, fellas.
What's up?
The Kyle Shanahan question you said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Until he proves me wrong, Super Bowl choke.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's Mike from Santa Clara. Our callers are just the best. Morning roast,
That
baby.
was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
That was a lot of fun. That felt very Family Feud-like. I know it was confusing when we first started, and we're kind of ironing out the kinks, so I appreciate everybody being patient, all the contributions. I mean, we must have done, 20 calls?
At least.
I mean, that was unbelievable.
We're still getting them in. People just
you know
fired
what?
up.
I say we just keep going. Like, this Kyle Shanahan thing is interesting to me, and the reason why I find it interesting, like, I think everybody realizes, like, he's really smart. He's really good. And what's the number one trait that people despise the most in any person? Is it arrogance?
I think it's demeanor.
Is it wealth?
I think it's just how people like you look at someone and you know if you like them or not. I'm a big believer in that.
What do you mean?
Like if I see Carter's got great energy. He's smiling right now.
He does.
Like, I like to feel like I come in and someone like smiles.
He's
when they
a
look at
vibe.
me. Like, exactly. Baldy last week.
Yeah, he's a vibe.
We all have those people that walk in, maybe in this building, that they walk in and it's just like I feel like Kyle Shanahan's kind of like that with some people.
So I just I'm curious on this.
I'm being honest.
But no, let me. I will ask the audience on this. And
I don't know the guy personally.
Kyle Shanahan, everything's exactly the same, and Nick Bosa stops Patrick Mahomes in overtime on that 4th and 2.
That's great.
Now you think of Shanahan completely different?
Yeah, he won, but he didn't.
I mean, the margins are so thin. Could we all acknowledge that he's really good?
Yes.
Okay, he's not Belichick. Who is? Okay, he's not Bill Walsh. Who is? You're talking about two of the greatest coaches in modern sports across all the various sports. Come on, like he's really good. He's on a short list of unbelievable coaches.
He set the bar high though, Joe. Like he has got the label as choker, though, as some of our callers alluded to. Like, that is, unfortunately, when you are a fan of a Bay Area sports franchise, what have they seen in the last decade from the Giants and from the Warriors?
Was Bobby Cox a choker in baseball?
He won one, though. He won one. I'm sorry. Like, he is a championship manager or coach.
Is Marv Levy a choker? I'm asking out loud.
He
Dan
lost
Reeves?
4 straight. Like, sorry, you get there, but you lost. Like, I hate to be that guy, but it is what it is.
So was Dusty a choker before he finally won a World Series?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, everyone would call him a choker before he won one.
Gosh.
Yes. I hate to be harsh like that. You and Steiny hate that label, choke artist. I get it.
I just think it diminishes the entire journey. And it's like things happen on the field, on the court, or whatever that are out of the coach's control. I'm not saying that the coach doesn't create lineups and put people in a position to succeed, but there are times like the ball just doesn't bounce your way.
Sometimes you face the greatest quarterback of all time in Patrick Mahomes.
Was Dan Shula, was Don Shula a putz after when he went to the Miami Dolphins after they went undefeated? Because he didn't win anything after that. Was he a putz?
No, but he got a perfect season under his belt.
I'm saying after that. Like,
doesn't
was
matter.
he just a moron?
But it doesn't matter after that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Once you get the one, everything.
But like McCarthy has one.
Yes.
Does anyone think Mike McCarthy's better than Shanahan?
Not now.
No, not ever.
Not now.
Not ever. Okay.
His stock was at an all-time high when they beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Come on.
Okay. But like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, John Fox, I believe, won one.
He did not win one.
Who was the head coach?
It was Gary Kubiak.
Okay. Kubiak, great example. Does anyone think Kubiak's good? He's a really good offensive mind. I have tremendous respect for him.
He worked very closely with Kyle Shanahan. He was on his staff out in Houston.
I'll critique. I'm here for the criticism. I'm here for the critique. I get all that. But to say that he's like, and I'm not saying that that's what the audience thinks, but like there is a sentiment that he's garbage. And it's like, no, he's not garbage. He's just not.
No one's saying he's garbage, but we've gotten to the point now, if you're a 49ers fan, I'm tired of losing the big game. 3 times now since 2012, you have lost a Super Bowl. You're going up. If you lose another one, that's 4 straight. Like, I'm sorry.
But I could also make the argument that you had the worst quarterback, the lesser quarterback in almost every single playoff game outside of the Geno Smith game. Like, in terms of who that quarterback was in the hierarchy of the league, quarterback matters.
Yeah, but you know how many times a lesser quarterback has won the Super Bowl in the last 20 years? I can have a handful. Tom Brady was not better than Kurt Warner that year.
Not at that time.
Nick Foles is not better than Tom Brady. Eli Manning twice was not better than Tom Brady all career-wise. It happens. Who Joe Flacco beat? Oh, Colin Kaepernick. Like, I think Kaepernick was better that year than Joe Flacco.
But in the playoffs,
Flacco
was one of the great playoff runs.
It might be one of the great, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that happens. Like, the upsets happen. Like, Plunkett beating Joe Theismann was one. Like, they were a wild card team.
I'm not saying people are wrong. Like, how you feel is like, I get it. Like, I do. Like, you lose faith over time. I understand all that. It's just, I find it interesting. Like, they've been wildly successful. All right. They win double-digit games pretty much every year. Their season ends deep into the playoffs every single year. They've got not just good players. They have so many superstars. They can't afford all the superstars they have. That's how good this guy's been at running this team. They've been wildly successful. And yeah, He can't close out that fourth quarter against that guy, not any guy. Like I would listen to you. Like if they would have lost to Nick Foles, I'd be like, you know what, Joe, you're right. They lost to Mahomes twice.
They did.
Mahomes.
It's true. A guy, the only guy to beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl too is a guy you could have had, and that's Kyle Shanahan.
That's a whole nother.
Well, that's Kyle. I'm sorry though, Tom Brady. You could have had him.
I know.
Maybe you have one now. Actually, not even maybe. I know for a fact you have at least one Super Bowl if you pull the trigger on Tom Brady right now. I know that for a fact. Don't even try to dispute that at 888-957-9570. If Kyle Shanahan pulled the trigger back then, in which he should have, because now we know that Jimmy Garoppolo is a has-been, he was going to be a never was. But you kept him for some reason. Why? I don't know. You saw the difference between him and Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl, and you're like, yeah, I still think we could win with him. Really? Really? That's why 49ers fans are having a hard time with him. That's why, Joe Shasky.
People are calling him Kershaw, the bridesmaid. I mean, it's just...
Hey, Kershaw's a great one. Hall of Famer, one of the greatest pitchers of all time. Hey, Kyle Shanahan, I don't think he's going to be a Hall of Famer yet because I think you have to win one as a coach. Maybe Marv Levy's as an exception to that.
Yeah.
Maybe Kyle's an exception to that at one point when he gets older. I mean, hell, his dad won too. Well, he's not even in there. But Kershaw is labeled as a choker, but still, you can respect his game. That's okay. I can respect Kyle Shanahan's game, but still call him a choker. Right? You do it as Giants fans?
No, I respect the hell out of Kershaw. Yeah. He old-timer. He just doesn't play as well in the playoffs. But this is the difference. Like, Shanahan does win playoff games. He just didn't win the biggest one.
Dusty did too. He choked, right?
Yeah, I don't think that negates all the regular season winning and all the playoff winnings, and like you're a fraud. Like again, maybe I'm flipping too deep into you're a fraud. Like you're not a fraud. You don't fraud your way to 12 wins every season. You just don't.
No, you don't. Listen, I'm not here to say Kyle Shanahan is a bad coach. I think he stinks. The 49ers should fire him. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying I understand 49ers fans' frustrations right now of getting to the doorstep 3 different times, one of them with Harbaugh and twice now with Kyle Shanahan, 2 different quarterbacks, which is very impressive. But every single time, like, he's the offensive guy, and I felt like the offense was just behind the Chiefs the whole game.
It's got a LeBron feel to it in the sense that, like, LeBron, that first year with Miami when they got there, it's like, you lost? What? But they lost to J.J. Barea.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, Dirk had an unbelievable run.
No,
he's an
I'm just saying,
player. I get it, yes.
You lost to Mahomes. Like, does anyone look at LeBron different because they got swept or whatever by the San Antonio Spurs? No, because that's the Spurs. Like, losing to Mahomes, to me, is different. And maybe I'm just parsing it. Maybe I'm making excuses for the guy. I think he's really good. Is he the greatest coach I've ever seen? No. I think he's freaking awesome, and I think the Niners would immediately regret moving off him.
888-957-9570. Do 49ers fans not appreciate Kyle Shanahan enough? 888-957-9570. Do you feel like this guy gets an unfair amount of criticism throughout the Bay Area landscape and nationally? 888-957-9570. I'm just, again, I go back to the amount of championships the Bay Area has seen since 2010, starting with the Giants. Then you got the Warriors run. Like, Bay Area fans are spoiled now, Joe Shasky. You came from an era where you guys weren't as spoiled, right? The Warriors didn't win.
We propped up Roger Craig for getting the Giants to the World Series.
Just getting there.
Yes.
And then the A's won it. And that's another Bay Area. So I know there's cross ties there, but like, the 49ers were the team that everyone can gravitate towards. Football was the thing in the Bay Area because whether you had the Raiders, whether you had the Niners, they were winning championships there. And now for however long it's been, almost 30 years now, whatever it is, they haven't won it. And fans are tired and frustrated and angry and upset, and they don't want to hear about second place anymore. Sooner or later, second place gets old. I can feel that. Like, I have 5 older brothers. Getting second place to all 5 of them a lot pissed me off a lot. So, like, I understand 49ers fans' frustrations.
I would have a different outlook if, like, for example, they go 7 and, 10 this year, okay? Or 8 and 9 this year. And then next year, they're around the same, like, if they're around 500 for multiple years, like, okay, now we have a different conversation. But they have been unbelievably successful.
Yeah.
And I say this as a longtime 49er fan who did, grow up during the 80s and the 90s and saw how great they were. George Seifert lost a ton of big games. I love George Seifert. A ton of big games. Mm-hmm. Right? And now eventually it ran its course and you could feel the team needed to be shaken up. I don't think we're anywhere close to that right now.
No.
And Again, losing to Mahomes, maybe I'm just making excuses for the guy. Well, I look at it differently. If Burford blocks up front, they score a touchdown, and everything plays out differently. If McCaffrey doesn't fumble in the first quarter. So I put as much on players as I do the coach.
Tom Brady talking with Stephen A. Smith. I think this is at the Fanatics thing on the Stephen A. Smith show. But here's Tom Brady, who obviously went up against Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan was an OC at the time with the Atlanta Falcons, but 28-3 blown lead. Everyone remembers it. Kyle Shanahan gets a lot of the blame for that nationally still. But here's Brady defending Shanahan during that Patriots win over the Falcons.
I'm a huge Kyle Shanahan fan. I think he's an exceptional coach, an exceptional offensive mind. But I've never gotten over the fact that he was the offensive coordinator that lost a 25-point lead against your Patriots. Well, I'm like, run the football, keep the ball out of Tom Brady's hands, and the clock will work for you. That's just my thinking.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it worked out the way it did. Let me say that. But at the same time, the argument for that is Matt Ryan had a 158.3 quarterback rating to that point. He was playing as well. He won the MVP of that season. They had Julio Jones out there, and had it not, let's say he handed the ball off a couple times and it didn't go well, they'd be saying, why didn't you put the ball in the hands of the MVP and throw it to your first ballot Hall of Fame receiver? Right. So the reality is he had the league MVP. He had one of the great receivers of the generation in Julio Jones. That offense was prolific that season. Put it in their hands. If you're going to go down in the Super Bowl, you want to go down with your best guys. And he was trying, not that he was trying to go down, but he was trying to put it in their hands.
He loves Kyle Shanahan. That's what he said at the start, though, too.
But doesn't that matter? Like, okay.
Could have had him. Could have had Tom Brady.
I mean, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, who we all think is one of the more cerebral players ever. Yes. Like, Tom Brady is literally advocating for, and he's the greatest winner ever. Yes. And he's advocating for this guy. Like, that matters to me.
There you go. 888-957-9570. Let me get legal here for a second, because you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We had Baldy join us 7:30, as he does each and every Tuesday. You can find that entire interview. Go ahead and download the Odyssey app. Also hit us up on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. We are streaming there.
It's X.
X. Yeah, well, I miss the Twitter. It's just easier. Elon, I just miss me with all that crap. Although, Jim Rome's now streaming on X, by the way, too. I still need to get that Quinnen Williams sound. It's just so good. Joe from Burbank, though, real quick, Shasky. I want to go to Joe here because I threw out the question and I want to throw it out again. 888-957-9570. 49ers fans, do you guys appreciate Kyle Shanahan enough? Is he appreciated here in the Bay Area for just how good he has been, getting the 49ers to 2 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks? Or are you saying, you know what, the expectations are high, he's a choker, we need to see it to believe it. Until then, he's just a shortcomer. Joe, Burbank, your thoughts on Shanahan?
Yeah, I think I don't think he's appreciated. And you know something, everybody keeps talking about Shanahan doesn't do this, doesn't do that. You know, when I called in, I told him why I wanted to talk to you, and you just beat me to it. You were talking about the players made mistakes. We had 5 or 6 turnovers in that game, and against Kansas City, you got to play a clean game.
Exactly.
If you cut those turnovers in half, we might have won the game. Why they keep blaming Shanahan? The players lost the Super Bowl. Okay, the Niners beat themselves. I don't look at Kansas City beating us. I think that basically we beat ourselves.
I'm with you. And I think that we also just, winning is so hard. It's so hard. This isn't like a best of 7 series, right? Where the better roster wins everything. These are one-offs. The guy is 8-4 in the playoffs. All right. I think Bill Walsh had 10 wins in the playoffs. It might be 11. Like, at some point, he's going to be the all-time winningest playoff 49er coach. Yeah. And he might not have a Super Bowl under his belt. And I get that. And I understand.
That's great for some franchises, but not for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah. But okay.
I'm sorry.
But your franchise hasn't won diddly squat in 30 years.
You know, there was a funny argument yesterday. I saw it come across my time. I think it was Chris Rose. We love Chris Rose, John Boy Media, former NFL Network. He still does that. But they were talking, I think it was him and Trevor Plouffe, former Twin. And they're talking about, is Aaron Judge already an all-timer with the New York Yankees right now? Is he already an all-time Yankee legend? And Trevor Plouffe was like, yeah. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He's 50 home runs. Like, he's going to be up there in the conversation with like up there with the greatest home run hitters of all time. And then Chris Rose was like, yeah, but it's the Yankees. You haven't won a World Series, so you're not Jeter. Hell, you're not even A-Rod.
Yeah, but Don Mattingly didn't win a World Series.
He didn't. That's why Donnie Batts comes up shorter against
I think
those
he's
guys.
an all-time Yankee.
I know, but that's the...
I hear you.
You like to say this. You're grading on the 49ers curve a little bit here, which...
I understand that.
There's a part of that which we have to discuss. David wants to discuss this from Napa. What's going on, David? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. No, I have to agree with the last caller. If you remember, Shanahan dialed up the play where Garoppolo overthrew Emmanuel Sanders in that Super Bowl. He didn't throw the pass, but he dialed up the play. And then also, in the last Super Bowl, we would have won, except Bradford missed the block, the offensive guard, and because of that, how can that be the coach's fault?
David, where are you calling from? Where are you at?
Playing the game.
No, David, real quick, where are you? Are you in a winery or something? What are you doing?
Pardon?
Where are you?
I'm walking my dog.
Okay, yeah, that's the worst connection I've ever heard for a dog walker in my lifetime. Thanks, Dave.
Look,
God,
I don't think any coach is perfect, right?
Walking along like the moon or something? Jesus.
I don't think any coach is perfect because you're not going to be great at everything, right? And some guys have certain blind spots, and I do believe like there are certain clock management issues that Kyle has had that I freely acknowledge. There are certain conservative, aggressive approaches at different points in games, whether it be playoffs or not, where I'm like, what are we doing here? And that's just philosophical differences. And we can have, he knows more information on the sidelines about where that team is at and how they're feeling than I do. But he's really, 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 really good. And until we see cracks of sustained weakness, I'm not ready to even entertain the argument that he's on some hot seat. I find that weird.
No, he's definitely not on the hot seat, but this season is going to be very interesting and telling to me because of how hard it is to lose a Super Bowl and get back. Like this season, in a way, Joe Shasky, because of the quarterback, because of everything, because of all the tumultuous offseason stuff with Aiyuk and Trent, like this is the biggest season for Kyle Shanahan as a San Francisco 49ers head coach. I truly believe that. Like this is going to be the year. This is your second Super Bowl loss now. Expectations have never been higher. The NFC is only getting better now. We mentioned the Bears, the Packers, obviously the Lions, the Eagles. Like, you can't have the cushy NFC anymore. Like, you're not in the AFC, and you should count your blessings because I do think the conversation would be a lot different if the 49ers in the NFC. Like, I think it would be a lot more panicky if you had Patrick Mahomes in your conference, probably if you had Joe Burrow and stuff like that. But the fact that you kind of ran through it last year, you didn't have your A game against the Lions, you didn't have your A game against the Packers, and yet you still beat those teams, I think speaks volumes to Kyle Shanahan. But also, you've now gone up against the Chiefs, the cream of the crop in the AFC twice, and you've come up short. So like sooner or later, you got to beat that team. And you are playing the Chiefs this year again. And that's going to be a game. Everyone's going to be circled. It's going to be Sunday Night Football, or it's going to be the Fox game of the week.
He's never beaten them.
Never. Ever.
But here's the hard part with all that. They dominated the Rams in the regular season and then lost the one that mattered. And so it's hard for me to say that it's a make or break game. But I will say this. It is good for the psyche to know you can beat a team. So I do want them to beat the Chiefs strictly so they know in their back of their head, like, all right, we've done this before, even though it's a totally different beast come January.
I mean, that's why the Niners dominate their division because they just dominate in the regular season. They just know every regular season, oh, yeah, we'll beat Geno Smith and the Seahawks. Oh, yeah, we'll handle McVay in the regular season anyways. And yes, it does matter in the playoffs, but just getting there and handling your own division, that's what Tom Brady did forever with New England. Yeah, you lose occasionally to the Dolphins or something like that, the South Beach flu, stuff like that. And you're seeing with Mahomes. I don't think Mahomes, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's lost once on the road in division, and that was to the Denver Broncos last year.
Yeah, he's freaking awesome.
He's one time. I mean, he's lost to a divisional opponent on the road.
Joe, he's been to 4 Super Bowls. He's 28. He's won 3.
It's in the one he lost, he didn't have 2 of his starting tackles.
Okay, so like you're looking at a guy who's going for a 3-peat. You're looking at a guy who's going for his 4th championship to tie Terry Bradshaw and Joe Montana. I don't know what else he had to, like. He's one of the greatest players the game has ever seen, and it pains me to no end that we're on the receiving end of 2 of his victories. We are the Cincinnati Bengals to his Joe Montana highlight package.
And Joe Montana roots for him too. That's another thing.
Well, I mean, how can you not? He's a great player.
I mean, but it's a chief like Joe. He's coming for your legacy, homie. You can't be rooting for him.
I know.
I'm rooting for Kevin in SF. He wants to join the conversation. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. Well, I think we need to keep Shanahan. Shanahan's great. But one thing about Shanahan that's different than Bill Walsh is that when he first started, that's why we couldn't run the ball, so he used to pass the ball to the running backs. But after that, once we started scoring again, we had to stop the other team from scoring. That's why they drafted Ronnie Lott, Eric Wright, and Carlton Williamson. When we won all our Super Bowls, it was our defense that did the stop. All the stops. We all did the stops. But right now, it seems like everybody's on Shanahan because he don't score enough. Because our defense can't stop when they come in when Kansas City comes down. Just like when the first one we played with Kansas City and we had Sherman and he got beat, and that's when it snowballed. Same thing when we was playing Kansas City this time. We had another defensive coordinator who was playing prevent defense. Come on, man. We need a defensive coordinator that can stop the opposition, or we need Shanahan to keep scoring if we can't stop them. That's all I got to say, guys.
Good call.
Well, in the biggest game of the year last year, the 49ers defense held the Kansas City Chiefs to one offensive touchdown, and that came off of a muffed punt.
But to win a Super Bowl,
I'm sorry,
you almost have to be perfect.
That's great, but Kyle Shanahan literally got like one of the best defensive performances he's going to get in a Super Bowl against an all-time quarterback, and he squandered it. That's how I feel.
Well, and their special teams miss an extra point.
And special teams has been what under Kyle Shanahan?
Suspect
Yes.
at best. And they booted a ball. Ray. Like, I keep coming back to this. Like, I'm not saying you're going to hire Jim Tom Sula.
No.
But what I'm saying here is, like, it's when you go coach hunting, it's roulette, man. It is roulette. You don't know what you're going to get. We talked about how difficult it is to find quarterbacks. I bet the head coach hit rate is about as good as a first-round quarterback hit rate is.
Ask the Cleveland Browns, who finally got a guy, Kevin Stefanski, prior to that.
Well,
ask the Raiders right now. Who? John Gruden's been the best coach of my lifetime for a couple years, and then when he came back, it was a dumpster fire. Jack Del Rio for a 2-year stretch? Come on.
I think this is a great analogy. I actually think this is one of the best analogies I've ever heard. 415. It's like we're Phil Mickelson and the Chiefs, Mahomes, are Tiger Woods. Early Phil Mickelson, before he broke through.
I was going to say Phil won, though.
But early on, he was a tortured soul who couldn't win. He had the double drivers. He had all that, the stuff in the U.S. Open where he basically had it and shanked the ball
Jeff
left.
Ogilvy, I remember.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Phil was very tortured until you finally break through and win one. There's an Andy Reid, Phil Mickelson-like quality. This guy he's like a Greek tragedy.
I always would watch, because with my dad, I'm sure like you do, we just watch Sunday morning, whatever majors happening, stuff like that. I would just watch it with my pops growing up, the great Bob Spadoni. And he always just, whenever Phil, he's like, son, something about those lefties. Just, I don't trust him in the big moments. I was like, Dad, you got your little like a leftist? Is that what it is?
Brian Harmon, Mike Weir.
Right? He's like, something about him. They get the yips. I was like, isn't your firstborn a lefty, Sam? He's like, yeah. Certainly is.
So I would ask the audience this.
Benny's a lefty, by the way, too.
We all acknowledge they're not moving off of Shanahan, right?
No.
But for those what would it take? Do we need to lose 3 Super Bowls? Is it just one season under 500?
What would it take for Kyle Shanahan to be on the hot seat after this season? 888-957-9570.
I'm just curious. I want to do the thought.
That's
because it sounds like I'm looking at these answers. When I say, we say Kyle Shanahan, you say bullheaded, torture genius, not a finisher, plays not to lose, gets to the end and fails, hot seat, stubborn arrogance. I mean, these are not good. A 3-quarter coach, Kershaw, a Greek tragedy, a choke artist. Man, we are so harsh.
A Greek tragedy. Again, going back to Othello, I think I mentioned that earlier.
It's about time, buddy. Like, ego, offensive savant who doesn't know how to win a game at the end. Like, I'm kind of like, damn.
Pressure is a privilege, Joe Shasky. That is what they say to that. We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. What would it take for Kyle Shanahan to be on the hot seat after this season? Would it take like a dumpster fire of a season? What would it be? Would it be an incredible regression from Brock Purdy? And do 49ers fans actually appreciate their head coach? That's what I want to know. 888-957-9570. We're rolling one more segment before handing off to Steiny and Guru at the top of the hour, but it's Spadonian for Bonta Hill alongside Joe Shasky, and it's 95.7 The Game.
If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce,
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
It bothers me.
Oh, it doesn't bother me. Having a blast. Just chopping up with the guys in the back. Steiny, Guru, they're fired up. 49ers football. We had Brian Baldinger join us earlier at 7:30. Find that on the Odyssey app, Rewind feature, or on YouTube. We are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube all day long, all week long, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Before the break, Joe Shasky, you were talking a lot about Kyle Shanahan, expectations, hot seat, great coach, all that sort of stuff. No one's saying he's on the hot seat. But we just asked the question, what would it take after this season for him to, just have the discussion of, is Kyle Shanahan the guy? And we threw it out there, 888-957-9570. Miley, George, Steve, I see you. And I also would just, the appreciation factor for Kyle Shanahan, I can gather from you, you don't think he's appreciated enough. I think he's appreciated to a point because everyone's got a breaking point and every fan has a breaking point. And losing 2 Super Bowls, one is, permissible. 2, I can understand people being frustrated.
No, I get that. I just look at sports like this. Show me a great coach, and I will somewhere on there show you a horrific set of losses. Okay. And I look at someone like Belichick, right? Belichick lost to Nick Foles. He lost to Eli Manning twice. Mm-hmm. Right? I don't think lesser of Bill Belichick.
He had leads in all the fourth quarters, I think, too, in all those games.
All right? Pete Carroll has one of the worst losses in college football history on his resume. Not quarterback spine Vince Young.
Yeah, he also should have just given the ball to Reggie Bush earlier in the game.
Or have him on the field. You know what I mean? Have him on the field. He also has another horrific Super Bowl loss in not handing the ball to Marshawn Lynch. Pete's a great coach. Was a great coach.
Borderline Hall of Famer. Yeah.
No, he is.
He should be.
He won one in both. I mean, to me, he is. I think he is.
I don't think they take college into account the NFL.
No, they don't. But you get where I'm going with this, right? Like, Joe Gibbs has horrific losses.
He does.
Bill Walsh didn't have necessarily the big horrific losses like that, but he got shut down by the New York Giants in the playoffs, got shut down by the Vikings in the playoffs, lost an NFC Championship game to the Washington football team.
I mean, real quick, Joe Gibbs also won 3 different quarterbacks. That's unbelievable.
No doubt.
Super Bowl, 3 different quarterbacks?
No doubt.
Why does no one talk about him as the greatest coach of all time, by the way, dude? 3 different ones? It's unbelievable. Continue.
No, but I'm just saying, like, there's a common theme here is that you get there enough and eventually you'll break through, right? That's just my belief. Now, I do understand there's a threshold on that. Like, I do. I understand that there's a threshold. If we lost 3 Super Bowls under this guy, my soul would be crushed. For him, more and myself, and Niner fans as a whole. Like, I don't know how you can recover from that.
Well, you don't. 3 Super Bowl losses, get to a 4th then you're Marv Levy. Like, it's brutal. Steve in Fremont wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Are we appreciating Kyle Shanahan enough for getting this team to 2 Super Bowls, albeit in a loss both times to Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and one time to Taylor Swift? Steve, Fremont, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Absolutely love your show. Shask, I feel for you, man. I grew up in the 80s as well, saw all the Super Bowls. I get it. I don't think we move off Shanahan quite yet. I think he's got a lot to go still. We got a great team. We're going to see how this year plays out, and then we'll have a lot more questions if it doesn't play out how we want. A couple of the points I wanted to make. You guys were comparing, we were up against Mahomes. That's like what Charles Barkley and all those guys that went up against Michael Jordan had to deal with. They're all great players, Hall of Fame players, but they went against the GOAT. And then the other part with football, it has a ring like Steve Young. Took over the reins from Joe Montana, couldn't get past the big game. Can we trust Steve Young? But finally got it, and then now he's revered as one of the best quarterbacks of all time, and we all love him.
Yep.
So it's going to take a Super Bowl win for sure. I don't like the Falcons comparison only because he was the offensive coordinator. Yeah, he ran up the score pretty good. Yeah, he could have done some other things, but what about the defensive side? We don't talk about that a lot for those Falcons. And then obviously you're going against the GOAT in football with Tom Brady. It pains me to say that. But, that's kind of the point I wanted to make. I think he draws us some great offensive schemes. I mean, look what they did against the Lions last year in the championship game. That was huge. That's a huge comeback to get your guys to rally from that far down. And so we know he's a good coach. He's just got to get over the hump, get the monkey off his back, like Steve Young said.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. I think it's a great call. Your analogy about the 90s players and Michael Jordan. So, like, that's an interesting one. I look at the Utah Jazz. I think Jerry Sloan, now, is he on the level of some of these other coaches that have all these championships? No. During real time, I was like, dude, he's such a great coach.
Yeah.
And he had great players, right? Stockton and Malone, all-time legends. Yeah. And they couldn't break through against that team. That Bulls team, I don't view them that much less than, had they won it, it would have been remarkable and it would have been a huge upset and all that stuff. But like, there's a lot to be said there. I think I see the comparison. Shanahan has to win the one though to just shut everyone up. Until that happens, this is all just fodder.
Well, I get the analogy, but also I already listed off the amount of quarterbacks that you had the lesser, and then you still it's happened actually a lot more than we care to think. Like the lesser quarterback has won in this last century quite a few times. Again, Nick Foles, Eli Manning, and then you got Tom Brady against an already established MVP in Kurt Warner. So Tom Brady wasn't Tom Brady when he beat the Rams in that Super Bowl. He became Tom Brady after that, and after beating Jake Delhomme, and after beating Donovan McNabb. Hell, in some of those ones, like the McNabb one, McNabb was probably better than Brady at that point as a passer and stuff like that. Maybe you can make the argument, and maybe that's a stretch here or there, but like, it's just all time too. Hell, you go Ben Roethlisberger, Aaron Rodgers. I know Ben won 2, but maybe people think that he is better than Aaron Rodgers all time, but I know the MVPs, what have you. So I don't like that one because there are situations where you could say, you know what, you had a lead in the fourth quarter. You should have beaten Mahomes. I don't care that he was on the other sideline, what have you. Miley out in Walnut Creek, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Miley? You're almost Spinoni and Chasky.
What's up? Hey. Brian from Flowing Water. I know him. He's a good buddy. I've got some great stories about him and his brothers getting kicked out of basketball leagues and softball. It's awesome. Joe, you would appreciate it. I want to do a Steiny real quick.
Oh.
I'm a man of context. So, in the Super Bowl, did Kyle fumble the ball, or was that McCaffrey? I can't remember. Okay, who missed the extra point? I just can't seem to. Was that Kyle?
It's Jake Moody.
Did he drop the Jaquaski Tart interception?
Thank you.
I mean, we can go on and on and on about plays. There's 2 guys in the league I fear more than anyone, Mahomes and Chris Jones. And it just so happens they torched us twice. And when I'm doing any kind of worrying about any teams during the year, I worry about Mahomes and Chris Jones. That's it. I don't worry about nobody else in the league.
It's one of the best calls.
Miley, you
just
listed all those things, and I could say, and I could retort and say, well, it sounds like the head coach didn't have his players prepared. Just, sorry.
Wait a minute.
I mean, he didn't have his guys prepared. They should have made those plays.
One of the greatest running backs you've ever seen who fumbles, that's on the coach.
Sorry. He didn't have, he was, I saw it was Kyle Shanahan was looking a little loose at that Super Bowl presser, just hanging out, relaxing that media week. Didn't like have his guys up to snuff. Looked like they were just hanging out.
So Danny White getting stripped in the pocket in the NFC Championship game is because after the catch is because Bill Walsh had his team more prepared.
Attention to detail matters.
Come on,
just saying.
Come on,
I'm just saying. George Los Altos was it George? Oh, I think George might have gotten cut off earlier. George, what's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey guys. Now, actually, I finally got through on the second go-around with the 5 questions. But my point of view on the only thing I think that Kyle could do, if you look back on it, the Super Bowl, the first one that we lost, even though I wish he would have kept running the ball because they weren't stopping us and we were averaging close to 6 yards play, but he did dial up a good pass play and Jimmy overthrew him. He didn't cost us the Super Bowl last year, in my opinion, for the number of reasons that everybody has pointed out. I think the only thing he could do would be to go get us into the Super Bowl, have a chance to win the game, and he would make the worst call of all time that can be blamed on no one else but him, and that's what Pete Carroll did with the Seattle Seahawks when they beat Tom Brady. You can't blame anyone else for that call except for the coach.
Yep.
He would have to screw up like that in order to get fired.
I'm
the only thing I can think of.
Well, Coach, here's what I would say to you. I'm more frustrated overall with specific personnel decisions, passing on Brady when he wanted to come.
Could have had him.
Maybe not making the trade for Stafford, even though
Thanks,
in real
George.
time, I didn't really want to make the trade for Stafford. But looking back, they probably should have done that, right? I'm more mad about those than any one call in any of these Super Bowls. I'm being real.
No, that decision is going to haunt him, I feel like, the rest of his career.
And that's a personnel decision.
That's
not even an in-game, quote unquote choke job.
That one, and he's lucky for Brock Purdy. Listen, you got to have some luck. Like, it's better to be lucky than good. My dad always used to say, better be lucky than good. And they lucked into Brock Purdy because had they whiffed on the Trey Lance as horrifically as that might be one of the worst draft picks in the history of the sport. And they whiffed on it that badly, and you gave up that much draft capital to do it.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. And we just listed off the 2022 draft class. You could have had any of those other guys probably, but you didn't. You ended up lucking into Brock Purdy, and now he's looking like a $300 million quarterback. Well, but you know what? He gets credit because he is the head coach, and he's helped develop him.
I think also this Mahomes thing is unique in that you could have had him. And I think that's another layer to why people are so when it comes to this whole thing.
I didn't know who Mahomes was.
No one did,
Yeah.
but that's their job to scout that guy.
Yeah.
You didn't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
And your grandmaster plan was wait a year and get Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean?
That was the plan.
So no,
Kirk
but like
Cousins.
I do think that like we could. The personnel stuff bugs me way more than, and don't get me wrong, there are so many, but like the Super Bowl losses, it's a combination of coaching and players. The personnel, that goes back to him. I mean, he's got ultimate say, and I'll have a hard time for the rest of my life coming to grips with the fact that they told Tom Brady no when he was dying to come here.
So we're here with Shanahan. We just had 3 callers in a row defend him. I think 4 actually in a row. I want people to call in that think Shanahan should be on the hot seat if they don't compete for a Super Bowl after this season. 888-957-9570. I want to get the pulse of the 49er faithful right now, when they feel and how they feel about Kyle Shanahan at this moment. Should he be on the hot seat if they have a down season this year? After all the stuff with Aiyuk, after all the stuff with Trent Williams, the Pearsall pick, if Brock Purdy doesn't look like Brock Purdy, and who would you want instead of Shanahan too? Like, is there anyone out there that you're actually looking and be like, this guy can be better? No, you're not getting Andy Reid. He's staying with Mahomes. You're not getting Sean McVay. Like, that's not happening. Is there anyone else that you would like? I mean, Belichick's out there. Did you want Bill Belichick? I don't know if Bill Belichick, you insert him in this team right now, are the 49ers better? I have a hard time believing that. And Kyle Shanahan tried to lure over Bill Belichick. So 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the 49ers fans that think Shanahan is a season away from being on the hot seat.
Well, I'm looking at it right here. Like, everyone says he's reliving the Andy Reid experience. Andy Reid starts off in Philly. They're 5-11 his first year. Then 11, 12, 13 wins. Then in 05, they go down a little, 6-10. Back up to 10 wins. Then they hover around 500 for 2 years, 8-8 and 9-6. Back up to 11 wins, to his 10th win. Now that's 11 years later. And then in year 12 and 13 with the Eagles, 8-8, followed by 4-12.
And
so
4 straight NFC championships and a Super Bowl appearance. Those are the high water mark. Yeah.
So to me, it was, all right, you win double digits, then you go 500, then you go 4-12. I think it would have to look almost identical for us to even entertain thoughts of anything like this.
So like 8-9 this year, or 9-8 maybe.
Yes.
And then you just have to see the trigger. Okay. And then that would be ultimately concerning, because not only is that, and then you have to pay the quarterback. So now you're going to feel like you're going to even be less hampered by the salary cap, all this sort of stuff. It's going to be a lot.
It is. It's going to be difficult.
I don't want to get it twisted here that we're saying, why are you saying this? This is the best team in the NFC, stuff like that. We just did a whole exercise about Kyle Shanahan and asking questions and the top 5 questions. And the Shanahan answers were the most interesting, because it does feel like 49ers fans are all over the place with how they feel about this guy. And it's just so funny to think about the head coach and anything, because I look at head coaches that are Teflon here in the Bay Area. The first one that comes to mind within the last century is Bruce Bochy. Like, you can't touch Bochy because of those playoff runs. How good he was. But what was he labeled before that? When he was at the Padres.
He took the Padres there. And it was a one and done. When they brought him here, it felt like a retread hire.
Right?
And I thought that, and I'll be the first to admit I was wrong, and everyone felt this way. He was a placeholder for the veteran team with Bonds in the final couple seasons as you transition to something better. That's what we thought he was.
And now what do we think about him as?
He's one of the greatest in-game strategists we've ever seen.
And now
Cool Hand Luke.
And now he just won. He's coming off a World Series trophy with the Texas Rangers, their first ever.
He's Chef Boyardee. He's got the sprinkle, the magic touch.
Since Joe Torre, he's the best manager in baseball that I've seen. I think that's fair to say.
I mean,
right?
I'm not going to argue with you.
Right? Like, you're not going to argue with that, right?
I'm not
like,
going to.
I mean, you can have La Russa won at a couple places, but that...
you give him a good team and you put him in the playoffs, he'll find a way to win some series.
Rodney from Berkeley. This is okay. I was asking for Niner fans, but that's fine. Rodney in Berkeley's not a Niner fan, but he wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan nonetheless. What's going on, Rodney? You're on with Spinelli and Shasky. What's up?
Appreciate it. Good morning, gentlemen. Hell no, I'm not a Niner fan, but I want y'all to keep y'all coach because he is garbage. He got lucky and won the Powerball.
First off, Rodney, he's not garbage. Yeah. He just went to a Super Bowl. Who are you a fan of?
He's garbage.
Pittsburgh Steelers. We got 6.
You haven't won a playoff game. We've won 8 playoff games since the last time you won one. Been to 2 Super Bowls.
You know what, though? Hey, and the last time you won a Super Bowl was when?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, but back to the coach. This dude got the Powerball ticket and won with Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft. If Purdy wasn't around, the Niners would be super garbage. So keep your coach. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to pay your receiver.
Wait, Rodney.
Brock Purdy needs it.
Real quick, I don't want to cut you off because you're spitting right now.
I'm thinking about it.
I'm cutting. No. Would you rather have Mike Tomlin over Kyle Shanahan right now?
Oh, hell yeah.
Did you watch week 1 last year?
You can miss me with that. That was Flowing Water, courtesy of Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Your call was just not good enough there, Rodney. Sorry. And contact our friends over at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
Too much beef stroganoff in that guy's diet. That's a Pittsburgh thing. I don't know if you know this.
They love a big Polish community there. They love the stroganoff. They love the pierogies there, too.
The Steel City. Where we're turning O'Neal Cruz from shortstop into center field.
Oh, yeah, you love that, don't you?
No,
Did you see Aaron Judge's catch yesterday? That would look so effortless because of his height yesterday. It's unbelievable.
They have 88 home runs between Soto and Judge.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Like
88.
It's unbelievable.
88.
Must be nice. What are the Giants at? They got like 40. No.
Why you got to do that to me?
It's hey, Brewers in town. It'll be fun today. Myers versus Webb. Boris from GoldenEye.
Big Bo.
Let's go. What's going on, Boris? No? Boris? Going once? Going twice?
Sold.
He's flushed here.
Flowing Water, Plumbing and Drain.
Reed. Walnut Creek. What's going on? Dude, a lot of creek today. A lot of creek action.
Hey,
What's
the
going
creek's
on?
where it's popping, yo.
Let's go.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Long time, first time.
Thank you.
Real quick on Shanahan, great coach. I think we are spoiled in the Bay Area with what he has done. Yes, we have talented players, but the way he can get people open, and you guys brought it up earlier with Aiyuk yesterday, the way that he can get receivers open and expose folks with the running game is second to none. And you see organizations like the Broncos that have not made the playoffs in 10 years, mowed through 2, 3, 4 coaches. Shanahan is an expert at getting people open and winning games. And even if he has a 4-12 year, 4-13, I mean, the NFL is so competitive. People forget that. So the fact that he's been able to get to the NFC Championship year after year, be first place in the division, that is no joke. So you guys brought up a good point about Andy Reid as well, but love the guy, and I think we should give him, at least 5-6 years, no matter how he does, because he's that good.
I'm with you. And I think part of the Niners' success, when you talk about like the late round picks, Joe, how do they keep hitting on these late round picks? Because they've had the same system in place for 8 years. And it's a lot easier when everyone from the top down knows exactly what we're looking for in a player. And then we know exactly how they could fit. I'm watching Hard Knocks with the New York Giants, and they brought in a new defensive coordinator. And that guy's like, hey, what do you need in your defense? Well, these are the kind of players I'm looking for. And they're like, oh, man, we need to go out and we need to get guys that fit exactly what this defense is going to do. It's like, that makes it really difficult to utilize and maximize the current players on your roster. If you have to find different skills that don't necessarily work for what they do well, for your scheme. So I do believe that, like, it sounds great. Get me this guy to just finish the deal. It's the system they have in place. There's a reason why they have a lot of plug and play rookies. Like, not a lot of teams can say, Tomlinson, take a hike. Aaron Banks is going to fill in after a redshirt year. Hey, Dominic Pooney, 3rd round, boom, plug and play. Hey, we've got, what's his face in the secondary? Diomino Lenore, after 2 years on the side, boom, now you're one of the legitimate better cornerbacks in the league. Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown, you're both battling for starting safety spots. Heck, you might be the starting safety combo. Like, you're two young players. Not a lot of teams do that plug and play. The really well-run teams that are established year after year, they're the ones that are killing it in the draft. And the Niners are one of those teams.
They are. And again, Kyle Shanahan, we're not saying he's on the hot seat, but I'm curious what it would take to get to that point. And you say, the vibes. Listen, right now, this is the reality for the 49ers in this season with Kyle Shanahan. You just came off a Super Bowl loss. It's your second Super Bowl loss within the last 4 years. You've been knocking on the NFC Championship doorstep twice in between that. Against the Rams, L. Against the Eagles, L. Now you're facing 2 holdouts. Brandon Aiyuk, second-team All-Pro, I should say, and Trent Williams, first-team All-Pro, both just chilling. They're good. They can wait. And now you drafted a wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall, who's dealing with a slightly separated shoulder. Like, Brock Purdy, I'm not worried about this year. But if he does get hurt, then that's what stuff changes. Like, that's the only thing in the equation that could change anything for me with Kyle Shanahan. It would be health, right? Like, health of players. And you can't quantify that. No one can quantify that.
And I think he's earned the equity of more than just one. Like, if they have an injury-riddled season, he's earned plenty of equity.
He'll have a redshirt year.
Yeah.
It'll make things a lot more difficult with negotiations, though, next year for Brock.
That's I meant for Kyle.
For Kyle. Well, no, I'm saying, but of everything, it would, yes, absolutely. Boris is back, Joe Shasky in Walnut Creek. Boris, I am invincible. What's going on, Boris?
Yo, fellas, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, long-time listener, first-time caller. Love the conversation. I just wanted to weigh in on the Shanahan thing. I think it's crazy, the narrative around him, that he's a choke artist. I think it's crazy that people don't appreciate him more. I've been a Niner fan since '92. I sat through a lot of 1-15 seasons. I've sat through Dennis Erickson. I've sat through Chip Kelly. I've sat through the Tom Sula disaster. And, man, I just thank my lucky stars every day we got Shanahan, and the man's a genius. And he keeps putting us right on the doorstep. He keeps knocking. And one of these days he's going to get in. And if we're dumb enough to let him go, it's going to be the Andy Reid situation. He's going to end up somewhere else. He's going to win 3 championships. People are going to say he's the greatest of all time or one of the top greatest of all time. And we're all going to be like, damn, we could have had him.
There it is. That's Boris. Who's not training for Kyle Shanahan right now as their head coach in the NFL?
Rams.
Chiefs. Anyone else? John Harbaugh, Ravens. They've been close.
I don't know. I don't think the Texans would trade DeMeco Ryans currently. I think they really like DeMeco.
His relationship with I think
he's in 1 year in, and I think they feel really
he's
good.
A legacy. He played for the franchise. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about 25 plus teams would do it.
Exactly.
Like right now, great example. Doug McDermott has won a lot of games.
I'm so out on Doug McDermott.
I know a lot of people are, but would you agree with me? He's won a lot of games.
Yes. Do you think the Lions would trade Dan Campbell for Kyle Shanahan straight up? I don't know. I don't have a good gauge on that. I think Dan Campbell fits that city so well and that fan base so well. Like, that's their guy now.
LaFleur in Green Bay, I don't know. Even though Kyle's beaten him multiple times now.
He has. A little redundant, it feels like, if you're doing that too. Like, LaFleur has been so close. They're very similar. Yeah. Very similar.
I think the Cowboys would fire.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Not even close.
Yeah, that would be no brainer.
Yes.
Sirianni.
Oh yes, are you kidding me? I think Jalen Hurts with Kyle Shanahan would be amazing with all those weapons. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think he would
be amazing.
Really he would be really good.
I think they'd win the Super Bowl next year. Just kidding. Come on.
I just speaking of all this choke, I want to walk over and choke you out right now.
What about the Bucs?
Shut up.
A team that overachieved last year.
Of course they would.
Yes, I like Todd Bowles, but come on. Yeah, he's a defensive guy.
Todd, my hands are in my pocket while you're on offense, Bulls.
Oh, no, that's Darvin Ham is what you're thinking of. You're thinking of the Darvin Ham meme. Where
they have the same look.
Say just perplexed. Is that the look? I actually thought and Baldy's really high on the Bucks this year. Like that was his team. No one brought them up when the one team you fear in the NFC, but Baldy kept bringing up the Bucks, which I thought was very interesting. I said the Bears, going back to their top 5 questions, that was burning us. We can rehash them real quick, Joe Shasky. I want to get your final thoughts here in a sec, but the regular season record without Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk, you said was what?
Not good.
That was the record was not good.
I thought you meant the
no. Rehash it real quick. Yeah,
okay.
We did these top 5 questions.
I think they win 9 games. They'd really struggle to get to 10.
Okay.
To me, it's a 9-8 team.
And when I say Kyle Shanahan, you say what?
Winner. I think he's a winner.
Okay.
Even though he hasn't won the ultimate one, I think he's a winner. What he's brought here is just nothing but winning. We are a little spoiled.
The face of the 49ers is who?
I said Shanahan. Yeah. I'm amending it. I think it is CMC now.
Okay.
I'm amending that. I'm going to walk that back.
And besides Purdy, who needs to have a career year for the Niners to win a Super Bowl?
Nick Bosa. It's not a question in my mind. Okay. Nick Bosa has got to get back to DPOY Nick Bosa. When you pay a guy this much money and your entire defense is predicated off him being an absolute monster, he needs to get back to the 18 to 25 sack range.
Biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC is?
I think it's the Eagles. Okay. Because I think that North is going to beat each other up, and I think it's going to I think the Eagles are going to win the East. I think the Cowboys will be a playoff team, and I think you're going to have 2 teams coming out of the North.
I think the Cowboys are not a playoff team.
Wow.
I do not think they're going to make the playoffs. I think Dak is going to be
really good defensive personnel.
Yeah, that they don't have an offense.
And Bland is not going to play for a couple months.
They don't have running backs. That's going to be very difficult. I get the offensive line. If you can keep Dak upright, maybe they get someone that maybe they make a trade. Maybe they bring in someone, but they just paid CeeDee Lamb 100.
Trade him Elijah Mitchell.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, Tim Patrick was released. Tim Patrick, that Cowboys should try to get that guy right now. Add some more wide receiver depth there. I'm a big Tim Patrick guy. I know he has 2 first names, which my dad says is never to trust someone with 2 first names, the great Bob Spadoni. Leonard Floyd's another one. I don't know. We'll see.
What was the reasoning behind?
Just said you don't trust a man with 2 first names. Don't ask. That's just it. If you have 2 first names, sorry, I can't trust you. Joe Shasky's not a first name, so you're good, dude. Don't worry.
Okay.
Spadoni's not a first name.
Carter, what's your last name?
Chickering. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. Lucas Alexander, can't trust that guy.
No
Not even
way.
Close.
Whoa.
Don't trust that guy at all. Yeah, there's no one else in the station.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, Johnson's not really a first name. Goo's good. He's fine. Evan Giddings, no. He's fine. There we go. Nahigian, it's not a first name. We're chilling. I've had a blast today, Joe Shasky. We got 5 minutes to go still, but something about talking football, you can go anywhere. Baseball is a grind to talk about all season long, and we felt that here at 95.7 The Game at times. But you could just do a whole show on a head coach.
I know.
Warriors, we could do that, right? Steve Curry's very polarizing, rotations, Team USA. Shanahan we can talk about. I could talk about Nick Bosa for a whole show. I could talk about Deebo Samuel for a whole show. We've talked about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams for whole shows.
Can we talk about getting old?
Certainly.
All right.
Uh-oh. You're scaring me now.
I saw a graphic on Instagram. Just scrolling.
Sure.
Play some old-timey music. Do you want to feel old?
I don't know if he has that at the ready, but
look it up, Carter. Yeah. Here's how you know you're old. These are the father-son connections in college football this year. You want to feel old? You got to play me old-timey music.
No,
I don't know.
You can play, if it's college, you said college football, there's a college game day bed, Spadoni beds. Just do that one.
All right.
There you go. Pot it down.
Did you know that Adam Vinatieri's son is playing for Louisville? AJ Vinatieri. Oh my God. Did you know Brian Urlacher's son?
Adam Vinatieri was 50 years old when he was still kicking with the Colts.
That's true.
So how old is this kid? 30?
I don't know. Brian Urlacher's kid plays for Notre Dame.
Does he have hair too?
Kennedy Urlacher. Actually, he looks sick. He's got a neck roll. He looks sick.
Oh, just like Pops, the neck roll?
Yes. Mushid Muhammad, his son, Moose, is playing for A&M.
I like that.
Willis McGahee IV
No.
is a linebacker for Nebraska.
The fourth?
Yes.
I didn't know there was a third.
No one did. E.J. Warner, Kurt Warner's son, playing quarterback for Rice.
I did hear about that, yes.
Chad Pennington's kid. Oh. Can you guess the name?
Not Cliff. Shout out A's.
Cole.
Cole Pennington, CC.
Quarterback for Marshall.
I always have a soft spot for Chad Pennington and the Jets. Always.
Jason Taylor. His son's playing for LSU.
Wow.
Antonio Gates Jr. playing for Michigan State.
Is he a tight end?
Yeah, wide receiver.
Okay, he's going to be a beast.
Shadur and Shiloh, we already know that. Shadur. How about Donald Driver's kid? Playing wide receiver for Minnesota.
Another guy that's like 60 years old, Donald Driver, played forever.
And then Emmitt Smith, his son EJ, A&M running back. Rodney Harrison's kid at Tennessee. Edgerrin James' kid is a running back, and I don't even know what school that is.
What is it?
I can't even tell. It's
you can't pronounce it?
It's like a Buffalo. I don't even know.
Oh, that's...
is that the Bulls?
I'm not Bonte, so I'm not as good. I don't know who that is.
All right. And then Matt Hasselbeck's kid is playing for UCLA at quarterback. And then Josh McCown's kid is playing quarterback as well. Hey, which one made you feel the oldest?
Well... Donald Driver, that's the one where because he lasts long. But the Vinatieri one's throwing me off because he was so old.
Emmett too.
Emmett, so old. Vinatieri could probably still kick for some teams right now. He could be like that transition. Are we ever going to see, as we put a ball in this, we're going to get to Fast Five here in a second.
When I saw that list, I got old.
LeBron's playing with Bronny next year. They're going to play together on the court at the same time. Will we ever see that in the NFL? Ever? It's different because you could be 18 and go to the league, or 19 now, go to the league. We were thinking for a while, could Frank Gore and Frank Gore Jr. play, because Frank was playing forever.
It would have to be quarterback
yes.
or kicker.
Yes. Are we ever going to see that? That'd be pretty cool. Or a punter and a kicker together?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sick. I wouldn't be mad at that.
No, I wouldn't either.
Which one made you feel old?
It's Urlacher.
Okay.
Urlacher's kid, because I followed Notre Dame, and all of a sudden it came flashing across the Notre Dame feed, and I was like, oh my God. And he's got hair.
Yeah, he's got hair. Well, so does Brian does too. He got the hair back. The transplants, buddy. Hey, I'm not mad at it. Hey, if 95.7 The Game wants to sponsor me for a hair transplant, I'll do it.
Does anyone signify Chicago Bears football more than if I just see the name Brian Urlacher? I know Ray Nitschke.
Dick Butkiss.
Dick Butkiss. Those are old-timey, grainy footage. Brian Urlacher.
Yeah, that's the one.
Right?
It's Urlacher, it's Singletary, right?
Peanut Tillman,
yeah. The FBI Peanut Tillman, right? Didn't he work for the feds? The Peanut Punch, baby. Come on. Devin Hester. God, I love that. I still remember that call, that kickoff against the Colts. Devin Hester, you are ridiculous. That's seethed into my brain, that kickoff return. Let's get to Fast Five and reminisce some more, Carter. Let's do that. Oh, man, we've had a blast today. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Joe Shasky, final thoughts on the day for you. A lot of Shanahan, a lot of top five questions. Baldy, what's hitting you?
What's hitting me is that these San Francisco Giants are playing the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh, my God.
And I am envious of the Milwaukee Brewers front office and their ability to identify talent. We talk a lot about the Tampa Bay Rays as being they're a well-run organization. Sneakily, the Milwaukee Brewers are also in that category. Every year they're competitive with a fraction of the payroll of other teams.
And they want a new ballpark for some reason, I guess. Because that's the owners now. Everyone wants a new ballpark. No, that's a good point. Who's the guy that Churio they got over there?
Oh, yeah, Jackson Churio.
Yeah, he's good. I used to be a big Ricky Weeks guy back in the day.
Oh, I love Ricky.
I thought his son Jamal was going to be sick on the A's. Didn't pan out. Different players.
It was his brother.
Correct. What did I say? Son?
Yeah.
Sorry. We were talking about sons. That's why. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was his little brother. Much different players. Ricky, a lot of power. Obviously had speed early on.
Yeah.
Him and Braun were sick together. Obviously, Ryan Braun, I think obviously the tainted stuff, all that withstanding, he was a really good player for a really long time. The Hebrew Hammer, Ryan Braun. There you go. Carter, what you got?
What I got is I think people are overrating a lot of the teams in the NFC this year, if you want my opinion.
Totally Not the agree. Bears. They're going to be sick.
I think that our real foe is the Eagles. They're going to get it back together this year, and they added Saquon Barkley, for God's sake. I mean, they're going to be a good team this year. I think Detroit, that was their first time there last year. I just think that's going to be hard to get back there for them. And Green Bay, who knows? And people are acting like the Rams. People are forgetting Aaron Donald retired. I mean, that's a huge piece of their team. Great offense, but you need defense too.
Did you see Shady McCoy run against Aaron Donald in that alleyway?
No.
Shady. I ran into Shady in Vegas in December last year, right before the Eagles-Niner game. I was so iced out. Shady's been enjoying himself.
Hey, you know what? I'm not mad at
Donald
that.
just got off the NFL field. Yeah. I'm not surprised for a variety of reasons that Donald is faster than.
He's 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like
he's a rhino.
Like 280 pounds of pure muscle. He's a scary individual to look at, is Aaron Donald. Like, he's an intimidating. I saw him because the Rams, obviously LA, like him and sitting courtside with LeBron, like he'd come up and down. Like, LeBron's like 6'8", but why does a 6 foot Aaron Donald look like he's level with him? It's just so big.
With no neck.
Where does he rank all time defensively?
Oh,
it's him and JJ Watt for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
And if I was saying best defensive players I've seen in the last 25 years, it's him and JJ Watt.
He's top 10 all time defensive players, I think.
That's a tough list.
Could be top 5.
If you go position by position,
Lawrence
if you just want to be
Taylor,
that way, defensive tackle is the greatest.
So like Lawrence Taylor, Ronnie Lott, I think Derek Thomas has got to be on this list.
Reggie White.
What?
Reggie
White's got to be on this list. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's tough.
You're going corners, you're going like Seawood.
Ronnie Lott.
Dion.
Seawood's obviously on the list.
Yeah, Seawood there. So
Dion.
Yeah. He's on the list.
That's why I go 25 years, because a lot of those guys had already like moved on.
Anniversary teams.
I say the last generation, it's like Ray Lewis and then
Ed Reed.
Yeah. Ed Reed's got to be on that list.
Joe, what's going on, man? How you doing back there? Joe Hawks, ladies and gentlemen, crushing it back there. We got thrown into the fire, but you know what? Like Daenerys Targaryen, he emerged from the flames unhurt.
Yes, sir. We've been talking about Kyle Shanahan pretty much all morning, and you're right. If he can just win this one Super Bowl, I think a lot of this slander that he receives will just subside, because I think really we're just, as Niner fans, we're just impatient right now because we've been on that doorstep knocking hard to win another Super Bowl, but just can't get over the hump. Once Kyle Shanahan does that, and I believe he will, a lot of this talk about firing him, replacing him will subside.
There you go. It's Joe Hawks there. My final thought today is, hey, Kyle Shanahan, you bet not mess around this season. Just don't mess around. Get Aiyuk done. Get Trent Williams done. You don't want losing seasons to start stacking. You lose a Super Bowl, it's very hard to get back if you don't have the best quarterback. You don't have the best quarterback. You have a very good quarterback. We'll see what Brock Purdy does in this full sophomore season that I'm calling now. I know technically it's his third year. It's going to be a real, true coming out party for Brock Purdy, I believe, this season. So that's my final thought. I got one more day tomorrow, Joe Shasky. We're going to live it up, ladies and gentlemen, before I go to North Carolina and play some Pinehurst, play some golf out there over on, it's not really, is it the South North Carolina? Is it the East Coast? I don't know what we're calling it. I'm going to enjoy some food out there, the weather, the humidity. But right now, I'm enjoying my time with Joe Shasky. We're going to do it again tomorrow. In for Bonte Hill. Joe, you have a great morning. All of you have a beautiful morning. Stein and Goon next on 95.7 The Game.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through September 21st, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. And get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Amazon Pharmacy presents Painful Thoughts.
Oh, I'm sick. So I took my sick to the doctor. The doctor gave my sick a prescription. Now my sick and I are lying at the pharmacy, mingling with all the other sicks, on its way to becoming an even worse sick.
Next time, keep your sick at home and let Amazon Pharmacy deliver your meds right to your door. Amazon Pharmacy. Healthcare just got less painful.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went to the doctor. He asked if people in the office smoked. He identified it as being exposed to secondhand smoke. I decided to sue. It was worth it in the end, California being the first state to be smoke-free in workplaces and restaurants in the country.
Andrea was part of a historic movement to ban smoking in the workplace.
Learn how she and other Californians are fighting big tobacco at undo.org.
Hitting the road this summer? When you download the Fuel Forward app, you save up to 20 cents per gallon on your first fill-up at Phillips 66, Conoco, and 76 stations. Because that's what the app does. A simple, straightforward way to keep you moving forward. Fuel Forward. 20 cents is a combined savings of 5 cents every day off per gallon plus an extra 15 cents off per gallon for first-time users up to 30 gallons. Offer valid once for a new Fuel Forward app user through 12/31/2024. Participating locations only.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Richard from South San Francisco. Henry and Brian showed up for an urgent request to my warehouse and within the hour had my roll-up door back online and working with ease. Very courteous and professional duo.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. That's my brother.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I don't get it. What's the problem?
I'm leaving here. I mean, I'm coming into the studio today. Shasky and Spadoni are like, oh, boy, just say Kyle Shanahan. I'm like, why? Boy, a lot of people down. Who's down on Shanahan? Give me a break. One of the best coaches in football.
One of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I ain't going to talk to you. Say good morning.
I said good morning an hour and a half ago.
I'm
when
saying
you
in
walked
front of
in.
everybody.
Nah.
You're really doing that with your Johnny Cash black fresh shirt on, Snotty? Come on. Just give me a good morning, bud.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, chilling.
Hey, anyway. Hey, it's cut down day.
Yeah.
Cut down day. A lot of people are going to get fired today.
I've been fired once. What do they do? Do they go send their tape to the other 31 teams? Like, I want to dock on that.
Or call your grandma.
Oh, yeah, boy. You've been fired. No, I'm just, you said it on the air. Come on now.
Yeah, no, I've been fired. I've been canned.
And you went to the bar right after?
I mean, yeah.
That's amazing.
What else are you going to do?
Right, I got you.
What else are you going to do? I mean, I think I've only been fired once. Yeah, I think I've only been fired once.
We need your playbook.
I didn't make the 53-man roster. So it's cut down day, 1 o'clock, and we'll find out some things about the San Francisco 49ers, what they decide to do. Hey, can somebody define something for me? I bet you can. This phrase seems like it's right up your alley. Can you tell me what it means,
I probably
please?
invented it. Let's see.
When a guy wants to get paid, what does that mean?
Oh, he's standing on business. I'm not backing down, and I'm not taking, get this, Donnie, shout out Hardaway, I'm not taking a penny less. Yeah, that's what paid is.
Okay, well, Josina Anderson?
Josina.
Yeah. Uh-huh. She's reporting that Trent Williams wants to get paid.
Dude.
Not paid.
Man.
He wants twice as much. He wants twice as much.
And you got a problem with that, huh? Like, this is not Aiyuk, and I wasn't going to mention his name today.
He's the worst.
But yeah, you predicted him to be in uniform Monday night.
Doesn't make him any less selfish.
Jets.
Doesn't make him any less selfish.
No, he's trying to get paid.
Yeah, I know,
he's at the end.
Yeah.
Boys to men, end of the road. Play this card. What's bothering me, and you didn't ask, but I'll tell you and everybody listening, is they knew this since March with Trent. So Parag, wake up? Somebody close a deal and get this thing done, Stoney, and get the big fella back. This is not an Aiyuk situation. Trent Williams is at the top 1 percentile at his position. And whatever the Niners are going to try to do offensively in the run and pass game, it goes through 71. So what's taking so long? Insufficient funds?
I have this written down. There's a dirty little secret going on, and I know you think you know football. You think you do just because you watch passively.
Hey,
you don't. You don't know football.
I was lightweight getting mad. Go ahead, man.
Here's the dirty little secret. It's not late. It's not getting late. They still have 2 weeks. I don't just spend my time knowing the 49ers inside and out. I go around this league, our league. And, by the way, the Jets, who the 49ers are playing on Monday.
Massive showdown.
Yeah, they're missing their best player, Hassan Reddick. Oh, he's holding out.
Okay. Good luck with that, Hassan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not their best player.
Okay.
Yeah.
My point is, Robert Saleh yesterday is talking to the New York media, and he's saying, no, I'm not ruling him out for the opener. Hassan Reddick, he's a vet. He knows how to play. He's keeping himself in shape. I haven't ruled him out for the opener. He could be here for the opener.
R-E-L.
Exactly. So y'all need to relax. Because the 49, what's taking so long? They don't think it's taking long.
Well, is that why Trent is getting a pass? Because I heard Willard, our brother, Stoney, he was going in on Aiyuk, said he's done with him.
What does that mean?
That he doesn't like the way Aiyuk has handled his business. What's the difference with Bosa? And there's more Willards out there in the weeds.
So,
what's the difference with? Why is this different?
So what are you saying? Willard, when Aiyuk catches a touchdown pass against the Jets, Willard being out on Aiyuk. What does that mean?
He'll be in there. He'll be in.
Thank you.
But he don't like how he's handling his business right now. Okay. And we don't know, Steiny, if as far as Aiyuk, if he'll. This is different. Trent Williams is a necessity. He is a necessity. Brandon Aiyuk is not, as much as I love BA. So this is different. And I think that's why the fans know, hey, big fella, get all the little paper you need. I just don't know why the Niners, and maybe it's Steiny again, just a broken record. I left a week and it sounds like I hadn't. Maybe they're just letting him just chill, but now it's go time. There's no more preseason. You got a game in, 13 days?
And that's my point. It's not go time. It's not.
What would you call this then? I'm not telling you it's 13, Super Bowl.
13 days till the first game of the year. That's all it is. 13 days till the Niners play on Monday night. By the way, if you're a 49er fan.
What a prestigious spot.
Yeah, how you feeling about the national audience watching you on Monday Night Football, first week of the season, and you might not be whole? I'm talking to Nahigian, and he's saying, boy, I think that game would be better off tucked into a Sunday schedule. I said, I don't know.
I like how he's thinking.
Why?
Basically because they don't have their house in order right now. Not it's the end-all, be-all, but no, it's not even for real. Especially if you don't have one of those two players. I mean, the Jets are going to be a bear, man. Aaron Rodgers, I think people are sleeping on him. He got hurt. But if he can be half the guy he is, I got the Jets being a problem in the AFC, but it's like the first day of school. Steiny, everybody's going to be watching, and you want to be whole. And if you're telling me the first day of school doesn't matter, Steiny, well, you're talking about just the result. I'm not telling you the season's over, but, man, you want to put your best foot forward.
You always want to put your best foot forward.
Is the Niners front office doing that this offseason?
Oh, they're doing what front offices do. They're doing what front offices do. They're deciding who gets paid, who doesn't get paid. They're deciding who's valuable, who's not quite as valuable. And they're trying to get stuff done, plain and simple. Nothing's been happening. John Lynch is going to talk tomorrow to the media after they make their cuts today at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is when we'll know more about that. But no, I mean, I've said all along, if you want to point blame, I point blame at everybody. Aiyuk,
not mad at
Trent Williams, the 49ers. But if you would say, well, Steiny, radio mad. Radio man.
I love this.
It's Trent Williams. It's not even close. I think what he's doing is abhorrent. How about that?
Wow.
It is. I've put the situations up against each other, and I think what Trent Williams is doing is.
So if you were in his shoes, you wouldn't play this card? I know that's so hard.
I can't even answer that question.
But I think the Steinmetz I know and your values or what you proceed to show as far as values and what
I'd probably be in camp. I'd probably be in camp, knowing me and how soft I am. And how, listen, I've always said, just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it.
Yeah.
And he's just doing this because he can. And to me, his motives are not nearly in the same league as Aiyuk. To me. I mean, you can, 888-957-9570 is a number. We've watched this play out all year, and I think that all off season. And, I mean, the guy who's getting away unscathed right now is Christian McCaffrey because he got his deal. What if they played hardball with Christian McCaffrey for whatever reason?
But they didn't.
Right.
And nobody has a problem with it, so why would it be at his doorstep or any player?
Who says nobody's got a problem with it?
If management deems they want to give you something they don't want to give me, I can throw a hissy fit, but I'd really be hating on you if
It's not about hating on McCaffrey. It's about what the dynamic is in that locker room. And everybody knows what's happening. They paid McCaffrey. They're not paying Aiyuk. They paid Bosa. They're deciding whether to pay Trent Williams. And they're clearly setting aside a lot of money for Brock Purdy. Those are the priorities. And Aiyuk is feeling the brunt of it. And I guess at least right now, Trent Williams is feeling it. How much longer they'll feel it, I don't know. But I think it's very possible that there are players in that locker room that look at the front office and say, man, they really have not handled the offseason well. And that's a dynamic that the locker room's got to deal with over the course of a season.
I'll say this to that. You got me thinking now that guys in the locker room are looking, and I'm not saying they're wrong or being selfish, how is Steiny and Evans' contract going to affect me?
No, it's not that.
And that's never good.
It's not that so much as, why aren't our two really good players in here when we're supposed to win a Super Bowl?
I'll help you out. One's great, and he's going to get his money, I believe. And the other, I don't think they think he's as good as he thinks he is.
The question about Aiyuk to 49er fans is, I remember about a month ago where everybody was kind of more upset with Aiyuk than Trent Williams. Oh, Trent. Well, every time I said, well, how come Trent Williams is getting a pass? It was, well, Trent's handling it the right way. He hasn't said a word. He hasn't gone on social media. And I'm like, okay, I get that. Yeah. And Aiyuk has made more waves. But to my way of thinking, it's almost like it doesn't matter. Trent Williams is holding out. All he's got to do is show up, and he's going to make $22 million. $22 million if he shows up.
Well, he'll show up, Steiny, but it'll be a little more than that. You believe he'll be there opening night too, just the way you started the show.
Probably.
So yeah. I don't want to say and a lot of times this happens. It's happening in Dallas. Who won? Well, damn, if the team paid you, you play for that said team, everybody won. And that's how I feel whatever number we find out Trent Williams gets, Steiny. He's going to be blocking, pass blocking, and run blocking for you. And this is another season where the Niners are trying to get that elusive Super Bowl. So there is no loser.
So you'd be okay. Let me just throw some names at you. You'd be okay if 49ers give Trent Williams whatever he wants, and then next year they got to get rid of Mooney, Ward, and Dominic Lenore.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Of course it is.
Well,
see, that's what nobody is willing to really acknowledge. We'll just pay them all and we'll figure it out. Well, that's going to be a lot harder than just saying it.
Yeah, and then what if yesterday you said Purdy might not get the 60 or 50 million? Are we so sure?
My point is this. They paid Warner. They paid Bosa. They paid Kittle. They paid Debo. They're going to try. They paid McCaffrey. Now Trent Williams wants more money. Aiyuk wants a big contract. Purdy's on the... They can't pay everybody. They just can't. And so the question then becomes, if they know right now, if they pay Williams and Aiyuk, that at the end of next year, it's going to be decision time with some players. It just is. They can't, it's like the Warriors. They can't continue down this road. And so if I'm the 49ers, I completely understand if they're looking at the situation and they're saying, well, look, if we sign these two guys, we are going to have to dismantle some of this team at the end of the year. We're just going to have to. And maybe they think, you know what? If we do that, it's going to be too abrupt and too drastic of a change. In other words, if we do this year and we come up short, we might not have any chance next year because we're going to lose a lot of our good players.
Yeah. And good and great players, Tony. And I'm not mad at any of that, but I'll say this. I'd rather look for a replacement for Lenore than a Trent Williams. You know,
well, you're going to need to look for a replacement for Trent Williams in the next year or two.
Replacement in Ricky Pearsall.
Right.
So they may, an operation replacement may already be starting right before our eyes. But this Trent Williams thing, just to bring it back to him, Steiny, he is a must. And that's why I think any day we'll hear something about they've figured to hash something out.
Well, actually, we got some conflicting reports on Trent Williams. to tell you the truth. David Lombardi of The Athletic was with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Here's what he said about Trent.
I'll be very surprised if we don't have firm movement on the Trent Williams front this week, though. Mid-August to a little bit later August, that's the bulk of training camp. Williams obviously is one of the players that doesn't really need camp, and maybe, in fact, he benefits from having a fresher body at age 36. But at some point, you do need to start developing that football callus. You do need to get a few practices at least under your belt before you play a real game. And we know how important Williams is to Brock Purdy and the 49ers at that left tackle position. I mean, right now, they don't have Aaron Banks in there either. He broke his pinky. They hope to have him back by week 1, but that means the entire left side of the offensive line has been backups, and I think you could tell against the Raiders on Friday.
Oh, you might lose Aaron Banks, too, if you sign everybody to what they want.
Well, they got a guy that's in charge of all the finances, Parag, Stoney, so I don't know. This just feels different than anything that's happened since Kyle's taken over and John. But they got to make those decisions. And I wonder, Stoney, how many fans are like, I don't give a damn about next year. Field the best effing team this year so we can get that Super Bowl. And when we have to face those tough decisions, which every team does, maybe we'd have something on our damn hand, one of our ring fingers. And it would feel different because we cashed in when we were able to, control the finances and guys were fed and paid and we were the best roster in football. But we've lost every time we've gotten close.
Why are you the best roster in football? Because you're paying your quarterback $1 million. That's what the 49ers, not every team has the problems the 49ers have. Because what other team is paying a top-notch quarterback $1 million?
But Stoney in 19, that didn't matter because Jimmy Garoppolo was getting not the most money, but he was getting paid. They had more investment as far as financing in the quarterback position, and they still were.
You don't think the 49ers should think at all about the fact that Brock Purdy is going to go from $1 million to $45 million probably in a year?
Yeah, but that
money comes from somewhere.
No doubt, but it doesn't kick into the year after too, Steiny.
Okay.
So I'm not going to let that possible decision hijack a season that we're about to embark on. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what if I'm telling
Myers,
you?
Dude, you don't got to make a decision until you have to.
Well, that's Bob Myers.
Who they might need.
Well, that's Bob Myers. I mean, you can't tell me that if the 49ers believe that by paying Aiyuk and Trent Williams, it is going to come at too big of a cost down the line, then maybe that's why they're not doing it. I mean,
I get the Aiyuk all day, every day, but the Trent Williams one, Stoney, that's the one where I'm like, they're gonna fit that in. They'll get that rectified.
Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy's in West Oakland. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing?
What's up, y'all? Happy Tuesday. I'm a big fan of the show.
Thanks.
So Williams wants to be paid, right? Isn't that crazy? Don't you just love the English language? And I know, Stanley, you'll appreciate this because your parents are English teachers. You can say the same word twice and it has a completely different meaning, right?
Yeah.
Like, put it like this. Everybody in the NFL wants to get paid, right? But this is a different arena we're in because Trent wants to get paid. So, we don't know what that number looks like. And I'm not saying give him whatever he's asking for. We all know how important he is to the team. But, I hope they can just find some middle ground, man, and we can just get rolling, man. It's another season of 49ers football coming. We should be excited about this. Let's go.
You should be.
Yeah.
You should be excited about it.
Home opener Monday night?
Next Monday.
Yeah.
2 Mondays.
I didn't give you a date. I said Monday night. Home opener.
Right, but everybody would think it's 6 days from now. I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, but
So that's all.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
What's the strength of the 49ers team? Strength and weaknesses going into this season? Because I got a couple written down here.
I'm going to say offense, Donnie. I think their offense is their new defense. I believe the lack of defensive line depth put more pressure on Bosa. New defensive coordinator Sorensen, show me. We're all waiting to watch. But if you tell me when I hear the word San Francisco 49ers, I think of their offensive weaponry, and I'm including Aiyuk.
Yeah, I got I put offensive diversity. Their offensive diversity I have as one of their big strengths.
And you're including Aiyuk too, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, they're still diverse even without Aiyuk. They can still throw it a little bit, but obviously not as much. Weaknesses, offensive. How about this? So the 49ers have lost Hufanga, Greenlaw, and Armstead.
Man.
We got a little issue maybe in the middle of that defense. Yeah. Maybe a little problem in the middle of the field with that defense.
That's a legit question. And Sorensen, first-time defensive coordinator, Steiny, will take over and try to remedy that. But I'll say this about his job, his first go-round. He will not have the luxury of what DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh had in regard to health. You know what I'm saying? The loss of Armstead, that's going to be big. It's not just one game. That's going to be season-long. And maybe their run defense is their weakness, Donnie, defensively. That's what I want to see, how they address that. Nick Sorensen in his first go-round.
408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
Uh-oh.
Chris Jones missed week 1 last season. How'd that work out for the Chiefs?
No, it was huge.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Exactly. It's nothing to see with Trent. Yeah, big deal he misses a couple games. They're good enough to overcome it. Hell, they played the week 17 last year. It didn't even mean anything. They had such a cushion for the number 1 seed. So, again, this franticness about getting them in, I just don't think it exists. I really don't. I mean, yeah, they'll get them in at some point, but clearly they don't. They have clearly made a decision that it didn't matter if it happened a month ago or a week from today. I mean, that's what I'm.
Yeah, and I wonder how he feels though in regard to get.
Can I tell you something? I don't care how Trent Williams feels,
and he probably doesn't care how you feel.
You're right.
I'm just saying. I'm wondering, just as far as he's in the Houston gym and all this, is he ready? That's what I'm talking. Is he ready, Steiny, at 36?
Well, and
because the people haven't turned on him like they've turned on Aiyuk, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
I don't think has the fan base turned on Brandon Aiyuk?
But how many calls have we? I'm going Spider-Man. How many calls have we taken with venom towards Trent Williams? Not many. I don't believe.
Yeah, it's because everybody's afraid of playing without him.
but you understand why.
The bottom line is he's holding out. But he's so important that he's got the juice to do it, and everybody's just going to bend over backwards for him. That's fine. There are players in professional sports that have a ton of juice. LeBron, Curry, they can make their own decisions, and the organization's got to go along with it. And I just, everybody hates when LeBron orchestrates stuff.
Right.
Well, what's Trent doing? Like, what's Trent Williams doing?
Looking out for Trent.
Exactly. He's looking out for Trent, which is fine. And every time you say he's 36, he wants to get paid, I can think of, he's 36. He's going to make $22 million. I guarantee you he's going to have a worse year this year than last year. Why? Because he's a year older.
Well,
so we'll see how they handle it. But no, if I were a fan, Trent bothers me more than Aiyuk.
Oh, my gosh.
He does. Because he knows.
And that's no disrespect to Brandon. It's
Brandon is in a window right now where those guys usually get paid. And so this is his opportunity to get paid. I think that's very different than Trent Williams, who's just
cutting line
and saying, like he's the 4th highest paid lineman. 4th.
But to him, that bothers him, man.
Okay.
I hear you.
Well, it would bother me if he's not okay with that. That's what would bother me.
Yeah, because paid ain't 4th highest, Donnie. That's number 1 or
really?
1A.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know.
I've never been
when
paid.
When is $22 million not paid? All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's cut down day. The 49ers are going to make some cuts today at 1 o'clock. We may have some fun too. We may start. I think we're going to cut some people today too.
Oh,
yeah, we're going to cut some people today.
Bring in your playbook.
Evan's going to put us on the spot with some tough decisions.
He did a great job on this.
Wait, you saw him already?
No, I talked to him. He put them together. Him and the boss. Yep.
All right. Sounds to me like you've gotten a head start. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. We'll take some calls on the other side. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having...
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love the.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Coming up at noon today, Ted Nguyen joining us from The Athletic. He hosts the Just Win podcast, and he is an X&O guru, a real one. And I'll
give you a half.
Anyway, he has broken down Friday's preseason game, and he says Brock Purdy, it was okay.
He had the guts to write it.
So a little critical of him.
But you got to give him kudos for that title, using his last name, Just Win Podcast. Get it?
Oh, you know what? I just got that.
That's pretty sick.
Steiny.
Pretty dope, Ted.
Let's real quick go to TC in Sacramento, and then we'll bring Evan in for something fun. Hey, TC, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Steiny and Goo, what's going on?
Talk to us. Yeah.
Oh, man, just vibing, hopefully. Hey, so we need both those dudes, man. Like, it's not one because Trent, his game, that's why everybody's like, oh, it's Trent. You need the left tackle, but you need BA too. That's what I'm trying to tell Niner fans, bro, with media. We're going to miss that dude, bro, if he leaves, and we're going to need him this season. This isn't let's get Trent, but we're not really tripping on Aiyuk. No, bro. We need both those dudes, and we need BA. And you have to respect BA's mind, Steiny. We can't keep saying that the hell with BA. No, man. He's standing on business. I did. Listen, I did everything he wanted me to do, Kyle and John. I did it. I did everything he wanted me to do, and all I'm asking is to get paid, big dog. And everybody's acting like they don't want to pay me. They're acting like I'm just some lemming. I don't get that.
Well, ask Guru.
No, I feel the exact sentiments that you just expressed over the airwaves. The Niners are going nowhere, I don't believe, if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk, especially in a year we've all decided, hey, I've said it to you, Steiny, I like what I've seen from Brock, but we need to see more. And if you're telling me the Niners are like, yeah, he's so advanced that he can do and reach those same plateaus without Brandon Aiyuk, I'll be shocked as all outdoors. That's all. Debo is a specialty receiver. He's not your get off the line of scrimmage, slippery hips. He could do a lot of good things, but you mentioned diversity amongst the Niner offense, and I think they have that like no other set of receivers in the league when you have a Debo Samuel and a Brandon Aiyuk. So I am shocked that it's where it's at now. We don't know what he's asking for, but what we do know, partner, and you're pretty black, is the fact that they have not come to an agreement. Bottom line.
No. Here's the other thing I was thinking, and I know, again, that a lot of fans look at it through the prism of this is the make or break year. All right, Kyle Shanahan's entering year 7. Is that right? 7. 2 non-playoffs, 4, 6, yeah, 7. And he's got as much job security as any coach in football, you would think, outside of maybe Andy Reid. All right, so the San Francisco 49ers just came off losing the Super Bowl. They lost the Super Bowl. And now it's the following year, and there's a couple guys who wanted to get paid. There is something a little bit bigger, believe it or not, than a Super Bowl. And that is an organization that might be worried that this could happen again and again and again. And here's the other thing I was thinking. What if the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year? Yeah, they pay Aiyuk and they pay Trent, and then they win the Super Bowl. How many people are going to want to get paid next year? You know what I mean? How many people are going to come with a guaranteed contract, but they don't have enough guaranteed money, and they want more money? And you, meaning the 49ers, have set a precedent that if you're important enough, we'll pay you. What if they're trying to nip that in the bud? Not for this year, for the next 5 years, so that this doesn't become something that happens all the time.
Now, I love that you said important because I was going to use the word gravitas. You got to be that guy or one of those guys. And when I look at the Niners books, Steiny, from my standpoint, all those guys have been taken care of. And I'm not saying Lenore and the guys coming up around the corner are not that, but they're not that yet. So to me, I'm not worried about tomorrow or next season. Everything is predicated on we got a good chance. We were just there.
Do GMs worry about the future?
Yes.
Okay. There it is. They have to worry about the future. They must. It's their job. They cannot. It's the same reason why the Golden State Warriors have to be careful about trading draft picks in 2027 or 28 or 29 if they know Steph Curry's not going to be here and the possibility exists that they'd be giving up really high picks. It's a gamble. And I think even though we're not talking about draft picks, I think the 49ers look at this as a gamble. If they pay all their guys, they've figured out that if they pay all their guys, they might not like the decisions that they're going to have to make down the line.
Well, that's Steiny. That's life. And
right.
That's why they have the awards.
Right. But what if they've decided that's the way we must proceed?
I don't believe that. Okay. And that's why, Steiny, they're no different than any other outfit. Okay, they're having more success than a lot others, but the bottom line is this is why they give awards out, Executives of the Year, guys and gals that can get in the lab and figure this stuff out. And we've seen time and time again, you lose something, but you try to minimize it. And that's around the league. So I don't want to sit here and act like the Niners are the only team facing these questions. And it does go back to, you mentioned the Warriors, had they cashed in one of those visits to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game since 2019, would fans be feeling more not on edge, Steiny, because they got it done? I don't know. But to sit here and tell me, oh, they got to pay Brock Purdy, that's why they're playing hardball with Trent Williams. Well, let me tell you, you ain't going nowhere this year if that's your mindset.
Well, I get that everybody believes that this team can't go anywhere with Trent Williams, but they're going to have to go somewhere without Trent Williams pretty damn soon.
Well, yeah.
Whether it's this year, next year.
But that's natural.
How many?
That's natural. Knowing you got to draft.
Exactly. So there's a guy out there who's probably got one more good year left, maybe two. He's 36 years old. You're going to be, in 2027, he's out of here anyway. Like, you're going to have to replace him at some point. And all I'm saying is, I think there's a possibility that they really don't like what he's doing. And they may have to they may have to bite the bullet, but
which would shoot themselves in the foot from on the field standpoint, Donnie. See, that's what I'm adamant about, that they're not going to do that.
Let's go to Jay. Jay's in Boston. Hey, Jay, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up, baby? What's going on? Thank you for taking my call. Yeah. I don't know why you guys came through the algorithm, this station, 95.7. I'm a diehard Niner fan, bro. I miss no games. I watch every preseason game. Boston born and raised. Boston in our house. The president, me, Jay, the president of the I Hate Kyle Shanahan fan club. And it seems like I'm on the island. I got to be the one to tell it like it is. So I'm going to come on 95.7, wherever y'all are, and tell it like it is. I am sick to death of the hall pass that these fans, these toxic fans, toxic media members want to give Kyle Shanahan. You want to blame Trent Williams for negotiating a contract. You want to blame Aiyuk for negotiating a contract. Deebo Samuel, when that was going on, such and such. Blame Kyle Shanahan for the blown timeouts. Blame him for the blown leads. Blame him for the fact that we could have had Patrick Mahomes. Blame him for the fact that he brought Jimmy G back. What are we doing here? What happened to the standard of the San Francisco 49ers? The greatest players, the greatest franchise, who's supposed to be the greatest fans with the greatest players that have ever played this game. Where's the standard? Why are we sitting up here acting like we haven't had the most loaded roster in the NFL for like 5 years? Any other coach would be fired. This is ridiculous.
Come on, give us a name, Jay.
Oh, Jay.
Let's ask him this, Danny.
What's happening in Beantown?
Jay, give us a name. Give us a name who'd you like to be coaching this team right now. If you feel that way about Kyle, give us a name, Jay.
I'll give you a name right now. His name is Eric, and he's my mailman. This coach
that was a four.
I can coach this team going to bed at night, okay? This roster is stacked. Take the toxicity out. Stop drinking the Kyle Shanahan canned Kool-Aid. Look at the facts. Has this not been the most stacked roster in the NFL for at least 5 years? And now our window is closed.
Wow.
They've never had, you know what? They've never had a great quarterback.
Move over, Steph.
You gotta have a great quarterback. All right, Jay, thank you.
Wow, get it off your chest.
Yeah, we've had a standard. You mean like 4 NFC championship games in 5 years?
I was waiting for you to jump them, Stoney, because if I said that, you would have jumped me.
They stink. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
He's right. He's right.
The one that stood out to
Shanahan.
He wasn't interested in Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. That ended up being a blessing in disguise. But, yeah, you got to
get the mailman.
Eric the mailman.
Eric is mailman.
Oh, boy. He got me, Carter. Yeah,
what does Kyle have to do with these negotiations?
That's Parag's, Donnie.
His name is Eric, and he's my mailman.
Oh, boy.
It's also, by the way, he slipped this in, and I want to know what he's talking about. He said the toxic fan base. What does Jay mean by toxic fan base? The 49ers fan base is toxic. Now, let me tell you something. I've been out here 30-plus years. I'm not going to stand up on that.
Well,
I'm not going to stand for that.
You were here for Cap v. Smith, and you also were here for Trey versus Brock.
Okay.
So there was a lot of toxicity.
How?
The fans on one side of this, rooting for the guy. You got anti-Kyle, and you got Kyle's the reason. There are more guys like him in the base, Donnie, and gals that think Kyle cost him a Super Bowl in 19 when he didn't call the timeout before. Yeah, we won't even do all that. But you know what I'm saying? He was not by himself. He was just
49er fans are no more toxic than any other fan base in any other sport.
They've been close as the Buffalo Bills, so that's why it comes out. Who's been closer than the Niners the last 5 years? And I'm talking about NFC Championship.
That's passion. Fans are passionate. They want to win a Super Bowl. I get that.
Yeah,
that's
but
not toxic.
Turns into heartbreak turns into toxic stuff.
How?
Because when it keeps happening over and over, and you feel like your coach is the reason. Ask Jimmy Garoppolo, are the fans out here toxic?
Well, he's a player.
Feels great, doesn't it? Well, he was the quarterback.
Oh yeah, because the Eagles are that fan base is just so functional.
They are in the category.
The Dallas Cowboys,
they are in it too.
They are all in it. Quit acting like we love football out here more than they do in Jacksonville. Or Atlanta. Well, maybe more than Atlanta.
Well, they don't care.
Not this year, though. Not this year.
Phoenix.
Mercedes-Benz Center.
They're done.
We got our draft tomorrow, 95-7 the game fantasy draft. Cousins on my board.
I need a little extra time.
Evan, who is this dude?
8:15, please.
Can't do it.
Please make it 8:15.
No, we can make it 8:15. You'll just lose your first-round pick.
I'll just take Kelsey like I did last year.
You Dibs did like that.
I'm not giving up a round of golf for a fantasy draft.
All right, well, you finished last.
That's fine. I don't care.
You're only doing this because you went to the chip last year. God, I hate it.
Yeah. Well. Hey, Evan, what do you say? Let me and Guru cut somebody right now. It's cut down day.
I'm ready.
It's cut down day in Santa Clara and the other cities that have NFL teams. They don't matter. Their fans don't care.
Stop it.
So the 49ers have to make some cuts today. Get that roster down to 53.
Yeah.
And Evan Giddings did some homework last night.
You act like I don't always do my homework.
Well,
I wasn't insinuating that. You always do it, buddy.
I know. So I figured we could have some fun, and we'll eventually go around Bay Area athletes, but I want to start with the 49ers first. Okay. And so I'm going to give you 3 names.
Oh, man.
You got to cut 2 of them. And look, we'll go around the different teams. We'll go around different positions.
Can we cut them all?
No, you got to keep one of them. That's a specific rule for Steiny.
All right.
Any music-y.
Goo's rule is you got to keep one.
Yeah, you got to keep one, Steiny. Yeah. Oh, hey, God.
Well, not only do you have to keep him, you have to overpay him.
That's true. So in that case, speaking of shortcomings in Super Bowls, I decided to select 3 49ers quarterbacks that have all been to the big game but have not won a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Colin Kaepernick. Cut 2, keep 1.
Go first, Steiny.
I got to cut 2?
Yes, you do.
Cap and Garoppolo got to go.
Wow.
I'm going with Brock Purdy. I believe he's shown that he will have staying power. He's going to be a good quarterback. How good? I don't know. I think that Kaepernick started to struggle before all this stuff happened. And Jimmy Garoppolo stinks. So if I'm looking at my starting quarterback, I got to cut Kaepernick and cut Garoppolo. And I'm going with Brock Purdy.
Wow.
And I know you are too. You're a smart guy.
No, I'm not. Evan Giddings, I hate to inform Brock Purdy and Jimmy G, turn in your playbooks because I'm going with Colin Kaepernick. And I can look you all in the face in this studio and honestly say I don't know why his career ended, but it's not that. He was a phenom.
Quarterback.
He was a phenom. He was kissing his biceps. Hold on, Steiny. He's won in Green Bay in the playoffs. I don't know what happened to him, but I know he had the Niners, just like the prior two, moments away from a Super Bowl win.
Who hasn't?
I look at his ability to use those legs and what he was on a good day, and I'm going with Cap, Steiny. I'm sorry. It was a tough decision. It was out of him and Brock. I love you, Jimmy. You got the jawline. But Cap was a phenom in this effing league.
Yeah, and then faded.
But we don't know why.
Yes, because he was a one-read quarterback.
It was
he was a one-read quarterback.
Yeah, but it was on the bended knee, too, at a lot.
But here's the other thing. Evan, this is why.
Who would be fired so quickly? Lori Matthews, that hurts.
Yeah.
That's my girl.
Yeah, but
what happened?
It's the truth.
Are we going to act like Cap didn't take him to the Super Bowl and was a phenom?
Dude.
Purdy hadn't been there. Let's keep it real now. Cap was a phenom.
Right, for a year or two.
That's a long time. Got to a Super Bowl.
It's a long time.
Had to take team to Super Bowl and the NFC Championship?
Harbaugh. That was all Harbaugh.
See, all right.
Let me tell you. Listen, you told on yourself.
Wow.
Because you brought up something that is important to you, but means nothing. You said, you're cutting Garoppolo and Purdy. Yeah. And part of the reason is because Colin Kaepernick kissed his bicep. That was the second thing you said about Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, but that was his.
So are you telling me that if Brock Purdy had a signature move, you might go with Brock Purdy?
I'm going off accolades, partner, and going to a Super Bowl and moments away against the Ravens.
They all went to a Super Bowl.
No doubt about it.
So that's not in and of itself either.
But I think he was the most talented of the three.
Oh, he might have been the most talented.
Yeah. And that's what. And he took him to an NFC Championship
Who's the
game against Seattle?
Those three quarterbacks?
It's all the headiest. I don't know. What's your metric?
I think it's Purdy.
All right.
Yeah, I think Purdy's the best of those threes at reading the defense.
Well, all three of them have Super Bowl L's.
Yeah, that's why he picked them.
But for people coming down my road, not a lot. Like, that's just like Cap didn't have, moments and the team didn't. Wow.
Yeah.
You can make the case that Kaepernick was more responsible for his Super Bowl run than Purdy was.
But Evan, I love you, but that's even though I picked Cap, it just going.
Oh, here we go.
Is that what our society is now, though? You can't just be part of something. We gotta. Well, look, what did Steiny really do to make the show better? What about the collective?
It's called sports talk.
What about the collective?
I don't know what that means.
What about the party just being enough to be the quarterback to guide the team to wins in the Super Bowl?
What about it?
But we got to put everything under a microscope of like Jimmy. Well, Jimmy got him to a Super Bowl and multiple NFC Championship games.
Right, that's the game.
But he got the blame more so than the others.
The game is we have to cut 2 of these.
Oh, no, I got that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but Evan's saying that. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just like.
And I picked Purdy because Garoppolo, I don't think is very good. Kaepernick, I don't believe had staying power in the NFL. I believe he started to get worse in his whatever year it was, 4th or 5th year. Brock Purdy, I believe, of those 3, will have the longest career and the most successful career. And hell, he might have it right now among those 3, to tell you the truth.
Well, unlike the other 2, Jimmy and Cap, it's pretty much over for them.
925. Agree with Steiny. Cap stopped doing his homework. Trouble reading defenses. Cap was a 1-read. Oh, that's another one. Cap was a 1-read quarterback who could run. He got injured. He lost a step, and therefore his quarterback level play went down.
I just know I watched him in the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
and he was a badass.
We watched all those 3.
Yeah, no doubt.
See, that's why Evan did it, because it's tricky.
Right.
So,
I think on Cap's best day, he was the best quarterback of the 3.
Oh, most dynamic, I'd go with.
And right now, what Brock has going for him is his career still going. And I like Brock Purdy, but I'm not going to sit here and say Mr. Irrelevant, the last dude in the draft, Super C, and he's off to a phenomenal start.
What does that have to do with anything?
That could be one of the stupidest questions you ever asked me. The last dude in the draft is the least talented. It was the one at the gym that nobody picks when they're playing pickup. So Colin Kaepernick, you're sitting here acting like there's a comp. There was a reason people didn't look at Purdy as the guy.
I'm not.
Don't hate on what Cap did in this league is what I'm saying. That's all.
Kaepernick was a 2nd-round pick. Brock Purdy was a 4th.
But on his best day, Steiny, he owned this league.
That's
Cap
fine.
did that. And a lot of people forget. That's all I'm saying. You're acting like where he got drafted at that's part of Purdy's story.
I know it's part of his story, but it has nothing to do with the quarterback he is right now.
I'm not saying that. And that's not what you said. You said it doesn't matter where you get drafted.
It doesn't. For the purposes of this conversation, it doesn't. We're just... if you're saying of Garoppolo, Purdy, and Kaepernick, I'm not taking Purdy because he was a 7th-round pick. I'm saying
no. I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what I heard.
I'm going on talent. And the one phenomenal thing about this whole discussion is all 3 have been to the bowl and the NFC Championship game and have not got it done.
Exactly. I wonder.
What?
Well.
When people saying I would say Tebow, I'm not saying Tim Tebow. He won a playoff game.
You can weigh in on the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. Garoppolo, Purdy, Cap.
Yeah.
Who are you going with? You got to cut 2 of them.
I'm gonna put that on the on my Twitter.
Guru, you're tripping.
But I know what it is.
I'm looking for somebody
Cap ended, and that's what. So I'm not dumb enough to not know that that's festered in all this blowback. Dude was a baller, man.
David Hernandez.
What did he say? Give it to me.
Cap was a great running back.
See, that's the boy. That's the disrespect. Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Boy. Is the Kaepernick that you're... Oh, we got to go. Got to go. Ted Wen coming up in an hour. He writes for The Athletic. Great X&O guy. Going to get into Brock Purdy's performance. He wasn't crazy about it on Friday. That's coming up in an hour. That segment also brought to you by Floor and Decor.
Seeing ghosts.
Floor and Decor has more...
Give us a name who'd you like to be coaching this team right now. If you feel that way about Kyle, give us a name, Jay.
I'll give you a name right now. His name is Eric, and he's my mailman.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Beantown in the house. Yeah.
He came strong.
Yeah, he did. Nobody's firing Kyle Shanahan. That's foolishness. I don't think, a couple people on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
I'm down on them right now.
Yeah, you should be. I don't think, do companies drug test anymore?
I wouldn't know. I have nothing to worry about.
Some people on the Xfinity Mobile text line are calling for a drug test for you.
Oh, so Cap didn't take the Niners to a Super Bowl and NFC Championship?
No, he did.
Well,
he did.
He wasn't Mr. Excitement.
No, he was. He was.
I love how we play the game, and then you come down my road on my answer. It's just the good Lord.
Here's the other thing, Goo. So, Cap, he went to one Super Bowl?
And then lost to the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game on the road.
So
Sherman picked him off.
Actually went to two NFC championships, won one, lost one. Gotcha. Devin's in an Uber. Devin's on your side, buddy. Devin's got your back, people, too.
How's it going, man?
Welcome.
Hey, Goo, man. Stand 10 toes strong.
All day, baby.
I think that people aren't being fair with this. In my mind, I'm choosing them at their current peak, right?
Exactly.
We know Cap's peak, and we know what Brock is right now. We're not saying this is the best he'll ever be, but this is the best he's been, right, since he's been in the league. So with those two things, I'm not going to lie, and I'm a diehard Raider fan. I'm choosing Cap all the way. Like, I don't think I'm not going to say it's like there's a clear gap, but it's also not super close. There's a dual threat, which we see that it's just working right now. Right now, this is the era of the dual threat. I think Cap right now, what he was back then, if he's in the league now, he's in the talks with Lamar and the CJs and all these people. Like, it's just, I get that Brock he reads a little faster, but I'm picking Cap all the way. I love you guys.
Devin, no, hang on. I do have a question for you because you've given this some thought. Are you, I get what you're saying. Are you judging Cap on early in his career when the defenses hadn't really seen him a lot, or are you judging Cap maybe after 3 or 4 years when the defense, picked up on him a little bit?
I'm just judging based on even if we just
at
made
his
it strictly
peak.
Play postseason, like them and their postseason runs.
Gotcha.
That's all the playoff games included. I remember him in Green Bay. Nobody had them winning. We thought Green Bay was going to win, and not only did the Niners win, they dominated, bro. And that's because of Cap. We're not going to get it misconstrued. It's not like Cap rode the defense coattails. No, Cap was really a factor back then. So I'm picking him because I like the fact that he would get the ball there. He would get it to Vernon and all the rest of the guys. But he can also, I don't know. He wasn't no one read pony to me. But maybe I missed things. But yeah, I'm picking Cap. Goo, stand on your toes.
Yeah, no doubt. And Steiny, that's how I took it, prime Cap. But let's not act like we got 5 years of Cap doing the Jimmy Garoppolo model to where it's like, oh boy, they went 8-8 when Harbaugh's last year, and you would have thought that was 4-12 or 3-14. So at the end of the day, I took this exercise as prime Cap, and I love what Brock Purdy is doing, but I just thought my guy, I put him in that offense right now, prime Cap, with what they got. Oh my gosh. With the current, what they got going now.
If Kaepernick were quarterback
Kyle
in this
had
team?
him. Yeah, I know, he had RG3.
I don't think Kyle.
But he had RG3 and he got him rookie of the year, but I hear you. And that was in D.C.
I don't see Cap as Kyle's kind of quarterback.
And but what's funny is his dad drafted Kirk Cousins in that same draft. They drafted RG3.
I mean, listen, if you're going to take Purdy, Kaepernick, and Garoppolo and pick out, their best 4 games or 5 games, Well, yeah, I could definitely understand Kaepernick then. He was dynamic. But that wasn't my criteria. My criteria was, okay, who's the better quarterback over a period of time? For me, it's going to be Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's going to have a longer and more successful career than Colin Kaepernick.
And that's why,
at his height, Kaepernick was incredible.
But Stoney, I guess, again, and I'm not caping for Cap, I just feel like he didn't get that opportunity to make the adjustment to the adjustment they made. Defensive coordinators, and that's why we saw the end of them.
415 saying Cap had a 59.8 career completion percentage. Come on. And then another guy below him, 650, Steiny's an idiot. Cap never had a bad season. Look at the stats, hater. You know what? I won't look at the stats now. I'm not gonna.
It's amazing. All three been to the same plateau, but Purdy's off to a better start.
Well, and that's why I'm saying, dude, we need to take our hat off to Evan Giddings.
Yeah, no doubt.
Evan Giddings.
There you go.
Because he used three guys that are we have to use the same criteria. I like it.
Let's ask Evan his answer.
I know what his answer is.
Look at him. So what you got?
Well, this is what I find fascinating about the question, because the best quarterback currently is Brock Purdy. And I don't really think it's close. But if you're asking me if I had to win one game and I need one quarterback, whoever's on the roster, it's Colin Kaepernick. It's Colin Kaepernick.
I love it, E. Yeah, Snotty, I'm not mad at that, Evan.
My answer is Purdy, though. If I got to cut two, I'm sorry. I got to cut Cap. I do think it's funny nobody's brought up Jimmy whatsoever.
Is that game that you have to win? Is that against a defense that's seen Cap for 2 or 3 seasons?
It's also in the rain.
Look at you guys.
Lamont in Oakland.
Mont.
What's up, Lamont? How you doing, man?
What's up, y'all?
Hey.
Check it out. I'm rolling with Cap, man, and here's why. I think people forget. Cap beat Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs twice.
He did.
One time in Lambeau Field.
Yes, he did.
He beat Cam Newton in Carolina in the playoffs. He beat Matt Ryan in Atlanta after being down 20-7 in the NFC Championship game. Why are we acting like this is stuff that beating legends? Dominant quarterback. He went head-to-head in the games that mattered the most.
You can't.
He did lose in the Super Bowl like everybody else did. Fact.
You know what?
What I will say again is, let's not forget, and you talk about, you think Purdy had a better start? Well, guess what? The first year they inserted Kaepernick, they went to the Super Bowl. They went to the Super Bowl the first year when Alex got the concussion. They put Cap in there, and they went to the Super Bowl that year. Like, this dude was fire. And let's be honest. The reason why it fell apart is because he took his coach away.
Yeah.
They took away Jim Harbaugh. The defenders, a bunch of defenders retired, and the scheme that they had with Harbaugh there was fine. But the problem is that they lost those things, and they put Tom Sula to coach him.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's like, what are we doing? Like, really, now we're just trying to do something. Now we just want to get him out of there for other reasons. And the last thing I'll say about Cap, and I'm not trying to be controversial, but I'll say this. I never hear about certain looking quarterbacks being one-read quarterbacks. That seems like that's only reserved for certain quarterbacks. And I'm going to just leave it at that. I don't hear that about no other type of quarterback. But when it comes to certain quarterbacks, it's one read. Like
Tim Tebow was a one-read quarterback.
Well, nobody.
But I hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
I don't know what play is called. How do I know he only got one read? We aren't in the playbook. We're not the coach.
Oh, yeah, you can tell.
Know that?
Oh, please. Lamont. Lamont.
How can you tell? Your head in the helmet? Is your head in his helmet?
No, I'm a football expert.
But Lamont, there's nobody can argue what you're saying, Lamont, about the double standard with the black quarterback. That started even before I even knew who you were, Stoney, and there's still some of that to this day. So to point that out, I think that's fair, but you know what a one-read quarterback is,
Tim
and they're
Tebow
more than
one-read
black quarterbacks. You could tell. And no, that was a great one. But my whole thing, Stoney, and Lori Matthews, the great Lori Matthews, Jimmy beat Aaron Rodgers twice.
Every 49er quarterback has beaten Aaron Rodgers. But that's what I wanted to tell Lamont.
Okay, gotcha.
He goes, Aaron Rodgers. Has Aaron Rodgers ever beaten the Niners in a big game?
But those Cap days, Stoney, he looked like the Michael Vick experience.
He's another one-read guy, Aaron Rodgers.
You don't think they got action?
Who?
If he stays upright, the Jets. I really do. I think this is a horrible matchup for the Niners with what they have going on to go out in front of the world. We had a great offseason.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know enough about the Jets, but they sure sound to me like your version of the Lakers, and they stunk. And so I'm going to assume the Jets aren't going to be very good.
You're going 3 years. Come on now.
I'm just saying.
Lakers had 2 dudes starting an Olympic team, and they're starting 5. I'll leave that there.
And they didn't make the playoffs.
No, they did. But had they played anybody but Denver, and they gave Denver 15 rounds, I'll leave that there for another day.
You should leave it there.
That's a great opening one, Evan. Man.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, nobody voted for Jimmy. Nobody will vote Jimmy. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad if they did.
I was considering throwing Jeff Garcia in there, but he didn't make a Super Bowl like Garoppolo did.
Jeff!
I think I still would have taken Purdy.
I think so, too.
Oh, you know what? And Lamont, I hear you. Just to let you know that I hear you, Lamont.
No, he was on fire.
Jimmy G was a one-read quarterback.
Oh, there you go.
Come on. He's right.
But look what he did with that one read. He almost got him a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Let's go to SF Bay drummer. He's in Houston.
H-Town.
We are worldwide. Yeah. Hey, drummer.
Yo, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Talk to us.
Guru, I got your back. Hey, Steiny, I got to come down your road a little bit. I understand that you're talking in the context of QB longevity, but at the same time, if we want to compare Super Bowls between Cap and Purdy, I'm going Cap all day because Mr. Purdy, he had to have a wide receiver throw a touchdown for him in the Super Bowl, and he only put up 19. Cap put up 32, and Cap was a weapon himself, and he had less to work with, while Mr. Purdy had the Avengers and only put up 19 points. That is trash. And then, let's bring the weather into it, because Cap, he went to Green Bay while it's icy and cold outside. When Purdy played Green Bay at home, if it wasn't for Dre Greenlaw making the interception, we almost lost that game because Brock Purdy couldn't even handle mist. He couldn't even handle a drizzle outside. Squirming and fumbling the ball. Like, Purdy's not that guy who everybody think he is, man. He's not. And it's going to prove this year when we don't have Trent and when we don't have Aiyuk. And then you want to give him $60 million? $60
That's Guru. That's Guru.
$60 million?
Take it to Guru.
No, stop. Hey, if that's if he has a year like he had last year, Steiny, and that's the market, and I believe he's going to get that. That's all. And I told you I don't like the fact that Jordan Love, it's the system. It's not. I'm in love with Love, but it's just funny. 2 quarterbacks, 1 season as a starter under his belt, and he has the ranking of the highest paid QB. No hate from me, but I'm like, whoa. So why can't Purdy do that?
One of the things that happened last week, Goo, when you were out, is Evan and I couldn't come to an agreement on a bet.
Oh, whoa.
We were trying to make make bets that you lose most of the time. Well, Evan was trying to make a bet with me, but we just couldn't because the bets I didn't think were fair. I'll tell you what.
Now you're nitpicking.
I'm prepared to make you a bet right now.
All right. Boy.
Right now.
Okay.
Brock Purdy will not get $60 million a year.
I wouldn't take that.
That AAV thing or whatever.
I won't take that. I won't take that.
It.
Oh, wow. Look how he's looking at you.
Uh-oh.
Come on, man.
This is a change.
Do it.
Okay, I'll bet you.
All right, sounds good.
Beverage.
Or 6.
Now, real quick, what's the energy behind? Like, what do you think's going to happen to where
they get 50 or something?
Yeah.
You see the way the 49ers like to do their contracts?
Well, up until this season, everything's been. Come on now.
New sheriff in town.
Yeah.
Let's go to Couch Potato. Look at are you kidding me? Couch Potatoes in Kentucky? Louisville or Lexington?
Louisville, L's up. To heck with the Cats. You feel me, Steiny?
Yes,
Come on. Now listen, Matthew.
I got you.
Matthew. We look to you to be the voice of reason, a font of knowledge, And would you please remind everyone how horrible the Niners were Kaepernick's last 2 years under the great Jim Tomsula and the equally great Chip Kelly. He was running for his life. He had absolutely no help. They stunk. And in his last year, he still completed 60% of his passes, 16 touchdowns, 4 interceptions on a team that stunk. And the only reason he's not in the league, we all know why. Shout out Goo. And I have to say, I would originally think go with Purdy. But, man, I was there at the stick that night that Kaepernick exploded on the scene, and I've never seen anything like it in 68 years on this planet of a guy who just took over a game like that. I don't want to hear about Lamar Jackson. Unbelievable. So, Matthew, come on now.
Hey, Couch, thanks for the call.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Wow.
All right.
He was a phenom, Stoney. I know it didn't last forever, man.
No, it didn't. Lasted about 14 minutes.
What you got?
Couch, your boy Steiny was at that game, too. The Kaepernick game against the Packers. And let me tell you, yes, I was there.
No, I'm like, whoa, go ahead. I'm all ears.
And let me tell you, 8 guys on the Packers defense, every single play, were 25 yards downfield with their back to the line of scrimmage.
So you're trying to take something away from my man. Come on, man. Dude was 72 touchdowns in his career to 30 picks, threw for 12,000 yards. But Steiny, again, all I can say is he got him against the Ravens. He had him there against that damn, what did we call Seattle's defense?
Legion of Boom.
Legion, look at my man. And took them 15 rounds.
All right. If you're just joining us, it's cut down day in the NFL. 49ers are going to make their cuts at 1 o'clock, as is every team. And my main man, Evan Giddings, one of 2 main men, has put together a couple lists, and we've got to cut. We've got to cut 2 out of the 3 on his list. And the first list he gave was Garoppolo, Purdy, or Kaepernick. You have to cut 2 of them. And all 3, of course, got to a Super Bowl but didn't win it. And I'm cutting Garoppolo and Kaepernick, and Guru's cutting Purdy and Garoppolo. So we're having some fun with that. And
this one went crazy.
Yeah, Evan's got a bunch more. We'll do the next one at about 11:30. But
that one hit. Yeah, that caused a lot of
Yeah. Let's go to Jimmy. Jim's in Martinez. What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys. Love it as usual. You're killing me. The calls are all great. Obviously, I came in late to this.
Okay.
I'm cutting Jimmy G.
Of course.
I was at the Bears game. It was a Monday night or a Sunday night game where the Bears were all, supposed to be this badass team, and the Niners just Alvin Smith, Kaepernick just literally humiliated these guys. But I got to go with Purdy. It's only been a couple years, but this kid's got something. And I love Kaepernick. He should have had another 10 years. It's, I have so much respect for that guy. But Purdy, man, when you look at what he's done, the stats from last year, it is nothing short of amazing. Kaepernick was a game changer too, but I have one memory, NFC Championship. Everybody think back, Seattle, Frank Gore, wide open for a little 8 or 10-yard little dink that he's going to go 50 yards with, if because he's not the speedster. And instead, they're at their own goal line, and Kaepernick overthrows them by about 8 feet, and the game was basically over at that point. And I love Kaepernick. Don't get me wrong, but man. Choosing one. You guys are killing me. You guys have a good day, man. Thanks.
Take it easy, baby.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
Did Jim only cut? Yeah, he cut Cap and Jimmy.
Yeah, he would go with Purdy.
Yeah.
He would go with Purdy.
And right now, I think it's kind of easy to go with Brock because he's the flavor of the month and the current quarterback, Stoney.
That does appear to be the consensus. We've thrown it up on our Twitter polls. Right now, it's 63% for Brock Purdy.
So, and Goo, I'm not going to take a victory lap for that.
What are you? What's
it's just an
laugh?
opinion.
We're cutting people, buddy. Have you ever been cut? Honestly,
please.
On any level?
No. Who the hell is going to cut me?
See, this is me.
I was the
if I
guy
had the chance.
that the coach consulted for who to cut. No, I
Your
was
football
never.
career didn't last great.
I quit.
Well, see, that's worse than cut.
I was allowed to quit. I told you that story. The coach asked me to come out in 6th grade. I went out for football, put my shoulder pads on backwards, got to practice. Tim Dotterer ran me over. He was like Rudy Drobnik. He was bigger than everybody else. I stuck my arm out to try to tackle him, and I swear to God, my arm came out of the socket. And I said, Dad, I don't like football. And he said, son, since Mr. Smith asked you to come out, I'll let you quit. Because technically it's not quitting. He asked you to try it.
I've never quit.
He asked you to try it. You tried it. You didn't like it. But if I would have gone out for the team, I'm stuck.
Like I do wonder,
So no.
like give us a
No.
I know
How
they
many
do
times have you been cut?
What do you mean, how many times?
What?
It's never happened. Now, I did play St. Anne's. Remember, I had the emotional story, Wendell Basie, Silk Basie's dad, wanted me to be on the B team for St. Anne's, and I was like magic. Penny Hardaway, I was a big point. So I ran point tickets to the chip, Evan. So I don't know if that constitute cut. Because there was an A team, and then there was a B team.
Yeah, that's cut.
No, he wanted
It's
me.
like being on JVs as a junior.
I was that in football.
I know.
Wide receiver, 88.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing.
So I haven't been cut.
I mean, there's really, can you really have a championship in the B League?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Please. I was a big guard, Steiny Penny.
Yeah.
Point.
Why were you not in the A League?
I got more burn in the B.
Yeah. I believe
I
that.
don't regret the decision.
Can't do it. I believe that.
Evan, we went to the chip. Yeah. I cried. We lost. I cried. Only time I cried.
How many did you have?
Probably about 18.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I'm being real, dude. Your boy was balling then. But I never was, hey, Mr. Johnson, you're not good enough to make this outfit. That never happened to me. In baseball, oh, come on. I was Nolan Ryan.
Evan, you ever get cut?
Oh, boy.
Well, yeah, because unlike you, I decided to go out for teams that I may or may not have made.
How did you handle it? Like, which one hurt the most?
Probably Hoop.
Damn, East. Where do these pros go? To the
like I knew I was going to make the baseball team.
Okay, gotcha.
But I didn't know I was going to make the basketball team.
And was the team good either? They had talent?
Yeah, we made state my freshman year.
Well, then there's nothing. That's bad luck of the draw.
888-957-9570.
Knockout don't count.
I'm all ears. I'm all ears. What?
I lost.
Why don't you guys tell me what it's like to get cut? I don't know.
Please. What about Willard and Dibbs? You think they've been cut?
Oh God, Dibbs has probably been cut 7 times.
I can't wait to ask him.
I'll bet Willard's gotten cut too.
You know what? He tried to guard me at the, remember we were at the knockout tournament? You guys are great.
All right, coming up in a half hour, we got Ted Wen joining us. He's from The Athletic.
What's the name of his podcast?
Just Wen, baby.
Yeah.
Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply today or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. More people getting cut on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
I was at the Circa. God, I love roast, Steiny. Oh, no. Wow. I might go viral.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We got a big ball game tonight. Bay FC. Versus FC Barcelona down at PayPal.
What channel can I find that on?
I'll bet it's on.
Oh.
The computer.
Oh, he's got to. Dude, just, what do they call the stadium?
PayPal.
Okay, yeah, they changed it.
PayPal Stadium. Yeah. It's really cool. Have you ever been there?
Rick Tittle took me once.
It's a cool stadium.
It's incredible.
It's great
It's
for
right
soccer.
by Darryl Santa Clara School.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, it's nice. You going tonight?
Yeah, I'm taking the fam.
Who's that? Mom and Dad?
My family, yeah.
I would love to meet
mom,
his
dad,
parents.
brother.
I feel like I know him.
Yeah, you don't.
Dude, I just want to radio fight you, and it wouldn't take but a minute, Evan.
They know you two, though.
Yeah, tell them hello when you see them.
Yeah, they talk about you quite highly. Mainly the one on the right, but
wow.
Of me.
Listen, my fighting record is 0-0.
I said that to
and
Norm.
it's going to end up 0-0.
You've gotten into something you just didn't call a fight, Stein. There's no way.
Nobody has ever taken a swing at me. Well, like seventh grade
dude.
Jeff Fessler, but, you know.
Yeah. There's been a couple arguments in your radio career. No punches thrown. But whoa, Tuck.
Well, that's because the two guys I got into it with are both 6'4".
Snitches get stitches.
Let's go to Austin.
San Jose or Redwood?
Now, San Francisco.
Okay, our guy.
Hey, Austin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, nothing much. I just want to say I'm taking Cap all day. Man, all day Cap. Also, I want to say, with Cap, Jim Kelly, his last 2 seasons with him is horrible. Ask Philadelphia how they feel about Jim Kelly. Deshaun Jackson and Shorty Shaker McCoy. That man is trash. Other than that, that's all I got. Oh, yeah, one more thing.
Yeah, sure.
Give Brandon Aiyuk his money, man.
Nah.
Hey, he been doing it each year. He been doing good each year. And he's first player since to get 2,000 yards receiving since who? Terrell Owens, I think, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah. You're on the right show, but yeah, Evan, you want to help him? Yeah, we love you. That's our guy, man. Yeah.
I mean, he's gotten 2,000 yards over his career.
Right. We love you, Austin.
No, what did he say about?
You said Cap.
Yeah, Cap.
And pay Aiyuk.
That's fine. It's countdown day in the NFL. 1 o'clock. 49ers are going to trim their roster to 53. Coming up at 12 o'clock, we have Ted Nguyen of The Athletic. He's an X&O guy, and he really broke down Brock Purdy's play on Friday. Looking forward to talking to him at noon about Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers. But we're also playing a little game here, having fun, in honor of Cut Day. Evan's come up with a few lists here of 3 either people or things, and we must cut 2 of the 3. The first one was Garoppolo, Purdy, Kaepernick.
Well, can he even... Evan, you're phenomenal, but that's hard to match, man, because those 3 dudes have Super Bowl loss, NFC Championship loss. Man.
Well, if you want me to stick with football, I think it's going to be tough to top. But I have one for Warriors fans that might be kind of difficult. So which one do you want?
You go ahead, Stoney, since you've never been in a fight.
Let's go to the football. We're going to stay with football for 600, Alex.
All right, with football, we'll stick with...
Here we go.
All right, the current one that I have for this team, and it involves a player that the Niners may or may not move off of, and they have about 2.5 change to do. George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, or Brandon Aiyuk. You got to cut 2, keep 1.
Kittle, Samuel, Aiyuk. Goo, you go first this time.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Who
I know I'm going to catch hell on this. I love BA, but he's not making it, so turn in your playbook. I love Deebo, but the injuries do pile up at the most inopportune time. You limped off the Super Bowl, the 2 that you've been in, but you're a badass. But it's George Kittle, Stoney. So
I'm ready to go.
I'm keeping George Kittle, and I hate to say this. If I were his coach, he would be featured like Kelsey. I'll leave that for another day. He's there when you need him. He's there in the run game. He gives himself up. So I'm going with George Kittle to make it out of those three. So Brandon and Debo are cut, and I think, just keep it real here before you give yours. Okay. I think that shocks you. For coming from me.
I was just going to praise Evan because the first two, we didn't talk about this. We didn't script it. Yeah, I disagree. Believe it or not.
Oh.
I'm cutting Kittle and Aiyuk. And I'm keeping Debo Samuel.
Even with the injury history.
That's been overblown a little bit in my mind.
He missed it. Go ahead, Stan. It's your time.
To me, he is the wild card. He is the player that makes the 49ers dynamic. I think if the 49ers didn't have Debo Samuel, they wouldn't look like the same offensive team. They would look like most of the other teams in the NFL. And I just think, I'm going to take the guy who can't be tackled. Can't tackle him.
But he can get hurt. Like the Green Bay playoff games down. He missed the whole second half.
They won the game.
Yeah, barely, because Brandon Aiyuk balled. But so the injuries don't scare you.
No.
And you're being proactive.
Thank you.
I'll say this to your list. You don't think, in a world where Kyle doesn't have Debo at his disposal, he could find a way to create different ways? And what's so wrong with looking like the other teams as long as it's effective, like he did with Matt Ryan in Atlanta?
Well, to me, it's because they do look different than other teams.
That's a fact.
Okay. Debo Samuel, 2019, 15 games. It was only a 16-game season.
All right.
Then he got hurt. Played 7 games.
So he missed more than half of that season.
Then he played 16, 13, 15.
But with him, Steiny, it's you didn't give me how many he goes out in the first or second quarter, like the Cleveland game, late first.
He comes back. He returns.
Yeah. And he was on the carpet twice in the Super Bowl.
And I'm looking at, he's gone to the playoffs 4 times. He's played, he has not missed a playoff game.
I was going to ask you to give me his playoff numbers, but
his playoff numbers are,
I can already be like,
2 receiving touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. It's, I don't, I'm trying to look at first playoff 10 catches in the postseason, 10 catches, 13. And then the rushes were 6. He rushed 27 times in the postseason.
Well, that's when he was beating Dallas,
2021.
Yeah, and the Rams and Green Bay. Lost to the Rams.
Yeah, I'm taking Debo. Yeah. I'm cutting Brandon Aiyuk and George Kittle.
How about you, Evan?
It is a tough one. I think I'm actually going to go with George Kittle. I've flip-flopped a little bit on this, but I just think George Kittle is...
Wow.
In the same way you could say Debo's a guy who could give you 70 and a tug on the ground in addition, 100 through the air. Kittle's the one guy who could go for 200.
Man.
Incredible red zone target, but could also pave the way on the ground for anybody who's in the backfield. So I think it's Kittle for me.
Wow. Well, there's proof that's a great question. In other words...
All 3 of them have got their money except one. Oh, excuse me. 2 of the 3 have got their money except one, Stoney.
So basically, of those 3, Evan thinks Kittle's the best offensive player. I think Debo Samuel, and you think
Kittle.
Oh, you both say Kittle.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I just got to give him all the... I watched that receiver doc on Netflix. I won't share with you what bothers me.
Go ahead. I'm not going to watch
just real quick here. You need to watch it.
I'm not gonna.
It gives you a different viewpoint of these guys' lives with their teammates and off the field.
Was it Kittle wearing the F Dallas shirt after he scored 3 touchdowns on Sunday night?
Dope. Yeah, and he got that from Gary Plummer back in the day. But what bothers me, and Evan, you chime in, his wife throws a surprise party for George Kittle after a Monday night game.
Okay.
I'm in my lab, lights out, HD, 75-inch on the wall, and the guy that I am, the team guy, the camaraderie guy, my bifocals are looking for Debo. I'm looking for Aiyuk. I'm looking for guys and they weren't there. And they were at his Bosa showed up and he was surprised. Kittle was like, Bosa, I'm surprised to get you out the house, you know. Right. But where were those guys? And it ruined what was a great moment for Kittle. But from a team standpoint, from Johnny, who cares what you think, me, Evan, where was Kittle and I? Those are your dudes.
Where was Trent Williams?
Trent wasn't there either.
Was Spencer
I would have just
Burford
said come
there?
because the cameras are going to be there, and guys like Guru won't say y'all didn't show up. If we throw a party for you and Evan and I aren't there, Carter and other people are going to be like, they might not be as tight. Where's Evan and Goo? That's just how I think. Where were they?
It was a surprise. You saying it was a surprise party?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was Kittle's wife who invited the people. George probably had no idea, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
He's neither of the.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm getting at? Betty. George Kittle's wife, what's her name?
I forget her name. The lovely. Yeah.
She's wonderful.
But I don't know why.
Maybe she just didn't. She thought George's best friends were the guys who she invited.
Claire is her name.
Yeah, Claire.
All right. And like I said, that's how my mind works, Steiny.
How many players were there?
Like 7 or 8.
Okay, who? Give me, was
Juszczyk was there?
Juszczyk was there.
Yeah.
Charvarius Ward.
No.
Fred Warner.
No color.
Greenlaw.
No color. No chocolate. It was, I was just looking for the guys on the offensive unit to be like, okay, they'll be there. You know, just how my mind works. But I'm mad that I don't get invited to weddings. I'm that dude. So
no, I know that.
Where was your boys, Steiny? Didn't see Charlie Warner or Ross Dwelly. His other tight ends.
I just was like, I was looking, Steiny, like, damn. I would have said, hey, I know you don't want to come, but the cameras are going to be, it's Netflix. Just come through, man. And then the whole wedding thing, I didn't see any of Aiyuk or Debo or Trent at McCaffrey's wedding. And again, I don't get what goes on.
Talks.
I don't know what goes on with invitations, but if I were to marry again, best believe you, Evan, and Carter would be invited.
Yeah, just like BA, I'm holding out.
Wow.
Lori Matthews on
I'm down on her today.
She said, I'm sure everyone was invited.
Okay. But that's Lori. She looks for the greater good in people. But Lori, sometimes there's just questions. That's all.
There's no way a rookie like Moody was invited.
No, I didn't see him.
Exactly. Leonard is in Fairfield. Hey, Leonard, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guy?
Hey.
Hey, so I got a question. That question that you guys had about Debo, Kittle, and Aiyuk, who would you cut?
Yeah.
I would cut, I would keep Debo, cut the other 2. But the other question I had is Guru said 2 out of the 3 got their money. But I was wondering, do you think they negotiated a little bit? And other than like Brandon Aiyuk, who's just stuck on just one price?
Thanks, Leonard.
Yeah. He's asking, because 26 was rumored, right? I know, here we go. But I do wonder if that's still on the table. But they had to talk multiple times.
They were talking during Kittle's party.
No,
apparently.
that's pretty good.
Or McCaffrey's wedding.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's good stuff, Evan. Really appreciate it.
And Lori pointed out, this is great, during the season, Goo, did you see Debo and Kittle's family sitting together during the season? That I did see, and I love that stuff, Lori.
Well, then you should bring it up.
Well,
don't sweep it under the rug.
No, the party, I want them there. Show up for my party.
All right, how about this one? Off the top of my head, I came up with one.
Oh, boy.
And we're...
Real quick before we get to that, there are cuts being made as we speak.
Oh, yes.
I know the roster will come out at 1 o'clock, but there are kind of leaks. So now for the 49ers, they've waived wide receiver Danny Gray, per source. Now there's a chance that if they get waived, they can be on the practice squad, they can be re-signed, they can also be claimed by other teams. But Danny Gray has been waived, and I guess a surprise of the day, according to some, is that tight ends Braden Willis and Cameron Latu, both 2023 draft picks, they're practice squad candidates if they clear waivers, so they were waived. Latu, by the way, was a third-round pick last year. Also, Robbie Chosen has been cut. Wide receiver Robbie Chosen.
So you cannot call him the chosen one.
I was going to say, who's going to attack that softball.
Well, Danny Gray, Donnie, and I know the Niners have been, but I remember he had the speed and he was going to be something that,
Did he have the ha-ha?
Nah, I guess not, but that's just, and again, it's hit and miss. The Niners got a collective of talent, but, and like Evan said, he has a chance to end up on the practice squad. Evan, I wanted to run this by you real quick. 53-man roster, but they got this new thing with the injured reserve where you can stash 2 guys. So you think teams will play with that to be like, Evan's not really, to give him a chance to still be on the team?
Well, no, just because I think that the rule is you can stash them, but they still count against your IR.
Okay.
So you really have to make sure that they're going to be available later in the year. Like, for example, I'm thinking it'll be curious to see how they handle Trent being on or off the roster. Man. Not because he will or won't be on the team, but just how they kind of strategically place him on. Like, I don't think he'll be listed on the 53-man, but it doesn't mean he won't be there week 1.
Well,
fair enough.
And Brandon Aiyuk with the pup too, right? I mean, that's a reality. I mean, that would be worst case.
He missed the first 4 games.
Oh my gosh. You're smiling, Stoney. That would be bad. That would be bad optics. Like, this is cute, and you're like,
if you go 4-0.
Well, but still.
So the 49ers are going to make their final cuts by 1 o'clock today. If stuff leaks out, we'll pass it along. So we're having a little fun making our own cuts here. We're giving you 3 names, and you have to cut 2. Here's one.
Oh, this is the one you came up with.
Yeah, this is just to get us to noon. LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry.
You want to go first, Evan? Wow.
Yeah, it's easy. I'm keeping Curry.
I'm keeping LeBron. Hey, Steph, here's your papers.
Are you the head coach? Because you're going to be fired in 2 years.
Longevity. What? Why? Why would I be fired in 2 years?
Because you're keeping LeBron, who's had 17 head coaches.
Yeah, I'm going Curry, too.
Of course. You guys are so predictable.
No, please.
So predictable.
What a sinister mind comes up with those 3?
So predictable.
Curry!
That might be the most predictable cut keep from that Steinmetz.
Come on. You're cutting. Why don't you call LeBron James into your office and let me know how you're going to cut him?
I'll say, you got beat out by a transcendent player, man.
And
the best shooter to ever do it.
What am I?
Passer.
We've decided to send your talents to South Beach.
There you go. Steiny, I do wonder, from all the other teams making cuts real quick here, I really am concerned about the lack of defensive line depth for the Niners. If we see them bring in other guys that we've heard of, we won't call them also-rans, but, you can never have enough. And this is Sorensen's first crack at it, and not to have what I believe a deep defensive line like Saleh and D'Amico Ryans had, and they had trouble stopping the run. That was with Armstead. Steiny, it's just not a lock to say this D is going to be Billy Badass like they used to, especially with Greenlaw missing in the middle. Like, I got my popcorn. I think he has the most difficult job as the defensive coordinator out of those 3, including himself, Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, who used this situation to get a head coaching job.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon Staley's doing the coaching.
Oh, I forgot he was.
Yeah.
He'll be the eyes in the sky, or
you can stop asking that question. You don't have to ask that again.
Yeah.
Steiny, how about Tatum, Curry, Giannis?
Now that's easy.
Tatum and Giannis.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, I'll take Curry there. I'll do you a favor. Take Curry. No, I will. Hey, by the way, did you know it was the 10-year anniversary of Levi Stadium? It was 2014.
Don't tell me who they played, because your boy, I know this, the Chicago Bears Sunday night.
What do you mean?
That's who they opened up that stadium against.
Okay. Is that true?
Yeah, cap through interception. No. The Bears.
I mean, is Levi Stadium the best home field advantage in the NFL?
No, I got to say, since its inception, it would be Oracle and under Kerr, but I got to go with the Giants. 3rd and King. What they were doing 10, 12, and 14. Even this year, they're 10 games over 500. They still have some.
Who's 10 over 500?
At home, the Giants. 38 and 28. But anyway,
the answer is the Shark Tank.
No, the Stoddy.
Please.
They just got the number. I've been there for a playoff game. Shout out Ricky T.
The ultimate home court advantage was Oracle Arena in Oakland. I think we all know that.
Now I'm going to back off. What about the stick?
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I haven't seen a football. Well, no, I did at Levi's. I mean, Levi's Stadium's nicer than the stick.
But we're just talking about the ambiance and the crowd going crunk. I'm just saying, we cannot hate on Stoddy. The stick was it.
You mean
for the Niners?
Well, okay, correct
me. The catch?
Correct me. We're talking about home field advantage. When I got here in 1990, the joke was that the 49er fans were wine and cheese fans. Now, I can't speak to that.
But then you got Harbaugh, built him a bully.
Oh, fortress. Remember when he said it's a fortress?
Bill Walsh era.
Fortress.
George Seifert. It was a problem.
What's the...
Why you bring up Oracle? Damn it.
Because
that place was incredible.
Because it was the best home court, home field advantage in the Bay Area for 40 years.
Wow. I watch games on YouTube and get chills, man, of that building and what the fans created.
What's the biggest home court advantage or home field advantage in any professional sport? Like of all the 4 major sports, is there a venue that is the hardest venue for an opposing team to go into?
I'll give you mine.
Okay.
Fenway. On the Red Sox. I really believe that ambiance where they're at, the way that the stadium is built, that's a hard win.
How about the team that just came to mind was Buffalo. Would you want to go up to Buffalo and play the Bills?
That's a good one.
Feels like a tough environment.
When you play Mother Nature, too.
And let's see, baseball. Nothing's jumping out at me. And then
Yankee Stadium? The new Yankee Stadium?
You know what? I think this is a good one. Arrowhead.
Yeah.
Arrowhead's a tough place to play.
Raiders beat them on Christmas last year.
Is it because of the stadium or because of their quarterback?
Well, it's actually because of the stadium. The Kansas City Chiefs fans are rabid. They're legitimate fans.
I'll give you that.
They are legitimate fans. And it would figure, so if they won on Christmas, so that means late in the year. Yeah, of course the Raiders won a game late in the year.
But that's when Kansas City's offense looked like, oh boy, this is a problem.
Yeah. And how much did that mean?
Nothing.
All right. On the other side, we've got Ted Wen of The Athletic. We're going to talk about Brock Purdy's performance on Friday. He wrote extensively on that in The Athletic and had some very interesting things to say. So I'm looking forward to talking to Ted. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these members.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I've been looking forward to this one today. Let's introduce Ted Wen, and he is a staff writer at The Athletic. He's also the host of the Just Win podcast. Ted, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. We've had you on in the past, and we know you excel at the X's and O's and really breaking stuff down. Let me just ask you right off the bat, Friday's performance by Brock Purdy, how did it grade out in your mind?
I thought he played well overall. I mean, I think I think he's still kind of testing the waters. I always think Brock Purdy's always trying to, see what kind of throws he got away with. And, I think I started a little bit of controversy saying that third down pass to George Kittle, in which he kind of just tossed it up, was lucky, which I thought it was. I mean, it was covered two. The linebacker dropped into the hole pretty deep, and he had to kind of throw a jump ball while getting hit, and it got converted. And I thought that pass was kind of lucky. But overall, I thought, the operation was pretty good. Even the pass to Deebo Samuel, the one that got intercepted, it was a good process. It was cover one. He went to his best receiver versus a fifth-string corner, but unfortunately, Deebo couldn't get open, and the ball was tipped and intercepted, but that's just how things go sometimes. But I think overall he looks sharp, and I think he's ready for the season.
Ted, let me ask you this. We're all excited about the season, and I think Brandon Aiyuk is an above-average receiver. We're all exhausted. But are you all at all shocked that Brock Purdy might take the field with no Brandon Aiyuk? And what would the impact of that be on Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I think the thing with Brandon Aiyuk is he offers something the Niners don't have with any other receiver on their roster, the ability to win outside against press coverage. They have a lot of receivers that can win inside. We know what Deebo Samuel could do with Yak. George Kittle works in the middle of the field. Juan Jennings works in the middle of the field. But they don't have that outside field stretcher. Maybe Chosen Anderson could help out a little bit in that area, but you just can't do it the way Aiyuk does it, who has been remarkably efficient and productive outside. So I don't know who else on that roster could replace Aiyuk right now. I think the Niners will be fine against more inferior teams with their system and running the ball and play action and those type of things that are going to help out the offense. But when they play the better teams and they need somebody to win outside on third down, it's going to be tough.
Ted Wen joining us on 95.7 The Game, NFL staff writer at The Athletic NFL. He's also the host of the Just Win podcast. Right now, and I know it's going to be tough, but if let's say the 49ers get Williams in and get Aiyuk in, is this team better than last year?
I think the hope for improvement comes on the defensive side of the ball, where they were pretty inconsistent last year, especially in run defense. And they're going back to their old system. They added Brandon Staley, so they hope there's some more cohesiveness on that side of the ball. And offensively, they can get better because we have to remember how young Brock Purdy is. And I think, him kind of faltering in the Super Bowl has to do more with experience. Just seeing those exotic looks, getting those reps in mind, knowing how to react to them, those are all things that come with experience. And Brock Purdy's going to be another year in the system, and we could expect him to get better in that area. But, right now it's just going to be tough with those, Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk not having any practice. But the defense is really going to have to step up and kind of lead the way while the offense kind of gets its footing, even if Aiyuk and Trent Williams comes back.
Hey, speaking of the defense, what type of defense is this going to be under first-year defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen without the luxury of a Dre Greenlaw? What do you expect from this Niner defense?
Yeah, I talked to some Niner coaches about how this defense could change, and Brandon Staley could come in, and he had a very different philosophy when he coached with the Rams and Chargers, and they were very adamant that they're still going to be an aggressive single-gap system, and hiring Nick Sorensen as their defensive coordinator is kind of representative that they want to go back to their foundation, that cover 3 Seattle system and just be very cohesive and do that very well. But yeah, I think, Brandon Staley is going to offer some new ideas, and he's going to help them kind of change things up, and he's going to help in the game planning aspect of it. So I think, this is going to be a more cohesive defensive unit, and maybe we'll see some different change-ups that can help from Brandon Staley.
Ted, obviously Trent Williams isn't in camp, but it seems like they'll get him in at some point. But it also, just listening to the fans, it feels like there is no way under the sun that this team can play without Trent Williams. And I guess my question to you is, what would it look like with Trent Williams compared with without Trent Williams? Why would it be so catastrophic if they didn't reach an agreement with Trent Williams and let's say he missed a couple games to start the season?
Well, we have to look at how this team is built. This team is built on valuing skill players and drafting those guys high and putting I would say they put less value and less resources into the offensive line. So the offensive line is kind of made up of guys that are drafted a little later, free agents, and the scheme helps them out tremendously. And the skill players around them allow Brock Purdy to get rid of the ball very quickly. But that group is kind of anchored and led by Trent Williams, who's an all-pro. So when you take Trent Williams out of the equation, this offensive line is very average to below average, even though I think they drafted pretty well this year and there's some potential with the rookies this year. It's still just not a very proven group, and Trent Williams just kind of blosters this group by a ton. And not having him in, you might make the argument that Trent Williams could be the most important player on this offense because of what he provides for this offensive line and this group overall. And when you look at the statistics, Brock Purdy's stats doesn't drop a lot when some players miss games. But when Trent Williams misses a game, he really becomes a much less efficient quarterback.
Now, let me ask you this about McCaffrey, because we saw all last year and the last couple of years, Kyle runs him into the ground, and I get it. But my biggest takeaway from the preseason for the Niners was J.P. Mason. He's a runner. Do you expect him, Ted, to get not more of a bigger role, but more touches to kind of spell McCaffrey this season?
I would hope so. We knew that when McCaffrey was traded to the Niners, he came with some injury concerns, and he played all of last year. He did deal with some injuries, but he didn't miss much times or miss snaps at all. And, to count on him to do that 2 years in a row, especially with his history, I would say isn't a good deal to bet on. So I would think if you were the Niners, you would really try to limit his carries this year. I know he was going after the big stats last year. He was, going for some records. But this year, I think, you, especially with how well or how good Mason has looked, I think you really got to try to limit his carries and try to go with a little bit more of a running back by committee type of approach. And if Brock Purdy is ready to take another step up as a passer, you could count on him to pass a little bit more and maybe just take the load off McCaffrey and try to save him for the postseason. Because if you're the Niners, that's your goal, is to perform well in the postseason and regular season. You don't want to assume you're going to do well, but you want to save your best for at the end of the year.
Ted Nguyen joining us on 95.7 The Game. He writes for The Athletic. He's also the host of the Just Win podcast. How do you view the NFC right now? Do you feel like the 49ers are still the class of the NFC? And then I guess my question would be, at what point and how do you measure the impact of no Aiyuk and no Trent Williams? Does that, just the way you assess a team, do you think that'll leak into the year? Do you think they're fighting an uphill battle? Basically, where do you think they are in the NFC pecking order?
To me, they're still the top team in the NFC. I don't think the NFC is very deep, but they have the top contenders are very strong. You have the Eagles, who I think are going to bounce back with much better coaching, and the Green Bay Packers are a team that is rising up, and I think they're going to be one of the best teams. And then you have the Detroit Lions, who almost beat the Niners in the NFC Championship last year. I still think they are better than those teams, but I think it's getting the gap is getting a lot smaller And I think not having Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk is definitely going to affect them in the beginning of the year. But like I said, it's all about how they reach that stride towards the end of the year. So it's really important to get those guys in. But, yeah, I think the gap is much closer between the top NFC teams and the Niners than it's ever been, or it's been in recent years at least.
Hey, Ted, let me ask you this. I know it's a bit premature, but if the Niners had to pay Brock Purdy today, do you think he would reset the market, and do you think that would be a wise choice?
Yeah, I mean, I think with any quarterback, just how the quarterback deals are these days, the next one is always going to be the highest one. And Brock Purdy just has that kind of production where you can argue that he should be the highest paid quarterback. You'll very rarely see a new quarterback deal and that will slot in at fourth place or fifth place. It's always going to be the next deal is going to be the highest paid deal. I think you can make an argument that he definitely gets a boost from being in this system, playing with these players. I mean, if you look at Jimmy Garoppolo, how he looked with the Niners and then how he fared without the Niners, he went from a potential Pro Bowl quarterback to a guy that's not even starting anymore. So it's hard to argue that there is a Shanahan effect. I just think with the trend of how quarterbacks get paid these days, he'll be the highest paid player, maybe by $1 million or $2 million, but he's going to reach that threshold.
Good stuff. Hey, Ted, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. That's Ted Nguyen, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on the game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. He writes for The Athletic, and he's the host of the Just Win podcast.
Yeah, he said the Niners are the cream of the crop in the NFC. Is that where you have them? I think the Rams are coming, Stoney. I really do. I think they've gotten better. But I asked you your thoughts. Do you have the Niners, above all the other teams before week one kicks off?
Boy, that's a good question, Goo. That's a good question. I just have some doubts about this year. I don't really have doubts about the team and the personnel and the players, but I do think teams have to be together to win it all. And I don't think they are right now. And I do think they're a little bit behind. And that doesn't mean anything for the end of the year, but it does mean that if they stub their toes early in the season, that it's going to make it tougher to get the number one seed in the NFC. And I just think that's a huge, huge advantage. I feel like, what were they last year? They were 12-5. They lost the last game, right? But it didn't mean anything.
To the Rams.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would say they're going to win less than 12 games this year. Just based on the fact that they went so far last year, based on the fact that Aiyuk and Williams aren't there right now, and also based on the fact that they have lost some players. Armstead's not there. Greenlaw's not there right now. So if you ask me to make a bet, I'd probably bet under 12. Now, if it's 11.5, I guess I'd take the under. But yeah,
I'm not going to let any team leapfrog them. But I will say I'm watching the team that kind of just wet the bed last year, Stoney, and was after the Niners put their foot in their ass. It was the Eagles. But the Eagles have done some things on paper to where I'm like, okay, you can get that back, but you got to do it to show people, you know what, okay, you are real. But from a Niner standpoint, Stoney, I'm not asking you to expand, but when you say together, do you think the relationship amongst players has soured? Or together, just know we're missing two guys, and this thing took too long. Because if you're telling me you think some relationships, the disease of me has kicked in, I don't think you can overcome. That's an infection. Then I think that's team wide, and they're not together. They can't get it back. When you say together, what do you mean?
I mean, it feels like they're a little bit stagnant right now. It feels like the veteran players know that because Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk aren't in camp or aren't practicing, that it's really hard to get to the level you need to get to start a season. And I also think, yes, I believe it's not as simple as everybody in the locker room is on Aiyuk and Trent Williams' side, or they're on the team side. What I'm saying is that I think that the fact that these two guys aren't practicing and one's not here is a distraction. And I just think in a case like this, every player has a different view of it. And that's kind of what I mean by together. I feel like the 49ers right now, they're just incomplete, and it's not about football. And the veteran players know that if they don't have these two guys in here, they're probably not going anywhere. But they also know that they'll probably be in at some point. And so they've got to just kind of grin and bear it and wait. But while they're waiting, I feel like they're not progressing. And that's why I think, they might not get off to the greatest start. And it's going to be up to the fans to determine how panicked they get if this team starts 1-2 or 2-2 or something like that.
Right. And I'll tell you this, I know you don't subscribe to it, but I do. Nothing changes more in sports than a week in the NFL. And Steiny, I really believe it is prestige city to be able to have the Monday night game as the Niners do, hosting the New York Jets. That's a heavyweight bout to me. But, downtrodden teams don't get that. And the Niners are far from that. They were moments away in overtime from winning the Super Bowl. But I can tell you, Stan, I'm not going to come in here and panic. But if somehow they didn't, that is an ultimate test for me to stop Aaron Rodgers and that Jet offense and defense. I just feel like we'll have a great barometer to come in and talk about on both sides of the ball and coaching against the New York Jets. And I guess, and I'm, Niner fans can disagree, I almost appreciate that out the gate, this is not a lonely Arizona Cardinal team to where you could have your C- or D+ game and get by. I think the Jets are going to be formidable, and we'll see week one if all the shenanigans or whatever you want to call what's going on in Niners camp and who's there, assuming both are back, if it mattered.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to be playing week one.
That can't be good. Just listen to what you just said.
Yeah, and I don't think
it's just wow.
But again, I think we look at game one like it's some kind of big deal. And the reality is, I think pro players look at game one as one of 17. That's all it is. It's the first one. And how about this? Who did the Niners open up with last year?
I want to say Pittsburgh.
Yeah, what'd they do?
Beat them.
Yeah.
But the Steelers were Kenny Pickett.
They made the playoffs, didn't they?
Well, yeah. Didn't
Pittsburgh make the playoffs? I lost. That was one of the few bets I ever lost.
Hey, you did. They did make it.
So,
but you know what I mean? You weren't fearful of that game going in.
Well, I'm not fearful of the Jets either.
Well, see, I think they're better than the Steelers.
They might be.
Last year's Steelers.
But, when you say it's going to be a test, and they play the Chiefs this year. They got to play Dallas. I don't know. Do they play Philly? 49ers play Philly this year?
I got it right here. They don't play Philly.
Okay, they don't play Philly.
What
about Detroit or Green Bay?
Hold on, Stoney.
I take it one game at a time. That's why I only know it's the Jets.
I'm going to lay out. I'll bring it up. I'll see Evan looking at me.
Well, they'll play Detroit because they play the 1 seed as the top team in the division, in every single division.
Gotcha.
And that comes with winning.
So the Eagles, did the Eagles win the division?
Cowboys won the
division. That's
right.
They
got them the 27th, Sunday night.
Who?
The Niners.
They've got Dallas
here, October 27th.
Yeah, that game's
They got the Jets. They go to your Vikings, week 2. They got the Rams.
They're not my Vikings anymore.
They got the Rams, Steiny, in L.A. That's going to be another test. So 2 of the 3 games and the Rams always play the Niners tough. And who's to say the Vikings are going to just roll over?
Well, they're not. They're a professional football team.
Yeah.
When does it's a Cowboys game right before or right after the Chiefs?
Right after the Chiefs.
Right after the Chiefs.
They play the Chiefs here at 1:25, and then they got the Cowboys at 5:20 Sunday night.
That's a good question. we can talk about that. If you're a Niner fan, I mean, how many games are they going to win this year? From everything you've seen so far, what kind of year do you think they're going to have? And the way I look at it is last year they won 12, might have been 13, so 12-13, because they did give away the last game because it didn't matter. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that between losing the Super Bowl and knowing they have to climb the mountain again and how long it's going to take, I think there could be some growing pains early, not necessarily because they're a young team, but I could see them getting off to a so-so start. And I don't know if it's going to cost them home field or not, but if I had to make a prediction, I'd probably say 11-6 for the 49ers.
I wouldn't be mad at that. Now, has any of that come under the umbrella of, I kind of tuned into you and Evan last week when I did. I'll get to that. But Super Bowl hangover.
Well, I don't know.
What's going on with Aiyuk and Trent is not part of any hangover to me. That's separate.
I don't know if it's a Super Bowl hangover, but I just know, and we saw it with the Warriors a lot, is, to me, it's not so much coming off a win or a loss. It's just the realization after you get to the biggest game of all the work you got to do to get back to that game. And the fact that nothing you did last year matters anymore. Nothing matters at all. And last year's health doesn't mean a thing regarding this year's health. And a lot of stuff can happen, and stuff is already happening. And that's why I don't feel great about this team matching last year's win total or exceeding it. That's just my opinion. We can go big picture a little bit at 888-957-9570. I got to believe that most fans would probably have them where I have them, 11-6.
I'm not mad at that.
Where do you have them?
About there. But I'll tell you what, Stoney, I really don't want to give you the number.
Why?
Because I need to find out, is Aiyuk going to be a part of this team? That matters. I told you he's worth 2 wins to me. Trent Williams, when he gets in. But real quick here, but I told you I tuned into you and Evan last week, and you guys were talking about windows, the Super Bowl window. And Steiner, you laugh at me all the time, and I can take it. But the bottom line is, you know how I live my life and how I watch my sports. And if I were to run my team, I'm putting everything I have, every part of the fiber of my being into this season. And Stephen A. Smith, I wake up to him this morning, friend of the program, not saying he's an expert. And Steiny, they lead off with, is the Super Bowl window closing for the Niners? Niner fans can say that means diddly squat, but there is a legit conversation there of, when does it ever happen, or has your best chance of having it happen gone by? And I don't feel that way, but the more this team gets down the road or gets in the playoffs and gets back off the mat like you talked about, to put all that energy and zest into another season and get their hearts ripped out. And now you're talking to me about the Benjamin, Steiny, people wanting to get paid, and more of that is going to rear its head. And you got a guy making $1 million at the quarterback position, and you can't get the hardware. I mean, I think it's 1+1. The window is closing on this collective of players, including Trent Williams, trying to get to the promised land.
Yeah. I also think if, the thing that we never seem to acknowledge or talk about with the people who, and I agree, I think I heard Willard say this, if you think the 49ers window is closed or closing, then you really don't have a lot of faith in Brock Purdy. Because if you're telling me that he's going to reset the quarterback market, if you're telling me he's going to be among the highest paid quarterbacks in football, well, that means you paid him for a reason. And the reason's got to be that he's damn good.
But are we ready to say he's Mahomes?
There's only one Patrick Mahomes. Like, this is what, why would you compare? Right. Why would you bring up the best quarterback in football?
I got it. But there was zero Patrick Mahomes before he showed the world, hold my beer, I'm that guy. And all I'm saying is I'm not telling you or Willard that Brock's not that guy, but do you feel that way in your gut right now?
What?
That Brock Purdy could lose a Tyreek Hill or lose an Aiyuk and still be that dude.
I'm just saying, if you think
I feel
Brock
like the
Purdy's
system helps Brock just as much as he helps the system.
Okay, well, if he's a good quarterback, then you should be good while he's here.
And the windows remain open.
And the bottom line, too, is whether you like it or not, Shanahan and Lynch have built good teams around here. They've built good teams around here despite never finding their quarterback, maybe up until now. So if they find their quarterback finally, and it's Brock Purdy, why in the world wouldn't they be good for the next 3 or 4 years or 5 or 6, knowing that Shanahan and Lynch know how to build a team around a quarterback? 888-957-9570. How many wins you got for the Niners? I mean, the bottom line is this. You think they're going to have a better record than last year or not? 12-5 is what they were. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Give us a name who'd you like to be coaching this team right now. If you feel that way about Kyle, give us a name, Jay.
I'll give you a name right now. His name is Eric, and he's my mailman.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the 2024 Red and Gold Summit is set, and it's for Wednesday, September 4th. That's a week from tomorrow. And once again, we're going to be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs, they're live 2 to 4, and then all the hosts will join in at 4 o'clock until 6, and we're getting you ready for another football season. So come out. Have some fun. First come, first serve. Everybody's welcome. And we'll pack that place. We had a nice crowd there for the Warriors Summit a couple months back. So that's a week from tomorrow at Fremont Bank. And also, we got another event with our good friends at Atco Pest Control. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park. Friday, September 6th. That's a week from this Friday for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society for San Francisco. All you got to do is go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. We're talking about the 49ers.
Here I go. Yeah. Speaking of the summit, can't wait to see our friends at Fremont Bank in that new beautiful building. Do you think we'll have any news on either two of these players by next Wednesday?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. It's next Wednesday.
Do you think? I mean, when do we get it? The baby's still not here. You know what? Maybe you're not pregnant. Maybe there is no baby, Stoney. Will we know something by next Wednesday?
I hope not.
Well, now, why do you say that?
I want chaos.
Oh, because that's what would ensue.
I told you
that's what
I wanted.
Well, chaos has started already.
What I want is for them to tell Trent Williams to pound sand and tell Brandon Aiyuk, play for 14. And if they don't, then I want them to go 17-0 and win the Super Bowl without Trent Williams.
All three of those
and
things
Brandon
are not
Aiyuk.
going to happen.
That's ideally.
Josina Anderson, the lovely Josina Anderson, said, Steiny, I don't just want to get paid, pal. I want to get paid. Okay? And you may. Aiyuk, there's a crazy part of me that thinks, Steiny, he may, the eve of the Monday night game, say, you know what? I'll show up and play for the 5th, for that 14.
Maybe.
Could you? Then what was all this for?
It was for him to try to get a long-term contract.
At what cost, though, as far as you didn't work out, you didn't do anything? That would be hard for me to show up to work. Let's go beat the Jets.
You can't. If he shows up for 14 now, that would not be good. I don't think.
For the Niners, it would. For the team, it would.
No, I disagree. I absolutely disagree. You do not want Brandon Aiyuk in that locker room on a $14 million one-year deal.
Yeah,
no chance.
Shame on me.
No chance. Let's go to David in El Cerrito.
Before you do, just to add a detail to that, this was from NFL Network's Mike Garafolo yesterday, talking about if Aiyuk would play on the 5th year. It does not sound like he would. Basically, if the Niners ask him to play on the 5th year, they do not sign him to an extension, quote, the saga will continue.
Man.
So it does not seem like Brandon Aiyuk is interested in playing on his 5th year.
Yeah. You almost got to give him credit, Stoney, or salute to him and his camp for standing on business up until this point. But he's telling me, Guru, that ain't happening, pal.
I got a request. I think people know what it's going to be. Can we drop something?
Standing on business?
Yeah, I can't stand that for some reason.
Have you ever done it?
No.
But you put your foot down before.
Then I put my foot down. Standing on business. That sounds to me like the Dave Chappelle when keeping it real goes wrong. That's what that sounds like to me.
Stop.
Seriously, it does. Go ahead, great. You're standing on business. You're also not making any money this year, but you're standing on business. Niners are standing on business. Yeah, guess what? They don't have their left tackle in, but they're standing on business.
Wow.
Lose it.
Yeah, 2 of the first 3 games, Stoney.
What, on the road?
No, you got the Jets.
Okay.
You get a breather. Okay. I deem a breather the second game, and then you got the Rams.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
just telling you. You got 11 wins. I ain't mad at you. They might even get more.
One thing that I know at this point is some of the teams that we think are going to be good won't be, and some of the teams we don't think are going to be that good will be. So maybe the Vikings are a 10-win team this year. Who knows? I doubt it.
They beat the Niners last year. Remember that?
Who beat them? Who beat them?
Wow. Let's stop.
What was he, 32 for 35?
He got the fluke touchdown before half that cost Wilkes his job. Dude, we're not talking about, and I asked Ted, shout out Ted Wynn who joined us a few minutes ago, Steiny, about what type of defense this is going to be. What are you laughing at? Dude, wow. That's my partner.
You lost your train of thought a little bit.
No, I didn't. I was
do
thinking,
it all the time.
No,
What is going on here?
Shut up, Fitz.
And I miss Fitz. He joined, R.I.P. Al Adelstein. I wasn't here. You guys did a great job. What type of defense is this going to be? So you're telling me, listen, two guys have taken this defensive coordinator job with talent all around the field and parlayed it into a head coaching job. One, how many times does that happen back to back? It did. You don't think the bottle is going to stop spinning when Sorensen takes up? Well, it did on Wilkes already. And now you're without the services of Greenlaw. Armstead is gone. People are doubting your run defense. But I will say this to that. The Niners D showed out in the Super Bowl. For what they
lose that too. Showed out.
What do you like?
Just say showed up.
That was the part of the sentence you want to leave out?
Just say showed up. Or they played terrific.
Good God, you hate a lot of stuff, man. But anyway, Steiny, I'm worried about the Niner defense as a whole.
Okay.
Huh? What do you know about Sorensen? What do we know about him? And Staley.
I know he's a defensive coordinator. That means he's going to make 0 tackles this year.
Well, you got to go up against McVay week 3. And forget McVay, Rodgers week 1.
Rams don't have a defensive coordinator?
I'm saying
I thought McVay was an offensive guy.
No, I'm saying you got to stop his offense.
Piece of cake.
All right.
David in El Cerrito. How's it going, David?
Hey, Guru, I hate to tell you this, but Tiny is about to break up with you because, when you're dating someone, nothing they can do is ever wrong, but now everything that comes out of your mouth is bothering him just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Hey, but it's a miracle we got this far, so I'll be happy. I understand.
I'll tell you guys, the third month you guys were together, I called the show and told you this was the first must-listen radio show I'd heard in the Bay Area in years. And it still is that show.
I appreciate you, pal. We do.
Sweet.
Now, I will say this. Would you rather have Trent Williams and Jimmy Garoppolo on your team or Brock Purdy and the worst left tackle in football? Someone that, the left tackle is like the backup for the Giants. Who would you rather have? What combo do you think is winning you more games in those two scenarios? Because that should dictate how much you pay your quarterback in the future.
That's why I ain't mad at him. I see him working, Stotty.
Hey, David, you're the man. Call in anytime. Yeah. We'll move you right to the front. You can cut in line just like Trent Williams.
Boy.
Well, actually, like McCaffrey.
I feel like they knocked on his door. Hey, pal, you do. Hey, listen. Yeah.
Hey, Christian.
This is pretty good now.
Christian, we want to give you more money.
In the middle of the night, man. Yeah. How would you answer that?
Believe it or not, you're going to think I take Purdy in the worst. You know why?
But you're calling him Mahomes into me, and I'm not saying you or Willard or anybody else.
I'm calling Trent Williams 36 years old. I'm looking at Trent Williams like he's got 1 or 2 years left.
But what if they're great all-pro years, which they were last year and the year before?
And what did that ensure you?
That you got to the Super Bowl.
Now it's okay to just get there. I'm just saying.
Well, when you talk like that, Stoney, you're saying Trent cost you the Super Bowl.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
he didn't have his finest hour. I didn't say it.
You said it.
Trent's badass.
Okay. Then why didn't he play his best football at the most important time last year?
I don't have that answer.
Okay, so then don't ask for number 1 lineman money.
Yeah, if you're going to judge me for one game over 17 to get you to the other
entire playoffs.
No, it's not. Come on.
It's a non-factor.
I want to rip my mic out now and just jump out the window. He's going to get the money.
Okay. If you say so.
Any team in 36 would give him the money. That's why fans aren't calling in, losing it on him.
What I think's incredible.
I'm being real.
Is you use 36 like it's good.
No, I'm not you. I don't look at the birth certificate. It concerns me. I look at the eye test. He's still throwing dudes on their back.
If you say so, I don't necessarily think he's the guy he was 2 years ago.
But that he's still so tremendous. He's still an all-pro left tackle.
That's fine, but he's not the best in the game, maybe, and that's why I wouldn't pay him.
He's the best you have.
That's right, and he's the highest paid offensive lineman on the Niners and the fourth highest paid in the league, left tackle.
I hear you, and I know what you're doing, but I'll tell you this, and I'd bet. Steiner, you probably got 9 more days to be able to say that because he's going to get broken off.
I don't want him not to be broken off.
And I believe that.
What I'm saying is, I don't like it, even a little. The guy's already threatened to retire. Why do you think he wants guaranteed money? He wants guaranteed money so he knows that if he only plays 1 more year, he'll still get that money. That's why he's doing it.
You really think that's...
Of course. All he's got to do is, if he shows up to training camp, he makes $22 million if he plays against the Jets. Now, I get it. Next year's not guaranteed. So that's why he wants a bigger guarantee. Or more, he wants a guarantee in the first place. But you're still, if you come and play, you're going to be the 4th highest paid lineman in football. That seems pretty fair to me for a guy who's that old. I don't know.
Well, see, effective and old are different. He's old, but he's still super effective.
Yeah.
And that's where the money comes in. How effective are you? And I'm telling you, I'm 10 seconds away, Evan, from saying that Trent Williams might be the key to your season more than McCaffrey. If you're telling me Brock Purdy, the 2 most important players on the team, Steiny, he's protecting your blind side.
He's an offensive lineman.
Man, come on, you know what it is.
Who does McCaffrey need to run behind?
My goodness, Steiny, answer that, though.
Okay.
That's leverage.
No. That's what we'll do today. Trent Williams is more important than McCaffrey. Okay? Is that what we're doing? Well, you tell me. Well, then you tell me why he's not at camp.
I believe 79, it was 90. 79% of this is big fella you don't have to show.
Okay.
So that ended. That ended Saturday and Friday in Vegas. So now I am kind of Steiny. Okay, when's the announcement? How long will it take you to get here? So I am kind of like eyebrows raised.
And forgive me if I have a different way of thinking, but the whole idea of, he's 36 and he doesn't like training camp and he'll be fine once he'll be ready to go day one.
Right, pro's pro.
Yeah, and I say he's 36. He's 36. Bosa was 24 last year. He held out and he wasn't the same. But Trent's 36 and he'll just be ready to hit the ground running. Maybe. But
that's the Niners' reality now.
Everybody acts like Trent Williams is just a guarantee. I know what he's done in the past. He's one of the greats. I don't know what he's going to do this season.
Well, you're going to pay him hoping he does what he's done the last few seasons.
Not in the big games, you're not.
Well,
Waterman, Corda Madera. Hey, Waterman, how you doing? And why don't we talk about the 3 games he missed?
And
he didn't play a full season.
Yeah, and the team lost all 3.
Okay.
That's leverage.
A
beverage of leverage. Yeah. God, I wish I could sell
he'll play a full 17 games this year.
Not insane.
What's up, Waterman?
Doing? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I just one of you guys earlier said the Niners going 11-6. I personally think that's probably the top end for them this season.
How come?
I think Matt Teo's take that you guys played yesterday was very true. I think you got the core group of this team who's gone to another Super Bowl and lost to the Chiefs in a dramatic fashion. And now you're starting the season, this whole training camp. It's been the Aiyuk, contract saga. Now you got Trent involved. It messes with the team. I'm sorry, it messes with camaraderie. Nobody can say it doesn't. Nobody can say it doesn't. There's no way. I personally think, Debo's on the sideline. He's going through the motions. Kittle's going to be Kittle, joyful and happy in his interviews. But it's in the back of their head. I feel like these guys feel like they can't get over the hump. I hope they can. As a fan, trust me. In my adult life, I've unfortunately watched this team lose 3 Super Bowls, which is hard to say out loud. It's brutal, but I think we're going to have another kind of an injury-plagued year. I think Brock's going to get hurt and be out for a couple of games. I think Debo's going to get hurt and be out for a couple of games. Kittle's, he plays reckless. He's going to probably get hurt, be out for a couple of games, and that's going to cost us games. So I personally think 10-7, 9-8 is probably going to be where we're at, and I think we're going to be hoping to get in on a wild card. And I don't personally think we're going back to the Super Bowl. I think this team's going to need a middle bit of a reset, and what I mean by that is a bad season to then come in and go, guys, we're better than this. Let's focus. Let's get on the same page. Let's do this. We can't have these big contract negotiation issues. I think it hurt Bosa last year.
Yeah,
Bosa wasn't himself for the first half of the season, and so it sucks. But this is part of the reality of the NFL these days. We're not set necessarily at every position. It's not like the old days when the Niners were pretty consistent and, no offense, didn't lose Super Bowls. So, man, that's my take, guys, and I hope I'm wrong.
Thanks,
I
Waterman.
really do. I really
appreciate
guys.
Yeah, appreciate it,
Good
man.
stuff.
You know what? I saw a bunch of this on the YouTube chat, and would you take it right now? Would you take this 10-7 playoffs? I'm not telling you the seed. You could figure it out. 10-7 playoffs. You taking that right now if you're a Niner fan?
Wow. I'm not.
Okay.
Because I think that's substandard.
Okay.
And I think that's a sign or indication that something went wrong, Stoney. Now, again, I want to, I'd give my right arm to make the playoffs, but why would you ask that? Why would you fall on 10-7 right there? And there's a point behind that.
It's a perfectly acceptable record, and you're going to be a playoff team most likely. And I want to see if that's good enough. It would be good enough. I would take it. I absolutely would take it. And then hey, let's take our chances in the playoffs. I do think it's not out of the realm of possibility that something bad happens. Look at, the 49ers had a couple injury years under Shanahan, and they didn't win a lot of games. There's no guarantee that they're going to be healthy this year. So if you told me right now 10-7 and the playoffs, absolutely, positively, I would take that. And the reason I would take it is because at least at that point I'd know that we still have a team that's good enough to make the playoffs, and we still have a team that's been there before, and they know how to play postseason football.
Hey, let me double back to something he said, because, again, I'm bringing Willard up because I love him, Steiny, but he had the greatest rebuttal to Manti Te'o saying he saw something in the preseason game, and Willard said, well, all the starters weren't playing, and I'm asking you now, Steiny, because we didn't have time yesterday. To me, he kind of obliterated what Manti said. Willard did. Like, what are you basing that on if it's not a real game? And even I told you I was intrigued by the notion of them being drained, but I guess if I was Te'o, I would have said, don't say you watched a preseason game that you've seen it.
First of all, they did use
some of the starters. All of them didn't play.
Right. But Purdy played, and the offensive line played in week 2. I don't have a problem with him saying that. He knows more than I do, probably, right?
No, it perked my ears up. After I think about it, like, okay, I guess what's going against the whole thing is, had he just said they look exhausted as opposed to the preseason. Like, because you're not going to see that dog or that zest in a preseason game, right?
I don't know.
But
10-7 and a playoff berth. Would you take it right now if you're a Niner fan? I'd actually be surprised if people didn't take that. Because with that, if I say 10-7, that probably means they didn't have one of their big guys get hurt.
Yeah, well.
And they go to the playoffs.
But you didn't win the division, I don't believe, at 10-7, Stoney.
Okay.
But now you're ready to go on the road, first round, your wild card.
So you're not taking it. Okay, that's fine.
No, but I'm the guy that told you, and you probably don't remember, hey, it's a successful, just get to the playoffs. Then you go from there.
But it's not
10-7. That means you just won 3 games more than you lost.
What did you just say?
Remember earlier, a couple months back, I was saying what would constitute a successful season for the Niners.
Okay.
And at one juncture, I was like, the playoffs. And then I changed that and said, no, it's NFC Championship.
If the 49ers make the playoffs and lose in the wild card round.
Oh, man. You would say something's closing or shut just a little more.
I got to see how it happens.
Right.
Did they have a lot of injuries or did they just have a down year? Bill M says no, 11-6 at the least. All right. But if you say you're not taking 10-7, then you're not allowing for things to go wrong. And we've seen.
What about Ricky Pearsall? If you had to bet right now.
Ineffectual rookie.
No. What's going on? No preseason action in the blue net.
He's hurt.
But if you had to go up to a counter and bet, would you say this has gotten off to a bad start? I would.
Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah, with his history.
But, okay.
That's what I mean.
Nobody's going to remember this
over the Niners right now.
Okay, well, nobody's going to remember Pearsall's hurt if he plays 15 games. Like, nobody.
But he may, yeah. All right. I give you that. But what if he's on the pump to start?
But this is what you do. It's like, okay, you worry about Pearsall and you worry about, McCaffrey because he rubbed his leg in the Super Bowl. I don't approach a season like that. Yeah. I approach it as though, guess what? If Brock Purdy gets hurt, we're in trouble.
But you're too young, I guess, from a Pearsall. Like, it was already, I don't want to say, it was already a pick to where, wow, it was kind of not controversial, but it was like, whoa, okay. But this kid is too young to be hurt and not play preseason games at all. He should have been Jerry Rice out there in the preseason. Like, y'all get rid. Like, that's how I think they had it designed. But to find out he had something on the Carfax report, and now my car is not starting to work, and I need a jump. I'm like, how many times does that get fixed or turn around? That's all. And we had Herm Edwards on with the morning show or with Willard and Dibbs.
I know.
So you're not worried.
It's not a matter of being worried, but I can't, I don't worry about injuries. I can't. They happen and you deal with them. And it's football. Like, guys get hurt. They just do.
This guy hadn't been tackled.
So, okay. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Yeah, Goo, he's a bust.
No, I'm not saying
is that what you want?
No, I'm not saying.
Okay.
I just want some concern. Because I think they have to be concerned over there.
Look, you know what? I'm going to tell you this. Just because I'm not concerned. You know why? Because he's a rookie. He's a rookie. He wasn't going to win us a Super Bowl by himself anyway. He's a third or fourth wide receiver in his rookie year.
Well, we're a couple days from maybe being the second.
And like, here's the thing. You get to worry. And I get to say, well, he played 3 full seasons of college football and never got hurt. 888-957. Ooh, we got full lines. 888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
In Walnut Creek, sunny and hot this afternoon. Highs near 98.
On Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
What could have come out of my mouth? You got a little cop to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Easy, Toots.
Hey, can you say that?
I just did.
Oh, my God. I don't like that.
Yeah, and I didn't like her telling me to watch the game again.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
I'm not going to do it again.
Toots. Wow. Look at my man with the haircut. Hey, real quick. Grandy's back there holding it down with Evan. And I got to tell you this because you and Evan don't know. So every time Grandy walks by the window looking into the studio, I can see him. He sees me.
Yeah, I know.
So we have this thing where he won't go all the way past the second window until I give him the what's up. And it reminds me of what the NBA players do with the different handshakes. You know how each one has one style, which is so fascinating. Curry has a handshake with every teammate.
Yeah.
And I feel like me and Grandy had that.
Oh, good. I don't.
I just had to let it out.
Okay. I threw this out before the break, and boy, we got some responses. And what I said was.
Or I said it.
You didn't. I simply said, right now, if you're a Niner fan, if I gave you 10-7 and playoffs, are you taking it? And my answer is absolutely. I would absolutely take that right now. Guru, of course.
And I want to add one before you go to the calls.
Don't say, is Aiyuk there? That's my point.
You know what? I feel like they're not winning the Super Bowl at 10-7. Oh. Obviously, they can, but if they were 10-7, Stoney, there's something bigger to play than the record. Something went wrong. That's why I would say I wouldn't take it.
Okay. I would. I don't think any team would. I mean, playoffs are the playoffs. I'm giving you the playoffs, and you don't want it.
They're trying to win a Super Bowl window, bud. But it starts with the playoffs.
Exactly. Let's go to David in San Jose. Hey, David, how you doing, buddy?
Steiny, Goo, what's going on, man?
Talk to us.
Hey, Goo, thanks for explaining to us how a window works. I appreciate that, man. I got a little laugh out of
that
hurt. Goo, you cracked me up, man, and you can tell Steiny ain't feeling none of it today, man.
Boy.
But no, you gotta take 10-7, man. I mean, it's a Super Bowl hangover year, right? I mean, they've been going deep in the playoffs every year, and so the fight last year was for that number one seed, man. And there's a lot of things going on with this team right now where, you know, the number one seed, they have all the talent. It's not all in-house, but everything went right for us last year, you know, even coming back and winning those games. And so at the end of the day, I think our goal is not the number one seed, man, and we kind of need to be reevaluated and just win the NFC West. 10-7, my mind, wins you the NFC West. And that gets you in the playoffs. That gets you a home game. That gets you that first win. Yeah. It's an extra game this year, but, I mean, that's kind of what we got to do this year, man. We got to reset expectations, man. I mean, it's still Super Bowl or bust. I just don't think it's the number one seed. And 10-7, you got to take it right now. So sign me up, man.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it.
I'll tell you who doesn't want to sign up real quick here on the YouTube chat. Uncle Looney, stealing my thunder. He said 10-7 would mean something went wrong.
No. 7-10 means something went wrong. I could absolutely see the 49ers having what we think is a okay season, and they go 10-7. And maybe that's who they are this year. You know why? Because last year doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'll give you that.
Ryan's in Irvine. How you doing, Ryan? What's going on, my man?
Good. Thanks, guys.
Yes.
I agree with you. Expectations need to be adjusted, and 10-7 and in the playoffs. Yeah, I'll take it. I think the NFC is improved. There's going to be a lot more competition just to get that 10-7 and make the playoffs. But here's my take. what does it matter if they're a wild card team or they're the number 1 seed? Either way, they're going to lose in the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl. And I'm just, this is a defense mechanism because obviously I want them to win, but I'm a realist. And here's the deal: anytime they're a wild card team, they lost in the NFC Championship. Anytime they were a 1 seed, they got to the Super Bowl and lost. So here's our only hope, because Kyle Shanahan is not going to change. I can guarantee you in the biggest moment, he's going to get tight. He's going to make a mistake. So the only hope we have is that Brock Purdy continues ascending, growing, and makes up for Kyle Shanahan. That's our only hope of winning the Super Bowl, which is, that's what we all want. That's my take.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate the call.
Have a good day, man.
He said expectations maybe have to be altered a little bit. Is that because of Aiyuk and because of Trent Williams, or is it because we have to acknowledge that after going to the Super Bowl last year and having to start all over again, it's going to be harder than last year?
Yeah, and you got a first-year defensive coordinator. Now, it could be a great thing, right? But I think there's pressure there for Sorensen's a unit to kind of live up to what the Niners have been in the past. And why I feel like he's dealt a bad hand is, again, the obvious, no Greenlaw. And then when you say what you just said about the obvious, with right now, currently, no Trent Williams and no Brandon Aiyuk, how could anybody say something's going to be greater?
You never know. You never know. And I think football is a little different than the other sports in terms of if Brandon Ayuk's not there, Debo's going to get the ball more. Can he do more? Kittle will get targeted a little bit more. What about Jennings? Can he get better next year? That's what you would have to expect would happen. Kevin's in Hercules. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Steiny, Guru, how you guys doing?
Hey, doing well.
Hey, just a quick point. I think it's a little crazy that Guru wouldn't take the 10-7 in the playoffs. Here's why. You can eat, and he has a point. If you go 10-7, I think something did go wrong. But who's to say that something doesn't go wrong the first couple of games, and then we go on a tear? And now nobody wants to see us at 10-7 going into the off. Now we have momentum. Who's to say we don't? I wouldn't say we'd go 0-7, but I just don't want to do the math for you.
Right.
But let's say we go 0-7 and then we win 10 games right away after the 0-7. Boom! Now nobody wants to see us in the playoffs. And I agree with every caller as well. Like, dude, we go to the NFC Championship, we go into the bowl, and we lose anyway. The first seed is almost, I wouldn't say overrated because obviously home games are important. But once we get in there, we don't really finish. You know what I mean? So I would say I would take 10-7. I would take 10-7 for sure. And I think the 10-7, the type of 10-7 that you get going into the playoffs is important.
Yeah, you're right.
And then that's my point.
Nah, that's a good one.
That's a great rebuttal, Donnie. Like, what if you're that 10-7 where it's like, and then fixed it? He said it. I'm just saying, I'm one of them that could step back and be like, that's a hell of a.
Yeah,
I like that.
And I allowed for the possibility that they could start 10-0, lose 7 in a row, still make the playoffs, or they could start 0-7, win 10 in a row, and make the playoffs. I'd take either one. I would take either one as long as we're in the dance. I'm not scoffing at it. Remember, you can't win the Super Bowl if you don't make the playoffs.
In my world is you can't dance unless you're at the party.
The same thing. We're agreeing. Daryl's in D.C., nation's capital.
Chocolate City.
What?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey. I was telling Steiny they call the nation's capital Chocolate City. He looks perplexed. Can you back me up on that?
Yes, they do. They definitely do call it Chocolate City out here, but it's getting a little diverse out here. So,
Right.
Yes. Guru, I think you're tripping just a little bit, my man. Just a little bit. I think the 49ers taking 10-7 this year throughout everything, I think that's a win. And this is my personal take. I believe this is probably going to be the hardest year for Shanahan and the coaching staff. Because I believe that since now that you don't got Brandon Aiyuk, you're probably not going to have Trent. It's going to be harder for the rotations for the offensive line. He's going to expect more from the wide receiving core, especially from the young guys. So we don't know who's to say that the rotation that we're going to have at the offensive line is going to be the same by week 8, which is probably half of the year. Then you're putting more emphasis and more on the defense, trying to get them off the field. So you're putting more pressure on the linebackers, the DNs, the corners, even the safety. So I think that's going to cause a big problem. So I think this year probably is the biggest year probably for Shanahan coaching due to the fact of these holdouts.
Well,
and this is my personal opinion.
Appreciate it, Dow. Thanks for the call.
Now that Daryl is going worst case scenario, Stoney. He's saying no Trent or Brandon. I find that highly unlikely. But again, if that were the case, of course it's going to be more difficult.
There's only one chocolate city, and that's Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Stoney, I've never heard of stop.
You've never heard of Hershey?
No, I have, but I've never referred. Yeah.
You know that if you are walking down the street in Hershey, Pennsylvania, that it smells like chocolate?
That I did not
Literal
know.
Chocolate.
That
it
I did not know.
smells like. It is just wonderful. What a place. And then, Goo, get this about Hershey, Pennsylvania. And Evan, you can listen in too to this. I want you to close your eyes.
I'm not.
And think of a street lamp. A street lamp.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I want you to picture Hershey Kisses at the top. Get it? That's what the street lamps look like. They have Hershey Kisses at the top that look like Hershey Kisses.
We get it.
Do you get what I'm saying?
A little overkill, but yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Would you like to know that there's actually 3 cities that are nicknamed Chocolate City?
Atlanta?
Well,
I forgot Atlanta.
Of course, York in the United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Washington, D.C., and Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
So there isn't just one chocolate city.
You don't get
Count
anything.
the bucket.
Yeah.
No, that's a bucket.
That started for me saying.
And one.
Oh, stop.
It might be an and one. Joseph's in Illinois. Man, we've had them from all over the country today. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys doing
all right.
today?
Well, what do you got, baby?
Well, listen, let me say this to you. John Sally, the former Piston basketball player, he played for the Bulls and Lakers as well, said something that to me was so profound. Yes. You remember him?
Sure.
Yeah, we just had him on the show not too long ago.
Brief appearance.
Okay. Well, he said something. He said, you don't get what you're worth, you get what you negotiate. That's so true. And when I look at Aiyuk and Williams, in my opinion, they're holding out because they feel like their value is more than what the team is offering. When I look at Williams, he's probably loaded with money in his bank, playing this. I'm 36 years old. Why should I have to go through all this?
Yeah.
And so he's just chilling. And he can retire today. Say, hey, good luck. God bless you, 49ers. Aiyuk is on his 5th year of his rookie contract. I want to know, did they have the same disdain toward Nick Bosa, you and your fans, when it came to Nick Bosa when compared to Aiyuk? Did you guys scream the roof off the top, get in there, Nick Bosa, get in there, stop holding out?
But
did the fans of the San Francisco have that same disdain?
Real quick here, I see what you're putting down, but Nick Bosa is 4 times more talented than Brandon Aiyuk. So that's why I can't go. I know what point you're trying to make, but it doesn't hold up because one player is probably one of the most dominant defensive ends in the game. And as much as I love Aiyuk, he's not Jefferson or Lamb or one of those guys. So it's different.
Well, let me answer this question. Purdy is supposed to re-up next year.
Okay.
I heard somebody in the front office saying, hey, we're gonna give him top dollar. He's gonna supersede everybody. How do you think that locker room feels when they hear that?
My partner brought that up.
And let me say this to you. Well, is he willing to take the Mahomes route? Take less money, Nobody's better than Mahomes in the NFL. He may be the best quarterback in NFL history after it's said and done. Is he willing, to take less money so that he can surround the team with much better players in the long run? Or is he willing to say, I know what, I want the top dollar. I don't care who you surround me with. Just let me get mine. See, Mahomes didn't do that.
Right.
If anybody should be the top quarterback, it should be Mahomes.
Right.
But you know what? He humbled himself. I want to win Super Bowls. I want others to be able to get paid as well, and I want to be surrounded with a good defense, offensive line, and even when he had less talented wide receivers last year, guess what? Put Purdy in with the Kansas City Chiefs last year with that team. Are they going to the Super Bowl? Are they going to win the Super Bowl? There you go.
Yeah.
God bless you, gentlemen. As a Christian, Jesus loves you, Steiny, Gerby, Mark.
Hey.
Yeah. That was great. But I'm going to answer the last question.
I get it. Jesus loves me so infrequently. I would have liked to hear it play out.
Evan,
so you did hear it.
Yeah. Well, wow.
Would have faded at the end.
But they wouldn't have won without Mahomes with Purdy. But the race point he's trying to bring up doesn't fly because I'm going to stop it, John. You know I'm Malcolm X when I need to be, only because Bosa is 4 times better than Brandon.
How'd you come
Aiyuk.
up with 4 times?
Well, 3.
You could even said he's twice as good.
No.
I'm just wondering how your mind
I'm thinking
works.
big these days.
Well, it's the point. The point's a good one about Purdy.
That was your thing, but
thank you.
That's what I asked. Are we counting pockets? And I'll wait for the guys, Willard and Dibbs, to come in. Like, Steiny, do you really think that's bothering? Like, you think Aiyuk, or just real quick, Trent wouldn't have been playing this card even if York had said a throwaway line? Like, you think they're really like, oh, I got to get mine before Brock gets it? Brock could get hurt, like you said. There's so many scenarios that could play out that impede what we think is going to be the inevitable. But come on, you really think guys are? And I asked you this yesterday, and you kind of didn't run from it.
I feel like you're missing the point. I do. I feel like you're making it about Purdy, and it's got nothing to do with Purdy. It's about the owner of the team prematurely saying that this guy was going to reset the market. A guy who's only played a year and a half.
So what would that do to me, though?
That would piss me off as a player, especially if I've been here longer than Brock Purdy.
But you would have
He's done it for a year and a half.
Right. But
like you're asking me if I would be upset. I'm just telling you, it would catch my attention.
But I find it fascinating that you say you can compartmentalize the upset, because it sounds like you would be upset if the person that the owner is saying is. But you're saying
I'm upset with Jed York. It's got nothing to do with Purdy. Only he's the player that he mentioned. Who was their best rookie last year? 49ers best rookie last year.
Jake Moody.
Wow, great call. Hey,
that's exactly right. If Jed York would have said, I'll tell you what, we got the best kicker in football. He's going to reset the kick. It doesn't work as well with kickers. Yeah. But what I'm getting at is, you're damn right. The owner saying that a player with as much experience as Purdy will unequivocally reset the market when you have veterans on that team that are still looking to get paid and want to make as much as they can. Absolutely, positively, I would say. What about Travarius Ward?
But what about? Okay,
well, I'm asking you about Ward. How long's he been in the NFL?
What, 2-3 years?
Okay, so.
My point is, this is a champion. We got a championship to win. We ain't got this is a championship locker room. We ain't got time to be fiddle-daddling, worried about who's going to get paid because the owner pointed out cited one guy.
We have to worry about that.
We got a chip to win. And by the way, the guy that the owner said is going to reset the market is Billy Badass on the field. So he's doing his part.
Don't you realize, compared to the other players on the team, he hasn't proven it like they have.
So what are you going to do at your job, Steiny? I'm asking. I'm really asking. You're not going to half-ass because you're mad at those. Those words mean nothing when you go to play the games.
You asked me if I thought that would be a dynamic in the locker room. And absolutely, positively, my answer would be yes.
That's wild.
And the reason my answer would be yes is because if I'm a grizzled veteran on that team and I have put in 8 years of blood, sweat, and tears and broke my back over every single contract negotiation I've ever been involved in, and now the owner is telling me a quarterback who's played all of 21 games will reset the market, you're darn right I'd be like, damn, really? Already you're saying that? How about let it play out a little longer? And you know what? Maybe when Jed York said that, he planted a seed with McCaffrey and Aiyuk and Trent Williams that you better get yours now because this guy, like, we've already determined. Like, and I get it, Aiyuk might come in. But the reality is the owner already said, we're going to let the quarterback reset the market. Why won't he say that about Brandon Aiyuk? Brandon Aiyuk's a top 10 receiver. Nobody thinks that Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in football. All right? Nobody thinks that. He's good. They're going to reset your owner said, we have a quarterback who's like top 10, top 12. He's going to reset the market. I understand it's a different position. Hey, we got a wide receiver that's top 10, top 12 too. Well, he's got a scratch and claw. I get it. Wow. I totally get it.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I disagree, but I know
you disagree. You disagree that like you can't imagine that there's 49er veteran players right now that they heard Jed York say that a guy who's just come into the league a year and a half ago, while he's been terrific, is going to reset the market.
It's twofold because I know where you're going, but words mean nothing. And now, had he got the deal, then talk to me, Stein. And I feel like, man,
we have a difference of opinion.
And I got real quick, Green Bay is not the Niners. So you're saying the Packers are basically essentially dealing with that then. Looking at Jordan Love is, how the hell this dude just come in here, quarterback one season and get paid? Now, they don't have the winning in the history as the Niners, but wouldn't those veterans in the Packer locker room be thinking the same way? How the F did this dude get that bag this fast?
He got the bag this fast because he apparently has shown an incredible amount of potential in a short period of time there, and they had the opportunity to give him a new contract. Brock Purdy is still working on his next big contract. So when you what if Brock Purdy stinks this year? Is he still going to reset the market?
And I'm sure, no, he would not.
Thank you.
And I think York knew that, Steiny, when he just said, I don't want to call it a throwaway line, but
it's not a throwaway line.
Purdy was good, and he's been good. But I guess I'm blown away that you think the vets, and hey, nobody knows if you're wrong or right, that the vets are going to hold on to those words by the owner to where it's a problem ASAP. From something that's not going to happen most likely until another year.
It's an intangible. But look, it would be like,
give it to me.
It would be like Nahigian saying, hey, somebody who just got here.
Okay, gotcha.
Just got here. I'll tell you what, I know he's just gotten here, but this guy's going to reset the market. Well, I've been here for 10 years. Guru's been here for 8. Why would the owner say the guy who's only been here a year is going to reset the market? Right,
okay.
How about the other guys resetting the market? Gotcha. Why do you think Trent Williams wants to reset the market? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more on the other side.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions.
nationality. He's a brother.
Black.
Yep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the 2024 Red and Gold Summit is set for Wednesday, September 4th. It's a week from tomorrow. Once again, we're going to be live from beautiful Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs, they'll be there from 2 to 4. Then all the hosts will be on from 4 to 6. Get ready for another great football season. Come on out, join the fun. Everybody welcome. First come, first served. John Sally. Here's what I'll say.
And we had a guy reference John Sally today.
Every single player on the San Francisco 49ers knows that when Brock Purdy gets paid, everything changes. Everything.
Is that a good or bad thing? That's what I guess I'm saying.
It's not a good thing.
How it affects the players coming up and Brock is based on your merit and what you're bringing to the table.
Right. And so after 20 games, this guy's going to reset the quarterback mark. Like, listen, I don't know if it goes from point A to point B, but I think it's very possible that Trent Williams hears, oh boy, they're already committing to this guy resetting the market.
I got to do this to you.
And
let's say Trent Williams was 30-year-old Trent Williams. Do you think he would be doing this after hearing that? If just based off your premise, Donnie, I don't think so. I think Trent Williams is doing this because he's 30-6 and he knows the end is near. Okay. And he's trying to get the last payday. And he's like, I'm better than these dudes.
Why is Aiyuk doing it? He's doing it
because it's smart.
He's doing it because he knows that if he has to play on the 14, he ain't making as much next year with Brock Purdy getting paid.
Right.
Okay. So there it is. Like that is a factor.
But he's had options.
Why did Christian McCaffrey want to get paid?
We got it.
It may have something to do with the owner saying, we're going to pay the quarterback in a year. And McCaffrey saying, well, you know what? That gives me a window right now.
But why was that so easy? The McCaffrey.
Because he's a higher priority. The point is,
all right,
let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you going? How's it going, guys?
Hey.
I agree with you, Steiny, with, saying that Jed York saying something as stupid as what he said, especially with Brock's. And I like Brock Purdy. I'm hoping that he's going to keep getting better. But you can't say things like that. And I think Trent Williams, I'm mad. I don't like what he's doing. They reset the market with him 3 years ago.
Yeah.
They made him the highest paid lineman. They made him the highest paid lineman in football, and now he doesn't want to honor his contract. I don't get that, and I don't get that. And I think he's being a jerk doing it, especially what they gave him. And then Aiyuk, they can't, the wide receiver market is the way it is. But I just think that the same thing with Bosa, the same thing with Aiyuk, is the Niners didn't get out ahead of this. They wait too long, and this is the second year in a row they're getting burned. I didn't think that Bosa deserved as much money as Aaron Donald. And he got $3 more million than Aaron Donald got. Aaron Donald did this for how many years? He was defensive player 3 times. And so they're letting these. They wait too late, and then these guys are holding them hostage. But I'll tell you what, as far as Trent Williams goes, I've been saying this all along about Kyle Shanahan. For as much as he loves to run the ball, and how you need to, the most important position is quarterback. The second most important position is your offensive line. Why has he not been drafting offensive linemen? Now he's stuck with Trent Williams.
Well, that's a good point.
No, that's a great point.
Nobody to fill in.
Yeah. Thanks, Dennis. Well, they got Jalen Moore, who I like.
Well, he's shown a lot more. Hey, how about this? While you were gone on break, we don't know where you went. Evan and I were talking. I got to be careful here. I was reading Kawakami's mailbag, or I believe something he posted on Twitter. This bothers me. So the Niners are feeling butthurt because they gave Bosa too much and don't want to have that happen in any other negotiations? Well, shame on you for letting Bosa take all the pie, if that's true. If that guy took you to the cleaners and you guys got took to the cleaners to the point of, oh, we can't pay Steiny or Evan or what they like. That bothers me. And I'm not even mad at Bosa. Shame on the Niners for letting them take all of it and thinking there was going to be no repercussions.
Your greatest strength is your biggest weakness. One of the things the 49ers have going for them is that Brock Purdy makes $1 million. It's one of the reasons that it's so incredible that he's here. They also know that in a year or two, he's going to probably make $50 million. And that is going to impact the rest of the team. I mean, I think I could make a case that Brock Purdy's contract extension will have more ripple effects throughout the 49ers than any other signing in football history, because he's not going from 18 million to 50 or 12 to 50. He's going from 1 million to maybe 50. And so I think that is going to have a monster ripple effect that the team is aware of.
But, okay, I'm not, damn, 1 to 50. But the bottom line is you still have to build your team the same way.
No, you can't.
You're going shopping with less money.
Guru.
You got to hit the draft. It's more imperative now that you hit on the draft pick. No, I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, nothing changes.
Guru, you cannot build the team the same way around a $1 million quarterback and a $50 million.
And that's what I'm saying. You got less resources.
Thank you.
But the game is still the same.
But it's not the same because you have to sacrifice in other areas.
And you got to hit in the draft. And drafting guys that have an injury history when you need offensive line help, to that caller's point, those are head scratchers. But you know what? You got the luxury to do it because you got the hell of a roster. But if you're right, all I'm saying to you is you got to spend.
Why do you think they have a hell of a roster? One of the reasons they have a hell of a roster is because they're not paying their quarterback. The minute they pay their quarterback, they're not going to have as hell of a roster.
Right. And you got to hit on a lot of other different things, starting with the draft, Steiny.
Okay.
That, if he gets his money.
That's okay. I'm just telling you that.
And the caller mentioned Patrick Mahomes, who took allegedly a team-friendly discount so they could spend other places. You think Brock's doing anything like that if he turns in a big year and he has the power to do it? I wouldn't.
I don't know. I just know that everybody in that locker room knows Purdy's getting paid. Let's go to JC real quick in San Francisco. Hey, JC, what's going on, buddy? JC, San Francisco. You hate to see it.
JC stands for.
I can keep going if you want, but I'm
just
not.
Called.
Yeah, I don't know.
You been lifting?
No, I haven't been lifting.
Well, you said you were yesterday.
It would be like if Mike Dunleavy came out a year and a half ago and said, let me tell you something. Jonathan Kuminga is going to get paid. He's going to reset the market.
All right.
Okay. How do you think that would make Draymond Green feel?
Well, that depends. Is Draymond in his second year of his 400?
Well, what I'm getting at, Guru, is when the Warriors paid Wiggins and Poole, it did not sit well with Clay and Draymond.
All right,
and what I'm telling you is I think there's a similarity between Jed York telling the world that a guy who's only been here a year and a half is definitely getting paid, and maybe that pushed Trent and Christian McCaffrey just a little closer to, you know what, now I got to get mine right now because there's not going to be any next year. All right, we got the crossover coming up on the other side, and it's obviously presented by Fremont Bank. They're among our favorites. I'd say they're top three. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Segment was also brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles.
Give us a name who'd you like to be coaching this team right now. If you feel that way about Kyle, give us a name, Jay.
I'll give you a name right now. His name is Eric, and he's my mailman.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time with Willard and Dibbs. Welcome. Let me pass along some 49ers news real quick since 1 o'clock has passed. Talanoa Hufanga is going to start the year on the PUP list. That means he'll miss... No, I'm sorry. My bad. Hufanga made the team.
Activated.
And he's active. Dre Greenlaw is going to start on the PUP list. And Elijah Mitchell, gone.
Well, no, he's on the IR.
IR. Yeah. Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's
yes,
on
and
IR.
you're allowed to
Season ending IR.
You get 2 spots.
And before we put the rat on the table for the YouTube audience on exactly what's going on behind the goo, you get 2 spots to reactivate. It'll be a reactivation sensation for 2 of those guys. But we've got the boss in here holding the neon sign, behind Guru, and you've done a lot. You started here off of a contest. You had to go from an audition to a 16-man elimination. It was an elimination sensation, and that was now 12 years ago. You've now been through a lot now, but the pressure...
Almost hitting the head, too?
Yeah, and you survived it. I mean, 4-pound plexiglass window, whatever. But the fact that the boss was behind you with a neon sign... That's incredible pressure.
Dude, he took my
with
donut.
Half a donut. He took your donut.
Mother Willard,
He's going to eat it.
Who brought the donuts, by the way? Was that you, Mark?
That was me.
Yeah.
That was I've been doing great.
Dude, those are, I got to tell you, I don't know where you get them, but they're pretty good. And I haven't even had any today yet.
Come on.
I haven't.
Wow.
I'll tell you where. You look good
I'll
over
tell you
there.
where I got them.
Thanks.
Bob's Donuts, which has multiple locations, but Bob's Donuts in Mill Valley is where I stop by and pick those up. And Andrew,
I don't see it, Bob.
You're a mensch, and enjoy. Everybody enjoy.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. How's it going?
It's going great.
Really?
Yeah. I'm just
How much of the show have you heard?
Unfortunately, very little.
Yeah, me too.
It's cut down day, so
you gonna reprimand him now?
I say that truthfully. Like,
I know.
You guys are my
P1.
build-up, but yeah, I've been running around like just a crazy person today.
Yeah.
And so
it's cut down day, and Evan went to the lab, and he put you had to cut 2 of the 3 Dibs, Willard.
Yeah, I heard you.
Cat Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo.
I heard 2 of you keep Steph Curry over LeBron James. I did hear that.
That's my guy.
I heard that. Yeah, and you're right.
He did that one.
No, but it's a homer thing, but it's also fair. Just let the Bay Area love Steph Curry.
We need something now.
Just let them.
Absolutely.
Now, Steiny's an ageist. Like, can't believe that Steph's going to get 65 or 70 million, and he's down on Trent Williams.
There you
Both
go.
of them,
He
36 years old.
Yeah.
Can you tell these 2 gents what you told me about Trent York's comments? Just let me know I'm not on a planet by myself.
Which comments?
I don't think that when Jed, and you know what? What was the exact date where Jed York said Brock Purdy is going to reset the market?
Or they're getting ready for him to reset the market.
4 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or even
April,
6.
May.
All I'm saying is...
Say it all.
I will. All I'm saying is I could understand if there are people in that locker room who've been in the league 6, 8, 10 years, who've scratched and clawed for every contract they ever had, and the owner has now come out and said that a guy who's a year and a half into his starting career will reset the quarterback market. I could see how some players would be like, damn, okay. And so the more I think about it, like, Brandon Aiyuk can't play on the 14.
Why?
Because he's not going to get paid next year.
Why not?
Because they got to pay Purdy.
Not for 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't kick in right away.
Right, I get it doesn't kick in right away, but these are the decisions they got to make.
Well, but Brandon can go get that money from somebody else.
He doesn't want to.
Well, then that's his problem. That's his problem.
We heard you yesterday.
Yeah, that's his problem. I'm sorry. You don't. Here's one thing. You can take shots at the way NFL contracts come together. you do not get to be a free agent when you're not a free agent.
But to his point, Willard, if you're one of those OGs in the Niner locker room, my point is I'm not going to do my job any differently, even if I heard the owner say this new Pipsqueak is going to get some money. I'm not going to not do my job, Willard. That's all I was telling Steiny.
But maybe you'll hold out. But do you feel like that's how I would only think that would happen, and I don't know. Maybe they do, and I'm sure there's some of this and some of that, right? It's a big locker room, so some might feel that way. But I'd only really buy into that if I thought that some of the 49er players sort of felt that way about Brock. And I think Brock looks that way on TV, but he's not that. They look at Brock and they're like, that's a dog. That's a dude that comes into the huddle and owns this thing. Fred Warner is on tape twice now in the last 2 years. Number one, saying he's going to be the best quarterback in the world, which is kind of silly, but he said it. Last year, though, remember, after every game, he's the reason why we have a shot.
Yeah. But Stoney was saying it was not against Brock, it's management. Like, if the guys ain't mad at Brock, it's...
Okay, I think what I'm trying to get at is that every player on that team... I'll start it this way. Jim Barnett, your greatest strengths, your biggest weakness. The biggest strength the Niners have in terms of their roster building right now is that they have a hell of a quarterback making $1 million a year. And what I said is, I think you could make a case, let's just say he gets 50. I think you could make a case that the ripple effect that will have on the roster could be the most significant ripple effect that any team has ever had to deal with, because he's going from 1 to 50. And I get it doesn't kick in 1 year, but he's not making 18 to 42. Every player on that team, I think, knows that if and when Brock gets paid, everything changes. Everything.
Right, and that's why Trent is looking at being 36, and he's got probably 2 more years, and Brock's got 2 more years before he gets paid, and Trent's thinking, all right, I have no guaranteed money on my deal right now, and I'm the best in football at what I do. Y'all are going to have to pay me, and you're going to have to pay me now, and if not, you know what? I've made $160 million in my career, and I'm good. Even though I really want to play football, and I want to win a Super Bowl, and I want to be here, and you know that, but you're going to have to break me off about 45 or 50 million guaranteed, even if it's a 2-year deal. That way he comes in and you need him, and he knows that he's more important than Brandon Aiyuk.
That man.
And so, he can play the game the way he wants to play it. And right now, 13 days until the opener, and Ricky Pearsall is running around catching footballs in a blue jersey. You could tell me that Jalen Moore is out there blocking people, and that's all fine and good, but Trent knows he's more important than Brandon Aiyuk.
Can I go back to your point about the going from 1 to 50? Yeah. And that's so overwhelming.
It's rare.
Well,
it's 1 to 60 too, by the way.
Maybe. I don't know what it's going to be. I would actually, when you guys were doing that bet, I was on your side, Steiny. I don't think Brock is going to get 60 per year. But anyway, put that aside. Let's just take Joe Burrow as an example, because he's tied for the biggest contract in the league right now, right? All right. Okay. So his rookie deal was 4 years and 36.
All right.
So that's not one.
Fully guaranteed.
It's 9. Fully guaranteed. Yep. But it's 9. It's 9. And actually, a bunch of it is paid in the form of a signing bonus up front.
All right.
So they went from 9 to 55.
Okay.
Is that really that different? I would
if
argue.
If it's $8 million, that's 4 players.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the jump. The jump. If you go,
I did it for effect, obviously.
No, I guess
that is a monster jump.
No doubt.
And even if it were for Burrow,
and I guess my response would be, sure, of course, it is, and maybe it is the biggest jump, because how could it not be?
It's a happy jump.
You go from the last pick in the draft to potentially the highest paid player in the game. I don't see how it could be a bigger jump, but I still think at the end of the day, you have teams that are paying their QB, and then there are teams that are not. And the ones who are paying their QB have the exact same challenges with the rest of their roster.
Man. And I think that 49er, we know as fans that when they pay Brock, at the very least, they're probably going to lose a weapon. right?
For sure.
Okay.
Probably going to lose one next year when they're not even
But
paying
drafting
yet.
becomes that much more important than everything else you do.
And it looks like last year or this year's draft went pretty well. You're going to have Dominic Pooney, who's going to start.
Dorindo.
And we know that Mustafa looks to be a real one. And so, you have pieces that you think can slot in and play and do well. But are you still a team that's going to be over 11.5 wins, which is where the over-under is? And Steiny's on the under, and many people are, wondering about where that will be. And is 12-5 good enough to get you the 1 seed? Probably not. And if you're 11-6, you're a wild card team. And if you have this situation, then what do you do next year?
My whole point to Steiny was they don't need therapy because they're paying a guy that they drafted who's blossomed into what looks like their franchise quarterback. Dibs, correct me if I'm wrong. That's the goal.
Yes.
That's a check, Willard, I want to write that Brock Purdy manifested into what looks like our next quarterback. Like that, I'm not jumping off a bridge because that's a good thing.
It's the best thing.
That's why I said, and I think this
maybe for the organization.
Well, but last week,
then there's less money in the pie for everybody else on
and
the team.
that's why they have awards called executives of the year. Steiny, you got to make it all work outside of that.
Well, it has to be the owner too, because right now Trent is sitting there waiting for the bag, but he's not waiting for like the long-term Brandon Aiyuk bag.
Gotcha.
He's waiting for here's $40 million guaranteed.
I'm there.
Come play for 2 years.
See, all I hear when people say this is that you love the current Niner players, and I love that you love them. But you have to release this fear that when they go, there will not be any replacements.
But 31 other teams do the same thing.
Exactly.
Willard.
There has to be. It is an omnipresent job of an NFL team to continue to draft, develop, sign, and find new Warners
and
new Kittles and new Trent Williams. Like that's your job.
New Danny Gray, who was waived today.
No, but Dibs, of course, there's going to be.
I'm just trying to go through some. I'm trying to
there's
make it
be
newsworthy.
misses, but they
Trent Taylor released.
That's obviously going to be something that they have to continue to do. And I said this while you were gone last week, Goo. This idea that the window is closing when your QB is 24 and and is one of the most productive QBs in the league is wild to me. The window is just starting. It's okay. You can pay your quarterback and still win. They're all doing it. Go to the other teams that made it to the end. They're all paying their QB.
And I do wonder if the drafting of Pearsall before all this jumped off with Aiyuk is signaling, we like you, but we don't love you like that, and we can keep going.
I know it's scary. I get it. Super scary. They built an unbelievable roster, and to try to replace these names is a Herculean job, but that's what you got to try to do. I don't care if Brock's making 1 or 55. If George Kittle and Trent Williams age out, you got some work to do to go replace the damn thing.
Yeah, Green Bay wasn't paying their quarterback, and Houston wasn't paying their quarterback, and I don't think that Miami was paying their quarterback. It kicks in now. So a lot of the teams that were there at the end last year were not paying their quarterback.
Ish. I mean, they went on a surprising run, all of those teams. The teams
by being there.
Lamar was there. Patrick was there. Right. Jared Goff
Patrick
is now
making 52.
The
10th highest paid guy in the league.
But he's getting paid. You know what I'm saying? Like you've broken off the major contract for your QB.
Yeah.
I would always rather be one of those teams because it means I got a good one.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What you don't want to be is the New York Giants. You don't want to break your QB.
Or the Arizona Cardinals.
They've done it to themselves.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah. No bad luck there. They just done it to themselves.
No, there's no bad luck. It's just bad management. And, Dallas has a choice to make with Dak again at the end of this year.
I think they made it already.
Well, maybe.
Unless he wins the Super Bowl.
Or he goes out to the conference championship because, the only thing worse than paying a quarterback a lot of money is not having a quarterback. And you see a lot of these teams that don't have a quarterback, and ideally you do what the Niners did, and now DeMeco Ryans in Houston, where you have a guy on a rookie deal, and he looks to be absolutely awesome. And, this year you've got the kid in Chicago and the kid in Denver, and you've got all these rookies, and you're thinking, they might be, be the sauce. And if they are, then you have a nice run of 3 or 4 years of absolute rookie scale money. And you don't have to worry about it.
Willard asked me who I wouldn't want to be on the Niners staff right now.
Who would you not want to be on the Niners staff right now?
And I'm fascinated. It's Nick Sorensen. And the reason is we've seen two guys, Saleh and DeMeco Ryans,
and
parlay their Well, McDaniel too, but they parlayed those jobs.
He's on offense.
Yeah. Parlayed those jobs into head coaching jobs. Yep. And then whatever you define Wilks, it didn't work. But now here comes Sorensen on a unit that was been so spectacular. Now without Greenlaw, there is questionable D-line depth. And I'm not saying they can't get after it. That I would just feel like, man, I got to the donut shop and they're kind of out of donuts now. It's going to be more difficult to duplicate what guys in that job description have done before you. I think stopping the run. Willard, we don't know what happened, Dibs. This team couldn't stop the run, but they had a good Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
they had a good Super Bowl.
First of all, I'd argue Malik Collins had a good preseason. And
I can't say he didn't.
Plenty of reason to be excited about him. And then Javon Hargrave, who seems to believe he's sort of Nick Bosa light with the idea of things didn't fit last year, and you're going to see a better version of me this year. Look, all of it's we'll see.
Okay,
but I'm hard pressed to feel like Nick Sorensen's walking into a bad job. I mean, this is a great.
Definitely, the guy came with Bosa and Warner. I can't say bad.
He's got all kinds of stuff. But it ain't good as
there's some questions.
Well, there's always questions in August. Like and
he's been here, so I think he understands where the warts are and where the soft spots are.
And how does Staley help him? Can you explain that to?
I think Staley is just kind of more of a adult, grown, respected, experienced voice. Right. Somebody who can help him before you get to game day, because Sorensen's going to be on the sideline and Staley will be up top. So if Staley sees something, he radios down and says, this is what I see the offense doing. He's been through it a lot more than Sorensen, so I think it's a little bit more of like an adult in the room for somebody who's been through it a lot more.
Well, and don't take your head coach hate and put it on your coordinator, #Norv Turner. Like, I got no problem with Brandon Staley being a defensive coordinator or assistant defensive coordinator, whatever the hell. He's good at it. Yeah, like he's a very good defensive coach. He's a wackadoodle when you give him a headset and ask him what he wants to do on 4th down, but so's Dan Campbell. You know what I mean? Like, that didn't work. And he has a weird personality for head coach also. Like, his press conferences they kind of had a vibe to him, which doesn't work when you've gone for it on 4th and 4 at your own 36 and lost a football game. So that didn't work, but that's okay. He can come do this job. He's off the tree. I like the Brandon Staley. Yeah, Brandon Staley coming to the 49ers on the defensive side of the ball. I'm hearing those rumors before he even got fired last year. Like, I love that idea. Tuck him back into something that's a little bit further down the list, and I think he'll be fine. And by the way, if the D-line depth becomes a problem, like, they'll address it, or at least try. I mean, last year they acquired Randy Gregory and Chase Young. Neither one of them worked great.
They were trying.
You know what I mean? Like, there's so many twists and turns that are about to come, but I'm not worried about the Niner defense until we got a reason to.
You feel better, Sonny, about Purdy's contract?
I don't care about Purdy's contract.
No, but you want to jump off a bridge about who's going to get paid, because you got to pay him.
I'm just frustrated.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing, and it's not a good thing. I mean, it just is.
It's just a reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm just not like they are going to have to make hard. It's so easy to sit here. Well, just pay Aiyuk and just pay Trent and then just pay Purdy and then we'll figure it out. It's like,
well, they're not doing Aiyuk. They're putting their foot down already.
They can't operate like that. They just can't. They have to figure out. They probably have an idea right now of, if we do this for Aiyuk, it's going to cost us these two guys. If we do this with Trent, it might cost us that. When we do this with Purdy, man, then we got about 4 things we may have to do. Now, it's all within the realm of football, and they can do it, but I don't. They can't pay like Trent Williams, was the highest paid. Look at all these guys that are among the highest paid at their positions, and now they're going to put Purdy into it. They're going to have to make hard decisions.
No doubt. Yeah, there's going to be some guys who go, but that's still a year, maybe even 2 away.
That might be a week away. Well, you still don't have Aiyuk or Trent, so
but that's the other
Jed's
thing.
gonna have to go into the wallet and break off some money for Trent because Trent's not gonna play unless he gets new guaranteed money.
Paid. He told Josina.
I know.
Exactly.
Do you want to know? Actually, Josina, she didn't talk directly to Trent. That was a league source.
Oh boy.
Anyway, you want the little thing that I think is tucked in the grass that tells you that they're not worried about Trent Williams? That they released Chris Hubbard today. And I know that nobody knows who that is, but that's a depth piece that you want on the team if you're worried that Trent Williams not going to be there for week one.
Right.
I stand by everything I've said this entire month. The Niners are not stupid. You can call them stubborn.
I get it.
Trent Williams is not to be messed with, they know that. They're not stupid. Trent Williams.
So by the time we have the summit, will one of these guys be back on the team next Wednesday?
I think Trent Williams can be on the team tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that. And he didn't expect Brandon Aiyuk until next week.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't want to answer it. I don't know if Brandon is going to. I don't know anything about Brandon.
I don't know why
Brandon in his situation has gone completely drunk.
I don't understand why, if the 49ers know that at some point, pretty soon, they are going to have to make these tough decisions. And maybe they figure right now, you know what? I mean, if we sign Brandon, say goodbye to Debo. Maybe they don't want to do that. Maybe they want Debo Samuel more than Brandon Aiyuk a year or two. I don't know. Maybe it's we don't want to lose Trevarius Ward and Dominic Lenore, because we actually think we want them more than Brandon Aiyuk. So if maybe this is the first tough decision that's happening right now with Brandon Aiyuk, and they're just saying, no.
Yeah.
You're not that. No.
Well, if you want to look at the tea leaves, as Mark was doing with the O-line, if you look at the wide receivers that they released, they did not release Ronnie Bell. So Ronnie Bell, as of now, is still on the team. Robbie Chosen gone. Trent Taylor, fine. You weren't going to return punts anymore. And Danny Gray, all gone. Tay Martin as well. So you look at the wide receiver depth chart, and Ronnie Bell is still on there. And we all thought, I thought anyway, if you had Aiyuk, he would be the odd man out. And so they kept him, at least for now, thinking that, you know, if Aiyuk is able to come into camp and actually play, you're still going to have Ronnie Bell, and you got Conley and Pearsall and Cowing and Jawan and Debo.
I said it was the strength of your team.
Right now.
He asked me the position, assuming Aiyuk was still a Niner.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He made the team. Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay, gotcha.
He made the team.
Hey, before we get out of here, we were having some fun with Cut Down Day. Have either of you two been cut in your life?
Oh, I heard you guys do this. So I guess I heard more of your show today than I realized. And I heard you say what you said about my partner Dibs, which was offensive.
Did Dibs hear it?
And then I heard you.
No, say it. Say it with your chest.
Then I heard you say out loud.
Say it with your chest.
It was kind of bad. It was kind of bad.
I'm trying to keep him in a good mood.
It's typical 10-2 cowardice where he tries to sneak it by the goalie.
Wheeler, why you tell him
Because that's my partner, and I got to have his back.
But look at the clock. He's
tell
saved
you,
by the veil.
He said
say what you said.
He said that he bet that you'd been cut at least 7 times in your life. And then he said, and I bet Willard's been cut
7 times?
And I said you hadn't, Willard.
You were undersized.
You said 7 times?
You were undersized when you were in 4th and 5th grade.
Explaining it.
You've made that clear.
First of all, when you're in 4th and 5th grade, you don't get cut. You get put on the B team. And if you want to count that.
We did, actually.
Yeah, well, Guru won a chip on the B team.
They had me a point. I ran a point 8th grade.
Then he said something offensive like, why is there even a championship for the B team?
Correct.
Everybody gets playoffs.
Come on, baby.
You got to go to the playoffs.
I got cut in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
So that's
and then
4.
8th grade, I try out one more. Because you know me, you can't stop the dibber. I will never give up. One thing about me, I am indefatigable. So 8th grade, I try out, and I finally make the A team.
Look at him.
Come to find out, my dad coaches the B team. And I'm like, oh, Dad, that's cool that you're looking to give back. About 17 years later, the story comes out. The reason why I made the A team was that
this is amazing.
So that my dad coached the B team
contingent on you making the A team.
Wow.
It was a handshake, wink, nod deal.
And that's why Dibs
Make
will
it
be
5.
That's why
So
he'll
then,
be. That's why he'll be
freshman year
off Thursday and Friday this week to honor the
Dwayne
man.
Dibble Memorial.
Thank you.
Freshman year, I make the team. I'm the 12th man out of 12, Casa Grande. Sophomore year, our freshman team, we won a title.
Yeah.
Shout out Mark Thomas and Ron Dardis. We could not be stopped. I would get like 48 seconds a game. The next year, all of us move up to JV, or so I thought. The JV coach, who I will not name because he's dead, and I'm not sad about it.
Oh, wow.
He's not dead to you. He's actually
He's been
dead.
dead for decades.
And my man said he's not sad.
He
about
made
it.
one cut,
Oh,
Guru.
God. Yeah.
He
Doesn't
made
hold the
one
grudge.
cut, and it was the dibber.
Oh, no.
That was cut number 6. And you know what,
I'm going to
Steiny?
give you a free
I hate you for this because then I transferred to Marin Catholic, and as a junior, I think, you know what? I'm going to try out for JV. I know I'm not a varsity player. I'm going to make the JV team as a junior. Cut again.
You think I'm going to be able to get out of here by the time he takes us through Fullerton?
I mean,
It was Northridge.
I mean Northridge.
Normally,
that's a good
Was it
friend.
the verbal
Normally-
cuts or you had to go look
Dude,
at the door and see if your name was
List on the door. And so all my other 11 teammates are on JV, and the one name missing is me. And so I went to the coach. I'm like, Coach, did you make a mistake? I mean, we had practice every day at 6 a.m., and I never was late. I never missed a practice. I dove on the floor. I ran lines. I did
Dibbers.
everything, Goo. And he said, yeah, it's not a mistake. Good luck in cross country. And I said, you filthy
Evan
motherfucker.
said you hate to see
and
it.
that's
Yeah.
a 7.
There you go.
hate to see it, yeah.
it is.
Speaking of 7,
And you had me at Fullerton. That's a good friend right there. I've known this man for 18
I was
years.
trying to think of him
if I
out.
just
It was
couldn't.
Cal
Just,
State something.
Look, you
D3.
did-
I
speaking
get
of
it.
7, you're listening to 95.7.
That's a
the
one.
game.
Wow, he's even got a jacket
The
on.
game.
Thank you, John Sally.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I hope. Are you okay? Memory lane sometimes is a hard place to go.
I am so out, dude.
You're out? Well, no, Steiny's out, so you can stay.
From the 707, Dibs, how do you get cut from JV as a junior? Hey, 707, I wasn't very good. And where were my parents?
You were undersized.
Undersized, weak, with no skill. And, you know, had I not been the youngest of 4, my parents probably would have, parented and said, hey, Danny, it might be time to try, tennis or musical theater
buddy,
or ballet, bro.
That whole
Come
story,
on.
you should take that story as a huge compliment that your dad did that, because as a 4th kid, I'm surprised he even knew you.
Even knew my name.
I've got 3, believe me. That 3rd is just a caboose, just gets dragged all over the place. We're driving all over town to other people's games. He's just sitting there, and the only thing he gets, throw a ball in the trunk. As long as there's a ball in the trunk, the little person can come, because other than that, we don't know. Nobody's got time for 3rd or 4th kids.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Well, especially with my 3 siblings, Mikey 1.0, Douglas, and the Caner, Hurricane Gale, they were a lot. So, yes, I was definitely the appendage. I was the +1.
You're all a
I was
lot.
the mistake. But come on, Mom and Dad. It's
Anyway.
like your son is tiny with no real discernible skill. Can we steer him away from constant reminder of his failure?
Well, I tell you what we're going to steer away from today.
I'm so out.
And no doubt we're going to roll off the road at times and end up in Brandon Aiyukville. But enough. However, I know we wanted to, at least you really wanted to get something off your chest, and I'd love to do this with you now. First of all, John Avello is going to join us in 45 minutes. John Avello is, he's just the man. He's the man. John Avello is one of the top odds makers in Vegas and is with FanDuel, and he's fantastic. And so the odds of the season, the things that matter for the Niners, this game against the Jets, how would things change if no Brandon, if no Trent, if no Brandon and no Trent, all of these things. the way that the odds and lines are moving, the spread on that game between the Niners and Jets has moved 1.5 points since we discussed this.
Oh, wow.
From 5 down to 3.5. Why? We'll find out all of that with John Avello coming up at 3 o'clock. Jake Hutchinson out at Niners practice, and actually they had no practice today. Cut down day. He'll help us make sense of all of that. He'll join us a little bit later. Doc Pandia also on Ricky Pearsall's injury and more. Blue jerseys and all of that annoying stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's start here because suddenly today, with some quotes that have been thrown around, Josina Anderson, Tim Kawakami, and more, it feels to me, just in talking to you today, that your Trent Williams anxiety has gone up.
Oh, for sure.
Let's hear about that.
For sure. It's at least doubled. Yesterday it was at a 2 out of 10, maybe 2.5, and now it's a 4, if not a 5, because of the reports we've seen. Josina Anderson's report about, Trent wanting to get that real new money before he comes in, and he's resolute, and he's all locked in on sitting out week 1. And I know that you have been in an ottoman with your feet up, and you even sent a pizza emoji today about how the fact you were chilling. You were a pizza slice on a lounge chair.
Yeah.
You're just chilling.
I don't remember
and I don't
what was
feel
on that emoji.
That way. It was a pizza slice. And I didn't really get it, but it said chilling.
But it said chilling on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not so chilling because I know that Trent Williams has sat out before.
Yeah, look, I'll show it to the YouTube audience. It's a pizza slice with pepperoni on
and
it.
Sunglasses on, right? Yeah.
And legs that are crossed. It's chilling. That's how I feel about Trent Williams.
Yeah, I don't feel so chillaxed or relaxed about it because I realize that this man has sat out an entire season before. Granted, different franchise, different situation, different organization. I do realize that this man has made a ton of money already, so he doesn't need the money. And Brandon Aiyuk probably doesn't, quote unquote, need the money, but he's waiting for that big bag, so he's in a different place. And I look at Trent Williams, and I think that he is going to be more like Nick Bosa in that I'm resolute. I've said nothing this whole time. I've been really removed from the process, and he wants to get at least, I think, 2 more years of big bag guaranteed money, which he probably deserves. He's still the best left tackle in football, and he's 36, whatever. It's a team that needs a left tackle. They need him, and he just wants to get his money. But you have an owner who is suddenly gone really tight on the purse strings.
Well, look, Steiny was about to ask a question that we threw out yesterday. I think it's a completely fair one. There are certain things I would argue that as a football team going into a season, you already know. If you're the Cowboys, are you honestly like, CeeDee Lamb, we're kind of lukewarm on CeeDee Lamb. No. So why do you wait till whatever they waited, August 26th? I don't know. You're stupid. You gained nothing by that. You gained absolutely nothing by waiting. There was never going to be a question that you wanted CeeDee Lamb, needed CeeDee Lamb, want him on that wall, need him on that wall.
I always love that.
You cannot survive if you're the Cowboys without CeeDee Lamb. And that's Trent Williams. So you will hear a very different tone from me if somehow we get to next week and Trent Williams is not figured out. Because that's just stupid. I'm sorry. That's just dumb. And the Niners, I have faith, are not dumb. They're not. I know everybody loves it's fun in sports radio. Let's take shots at these people.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later with anybody who called the morning show and offended Kyle Shanahan. You're all crazy people, but we'll get to that later.
And they put the roast in morning roast.
I mean, my goodness. And Joe Spadoni, if you're listening, I love you like an absolute brother. But a Raider fan calling Kyle Shanahan a choker, not the way I needed to start my morning. Absurd. But anyway, we'll save it for later.
Okay.
But the Niners are not dumb. You can call them stubborn.
How about cheap?
No, absolutely not.
Well, if you're not cheap, then
Jed York's escrow account is probably the biggest in the NFL.
Well, then pay that man his money.
And that's what I'm saying.
I just don't. I don't see that it needed to get to this point where we have Josina Anderson involved in Trent's business.
Maybe we don't, but I'd also argue that there still isn't a deadline anxiety clock attached to Trent. Not yet.
Well, we're getting there.
Maybe, because next week, if it's game week.
Yesterday we had a spirited practice, and it would have been nice to have him be a part of the spirited practice, Trent Williams.
Would have been nice, but actually at age 36, I think they want less spirited. That's my point. I hear where you're coming from. Would it be nice to be over? Sure. Why is it still going? I don't know. Because they're all stubborn. They're all big boys. They all want big money. These are big-time negotiations, and they're stubborn. And quite frankly, the Niners, I would guess, are probably stuck on the idea that Trent wants to get broken off as one of the top players in the game, which he is, but he's also 36 and 330 pounds, which he is. And these two things fly in the face of one another, and stubborn people are having a hard time getting to the finish line. But they're not dumb. You have to acknowledge this with me. The Niners.
It's not as simple as dumb and smart.
I think it is. If Trent Williams has to be on the roster.
Sure.
He has to play in all the games.
This level of stubbornness is not smart, and you could have him signed, and you could still give him veteran days. He never practices on Wednesday during the season, so you could sign him and then say, all right, Trent, we'll see you on Friday. You don't have to play this game of cat and mouse. And
maybe they're not.
When we sign you, then you can come in.
Maybe we're not. We haven't heard. This is not like Aiyuk. We have not heard Trent Williams come out and be like, I'm livid with the Niners.
No, but the fact that Josina Anderson has a report out that says, that he wants a certain amount of money and he wants guaranteed money and he wants to be the. But it's not only that he wants to be the highest paid tackle, he wants to be paid like the premium player that he is. And this goes back to Tim Kawakami from last August, a year ago, when he said, this team always does right by its premium players, and I'm that. And so I want to be paid like the premium player. And so you've had this on the table for a year.
Yes.
But you haven't done it.
Right, because they're stubborn. And Parag wants to win deals, and that could become a problem.
I think it's already become a problem.
Well, again, I don't with Trent. Now, Brandon is not CeeDee Lamb or Trent Williams. There's a healthy debate there.
But who is he?
He's Brandon Aiyuk.
Right. But is he Jalen Waddle? Is he A.J. Brown? Is he Devontae Smith? Where is he?
I don't know.
Who is he?
But I don't know if any of those matter. To me, it's like, what is he for the 49ers? He's Brandon Aiyuk, and there are debates. Right. There are debates.
And there are some people who think come in and play your fifth year and ball out and then go out there and get the really big bag.
And I know a lot of people who are like, bye-bye. Brandon, go bye-bye.
Exactly.
I know people like that. I know people who think the Niners can't function without him. I know people that think he's the fourth best receiver in the game, and I know people who think he's the 14th best receiver in the game. That's my point. There's a debate. And so now you're going to get to a spot where two sides, healthy sides, I think, can disagree. And I think we do have it on pretty good authority that the Niners have, A, misplayed this from earlier in the summer, and B, Brandon and his agent are being a big pile of annoying so far here in this month of August. So that's where it is, and you tuck it over here. My opinion, you don't have to agree. If Trent Williams isn't ready to go next week, somebody's stupid. You can't do that. This is a flat-out non-starter. You can't play games without Trent Williams. That is a no.
From you?
From me. From them.
Dog?
From them.
Yep.
I've heard this from inside.
Of course.
They know.
Well, then get it done.
Well,
I don't know what it serves them to do it this way.
I'm with you.
Because you've got now Josina Anderson with reports, and Trent Williams is doing whatever he's doing. We know he's not playing football for the 49ers in practice. And yes, I know he's a veteran, 36, but you can't tell me that that's a good thing. It may not be a bad thing, but it's not a good thing. It would be if he's your boombox guy and he's your leader, and we're now 13 days away from the opener, and he's not there, and Brandon Aiyuk is not there, whatever. Brandon Aiyuk, I think it's pretty clear with their roster cuts that they kind of are hedging the reality that he might not be there. They kept an extra receiver that they might not have kept if he was around.
But they did not keep an extra left tackle.
No, they didn't. And so they fully expect that to be done. Yep. But for me, it is not doing you any good to not have him be in there.
Maybe not.
And I'm not totally panicked yet, but Jed York, and this is a Jed York thing. It's not Parag Marate. This is Jed York being able to go to the safe and 27 right, 13 left, 71 right.
You know the code?
Yeah, that's.
Well, we should stop doing a show and go do that.
Crack that baby.
Yeah.
He needs to crack it open and get all those stacks and hand it to Trent and say, all right, Trent, we'll see you on Friday and stuff, because we're going to be into Jets week now. Coming up here next week, when you and I talk next Tuesday, because of Labor Day, it's going to be Jets week, and he had better be in his number 71.
The director of sports operations at DraftKings, Johnny Avello, is a half hour away. You're going to want to hear that.
That's a real director of sports.
Director of sports operations at DraftKings, Johnny Avello, joins us in 30 minutes. We'll take some calls next. I got some Brock Purdy stuff that we need to discuss. So we'll do all of that coming up next. 888-957-9570. Glad you're here today. It's Willard and Dibs.
In Walnut Creek, sunny and hot this afternoon. Highs near 98.
Weather brought to you by...
No. Okay, you right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, dog, can we talk about Brock Purdy for a second?
If we have to.
Yeah, I do. Listen, if we're going to sit here and spend the whole summer talking about contracts, and we don't want to and we won't, we got a bunch of stuff today. Lucas and you were batting back and forth some fun stuff earlier today.
Yeah.
The top 5 non-contractual related Niner stories this offseason.
Non-hold in, non-hold out.
So
I liked it.
We can play with that a little bit later, and I do want to respond on all the Kyle Shanahan stuff that got thrown out earlier today because it was offensive and unacceptable, and I won't allow it. That's just the way it's going to be. But food for thought. If this is what it sounds like this summer with contracts, and the Niners are hell-bent on winning the deal, and the fans show this much anxiety when big-name players are not all simpatico with the front office. If that's what 2024 sounds like, what are we going to do next summer? What are we going to do?
Well, he's going to change course. And by he, I mean Parag Marathe. And he's going to take his cue from the owner, who already said he's going to reset the market. So go ahead and just break him off in March and put all of this to rest, because I don't want to ever have to say the name Parag Marathe again. It's not that I don't like and respect what he's done. I actually have a good friend who knows him personally, and you know, she vouches for him as a person and him as an executive and all the rest of it. And so it makes me feel even better about Parag Marathe and what he does, but I don't want him to be a part of my 49er football season, but he always is.
Well, he's like an offensive lineman. His name's not going to come up unless something's wrong.
Yeah. Spencer Burford.
Nobody is like, you know, when the McCaffrey thing happened, did anybody go like, oh, job Parag, way to go, way to get it done quietly and quickly. Good job, Parag. Nobody did that. You only hear this, like offensive lineman in holding. You only hear his name when a flag gets thrown, and we got a couple flags on the field right now.
Big time flags.
Yeah, but
he went the wrong way on a 3rd and goal play, and you know, Aiyuk was open, and you couldn't make the throw.
But next year, I know it's easy because Jed York spoke. It's not.
I think it's a lot easier than this.
I disagree.
It's easy because if you like the player, and I believe that they like the player,
a lot of
the
stuff
market
to happen.
is there.
A lot to happen between now and then.
Well, if everything that happens between now and then is good, then it's easy.
Well, that's a big if.
It becomes difficult if. Well, I mean, what does Brock have to do for this to not be something that you want to continue to do?
I don't know that that's the point. Brandon Aiyuk has never done anything that somebody didn't want to have continue.
No, but he's replaceable. He's replaceable, and your starting quarterback is not.
That's funny. He is. I've heard you say all year they can't win a Super Bowl.
I don't think that they can.
Well, then he's not replaceable.
They think he's replaceable.
Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Because they haven't finished this.
I don't know. But no, maybe he's being unreasonable. That's we got to, you know, like
I don't think that the quarterback can be, quote, unreasonable.
Sure
is he going to ask for $90 million a year?
I have no idea what he's going to do.
I think that the quarterback would be much more reasonable just based on what the market is.
And if the 49ers, here's a premise that I see. If the 49ers are going to go to their players in general and say, look, just like they have with Brandon, you're very good. You're very valued. We need you /want you. Here's what we can do. I know that Justin Jefferson got XYZ. I don't know if you've noticed, Minnesota doesn't even have a quarterback, nor are they trying to win anything. We are. And I don't know if you've noticed, there's amazing players all over the place, and all of them need to get paid. So here's what we can do. I know what the market's telling you, but here's what we can do. Why wouldn't they do that with Brock? Why wouldn't they? In fact, I'd argue you do it with Brock more than anyone, because you go to Brock and you're like, first of all, you've made $2.7 million in your entire life, and you have another season to play. Now, I'm not saying you mess with it and be unfair, but if you told Brock, oh, hey, by the way, yeah, we'll do the 60, but then both of your security blankets are gone. No Debo, no Trent. Or we could do 53 or 50 or 49. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. But to think, after where we've been, that the 49ers are just going to lay down and roll over because Brock's a quarterback, I disagree. And I think next offseason, oh my goodness, it's going to be, it's almost like the NBA where the offseason's bigger than the season.
Disagree.
Okay.
And I don't think that we get past the draft without that being done because Kyle Shanahan understands the importance of having QB1 in OTAs and in camp. And so that's different than a 36-year-old left tackle who, fine, you don't want to come into camp. We don't really even want you here in camp. We want you to rest and be healthy. And Brandon Aiyuk, if you don't want to be here with your quarterback, you've already played a season and a half with him. We feel like you can be on the same page with him when you eventually come in, if you do. But QB1, that's a totally different calculus.
Of course
when
it
you've
is.
got a head coach who is offensive minded. So I think if this year goes the way we all expect it to go, forget the team result. If Brock again looks good and a guy with accuracy, QB rating, the acumen, the decision making, he stays upright and he has a year and they finish wherever they finish and they want him next year, it gets done early because Kyle Shanahan wants it done early.
Maybe.
That's his quarterback.
Yeah.
That's my quarterback.
Yeah, and this is his left tackle and his
Different story.
and his leading receiver. Well, everything's different when it's the quarterback. But
Well, the
I
left tackle, as an older Hall of Famer, I think that a lot of it is like, okay, wake us in the end of August. And here we are in the end of August, and now maybe we're all waking up to the reality that he's still not here. And Brandon Aiyuk, I do think that that was just a simple miscalculation. They thought that he would cave. They thought that he would be much more willing to take what they offered, and he wasn't. And he dug in, and then he held in, and he made their life not a living hell, but he made their life a little bit uncomfortable.
Annoying.
Yeah, he was more annoying than they thought.
Well, I'd say this: even if you're right, and I'll buy that you're speaking the odds-on favorite position right now. But even if you're right, that too leads to its own national debate. Niners just break off Brock Purdy $60 million when half the world thinks he's the 16th best quarterback in the NFL. All I'm telling you right now is it is going to be loud next summer. It is going to be loud. It is going to be incessant. It is going to be very difficult for everybody to sort of like agree and make sense of. Because first of all, that's not our world right now. We don't agree and make sense of things. That's not who we are as a culture. And B, if you can't see that no matter what happens with Brock, there's disagreement, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Brock Purdy right now, based on numbers and data, is easily one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the game right now. Very few people think that the data matters in this case. And what do we know about negotiations? An agent is going to be like, data. And then the other side's going to be like, emotional feel. And we're going to argue.
Of course.
And it's going to be a big flipping deal because I've never heard a contract discourse among fans start earlier than this. This started right after the Super Bowl, and he wasn't even eligible for another year.
Exactly. Well, we've never seen a player do what he's done.
Very good point.
Mr. Irrelevant to conference championship game and then Super Bowl runner-up in 2 years. We've never seen this before. So even at the end of this upcoming year, yes, he's eligible for an extension. Doesn't mean he has to get one. Now, he will get one because that's the way football works. But because of that, I think that they're going to be able to find common ground a lot more easily than they are with Trent Williams, who is 36 and rich and dug in. And now he wants what he wants. And you have to go out to the owner and knock on his door and say, yeah, Trent wants $45 million guaranteed. I need you to get $45 million for me, Jed, so we can give a 36-year-old left tackle $45 million. We want to give him $28 million a year, $56 million, but he wants $45 guaranteed at signing. Will you do it? And Jed's like, God, I gotta stop answering my door. We had Christian McCaffrey knock.
Oh, come on, it's
and
every
we
year.
had
He knows
Aiyuk
that.
knock. But
It's every year.
Well, he had to call Juszczyk and say, Kyle, sorry about that, but you're going to have to give some back.
This is the game.
It's the game, but it seems to be happening with more frequency and at a higher level than ever before.
That's because they have more good players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
at some point, you're not going to pay all these good players.
Right.
And maybe it starts with
You have to
Aiyuk.
go get new good players.
Well, you can't replace Trent Williams. So you're not going to find another new good
disagree.
player. You're not going to replace him right now.
Not now.
Well,
But
that's
you're
all
gonna-
that matters.
but you're gonna-
You got
no,
13
it's not.
days till the opener.
No,
That's
see?
all that matters.
No.
Where are you going to find a left tackle?
Not to them. And therein lies one of the
You
problems.
don't have that much hubris.
What are you
Arrogance,
talking about?
Kyle. Let me bring up that tweet. What
Yeah.
else are people talking about? Kyle Shanahan.
That is
Possibly.
That is absolutely one of the discords that takes place between the conversation that happens in our space and the conversation that happens in their space. They can't make it all about right now and nothing else matters. If that were the case, none of this would be happening. If the 49ers were like, Kyle, it is Super Bowl or bust this year. I hope you know that. They don't say that to each other.
But he knows it is.
No, it's not. He's going to be back the next year. Watch.
He will, but who won't be?
It's not Super Bowl or bust. It is the same thing every year in every organization. It's Super Bowl or try again, or how do we get ourselves into a position where we can Super Bowl or try again? That's all it ever is. And you can't ask a front office to not think about the following year or the year after. They have to. It's their job.
It is, but you can't just go out there and find a left tackle. So, yeah, fine. Trent
What
Williams.
happened last time?
Right. They went out and traded for him,
Yeah.
and they happened to find a player who was disgruntled and available. That was rare.
But why
Incredibly rare.
Yeah, again, you're going to have to replace your players. All of them.
Right.
You're going to have to replace
You're going
them.
to replace a guy who's getting paid $27 million, and you're going to go find a guy who's making $27 million and hope he's just as good?
No, it's not a question for this year.
Because you're not going to draft a left tackle when you're picking 28th.
You might.
You're not going to find a guy who's this good.
Might trade up. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Like,
risky.
this
Trading
is-
up has not worked well for you.
But this is their job. They traded up to get Brandon Aiyuk.
I get it. They traded up to get Trey Lance.
Yeah, I understand.
Captain
That
Pickasaurus.
doesn't mean it hasn't gone well. It didn't go well that time.
Yep.
Anyway.
And they traded down to get Solomon Thomas. How'd that work for you?
Well, what'd they do with all the other picks that they got?
They got Reuben Foster.
Reuben Foster. Yeah.
How'd that work out for you?
It was good for about 7 days.
Something like that.
That's
Couple
another
months.
By the way, quick aside.
Yep.
That's another reason that I'm going to pause before I tell everybody that this was a great draft for the Niners. Because I know the buzz right now, you literally cannot cross out any of their picks. Right now, as we sit here today, you cannot be mad at any of the picks. You cannot say, ooh, that doesn't look good. You can point to Ricky and his injury, but you cannot. The performance of this year's draft class in camp and preseason has been good across the board. You will not hear me say, oh, I nailed the draft.
Yeah,
because
you can't.
none of them have played a game yet.
Talk to me in 2027.
Thank you.
And
Well,
you
we can talk before 2027, but at least
Perhaps.
at least wait till, I don't know, week 7.
Yes.
Let's see how they're doing.
One more on Reuben Foster before we go to the
for it.
phones. He had red flags all over the board.
Of course he did.
And you traded back and you got that pick and you thought you were smarter than everyone because you thought you could fix it. Like Spicoli in Fast Times, for those of you old heads, I can fix it.
Was that all they got? Was it just that? They moved back one spot and got an extra first rounder? I feel like did they get more for that trade with the Bears?
You can Google it, but that was the marquee
Trubisky,
portion of
right? Yeah, the Bears didn't do well with that trade either, by the way.
No, they didn't. The Niners got
Just a
Solomon
bad-
Thomas and Reuben Foster.
Yeah, did any good players come out of that experience? No.
Yeah.
Unless there was more to it. Grandy's looking it up. While Grandy's looking it up, let's talk to Anthony in the Bay. Hi, Anthony. What's cooking, man? Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, what's happening with you guys? Thank you guys for taking the phone call
Yeah, man.
today. You guys are hitting on all points today. Let me tell you guys, so much to talk about, so little time. I think as far as Trent Williams is going, I think I'm chilling with you on that Willard and Dibbs. I mean, I'm chilling with it. I guess Will's chilling with it. I think we're gonna sign him. I think what we gotta do though is get rid of Aiyuk. We need to get rid of him. He's just causing way too much distraction. I've never seen a Super Bowl based upon one wide receiver. I think there's many great wide receivers who have not made it to Super Bowl and won. So I think it's just on to the next. I think it's just the way the league goes. We could move on to the next receiver and see what happens. We cannot do without a left tackle and a quarterback. I just think that's where it's at. We need to get rid of Aiyuk so we could pay Trent Williams, and then pay our quarterback next year.
Well, Anthony, you bring something up that for me, and thank you, remains a total question mark, which is this. I don't know if the two are linked. And I wish there was someone who was really on the inside or would share on that. Doesn't exist. But I would love to know if in any way, like even in the slightest way, are these two stories linked? Like, is the discord with Brandon sort of making the Niners hesitant with whatever dollar figure Trent is asking for? And so they're sitting there going, okay, we kind of got to, Trent, hang out over here while we figure this out. Until we figure that out, we can't figure you out. Or are they mutually exclusive? I don't know.
Yep.
I would love for them to be mutually exclusive. That's what my brain thinks is probably true. I don't think that multi crazy billion-dollar organizations that operate at this high of a level would not only put themselves in a position of, we're not sure what's going to happen with Brandon, but also if we're not sure what happens with Brandon, that means we're not sure what happens with our other key players. That would be a real bad way to do business. But I don't know if the two are linked in some sort of way.
I don't think that they're linked financially, but I think that they're linked philosophically, because I don't know if you saw the story earlier today. I saw it in The Athletic where the Niners are spending $200 million to upgrade Levi Stadium for the Super Bowl and the World Cup. So you take $200 million and you cleave that off and you put that aside for upgrades. And I know a lot of that money will come back with, you know, all of the revenue that you're going to generate from those two events, the World Cup and the Super Bowl, but that still is $200 million that you're taking out of your business budget and you're putting it toward upgrades for your stadium. So they're not a cash poor or a money poor organization. So I don't know if Jed York is thinking, geez, you know, Trent wants $45 million guaranteed, and I'm just guessing at the number, and Brandon wants $50 million guaranteed at signing. So that's $100 million, and gee willikers, guys, I don't think that we have that much money to spend. That's not the issue. I do think it's a couple things. One is they want to win the deal, and the other thing is the precedent. So Trent's not happy at 36, and darn it, I want more money or I'm not going to show up. And Brandon Aiyuk, I want a new contract or I'm going to show up but not really play. I think that the precedent is a part of it where this organization doesn't want to have to keep going to their players and saying, oh, you're complaining? You get it. Daddy, I want ice cream. Okay, here's 2 scoops. Well, he got cake too. Here, have some pie, have some cake, and you get ice cream. Wait, what about me? Have some candy and cake and ice cream.
This is getting a little too close to home. I'd like you to stop now.
Well, and you know.
I'm over. You should see my freezer.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat it. Dad, do we have any dessert? I don't know. Pick from one of the 87 desserts that you guys have talked me into buying and putting in this house. And like a buffoon, I'm just like, okay, I'll go to my 8th grocery store and get your stupid request.
I get it. So my daughter had her 2nd birthday on Sunday, and now it's chocolate cake, ice cream, chocolate cake.
Don't make me do the chocolate cake joke again, because Granny didn't get it yesterday.
This morning for breakfast, she's hitting me. Do you want a bagel? Chocolate cake. You're not getting chocolate cake.
Do you know what the bigger problem with that is there's an even older Bill Cosby reference to make there, but you can't make Bill Cosby references anymore. No. He did a whole comedy skit on Dad giving the kids the chocolate cake and the chocolate. The kids, everybody's all happy with Dad.
You can't do it.
No, it's terrible. I don't want to do it. I used to be able to kind of do a Bill. I don't want to do a Bill anymore.
Can't do Bill.
Bill's gross. But anyway,
can't do it.
You were saying, oh, Grandy's got the answer to the trade. Hi, Grandy.
Yeah, the 2017 draft day trade, the Niners moved down from 2 to 3.
To 3, yeah.
They also got back a 3rd rounder, a 4th rounder, and a 3rd rounder in 2018.
So they didn't get the Reuben Foster pick.
They used one of those picks to trade back up into the 1st round and get Reuben Foster.
That's what I thought.
They also used one of those other picks they got to get 2 other late round picks. One of them turned into Adrian Colbert. You remember a safety from the beginning of the Jimmy Garoppolo era. And then they did a couple other moves. Ultimately, one of those picks from the Bears turned into Dante Pettis, which was a major fail.
Exciting.
But the big one, the 2018 3rd-round pick, 70th overall, that came directly from the Chicago Bears. Next year's draft, the year following the trade,
and that
became Fred Warner.
Hey! Nailed the deal.
Totally.
Well, it sounds like 50 players came out of this in both directions, and one of them was good. But he happens to be the best linebacker in the game.
Sure.
Okay.
So you went from number 2, and you got Fred Warner. Okay. That's basically the net.
Dude.
You had Solomon Thomas struggling. Reuben Foster played about a year and change. He was amazing for about a month and a half. And then.
Dude, my son bought a jersey.
Oh, boy.
And then we had to give it back.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, these trades are always, they're hard to track. And thank you, Grandy, for doing the legwork.
But the Niners won the deal.
Sure.
And I do have the tiniest soft spot for Dante Pettis. Just a tiny one. For two small reasons. Neither of them are going to resonate with y'all, I think.
Boise, right? He's a Boise State.
No, that's not one of them. Yeah, he's a Washington guy. Yeah,
he's been to Boise.
No, first of all, I did a one-on-one with Dante one time down at the 49er facility, and he wanted to talk food for like 20 minutes. I think we talked about tacos.
Okay.
I think he loves tacos. So
Should've
I'm
been
like,
a sign that he wasn't going to be very good at football.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna eat
he
it.
actually kind of gave me a wink. He's like, don't let the team hear this because we're just talking about junk food and tacos. But I could sit there and talk about that stuff with anyone all day. So I was like, on a personal level, okay, Dante, you're kind of fun. And then it was that same year that, if memory serves, I don't know if it was week 1 or whatnot, but it was the home opener and the Pittsburgh Steelers were in town. And I took my kids to the game. We even got them down on the sideline. They got autographs from Jerry Rice. They had a day. And then the Niners went out and performed like poop. But they hung in there for a close game. And Jimmy Garoppolo, the legend that is.
The legend.
He drove them down in a close game right there in the fourth quarter. And with a couple minutes left to go, touchdown pass to Dante Pettis.
Wow.
Niners win. And then that was the end of that.
Pretty much.
That was the end of his career after
All
that.
right. That's a good story.
I didn't hear about Dante Pettis again until I showed up at Rainy Soldier Field. And wasn't he running? He was a Bear.
He had a big catch.
He was on the Bears, and he got that ball where Justin Fields ran around in circles and then hucked it up down the right sideline.
Yep.
Ruined my life. Dante Pettis.
Dante Pettis.
But until then, he had me on his side. Just a little bit.
Just a little soft spot.
Tacos and touchdowns.
There you go.
He had a hell of a touchdown catch, I think, in his NFL debut. It was the week before the one you're talking about at home against Pittsburgh in Minnesota. A great pass from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
A toe-tap touchdown in the back of the end zone. Then week 2 happened. Week 3 in Kansas City, Jimmy Garoppolo tears his ACL.
Tears the ACL, and we're on our way to Boseville. Exactly. So, remember when Jimmy Garoppolo used to throw touchdown passes in the NFL?
It's wild, yeah.
Which is a centerpiece to a point I'd like to make later on in the show.
Well, you can make the point because it's a Shanahan-based point, and it's also plays into what you're talking about with Brock Purdy because, when Brock comes up and you want to give Brock 55 or you want to give Brock 60 or whatever it is, well, you better still have Shanahan now because Shanahan is the QB maker, and you see all these other quarterbacks that Shanahan used to have, and they're all free now. CJ Beathard is out there.
You should answer this. 650 on our Xfinity mobile text line says, does he put cheese on his tacos? I don't remember him answering that question, but do you?
No.
You don't put cheese on your tacos?
No.
It's Taco Tuesday. I'm making the tacos tonight.
Right. Guru puts cheese on his tacos.
The kids will put the cheese on. If I put the cheese on the table, they're going to put the cheese on the tacos.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't believe that cheese belongs on tacos.
Most Mexican restaurants put the cheese on the tacos.
They will not
now.
put the cheese on the tacos.
Some of the places I go to, they put the cheese on it.
And I wonder if it's authentica, because if you want to go to the authentic
on the
Mexican
refried
place,
beans and all of that, like they put cheese on there.
I don't think so.
No.
Lettuce, sure. Meat, salsa, and that's it. Maybe a radish or two.
Radish?
Oh, yeah, crunchy and good.
Do you?
Cheese on tacos. Are you 8 years old?
I would like to be. It looks fun. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Guess what? He's just the best. John Avello, the director of sports operations at DraftKings. The odds, how they're moving, how they're going to move, your money. We can get into all of that. You got any money? Not if you've been listening to Dibs. But you should listen to John Avello. I'm sorry about that. He's next. Couldn't resist on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, I do have money, actually. And you know where it is, Mark? It's not in those markets, but it's in the bank, Fremont Bank, which is my bank. It's my family-owned bank. And you know it's got that family-owned feel. And when I deposit my money at Fremont Bank, I know that it stays local and it works for all the good things around the Bay Area. Home ownership and businesses, they reinvest that money into organizations and activities that make our Bay Area better. And 60 years ago, they set out to build not only just a bank, but a good, solid local ecosystem. And they've done just that. I was actually out at the Walnut Creek branch yesterday, checking it out, doing a little bit of banking on my trip on the road. And I can't wait to be down at the big anchor branch down in Fremont at Fremont Boulevard for our big event, which is a week from tomorrow. I encourage you all to come on out and see the bank for yourself, see the beautiful building, and see the beautiful people. Because when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, you know that you're not a part of one of these big box banks, but you're part of a good, solid local bank that supports nonprofits and other meaningful things right here in the Bay Area. And they're deeply committed to the Bay Area, which is why their 21 branches are just right here in the 9-county Bay Area. It's Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went to the doctor. He asked if people in the office smoked. He identified it as being exposed to secondhand smoke. I decided to sue. It was worth it in the end, California being the first.
Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, all kinds of questions. Okay, this is going to be good now, right? This is going to be good.
I can't wait.
And I've been lucky enough to be talking to this man on the radio for well over a decade now, I think.
Okay.
And you get some real good stuff, some good information. Years ago, running different hotels in Vegas, but this man, Johnny Avello, this man is
that's a name now.
It's a name,
that's a name.
But listen to the title. Like there's Johnny Avello, and that's a name, but listen to the title now. Director of Sports Operations at DraftKings. Sounds like somebody you might want to know. You know
impressive.
what I mean?
It sounds like one of those elite lounge singers. Coming up now on the bronze stage, the classic stylings of Johnny Avello.
Johnny, have you ever sung on stage before?
I don't think you want that to happen.
I think I do.
I definitely do.
I think I do. But
I'm a bad singer, guys. Just listen to my voice. It's groggy and it's got it's just never. It's not made for singing. It's not made for anything, to be honest with you.
Tell you what, sitting down with an old fashioned on the rocks and listening to a gravelly voice on stage, I could do it. But anyway, let's talk about something else, Johnny. And thank you very much for coming on. Always appreciate it, especially as the season gets going. I think this is where a lot of people's minds are right now as we approach with the holdouts of Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. How is that affecting 49ers odds?
Well, it's affecting their odds on game one. I think if those two were going to play, you're going to see the spread move up probably 1.5, possibly 2. We have it set, their future book odds, at 6-1. We have them set where if they do play, that's going to drop a little, and if they don't play, it's going to be raised up. So we're kind of like in the middle right now, waiting to hear the decision, just staying on top of it. And, if the bettor wants to bet it at the price that it is and take a chance that they know what's going to happen, that's wide open for them to do so. So that's how we position ourselves sometimes. If we don't know, we just kind of stick it in the middle of a couple of numbers that we think it should be.
Are you more reluctant to change futures odds for season and division and Super Bowl and conference based on some of these micro holdouts?
More interested in game lines. Futures are a long season. Even with, the full array of players, that doesn't mean you're going to win it. So more interested in game one than we are, looking down the road 3-4 months from now, because other players could get hurt and everything could change. And even if you're at full capacity and your team is 100% healthy, that still doesn't mean you're going to win it. But game one is important because without those guys, I think those two guys you mentioned are big impact on this team.
Yeah, no, there's no question about that. Although, what's sort of the umbrella response from you if you hear people say, Brandon Aiyuk is replaceable? Like, if you did look at this as a season-long thing, how does it kind of affect the 49ers if he's just not a part of the season?
I don't think he is replaceable, to be honest with you. Yeah, you can have somebody fill in, and they could do a decent job, maybe even a good job. This is a great wide receiver. So you need a guy it's not like this is Mahomes at the quarterback position, guys. With the Chiefs, it seems like they get the job done with 2 players and a coach. And so as long as they have those 2 players and a coach, it seems like they can throw any piece in there and make it happen. That's not the case with the 49ers. We're looking at a quarterback who we're still trying to figure out if he's better than average or he's really good. And I'm not sure which one of those 2 it is yet.
And when you look at quarterbacks around the league, obviously Mahomes makes the biggest impact on a point spread if he's not playing. But where does Brock Purdy fall in that? If you get to the Monday game against the Jets and it comes out that Brock Purdy's not going to be able to go, what's the general point spread movement going to be for Brock Purdy missing a game?
I think Brock Purdy's worth about 3 or 4 points. I think Mahomes worth 10. So a lot has to do with where the game is, who they're playing, and who the backup is. So let's look at the Chiefs. Really, without Mahomes, I don't think anybody's scared of them. So that point spread would tumble down. If they were a 10-point favorite at home and he didn't play, that thing would be close to a pick 'em, or maybe if Chiefs a small favorite, depending on who the opponent is. But with Brock Purdy, I think it's a 4 number, 3 or 4. I think that's all it is.
Johnny Avello, Director of Sports Operations, DraftKings, with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Johnny, let's dive into some of those individuals a little bit further. You said Mahomes is worth 10. Who are some of the other quarterbacks that are the highest numbers in the league?
Josh Allen would be one. He's probably a 7-8. He's probably an 8. We got Baltimore's quarterback. He's probably a 7-8. So those guys are probably at the top of the list. It's funny when you take an older quarterback and who's probably have high expectations, and he may be worth maybe 3 points, maybe 2. If you've got a good backup who. Let's look at the Raiders, for instance. The Raiders, maybe the drop-off between the 1 and the 2 starter might be only a couple of points, too. So it really depends on who the team is. And the star, if the quarterback's the guy that makes it all happen, then he's worth so much more.
When you're looking at non-quarterback line movement, is Christian McCaffrey the most impactful offensive skill guy in terms of playing or not playing on a line move?
I would say yes. He's certainly one of the top guys. He certainly makes an impact on all the proposition bets. When we look at first touchdown scorer, anytime touchdown scorer, I would say he's probably bet more than anyone else. He's also a favorite to score a touchdown in a game. Sometimes he's a favorite to score the first touchdown in the game. So he's a rare commodity over a lot of other players in the league.
Johnny Avello, Director of Sports Operations, DraftKings. What about teams? Johnny, who's seeing the most action and where do the 49ers rank?
The Chiefs are seeing this is unusual this year because the Chiefs always do see a lot of action, but they're seeing more than ever to start the season. There's a lot of believers out there that think they can win this thing 3 in a row. And maybe there's a Taylor Swift factor there. Maybe she has something to do with bringing, more noise, more attention to the Kansas City Chiefs. So we're seeing a pretty good pop on them all since we opened it up after the last Super Bowl. The Jets, and there's high expectations for them from probably mostly Jet fans and a lot of Jet fans around the country. There's also Houston. I mean, they have all the pieces. Let's face it. The question is, can the quarterback C.J. Stroud in a sophomore season, and he perform like he did in the freshman season? So that's going to be the key to that team. But if you look at all the positions, they're all covered. They have all the bases covered. So that's a quality team that we had at 24-1 at one time. They're down to 16. And there's a lot of other teams. Then there's some teams that are getting just no attention whatsoever. Minnesota's one of those. Giants are, there's not a lot of interest maybe from Giants fans. Washington, no one cares about them. And others with some really long odds. Carolina.
Is there a team that you see out there that you're surprised hasn't garnered more action, like perhaps Chicago, a team that many people are high on? Is there another team out there that you would say is right now undervalued in the market?
Well, Chicago at 35-1 was a little higher, and they are taking some money as of late. Going 4-0 in the preseason. They look pretty good in the preseason, and I think they're going to have a pretty good Chicago year. I mean, Chicago years haven't been good, and I think this one is capable of being 8, possibly 9 wins. I'm not sure they can get there all the way. Not this first year for him at quarterback, but I think that they're capable of having a really good season. Now their total wins have been bet over. We had them at 8.5 and went as high as 9. Now it's 9.5. So they're certainly getting some attention. So that's a team that's still sitting at 35. Do I think they believe they can win it all? No, I don't. I think the division's really tough. You got to get by Detroit and you got to get by Green Bay, who was supposed to also have a quality year. So, there's some teams. I mean, if you want to get out, if you want to get past the first 8-10 teams, you're looking at teams that you're really, it's a crapshoot. You're saying, here's a team that's 50-60 to 1. I believe that I see something that others don't see, and they're going to have a good start and go 4-0 or 5-1 out the box, and they might win 10-11 games and get some real good value. And there's a lot of teams out there, but if that all comes down to me, it's a guessing game. If you really believe that some of those outsiders can make that type of a move.
Johnny, it was a few weeks ago that Kyle Shanahan, and he was talking about his roster as a whole, but he referenced the fact that the 49ers are favored in every game in all of the look-ahead lines. Wow. With all of the discord that's been going on, is that still true? And then what's the likelihood that something like that sticks throughout the entire season?
No, they probably won't be. I mean, sure they are going into the season, but there's going to be something that happens during the season where the starting quarterback doesn't play, or there's an injury to a couple offensive linemen or defensive backs. So there's going to be a game where they don't have the full team, and they're going up against a team that we thought would maybe be 3-3 after 6 games, but they're 5-1 after 6 games, and they're at home in this spot. And the 49ers don't have, the full roster. Those things are going to happen. So I wouldn't expect them to be the favorite in every game.
Johnny, great stuff. Director of Sports Operations at DraftKings, and they got a new promotion that's live in California that you can check out, the Pick Six, where you can get basically $50 in free credits for whatever you're doing. So check that out. And Johnny, thank you very much.
Hey, guys, good talking to you. Have a fine night.
Okay.
Thank you, Johnny.
Johnny Avello, the Director of Sports Operations at DraftKings, says Brandon Aiyuk is irreplaceable. And again, look, this fluctuates from house to house and from day to day. But when we first started looking at Niners-Jets about a week and a half ago, 5.5.
Yep.
It is now 3.5.
Okay.
Take that for what you will. I know how I responded to that. I responded to that by betting on the 49ers. I think getting them at 3.5 right now is a huge steal against the New York Jets. That's because I remain firmly optimistic that Trent Williams will play in that football game, and I'm very comfortable with the number 3.5 if Brandon Aiyuk does not play in that game. But that's me.
Yeah.
That's where it sits. That's where the movement is. And then we can get to the Purdy thing that he talked about, because that's pretty interesting too.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask him about the line movement based on Brock Purdy. And he said, 3 or 4, but Mahomes is 10. And it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
So Mahomes is not playing, and the Chiefs are favored by 10. Now all of a sudden it's a pick 'em. And I do think that part of that is the value over replacement player, and there is no replacement for Patrick Mahomes. And if Brock Purdy's out, and you go to Dobbs or Brandon Allen, I don't know if they've decided who the real backup is. I know both made the team, and Tanner Mordecai did not, and they hope to get him back on the practice squad. But I think the idea of Brock Purdy only being 3 or 4, and Lucas Alexander, our director of sports, with a good question in my ear about the big impact of a non-quarterback player like Christian McCaffrey. And yeah, McCaffrey would be one of those players from a skill position standpoint who would be most impactful on the spread if he was out.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we didn't even talk about this earlier. Quick aside, since you brought it up, the whole hand-wringing about who's going to be the backup quarterback. They kept them both.
Yeah, they kept them both.
Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs both made the team. And I don't know if this is for anything, but like those reporters who tweeted out the roster, there is some sort of unofficial depth charting, if you will, with the way they wrote it. And Brandon Allen's name is second. Josh Dobbs' name is third. I don't know. Well, not all. Yes, but
if you look at
Brock Purdy's name is first
because he's QB1,
right? But I don't know if it's just is it automatically alphabetical? Here's the running backs. Christian McCaffrey is followed by Mason, not followed by Garendo, because Jordan Mason is RB2.
Yeah, exactly.
RB2. In fact, Garendo is listed fourth. Sometimes there's hey, you're a rookie, so you stay down here at the bottom of the chart. Maybe sometimes it's alphabetical. Maybe it means something. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
But they both made the team.
And I guess it depends what you're looking at, what your source is, because I'm looking at the 49ers.com, and they did a full breakdown, and it's Purdy followed by Dobbs and Brandon Allen. And then you go to running back, and it's McCaffrey, Mason, Taylor, and Garendo. So I do think that it is a little depth charty. And, wide receivers, Debo, and then they do it in numerical order. It's all numerical order, actually. Debo, Ronnie Bell, Aiyuk, Pearsall, Jawan Conley, and Jacob Cowing.
Yeah, see, I see it from the reporters. It's listed differently, which is Samuel and Aiyuk, followed by Jawan Jennings because he's WR3. Right. And then it goes Pearsall, Cowing, Conley, Bell. Yeah,
I'm just looking at 49ers.com.
Maybe it's completely random.
Yeah, 49ers.com, and I'm looking at every position, and so far they all are numerical, starting with the starter. Like the quarterbacks, it's Dobbs, Purdy, and Allen, listed in a graphic in that order. And we know that Purdy's the starter, but you keep it consistent, keep it numerical, and then people can draw their own conclusions.
That's a question for John Lynch tomorrow anyway. And he will speak at 2:45.
Yeah.
And we did sort of scratch our heads yesterday when we found out about that. Why does John want to talk? And we did find out last night that is, I don't know, our memories are just, our memories. Same way you can't remember what you had for breakfast. Apparently, John does this every year. However, this one stands to be more interesting than most.
Knowing there are other questions outside of Brandon and Trent, like 2 tight ends? Is this what we're doing?
That's it.
That's it.
You're drafting them, you're signing them, and you're keeping none.
You're keeping 2.
Yeah.
So are you expecting to have one of these guys be able to pop free and add them later? Because I don't know how you're going to do a lot of 22 personnel with 2 tight ends and you only have 2 guys. You better hope they both stay healthy.
Well, I look at this roster right now, and I see movement on it before the game starts.
Sure.
I see movement on it before the game starts. Like, if Brandon Aiyuk gets figured out, are you still keeping Ronnie Bell? Maybe. Is he returning kicks for you? Maybe.
Ronnie Bell? I doubt it.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, he's one of the guys that you put back there one time or another with the idea of fielding punts. Is it going to be Cowing? Maybe.
And Garendo, too, had a huge kick return.
Yeah. So, I think that is Pearsall going to be active week 1? There's all kinds of questions. And we'll talk to Jake Hutchinson about that next hour, and obviously we'll hear from John Lynch on it tomorrow. So we'll get into all of that. But the Purdy part is the other interesting part. And this is why I do predict that next offseason is going to be loud and at times troublesome and debatable and all of those things. We're going to sit here and go, no, it's automatic. Brock Purdy has a good year. He resets the QB market. Yet Vegas sits here and tells you that Patrick Mahomes swings a point spread by 10, Josh Allen by 8, Lamar Jackson by 8, Brock Purdy by 3 or 4. Does that mean something? I don't know if in big-time negotiations the Vegas odds come into play. I would doubt it. But at the same time, he's sitting there telling us that even though the Niners don't, in theory, have a top-level backup anymore. They went top of the market to have Sam Darnold on the team last year. He was their backup, and we literally did shows on whether or not there'd be a drop-off if Brock Purdy got hurt, which became, in the end, I think, an evident answer. But now it's not Sam Darnold. And we can like Josh Dobbs all we want or Brandon Allen in the system, but neither one of them presents something that, to me, suggests there's no drop-off. I think there's a huge drop-off, but Vegas thinks it's only a field goal.
Yeah, and 3 or 4, and that's because of maybe not the quality of the backup, but the quality of the offense and the quality of the players around it. I do think that still remains a part of the conversation as we get into the offseason about contracts and also about this year. And, the shade that Brock Purdy gets, a lot of it is because of Kyle Shanahan, the talent around him, and the offense and the scheme. So can Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs come in and hold things down for a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, if that's what he misses? Sure. And you could probably still win football games. Doesn't mean you're going to get as far, but Sam Darnold is more accomplished, more highly drafted than these two. He had done more in the league, and now he's a starter in Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, accidentally to a certain degree, but yeah.
He might have won the job anyway.
Maybe for the start. But, I mean, you draft somebody in the top 10, you're going to give him the job.
Eventually.
You're going to want J.J. McCarthy and Justin Jefferson to start getting their groove on together and find out if that's your guy. So, yeah, he was a placeholder. I get that. All right, that leads us to this. Let's do this, okay? Because it caught my attention this morning. It's not new, but I feel the need to sort of get this a little bit off my chest. And so we would love to hear from you on this. I need to understand, and I will admit a weakness. I need for this to not get under my skin so much because it really does. It really does. Okay? 888-957-9570. And my question is going to be basically, Niner fan base, do you feel like the Niner fan base is fair to Kyle Shanahan? The morning show, Bonte's not here. Spadonuts and Shasky this morning are playing around with a fun question. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say, and then fill in the blank. And we have a list of some of the answers that came in, and I find them to be some of the most absolutely ridiculous, borderline offensive. Now, maybe you're just being playful, and that's kind of what I want to get at. Are you just being playful, or do you mean this? When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say choke. You say not a finisher. You say gets to the end but fails. You say hot seat. You say stubborn arrogance. You say overrated. You say ego. Is that really what you think of Kyle Shanahan?
Damn good coach, but entitled rich kid vibe. That's my favorite.
All right.
Possibly.
888-957-9570. Like, let's be real. Is that really what you think? Some of you. I know a lot of you don't. Is that really what you think of Kyle Shanahan? We got some more to say on this. 888-957-9570, the number. Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
Now, back to
Dillard and Webb
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, boy. You can join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park Friday, September 6th. Pet Nelly Financial Partners Golf Tournament. Benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACO Pest Control, Bay Area's local family-owned pest control company. Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
How we doing?
We're doing great. I do just want to take a brief moment, a quick aside to wish my lovely wife, Supper, a happy birthday on this day of days.
What is today? August 27th?
Yep. She turned today. Yep.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and keep that off the air, but
I can't even make a reference. She's turning my favorite number.
That's great.
My second favorite number.
She'd probably rather you didn't, and we had a whole...
Well, I won't tell everybody what my favorite number is, but I have a reason for it.
This morning was a negotiation sensation as it pertains to her birthday. Because I told her, knowing that she's a very private person, I said, I'm going to give you the biggest, sloppiest, healthiest Facebook shout out you've ever seen.
Oh, God, I thought you were going to talk about a sloppy, wet kiss for a second.
No.
Oh, my
God.
I
mean, that's behind closed doors, but I told her, I'm like, I'm going on social media and the world is going to know. And she said, you had better not.
What if we made the whole show about her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
hey, Sup, we figured out a way to not talk about Brandon Aiyuk. We're going to talk about you.
Yeah, that would not be popular.
No?
But and then I said, can I just at least give you an on-air shout out? And she said, you can do that. Keep it under a minute.
Okay.
Make sure it's a quick aside.
Yeah.
So happy birthday, Supper.
Happy birthday, Supper.
We call her Supper because she calls dinner supper.
Supper. Does she still?
Yeah.
Even with the kid?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought that would have gone away. Because ain't no dang supper with a 2-year-old. Nobody's got a white tablecloth and we're clinking glasses and, how was your day? No, we're not doing that.
No, but we do cheers on almost every bite.
We're trying to stay alive.
We cheers that way she eats. So we'll do like a broccoli cheers and we'll do like a chicken cheers. Because if you're going to cheers the baby now, she's going to eat it.
She's going to eat it?
Because then there's ceremony behind it. So sometimes when you're trying to get a 2-year-old to eat, you come up with all these cockamamie things.
I've been trying to still do it with my 10-year-old for crying out loud. We've been in deep negotiations over the last 24 hours over what that guy will put in his stomach.
Yep.
Hell.
Try the cheers modality. Let's do a pizza cheers.
Yeah. Let's go.
You might be into it.
But cheers your smoothie that has all the good stuff in it that I stick in there because you won't eat any of the good stuff in any other form.
Good call.
Yeah.
Dad, I want to cheers you.
Why does the smoothie get greener every day? Because you won't eat your vegetables. That's why, buddy.
Totally.
Anyway. All right. Well, happy birthday, Supper.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy 28th birthday.
There you go, attaboy. That's Buster, your favorite number. Buster Posey.
I just made it up.
You nailed it.
Yeah. Threw it out there. Nailed it. All right.
Old stretch.
Okay. Speaking of family, I think I sort of figured it out. And I get it. I'm just an insufferable homer. I know. But I think I figured out the equation for at least one of the people, for Kyle Shanahan. I know. I sleep at his house in his guest room, and I carry his bag, and I see all your fun comments. They're great humorists, each and every one of you. It's lovely. Here's the real. You want to know why it bothers me so much when people take shots at Kyle Shanahan? Somebody who, by his mid-40s, has walked into an organization that was stuck in Tom Sula, Chip Kelly hell. I wish Bruce Bochy was coaching the Niners back then. He walked in and immediately started a process that has made the 49ers essentially one of the Final Four teams every single year. Every year, as long as their quarterback is upright, and sometimes even when multiple quarterbacks are not upright, you still end up in the Final Four. I would never say anyone's perfect because no one is. So there is not a coach, there is not a general manager that hits on every pick, calls every play correctly. That doesn't exist. So put all of that silliness aside for a second. But I think I figured it out. And again, this is inspired by fun question that the morning show played with today. Spadoni was in for Bonte. So the two Joes sat here and threw this out to callers. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say blank. Now, I'm not going to act like every single one of you was mean and idiotic, because some of you said, great coach. Some of you said offensive savant. Okay? Some of you said those things. But more of you, and this is sports radio, but more of you said stuff like hot seat, which is like provably false.
More closely to a not seat. The man is standing up.
Correct, and will be for a while. Some of you said stubborn arrogance, not a finisher, plays not to lose, 3/4 coach, choke, Super Bowl choke. This is what apparently at least some of you think is Kyle Shanahan. I heard one caller, now he admitted he's not a Niner fan. He goes, I'm not a Niner fan, and that's why I want you to keep y'all's coach, because your coach is garbage.
I don't see garbage on here.
Here's why this bothers me so much. As a parent, we mess up every single day. We have stupid things trigger us every single day. We're at the end of our rope, we're exhausted, all of that stuff. So I try to whittle down how to pick my battles, and here's the battle I choose with my kids. This is number one rule. And I don't have a lot of rules. I already told you. I got 4 buckets of ice cream in the freezer. People are not People are not getting to bed on time. It's a hot flipping mess over there. But I do have one thing that I will take a hammer and pound into their head.
Number 1.
Do you not dare sit in this house in Marin County, California, and tell me about what you don't have. Don't do that. I will not let you have that kind of a global view. You do not get to sit here and act like you ain't one of the luckiest mofos on the planet. It's all boiled down to one word: gratitude. And I will not allow the lack of it in the house. And I finally cracked my stupid code. That's why I get so annoyed when I hear people rip Kyle Shanahan. You lack gratitude.
Sure. No doubt.
You lack football gratitude, and it is literally one of my number one triggers in life. When I watch people, especially here, coastal California, cruise around in life and be all mad and upset and not noticing what you've got. Everybody's got stuff, man. But don't you dare cruise around this town and think like that. And you cannot look at Kyle Shanahan as a 49er fan and not have some gratitude.
Well, you can. You're allowed to.
You're allowed to
use your words.
Oh, yeah,
but
I'm allowed to be annoyed by you then.
You could be annoyed. And I look around the league, and Kyle Shanahan has coached now 7 seasons, and he's made 2 Super Bowls, and he's made 2 other conference championship games. If you want to put his record in 7 years up against any other coach in football, there's one coach that clearly rises above, Andy Reid and the Chiefs. And in that same period of time, they've been to 4 Super Bowls, won 3 of them, and lost 2 other conference championship games. It's one of the greatest runs in NFL history. But even if you want to compare it to Sean McVay and the Rams, he's been there the exact same amount of time. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. They've won 1, which is better than going to 2 and winning 0. But other than that, they haven't made a conference championship game. So if you want to put McVay slightly above Shanahan because they happen to win that Super Bowl and Kyle didn't, okay,
I mean, whatever.
You can do that. But then you go to Philadelphia and you've got Sirianni, who's really on the hot seat. And before that, you had Doug Peterson. They won a Super Bowl. They went to one other one, but that's it. They don't have another conference championship game. So my greater point is, if you want to compare yourself to Philly, KC, and the Rams, and if you want to put those 3 ahead of you because they've actually won a Super Bowl since he's been around, and you want to put him 4th among coaches since he's been here, well, then I'm with you about the attitude of gratitude, because while he's been here for 7 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 2 other conference championship game appearances, he's 4 for 7 in making it to that penultimate weekend at least, and there's only 3 other franchises who can even rival that. Kansas City is far and away above everyone else, but beyond that, you're better than Buffalo, you're better than Miami, you're better than every other franchise in football since he's been here.
Doesn't he have the absolute end-all, be-all chip that he can play? Doesn't he have it?
In that he has Mr. Irrelevant dominating?
He took Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl.
Well,
hold on. Hold on.
Nick Foles won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Within the last 7.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something.
Well, Nick Foles took over a team that was already positioned to go. He didn't take it from beginning to end. Nick Foles went on about...
And that was Doug Peterson, who has gone on to be just kind of okay.
We're going to remember this as a 5-game heater. You should go back and look at what Nick Foles
it's like
actually
Joe Flacco in Baltimore, same thing.
Not even really that. Actually, he had some really crappy games in his team. Like, who's the Bears kicker who ended up on the Today Show
Cody
or something?
Parkey,
Cody
right?
Parkey.
The double doink.
Yeah, wasn't that year? I might be remembering incorrectly.
Yeah,
Didn't
they beat
have
Chicago
the Eagles?
31-3. That must have been a different
Maybe
year.
it was the following year.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
They beat Atlanta 15-10 in the divisional game.
Go look at some of his games. He was not great. He had a phenomenal Super Bowl, obviously, that was totally drunk, where everybody was scoring on every drive.
They lost the regular season finale 6-0 to Dallas. 6-0. Did he even play that game?
So, listen.
No, that was Sudsy.
Listen, I have one of the better L's that I have on my forehead. I think time has shown that much of what I felt at the time about Jimmy Garoppolo was probably not accurate. Jimmy Garoppolo should not have been kept over Tom Brady. Jimmy Garoppolo, though you get credit for what you are doing in the moment, and he still deserves that, Jimmy Garoppolo has proven now long-term to not be a great NFL quarterback. Was he good at times? Yeah, sure, maybe. Whatever. Doesn't matter. He has not proven to be a high-level NFL quarterback. I certainly thought he deserved credit for it at the time. It still happened, so I guess you get the credit. But when you look at what has happened with the remainder of his career, I've always been confused on how you don't look at Kyle Shanahan and go, dog, how'd you do that? How'd you do that? And now you still have people, and I'd argue this is the number one thing working against Brock Purdy is Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's a big part of it,
because we still sit here confused over whether or not a quarterback is amazing or is he in some way elevated by the coach. And if some of you feel he's elevated by the coach, doesn't that make him the best coach in the game?
He's up there.
I've never seen Andy Reid do that. And what would Kyle Shanahan do if he had Patrick Mahomes? Now, you can get mad because he could have had Patrick Mahomes, and he didn't.
He'd be the best hander-offer of the football in the NFL is what he'd be. Possibly.
Maybe.
Shanahan 35-16 over the last 3 regular seasons with Garoppolo and then Brock Purdy as your starter.
3-quarter coach who went into 2 playoff games last year trailing in the 4th quarter and won them both.
That's true.
I don't know. And maybe we are prone in this world to letting the echo chamber get to us. But do some of you feel that way? Like actual Niner fans, do you feel that you've got a choke artist as your head coach? Like, I think you have the best coach in the game. Yes, I said it. I think you have the best coach in the game. If you offered me Andy Reid for Kyle, I'd say no thank you. No thank you. Give me the guy who's 20 years younger and has proven more in his mid-40s than Andy had in his mid-40s. Andy's just got Patrick. He's fantastic, but he has Patrick. Kyle Shanahan is bumping into the Final Four every year with Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant. How is that not a tiebreaker? Especially when they play twice in the Super Bowl and both games are coming down to the last 5 minutes.
And Patrick wins both.
And Andy's got them both with Patrick. So, listen.
Well, we don't know what Patrick would be if he was a Carolina Panther. He might just be another run-of-the-mill quarterback.
Maybe.
Volume thrower.
Andy's great. Andy's great.
He's won 3 of the last 5.
He's always been great,
You got to give him his flowers.
Yeah, he's always been great. I thought he was great with Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like, are you maxing out what you have? And I guess that's where you could argue against Kyle. They should have won last year. That's fair. You can be disappointed. You can be mad that they didn't run the ball. You could be mad about the overtime rule. I'm not going to take any of those things from you. I'm having a broader conversation. I don't understand if that narrative, if that thought process is actually out there for real. Are you a Niner fan, like a real Niner fan, and you think you have a choker, a three-quarter coach as your guy in Kyle Shanahan? To me, that's just lacking gratitude.
You can have gratitude, but also look at the fact that he's been unable to close in the biggest of spots. And if you want to call him a choker, that feels a little strong to me, but he has not been able to close out Super Bowls, either as a coordinator or as a head coach. And I only throw in the coordinator to try to stick it to you a little bit. Willard stuck it in me because you and I both agree that should not be on his record. They had a 28-9 lead, not 28-3, but 28-9 when his offense got the football back. And, he did all he could to move the ball down the field, and he didn't make any plays because he's not a player, but I don't put that on him. But the two Super Bowls, this last year, that's the one I think that sticks a little bit more because you had a team that was good enough and maybe overall better than Kansas City, and you got to overtime and you made a poor choice. And I wonder if in a private moment, if he's asked, do you want the football now? Would you rather have the football first this time if you get to overtime in the Super Bowl again?
I bet
you the answer would be yes.
Maybe, but I do think all of these things, and of course he's stubborn, so he may still say no, because all of these things are a chain link fence. Like, there's no two ways about it. If the right guard doesn't go the wrong way, I feel like Brock Purdy finds Brandon Aiyuk standing by himself in the end zone, and now you had the ball first and you put 7 on the board. Hell, maybe they would have put 8. I don't know what the hell they would have done. But that changes the Chiefs' next drive. That changes their play calling. That changes how they go about their business, knowing that you get a touchdown or you lose. And if you do get that touchdown, would you go for 2? And if you go for 2, would you get it? Like, the whole calculus changes.
Yeah, if you score a touchdown.
That's not me defending the decision. I think it's been proven to be, and maybe proven is too strong of a word, but I think history will look on it as a bad decision. But as I've said to you a couple times here, I'm not trying to say he doesn't make bad decisions.
Of course.
Because they all do.
And it's about gratitude, and I think you're right there.
He's such a good coach.
And you don't have a lot of coaches in the NFL right now who already have a Super Bowl. And I know Doug Peterson is one, but his stock has kind of fallen a little bit. And you mentioned McVay already, and Andy's got it as well. So of coaches who have been here as long as Kyle has, his record, regular season and postseason, is among the best outside of Andy Reid.
888-957-9570. How about Alan in Marin? Hey, Alan, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great conversation. I love how it kind of devolved from, why did everybody describe Kyle in these pejorative terms on the morning show versus who's the better quarterback, Kyle or Andy Reid? And I get your take, Willard. I mean, your homer takes are among the best homer takes.
Thank you,
that I can
Alan.
actually listen to.
Thank you.
I mean, they're not terrible because they are grounded in some fact and some form of reality. What I will say is this, though, brother. I mean, the one thing that I think puts Reid at 1 and Kyle at 1A is Reid was smart enough to draft Patrick. So when you keep saying with Patrick, yeah, Reid's winning with Patrick because he was smart enough to draft Patrick. And I'm not saying it was all Shanahan that didn't draft Patrick, but you're using that as a reason to not check mark Reid's column when it should really be the biggest reason that he is in that column.
Okay, that's a really good, Alan, thank you. That's a very good response. And let's address that for a second. That I look at as a win in Andy's favor. That doesn't make him automatically, that one act, Kyle not drafting Patrick and Andy drafting Patrick, that to me does not end the whole conversation and make Andy the better coach. Especially because, by the way, most people when they're talking about coaching are not referring to drafting. There are a lot of coaches out there that have nothing to do with the draft or very little or just some input. But general managers, now Andy and Kyle, yes, they're making the offensive decisions. Did Andy nail quarterback drafting while Kyle largely has not? We can go there. I mean, Kyle has only really tried to go make a franchise QB pick one time, And he whiffed.
Oh, boy.
Wild whiff. And Andy moved up and got Patrick. That's a huge check in his favor.
Kyle moved back and got Solomon Thomas.
Okay. So there you go. That's a huge check in Andy's favor. But when I'm talking about a great coach, I don't automatically think drafting. And I will also respond by saying it's interesting to me. In fact, we've had a few of these texts come in talking. Here it is. 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. Thank you so much for your interaction. How does Shanny get a pass for having a hand in drafting first rounders, Kinlaw, Lance, Pearsall, Solomon Thomas? First of all, you're mean for putting Pearsall in there. You have no idea if he nailed that or not. No clue. Secondly, I always wonder about people who list off the misses and you leave out the fact that we're in the middle of contract hell because of all of the people they've nailed in the middle of the draft, who are superstars. Best linebacker in the game, third round.
Brandon Aiyuk, first rounder, is a fair
Brandon
case.
Aiyuk,
first rounder.
Debo, second. Nick Bosa, first rounder. George Kittle in the fifth. Dre Greenlaw in the fifth. Brock Purdy in the seventh. No credit?
He gets credit, but you also have to mention Dante Pettis and Jalen Hurd. And, we can play hits and misses all you want, and there are more hits than there are misses.
Andy Reid didn't trade for Kadarius Toney?
The reason why I defend Kyle about the Patrick Mahomes non-pick is because if you look at the roster in 2016, the roster he inherited when they were 2-14, they were not in prime position to draft a quarterback in the first round and have that be the elixir. They had so many problems with that roster that I give him a pass for not going out and scouting Patrick Mahomes and not seeing that he was going to be as good as he turned out to be. And there were 9 other teams, by the way, including the Bears, who traded up to get Mitchell Trubisky, who also didn't draft Patrick Mahomes. So I look at where their roster was at that time, and they were not ready for a quarterback. And it wasn't until, 10 games into the year when they were 1-9 that Shanahan realized that he didn't have the answer in the building, and he went out and got Jimmy Garoppolo.
Do you remember the pre-draft discourse about Patrick Mahomes? Do you remember it?
A little bit of it, yeah.
It was like, the vibe was, dude, he's got a rocket arm. Like, he's got some really interesting attributes, but boy, is he raw. The ball can fly everywhere. Texas Tech, I don't know. And how many quarterbacks went before him?
Just one.
Just one?
Trubisky.
That's it?
Yeah. Deshaun Watson went 12.
Was right after him.
Yep.
Yeah. And when Andy traded up, I also remember this. When the Chiefs traded up to 11 to get him, it was a moment. It was like, whoa, what are they doing? We didn't see that coming. We didn't see it from them, and we didn't see that being the guy.
Kansas City traded a first and third round pick, 27 and 91, and a first round pick the next year to move up to number 10.
They loved him, and they were right. They nailed it.
Yeah.
They loved him.
2 firsts and a third to go up from 27 to 10.
All right, 888-957-957. We can keep this going, and Doc Pandy is going to hop in here with update on the Pearsall situation in the blue jersey. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Get a morning boost at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on select ready-to-drink multi-serve coffee.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know, if you give Kyle Shanahan 5 years.
Yeah.
You know what he actually got out of the 2017 draft? You could say he passed on Mahomes, idiot.
Yeah, big time.
If you give him 5 years, you know what he got out of that draft?
What?
Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey.
Both, huh?
Both came out of that draft. You got to pick from a trade in that draft that you used the next year on Fred Warner, and you traded for Christian McCaffrey 5 years later, no problem.
I'm looking at this draft, and just to cherry pick on some names, I know we have the Doc waiting.
Hi, Doc.
Cooper Kupp in the 3rd round, Alvin Kamara in the 3rd round. Niners took Ahkello Witherspoon 1 pick before Kamara and 3 picks before Cooper Kupp. Juju Smith-Schuster. You've got Joe Mixon, TJ Watt, 1st rounder.
Oh.
David, draft him early, folks. Njoku, the tight end, was a 1st rounder.
It's a good player.
And some like Hassan Reddick, holdout Hassan.
Hey, was Witherspoon the one that was on the Rams last year?
Yeah,
Did he end up on the Rams?
I think it was last year. He definitely has been a Ram.
Okay, did y'all catch on, and Doc, just hang right there, Doc, and then callers, hang right there. We're coming to you. The Netflix receivers, Doc, Witherspoon in the Jared Goff Bowl in the playoffs, Lions and Rams.
Oh, my.
Witherspoon was the guy that was trying to guard Amon-Ra St. Brown. And he's sitting there, he's like, well, we thought we had a real advantage with the corner that I was going against. Didn't name him. It was Ahkello Witherspoon. And Amon-Ra St. Brown used him.
Cooked him.
Used him, and they won that football game. Barely, but they won that football game. And Amon-Ra, like there was even one video where he cooked him off the line so bad, and then he was still talking about it on the sideline afterward. He's like, did you see me? Did you see me leave that guy in the dust off the line? That was Ahkello Witherspoon, who was getting absolutely worked by Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was a very good player.
Ahkello's a free agent right now, by the way. Not on the team.
That's because of what happened in the...
George Kittle, same draft, by the way, 5th round in 2017.
So good players out of that draft. All right, time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tank, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hi, Doc. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We are good. Thank you for joining us on the River Islands guest line. Please tell us about Ricky Pearsall, subluxations, blue jerseys, and returns to play 2 weeks before a football game.
I'm not overly concerned in terms of him getting back to play. I mean, the good thing with the shoulder subluxations, which are partial dislocations of the shoulder, is that you can still do lower extremity work. You can still do all those things that need to get ready for a football game, and you can see him catching. So in essence, you're not really going to have hard contact, whether you're in training camp. You're just going to get that in the game. So for me, him getting those reps, being able to work on his lower extremity, not overly concerned about him ready in 2 weeks. The larger issue is going to be how is that shoulder going to respond to contact? But he's had this issue before, and Kyle Shanahan said there was no structural damage. So those are very positive things moving forward for him, but it'll be hard to see until he starts getting some contact on that shoulder.
We had this discussion without you, Doc, and I felt bad, even though I am a radio doctor, about the difference between subluxation and dislocation. And in my case, subluxation eventually led to dislocation, and this was intramural ultimate frisbee, not National Football League full contact football. So even though there's no structural damage, isn't he still at more risk to go from subluxation to dislocation?
Yeah, there is that concern. That's a great point, Dan. Like, once that shoulder starts slipping out, even though there may not be a tear of the labrum, which is basically the bumper that keeps the shoulder in place, we know that there is potentially some stretching out of the ligaments that may not necessarily show up on the MRI. So absolutely, you are worried about, with multiple episodes, is there going to be one that completely dislocates out? And then you're looking at the route of surgery. So hopefully he's more like Steph Curry. I know Steph Curry is not playing contact football, but he had that shoulder subluxation a couple years ago, got back and played after a couple weeks and was totally fine. But obviously the contact in football and the history does make you a little bit more concerned, but essentially he's met the criteria to come back right now. So all we can do is hope that nothing major happens.
So, Doc, here's what I wanted to know from an actual doctor, because I think that there's like
that felt personal.
Well, I mean, he's an actual doctor. Like, he actually does stuff. Anyway, so I felt like this was sort of presented to the audience in two different ways. There's a report that it's like Pearsall's got a recurring shoulder problem and the Niners knew about it. That's how it started. Then Shanahan comes out and goes, yeah, this happens to just almost everybody on the whole team. Like 80% of our roster has done this, so no big deal. The tone of which makes more sense to you?
Yeah, I think in general, for me, that's not something that 80% of people will have. It's relatively a small percentage of the population. One of the things in the combine is that when he goes through the combine, when they're doing all their medical evaluations and he has his history, it's something they would pick up. The 49ers definitely knew about it. The good news with shoulder subluxations, unlike like an ACL or meniscus, you can continue to play with it in season. It just becomes one of those things that may need to get fixed in the off season. But this isn't something that's super common that everyone has, but it is something that football players play with. So I think it's something that's common amongst NFL players, but not common amongst a whole team. So I think it's a little bit of kind of wordsmithing that's going on there.
And I guess something to watch based on his overhead arm movement as he goes up in the blue jersey and eventually gets out of the blue jersey and gets ready to play. One player we can't really gauge right now is Trent Williams. How much time do you think that he'll need from pen to paper to being able to be a full go for the Niners in the O-line?
Yeah, I think that becomes a little bit more complicated now as we get closer to a game. Like if he was, missing the first couple of weeks of training camp, not a big deal. Now, obviously, he's probably been working out, keeping his body in shape in terms of strength and endurance. But the one thing you can't do with a limited period of time before a game is really get those live reps where you're working on reacting, responding. At age 36, it takes a little bit of time, to get into that game speed type of shape and react. So the concern always would be, is he going to get again in a game? Is there going to be a secondary injury? Is he not going to be able to protect Brock because he hasn't had those full speed type reps? So in general, we say for an athlete, it takes 3 to 4 weeks from the time they return from a time off or an injury to get them back into game speed. Now, obviously, Trent Williams is probably doing some stuff on the side, but honestly, in an ideal world, you would say week 1, week 2 to have him give him that time to kind of get ready. But it is getting narrow and narrower for that time window. And as you get older, he's kind of crossed that line from, yes, it's good not to be in training camp so you're not wearing your body down, to you actually need a little bit of training camp so you can get those reps so your body's ready.
Doc, real quick on this too, we were all kids once when the knee bone was connected to the thigh bone. And so I'm always curious when there's like one injury you're rehabbing from and then you experience another one. This may not seem easy to figure out, but Robbie Ray, like he's coming off of all of the arm stuff and then a hamstring thing happens, 5-6 starts in. Is there any connection there?
I think there absolutely is. I mean, I think hamstring issues in pitchers, you just don't see it very frequently. I mean, you'll see it more often in, outfielders, people playing in speed position. So one of the things that people will do as they're coming back from a UCL is they have a tendency to overuse their lower extremities while they're trying to gain back velocity, gain back strength. And sometimes it's hard to tell because their mechanics may look good, but they're putting more force across it. And as a result, you're overstretching, you're using those lower extremities, not using your core properly, and then you get that hamstring issue. So even though we think about UCLs and is it your shoulder, is it your core, you can absolutely have hamstring issues pop up. Number one, due to the time you've been away from the game, and number two, trying to compensate to get back, particularly when you're coming back midseason.
Doc Pandya, thank you so much. That's great info to have.
No problem. Take care, guys. Yep.
All right, my friend.
Thanks, Doc.
The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
I'm surprised Robbie Ray doesn't have a strained voice box based on the way he grunts with every pitch he throws.
I like it.
I don't know if I'm sure you've noticed it because you're an astute baseball aficionado, but just listening to him pitch and hearing the every throw. I mean, Sharapovian, Monica Salesian.
I was going to say, who's the bigger grunter? Was it Sharapova or was it Celis?
They're both on the Rushmore, along with Vika Azarenka, who is still hanging on to her career.
Hanging around.
Yeah, she's
hanging around.
One of the great grunters of all time.
Okay.
Mount Gruntmore.
Celis I love the best because she was 2 syllables.
It was a 2-piece.
Yeah.
That's more Vika Azarenka.
Cut all of those, Grandy. We could use them for something. There's got to be something we can use those noises for.
It's one of the things that Grandy and I actually have in common. Both fairly accomplished high school tennis players, but the big difference, and I don't even know this based on any experience, but guys like Grandy are the guys I could get to with my grunt game. Because I wasn't great, but I was all about like sleight of hand and subterfuge and like you're not retrieving the ball right to you, making you work. If I needed to go vomitorium, medical timeouts, and all the rest of it, my grunt game would have you definitely put off.
I'll just overpower you physically,
Don't see it. And we can play now if you want, even though you're 28 years my junior.
Oh, God, he would kill you.
Don't think so.
You wouldn't even
guile and the sophistication in my game. First of all, at my peak, far better player than some hack from Windsor High School.
You don't know that.
I was a college tennis player, so I know that.
No, you don't know that.
I actually know that based on his high school program versus where I cut my teeth, and just knowing him as I know him. Pete Dibley versus Pete Grandy.
Number one singles tennis player all 4 years of high school here, Dips.
Right. We were Sonoma County League champions before you were even a gleam in various Grandy's eyes.
Yeah, and then we graduated from the SCL. We went to the big boy league, the NBL.
You weren't even a school when we were playing. There was cornfields up there and orchards and a water park.
Which one of you is Al and which one of you is Bundy? Because that's what you both sound like
pretty great right now.
Yeah, like I mean. Hell, yeah,
exactly.
And then Lucas doesn't even understand the bit.
The reference.
Oh my gosh! Let's just leave and talk to Jim in Woodacre. Hi,
Please.
Jim. What? Save me from this argument. What are you doing?
I know.
Oh,
Jim, are you there in Woodacre?
No, he's not at Woodacre. He's at the airport.
Oh,
he actually told me he was in San Rafael.
Oh, he's at the San Rafael
Leave it
airport.
up, Randy. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, Jim,
how high are you?
Is he buying something?
There's always money in the bank.
There it is.
There's not always money in the bank. I've been there. I actually can refute that statement. Jim, anything else you'd like to add?
Jim, did you butt dial us?
How many phones does this guy have?
I don't know, but
That was a long talking.
Yeah, it was a long wait.
yeah,
You're
we
right.
should probably dump him. I don't even know what he said.
All right.
Jim,
Bye,
thanks.
Jim.
He wanted to talk about Brock Purdy. I don't know what he wanted to say.
No, he didn't. He wanted to check out on aisle number 8.
Yeah.
All right.
Somehow he's still on hold. We should just keep him on hold, and then every 20 minutes go back to Jim and see what Jim's doing.
Back to you.
Totally.
Oh,
What's
God.
Jim doing right now?
What are you doing, Jim?
Let me get a carne asada burrito, extra guac.
Man.
Yeah.
Bye, Jim. There he goes.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
that
that's the end of that.
was tough.
So.
That's a bad beat.
Anyway. Oh, yeah. Jake Hutchinson's going to join us in about 10 or 15 minutes.
I've got questions about this roster.
Our guy on the 49er beat. He is on the scene every day, all the time. There is no scene to be seen today because it was roster cut down day. So everybody was just on the phone and doing that whole thing. But the final roster is here, and Jake Hutchinson will help us make sense of all of it. If I were to walk through the headlines, Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs both make the team. Brock Purdy did too, by the way.
Fine. Tanner Mordecai, they're hoping to get back on the practice squad, and I think that they will.
They only kept 2 tight ends. And I would argue, and it's not a name that I bet 98% of you have heard of, but Chris Hubbard on the offensive line being released, I would guess, this is just a guess, if I were building a roster and I were worried that Trent Williams wasn't going to be ready for week 1, I would have kept Chris Hubbard. And they didn't. So take that. I mean, that's not an end-all be-all. And
but if you look at the 8 offensive linemen that they did keep, I see guards and centers and 2 tackles.
Yep.
I see Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore, who are your starting tackles right now. McKivitz will start at right tackle. Yep. Jalen Moore, you don't really want to start at left tackle. You want Trent to be there. Jalen Moore is your backup tackle. And then you've got Feliciano, Pooney, and Zakel. Zakel might be a guy who winds up as a late cut victim because I think that he will be the odd man out. Right now you've kept 8. And if you're going to keep 8, that means Trent comes off of the failure to report list, and then you have to make a roster move.
Right, and it could be an offensive lineman. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll be Ronnie Bell. I don't know.
It might be, but I also look at the wide receiver room, and you're right. You've got 7 receivers right now that you've kept, including Brandon Aiyuk, and the expectation was you were going to keep 6. So maybe Ronnie Bell becomes the odd man out there. Also, I look at tight ends, and you mentioned that you've only kept 2 tight ends. That doesn't seem to me to be the final number. We can talk to Jake Hutchinson about that. Is there a tight end that they cut that they're hoping to sneak through waivers and get back? Because I see a team that relies a lot on tight ends. You don't do 2 tight ends a ton, but you do it enough, and you do it to the point where you're going to want to have more than 2 tight ends on your roster.
Yeah, I thought Saubert was going to make the team for sure. He didn't. Do you sneak him through? Logan Thomas is somebody you released twice.
Exactly.
And then brought back, which tells me you probably think he's going to still be available. You've brought him through camp. He now knows the system. Do you put him on a practice squad? Does he even want to be on a practice squad? Could you sign him off of the street if something bad happens out there? But I'm with you, like only keeping 2 tight ends. So yeah, we'll talk to Jake about all of that. But in the end, and kind of circling back to the conversation that we were having, and again, it is based on the playful sort of conversation that got started with the two Joes, Shasky and Spadoni earlier today. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say, and I'll tell you where I'm arriving. I think a good majority of you who responded with all of these negative things, I think you're barbershopping. I think that's what you're doing. I don't think you actually mean it.
Just peacocking.
I think you're just sports radio peacock barbershopping. He's a joker. You know what I mean? Like, have you noticed, at least I notice, whenever we have this conversation about Kyle, and this happens in conversations a lot. I'll bring up my kids again. Like, let me give you an example. So for the 8th dinner in a row, 2 kids have an argument, okay, over who knows what.
Right.
Okay, let's say the 2 of them are fighting over who gets the last scoop of ice cream or whatever.
And you all sit down, the 4 of you, like that's a thing?
Unfortunately.
Good.
Yeah, because
that's good parenting.
Thank you, but it as you can tell, it goes great. Everybody's super nice to each other all the time.
I'm sure it's tough, but I do think that that's one of the most important things you can do as a family.
We sit down.
We're sitting down.
We sit down. Yeah.
And unless you've got something that's a pressing engagement outside the home, you get out of your room, you don't bring your phone.
Oh, boy.
And we're going to sit down for 30 minutes.
How did you know the 2 things that happen all the time? It's like dinner's ready. Get out of your room. When I tell you to come up here, and don't come up here with your phone. But anyway, let's say 2 of the kids are going to argue over the last scoop of ice cream.
Okay.
And then I have this conversation. Hey, guys. Hey. Right? Like, I feel like this is happening a little bit too often. How about if we, XYZ, as far as the way we all talk to each other at the dinner table, and one of them will immediately get defensive simply about the scoop of ice cream. And I'm like, I'm not talking about the scoop of ice cream. I'm talking about the larger issue of how we all sort of interact.
Yeah.
Right? Are we using manners? Are we being good people? Are we leaving room for others? Are we doing all of those things? But they want to defend about this one thing.
Exactly.
I bring this up because I hear it in the Kyle Shanahan discourse. I'll go, he's a good coach. And you'll go,
you're a homer.
Passed on Mahomes.
Right.
He's a good coach.
Jalen Hurd.
They lost the lead in that one game.
All that.
You're taking my broader statement and you're whittling it down to a play call, a 4th quarter, a draft pick. How are you going to give him a pass for Trey Lance? How am I going to give him a pass for Trey Lance? Are there some of you out there who feel like the Niners suck at drafting? Boy, I'd love to sit down with a piece of paper and history. And let's do that. Let's talk about the Niners and how they draft and how bad they are at it. I'd love to be in debate class in high school and have the teacher assign me the opposite side. Debate against the idea that the Niners suck at drafting. Go ahead. Give me that side. Watch how much evidence I can come up with. But
for me, it's not even the point.
It's not. It's not.
To me, the point is, what have you done since he's been the head coach? And even if you want to look at Trey Lance, what have they done since they screwed it up? They took 3 first-round picks. They moved up to draft a quarterback who just threw 5 interceptions for Dallas in a preseason game. Well, since then, I believe they are 35-16 in the regular season, despite the fact that they screwed it up. They made a terrible, terrible decision to trade up. You gave up first-round capital. You traded up and you got Trey Lance, a quarterback who turned out to not be very good. In fact, he's probably bad, and that's too bad for the young man. I'm pulling for him in his next career. I don't think it's going to be an NFL quarterback, but that's cost you so much that you have been a playoff team all 3 years. You went to 2 conference championship games, and you were in overtime of the Super Bowl. So, yeah, he screwed it up. But guess what? You've still been one of the best teams in football since that pick.
No, all 3 years NFC title game.
Right, but 1 Super Bowl.
1 Super Bowl.
3 title games.
3 consecutive times to the Final Four. Since the hellacious, disastrous Trey Lance pick, they have never come short of the NFC title game.
Exactly. So, yes, 2 things can be equally true. Rest in peace, Ralph Barbieri, one of my role models in this business. That was his go-to expression. You can look at that and you can say that it was a mistake because it was, but I also think you have to be fair with the totality of what Kyle Shanahan has done and what he's meant to this team. So it is kind of like your example about your kids, and you're really fighting over 1 scoop of ice cream. Well, we probably have deeper issues. Like you too, maybe it's your sons, maybe it's a son and a daughter, I don't even know. It's not even important for the sake of the argument, but the argument is probably much bigger than 1 scoop of mocha almond fudge that one person wants and the other person also wants it. Like you said, it's the process of how we talk to each other, how do we resolve things, and everything else that goes into it. So you can look at one mistake by Kyle Shanahan and drill down on it. You never should have taken the ball in the Super Bowl. Anybody knows that, you idiot. Okay, that was probably a mistake, but they've been to 3 straight conference championship games. And for the last 5 years, they've been in the Final Four in football. Isn't that worth more than 1 mistake here and 1 mistake there?
Well,
for me, it is.
You know what? It's interesting. What's the sort of the broader point here? It wasn't that long ago, coming out of the Olympics, that you and I had a conversation about Steve Kerr and why, whenever the man takes the court, why is there a line of people to scream the word rotations? With the rotations, Jason Tatum, and Steve Kerr is, 4 rings. He's Steve Kerr.
No gold medal, though.
What do you mean no gold medal?
He doesn't get one.
Yes, he does.
No.
What do you mean?
Coaches don't get gold medals.
You don't get one?
Nope.
What?
It's funny because when you think about it.
This is news to me.
Well, think about any other sport and any other coach. So when, what's her face, Katie Ledecky wins every damn thing, does her coach get a gold medal?
Well, that's a great comp.
When the archer, whoever wins archery, when he or she fires that arrow into the bullseye, does their coach get a gold medal?
No, but as you know, like coaching is different in some sports.
When the breakdancing breaks it the F down, does the breakdancer's coach get a gold medal?
Do they have coaches?
That's exactly my point.
Well, but that's my point. My point is, and I guess I don't have one, I guess I thought you'd get one because the basketball coach, that's a very different role than the private coach for some individual sport that you pay to maybe show up every Tuesday or whatever the hell you did.
But when the U.S. gymnastics team, the women, when they win gold and Simone Biles is out there triple flipping on everybody, does their coach get a gold medal? No, we don't even know who their coach is. And their coach probably puts in a hell of a lot more work than Steve Kerr did.
Top Gun was my favorite movie when I was a kid, and there's a famous line from it, the original one. Remember, boys, there's no points for second place.
Yeah.
You get any points for second place?
You get a silver medal. Or we're not talking about that anymore.
Well, Kyle Shanahan, he's got a bunch of second places.
Oh, yeah, he's got a bunch of Hallis trophies.
Any points for second place?
You get the George Hallis trophy.
All right, we can dive into that next, and we still do we got our storylines, our non-hold-in, hold-out storylines for the 49ers as we approach the season. And coming up next, our guy, 95.7 The Game's own 49er insider, Jake Hutchinson, with roster cuts all done. He joins us next. We're sponsored by Floor & Decor. This is Willard and Tibbs.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead. Try to explain that.
That was my depiction of the grunting by Monica Seles and Victoria Azarenka. And I didn't even get to the Sharapova, which is more of a...
You can tell people that's what it was, but we could tell people you're lying and saying that it was something else.
You can say whatever you want. I know the truth.
That's what you sound like when someone steps on your foot.
That's my Seles. Yes, two-piece. That's Vika. Yes. It's great. As opposed to Robbie Ray, which is just a...
No, Robbie Ray pretty quiet now because he's gone. Along with Jordan Hicks, both of them on the injured list, and we've already done a eulogy to the Giants, so gone. But anyway, hey, real quick, Red and Gold Summit, Wednesday, September 4, okay? Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard. If you listen to the show a lot, you know by now, this place is beautiful. The rooftop deck, unbelievable. The hospitality, next level. And it'll be Dibs and I for 2 hours in our normal slot, 2 to 4, but then from 4 to 6, all the guys show up. And we do the darn thing, and it's going to be all about the red and gold and the start of the season. So Bonte and Joe will be there. Steiny and Goo will be there. We hope that you will be there. It's first come, first serve. Come see us, and let's start off the season the right way. And we're not going to start off the season without talking to our guy, Jake Hutchinson, quite a bit. So, hey, Hutch, how you doing, man?
I'm good. That was one of the wilder intros I've had with the grunting. You guys were, listen, it was spot on. I wasn't expecting it.
Thank you, Jake, and you're welcome. Anything you need from me and from us, we're happy to do it. It's U.S. Open season, so I'm kind of dialed in on the tennis.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's the doldrums of summer. You gotta be locked in on whatever gets you going.
I thought about saying that this is the noise Dibs makes whenever he hears that Jake Hutchinson is coming on the show.
It's kind of similar.
I thought about doing that, but a little racy, and the season hadn't even started yet, so, we can experiment with that. But here he is, Jake Hutchinson on the River Islands guest line. What was the biggest surprise to you with roster cuts?
I think it was, some people weren't as surprised as I was, but just putting Elijah Mitchell on season-ending IR, listen, he's a guy that has dealt with so many injuries, and, you can't really rely on him. So from that perspective, I get it. But I thought at the end of last season, that was the best he looked since his rookie year. I think he's probably lost a step since then and having stuff pop up in camp. But, spending some time with him and having him in camp and then putting him on IR at the last second, I was kind of surprised by that. I thought they'd keep him, and they kept Patrick Taylor, I think, because I think what it comes down to is the 49ers feel like Jordan Mason is much more reliable at number 2, and then Patrick Taylor is a guy that's been in the league for a minute and can do some special teams, and then they like Isaac Orendo, but still it's pretty ruthless. Elijah Mitchell's going to be a free agent next year, being on IR all the season, assuming he just holds on to there and doesn't have an injury settlement. It's a pretty ruthless business.
Yeah, it's tough, especially when, you have a guy who contributed so much and yet he's been passed over by Mason, and you got Garendo who's a rookie and you want to use him on kick return at least. The other one, Hutch, that kind of was curious to me was the 7 wide receivers that they kept. Is Ronnie Bell just, I don't know, still going to rent week to week and not looking to buy property here in the Bay Area?
Yeah, I was surprised he made the roster. He's a guy that some days you watch him and you're like, no, he's got to be cut. And then other days you're really impressed with him. He's just super up and down. He doesn't have that elite athletic ability. He's not a super reliable catcher, but he's a good route runner. I think that's Aiyuk, right? They are not fully sold that they're going to be able to have Aiyuk ready for week 1. Or even if he were to start practicing this week, that's not a ton of time. That's not a ton of reps to get fully ramped up for the Jets. And the way this thing has gone, who knows if he's going to be ready this week or next week, or if they'll trade him. No one knows how this thing's going to go. So I think that's a referendum on Aiyuk. I feel like, Ronnie Bell was definitely the last wide receiver in. I think they like what they have from Chris Conley. But yeah, if I'm Ronnie Bell, I'm not buying anything.
All right, Jake Hutchinson, our guy on the Niner beat here at 95.7 The Game, joining us on Willard and Dibs. This is a little bit in-depth, but because everybody right now is really high on the rookies, I was a little surprised to see Jarrett Kingston. Late pick, but I was surprised to see him cut. What was your reaction there?
He was my biggest surprise. I think besides Elijah Mitchell, like Kingston being cut really surprised me. They don't have a great offensive line group, and he's a guy that I thought, listen, I'm not going to pretend I watched him and saw like the greatest offensive lineman I've ever seen, but he looked capable. I don't think he allowed any pressures, and for them not to keep him and keep 7 wide receivers and keep 6 linebackers, and then, they brought Ambry Thomas on, he'll probably go on IR along with Feliciano, but I was surprised. I thought Kingston would probably make this roster from the outset. And I'm right there with you. I think they like their draft pick, and for him to be the one that's the odd man out kind of shocked me.
What about the defensive line where you've had some injuries and you've got a couple of guys who are day to day and week to week, yet you kept 9 defensive linemen? Does it feel like this is going to be the final 9, or might there still be some movement with a late free agent and somebody else still getting cut?
Yeah, to me, I thought they were going to keep 8. They had, their top with Bosa, and then they had Leonard Floyd and the 2 defensive tackles. And then you have the group behind them. That's the backups. I think Yetur Gross-Matos and Leonard Floyd having those knee sprains, I think they thought, all right, let's keep an extra one. I honestly liked what I saw from Sam Aquanu, number 91. He's the guy that made it on. That was sort of a surprise. I think listen, it's a pretty bleak defensive line group. There's not a lot of depth. He was the only guy I really saw that was showing some sort of capability, both in the pass rush and in the run game, to earn a spot on this roster. That said, if I'm him, much like Ronnie Bell, I'm not betting on anything. I think that's a spot where, as the season goes, especially if Gross-Matos turns out to be out for a minute, I think that's a spot you could add a veteran defensive end, or I think they might still need a nose tackle. I'm not really sold on any of the depth they have at defensive line. So I would say that situation is probably going to be fluid for, most of the season until they add a veteran.
My bad. Hutch, I want you to pick a side here, because I've been saying all day that I think, and this is beyond Kingston not making the team, but the fact that Hubbard was cut and they only kept 2 tackles says to me the Niners very much still feel like Trent Williams is going to be in the building very soon. Does it not mean that? And I'm overthinking it, or am I onto something there?
What I would say about Chris Hubbard is he didn't show me much, and Brandon Parker showed less. I think that's a situation where if it's Jalen Moore day 1, they bump up Hubbard from practice squad. Now, the more pressing question, Trent Williams, I think the Niners are playing with fire here, and Trent Williams is not a guy who messes around or just pretends that he's not going to do something. Trent Williams will just sit out. He will, if they don't pay him what he wants, Trent Williams will sit out and be content. And I think that he knows the Niners can't afford to do that. So until the Niners decide, okay, we're going to meet Trent Williams' asking price, they're going to have to look into going into the season with Jalen Moore. And that's not something you want to do going into like a primetime week 1 against the New York Jets defense that is going to be hungry.
Yeah, fool around and find out is kind of what Trent Williams is saying to the front office there. 2 tight ends, Hutch, are they going to eventually add a third? They have to add a third, right? They can't go forward with just 2.
Yeah, that also surprised me. I thought Eric Saubert was a lock for this roster. I think he's a really solid veteran blocking tight end and, has decent hands. I will say right there, Jake Tonjes was a guy that's not been on a lot of people's radar. He really, really played himself onto this roster, played super well. I've been impressed with him, and the fact that they cut 5 and kept him is proof of that. I think you're right. They've got to add a third at some point, whether it's Saubert, or somebody else. Donald Parham was cut. I don't know if that's what they're looking for, but I do think you can't really go into the season with just 2 tight ends. I think that's pretty reckless. I think that's something where, they put John Feliciano on IR and Ambry Thomas, and if they have Aiyuk, then they cut a wide receiver. So they've got 2-3 spots where they can open up a roster spot, but going in with just 2 is a little bit reckless.
Hutch, it's popular right now to say that the vibes are off. Are they?
Yeah, they're not. I wouldn't say the vibes are extremely high. There's been other seasons where you felt it, like the whole thesis, like going into last year, the vibes felt pretty good. They've got all these weapons, Purdy, came in and even though he was rehabbing, he proved, that he was healthy enough to go. Christian McCaffrey had a full off season. You had these things going. And this off season has been like, they've had a training camp where they've had not that many guys healthy. Aiyuk and Trent Williams holding out, guys that are like knowing Brock Purdy's contract is coming down the pike and know they have to get paid right now. And that's been looming over this whole thing. So to pretend that none of that matters and that the vibes are just excellent isn't accurate. They've been a little weird. Aiyuk's thing where he sometimes shows up on the sidelines and then he's gone for a few days and then he's back, and it's a little weird. So I don't know if that will end up mattering if they get deals done and they figure this all out, and they come down the stretch and this team is still the best roster in football. But yeah, I'm with you. The vibes have definitely been a little bit off at some.
Are you getting any sense that with the Brandon Aiyuk negotiation that there's any movement? Are we at a stalemate? How would you characterize it with 13 days to go until the opener?
I would characterize it as exhausting.
We feel the same way.
Man.
Yep.
It's just like somebody cave, because listen, none of us have the energy to keep dealing with this thing of will they, won't they. Guys, just kiss, just get over with it, just someone say, okay. But the CeeDee Lamb deal coming in, I think Aiyuk's just going to be even more stubborn. The 49ers are going to say, you're not worth $34 million a year. And I get it from their side. And I get it from Aiyuk's side of being like, listen, I'm worth whatever the market says I'm worth. So this thing doesn't feel like, it felt like a couple weeks ago there was movement, and then now it just feels stagnant, as exhausting as it was a few weeks ago. So I can't make any predictions with this thing. It's just the saga that refuses to end and has drained all of us of any joy for the offseason.
All right, there it is. He says, I can't make any predictions on this thing, so I'm going to follow up with this question. Hey, Hutch, what's your prediction? No, do you, if I were to sit here today and be like, the Jets game, like to Trent and Brandon both have helmets, only one of them has helmets, neither of them have helmets. What do you think?
I'd be shocked if they couldn't get at least one of them in uniform for that game. That would be a massive indictment of the way they've approached this thing, because it's irresponsible not to have two of your star players ready when they're both healthy and available. That's just choose one of them at least, you have to have that sort of responsibility to it. Which one is more likely? I'm not sure. I think Trent is clearly the more valuable player. I think if they were saying, okay, can we survive without Aiyuk? I think they would say, okay, maybe we can. Maybe we can use Pearsall and Conley and work it out. And maybe they just force Aiyuk to play on that fifth-year option, because that's something that they haven't been willing to go to, but it's right there. If they want to force him to play on that, they absolutely could. It's been something that's looming over this, and they haven't wanted to go in that direction for good reason. But that's there. I think, though, if you go in without Trent Williams and you want to bet on Brock Purdy having this great year, it's just reckless not to have the greatest left tackle in the game protecting him. I would be, if they don't have him ready for the Jets, that's a massive indictment of this front office. And I think it could go even until the week before. But I think you look at that Friday, September 6th, that's like the one practice that they really have before the game. If he's not there by then, that's when you really start to sweat this thing.
Yeah, Hutch, I completely agree with you. You mentioned, though, on the wide receiver position, are they still fired up on Pearsall, or has the shoulder injury kind of tempered their expectations?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a word that's fired up but a little scared, because I think that's how they feel. If he's healthy and he can play through this thing, and I think it's something where I looked up subluxation. It's not a dislocation, but it is sort of similar. And it's something where if you let it heal and you rehab it, it can get better. I think that's something where they just said no contact, keep him out of that. Let's just protect him as long as we can. listen, when he's on the field, he looks like an NFL receiver who could become a very good NFL receiver. He can run routes. He's got size. He's really athletic. And so I think they are still excited about him, but at the same time has not done it in an NFL game. So you can be excited and simultaneously like, all right, we're going to have to rip the Band-Aid off at this point and not know what it looks like underneath. And so I think that's how they feel. And I think once they get through even one game with him and he holds up, they'll feel a whole lot better. But I do think they're still excited about him, just maybe a little bit anxious.
That's great stuff, man. We love having you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Yep. And next time he comes on, you got to do your fancy Jake Hutchinson intro.
Well, and he can tell Lucas which tennis player he wants me to emulate, and it'll be an emulation sensation, and I'll do it.
Okay. That's I'm
a team player.
That's going to be Hutch's new intro. Yeah, there it is. That means Hutch. That means Hutch has got something to say.
Right there. Yeah, she will definitely, long after the ball's off the racket, she still is winding her way through it.
He's so right about something, and, he's
right about a lot of it.
Well,
the exhaustion of all this.
But the Trent Williams thing, I really do see this as different. This is just me, I think if he doesn't play in the first game, the Niners have made an absolutely absurd error, unforced error. So I'll just put, they haven't made it yet, and I don't think they're going to make it yet.
Yeah, you guaranteed it. 100%.
I see, because, my faith is in that front office because they make mistakes, but they don't do stupid stuff. They haven't in the past.
Well,
I see those as different things. No, but it's kind of like you love.
You can look at DeForest Buckner and say that was stupid.
Well, no.
You let a guy go who was great, and you drafted somebody who's not very good.
See, I disagree. That's a mistake. It's kind of like you've coached kids. You love staring at the Little League World Series all day. It's like any coach there's a very different thing between a physical error and a mental error. I see, you want to move on from DeForest Buckner and go get Javon Kinlaw. You want to send all your draft picks away to go select Trey Lance. Those are physical errors because that's how it works. Drafting players is really hard and knowing how they're going to develop. This is not. This is a mental error. This is a base running error. Trent Williams is on your team. He's the best. You can't function without him. You've known about this for months.
Yeah, and you're not paying him.
And here you are. And I still say, we're not there yet.
Of course not.
And Hutch even said he would have space until next Friday, another week and a half. But if somehow that man is not in uniform that night, Niners, there's literally nothing you could sit down and say to us that would make that okay. That's just an absolute horrific mistake.
Well, John Lynch speaks tomorrow, 2:45. We'll have it for you right here on 95.7 The Game, and that's 22 hours away, and I don't think that he'll be signed by then.
Well,
and the questions tomorrow will be, if he's not signed, when's he going to be signed? And John will dance around it and say, we're working on it, and we value Trent and all the rest of the stuff that he's going to say. But I agree with you about what an egregious mistake it would be. If you don't sign Aiyuk and he doesn't play week 1, you can pass it off by saying, well, we have other receivers, and you could probably still win some regular season games. I don't think you can win the Super Bowl without Aiyuk, but you definitely can't win the Super Bowl without Trent Williams.
I also think, look, and this is just my read on it, and it is not just based on Twitter, but it's some conversations I've had. I think Brandon and his agent are being a pain in the rear.
Of course, you can see that.
I do not feel that about Trent. And this is what I mean when people go, God, why don't you have the same energy for Bosa or Debo or whatever? I will, in the NFL salary structure, almost as a rule, I will support almost any player when they are clearly great players and they say, look, I'm doing great and I would like to be paid like I'm great. And the reason I support that is because NFL contracts are actually not contracts. I hate in our society what we've done with the word contract. Here, sign this contract. And we might honor it and we might not. But you have to honor it? No, bleep you.
Well, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't have to honor it.
Well,
he can choose not to honor it, and
nobody doesn't get paid.
Then he doesn't get paid.
He doesn't get paid.
Exactly. So every contract is different.
I understand that.
Trent Williams' contract is different. If he plays, he gets paid.
Right, but they don't work both ways. In other words, if I'm a player, I don't have to honor my contract, but I'm not going to get paid. An NFL team can say, I'm not going to honor the contract, and boom, we save the money. Bye. Yeah. Like they have a free out. The player does not have a free out.
That's 99% of the jobs in America.
Oh, well,
maybe not that high, but it's a great majority of contracts in this country are at will.
But not the other sports. Not the other sports.
Right.
Not the NBA, not baseball.
Unfortunately, this is a sport where this is the way things are done.
I get it. And so that's why I support the players when they are performing at the highest of levels and at full health, saying, look, you need to take care of me in a different way. I've earned that. They did it with Christian, and they did it overnight and without issue. And they can do it with Trent, too, even if he's twisting their arm a little bit. He deserves that. He is that good. So I will support him until I hear otherwise, until I hear that the Niners went, we offered him guaranteed money for 2 years that would make him the highest paid left tackle in the game. And he said no. Then I'll be like, Trent, come on, man. There's a season to play. But they haven't offered him that. There's 6 tackles that
we don't know what they've offered him.
No, but there's 6 tackles. Look, all we know is this. There's 6 tackles that make more money than him right now this year.
Yeah.
And he's got 0 guaranteed dollars on a 3-year contract. And it's backloaded for when he's 38 and honestly likely not going to be playing anymore.
Exactly.
That's fair. That is, to me, that's a fair argument. Brandon is not making a fair argument. And so that's why
Brandon's jacked him around a number of times, and they've been complicit in everything that's gone on, and they took the wrong tack, in my opinion. And for Trent Williams, it's as simple as he wants to get paid. They, I'm sure, want to pay him, but how much is he looking for? Because the way I was reading some of the comments, and we can get into it from Tim Kawakami, and he put excerpts from an interview he did a year ago with Trent, and the way I read Trent's comments were he wants to be paid not only as a top tackle, but as a top talent in the league. He wants premium money, not only for his position, but I would bet he wants premium money for this team.
Maybe. Top left tackle is top premium talent. That's one of the highest paid positions in the game.
I'm not saying he wants Bosa money, but he probably wants more than what Brandon Aiyuk is going to get.
We can get to that. We can get to the top non-hold-in, hold-out stories with the Niners this offseason. You can share yours. What matters to you most outside of Aiyuk and Williams? 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
We are ramping up for the season, but for me, guys, there is no off.
Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I get it. I'm just an insufferable homer. I know.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's true. It's true. That's why Dibley started grunting earlier.
Yeah, you just can't help it.
He couldn't take it anymore. You won't hear any Homer 49er takes from me if Trent Williams doesn't play in this game. But, there's a big but here. That's right. In this final hour of 95.7 The Game, Monday through Friday, 3-show content. I know Grandy's coming up at 6 too, but in this last hour on our show, I don't know if I want to promise or vow. No Aiyuk, no Trent. No Aiyuk, no Trent. In fact, wanted to go through what we think are some of the top non-hold-in, hold-out contractual stories that are facing the 49ers as they get ready to start this season. And there are a number that actually very, very much pique my interest. I don't know how you feel about all these, but 888-957-9570. You're welcome to share some of yours or react to some of the ones we've got out. Let me throw one out. You had a little list. I've got a little list. Here's one that I know is big to both of us, and that is that right now, as we sit here today, without fully knowing all the answers, the draft looks like it might have been really good. I can just genuinely tell you, I am very, very excited to see how some of these rookies contribute. And let me add this on as well. Of all the rookies that we talk about and we're looking forward to because of the way football fandom works, and we get into the skill positions more than the other positions usually, right now, one of the names I'm really, really looking at is Jacob Cowing. I think he's going to be a player that we talk about by the time it gets to week 10, 11, 12. That's going to be a dude that especially when you add in the disruption that's currently going on with the starting group at that position.
Yeah, it could be exciting. And he's a player who, he's still a little behind, but can he catch up over the course of a couple of weeks? And how much does the Brandon Aiyuk hold in affect his ability to step up and play? If Aiyuk doesn't ever make it in, or if he makes it in late, you might need Cowing ahead of Pearsall early on. And you look at the depth chart of the wide receiver room, and a lot of guys didn't quite make the cut today. Ronnie Bell did, Chris Conley did, but Cowing's a guy who's looked good enough and made some plays in that last preseason game that have you excited. For me, it's Malik Mustafa, and he's been the one early on. I think he made the earliest splash in camp, and a couple times I've been out there in camp, you see the way he's just built. He's an absolute fire hydrant, and he's out there looking for content, lighting people up, and he's been somebody who, just watching him with the eye test, he looks like somebody who thinks he's a 5 or 6 year vet. Little bit of the Poughkeepsie kid, Brandon Podjemski, where Mustafa out there acting like he's somebody who not only belongs, but somebody who fits in and feels like he's been a part of the fabric for a long time. So I look forward to seeing what he can do at safety, especially while Hufanga tries to work his way back from injury.
Well, and let me add this, because there's been a lot of positive sort of, media with regard to Mustafa. Recently with Jacob Cowing, who I just mentioned, the late picks, Jarrett Kingston didn't make the team. Tatum Bethune was a 7th-round pick. But if you look at the rest of the guys, obviously the one who's gotten the most positive press so far is Dominic Pooney. Okay, he comes out of the 3rd round, and Brian Baldinger, I think, wants to move in with him. He's talked about him so much, and he's putting video content out about a right guard. So there's a lot of positivity there. Renardo Green, same thing. Let me add this. Don't give up on Ricky Pearsall yet. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
I know you're not, but literally we had a texter earlier today listing off first-round misses by the Niners, and you put Ricky Pearsall in there. You're gonna leave Ricky Pearsall before the season even started?
That's crazy.
I still think Ricky Pearsall could end up being fantastic. Now, the other thing, though, and maybe this is to swing it the other direction, even the guys you've decided in the preseason and in camp are fantastic, they might stink. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with people who actually played the game, and they're like, dude, there are players that when the lights come on, their lights go off. Absolute practice studs. And then the games start, and the speed goes up, and the intensity goes up, and the attention goes up, and they just don't have it anymore. So I'm sold on no one, but excited about many of them.
Right. Yeah, I think excited by the 3 we named, the 4 we named most particularly, and Ricky Pearsall is the 1st-round pick who you've got the highest hopes for, but with the shoulder and him also being a little bit behind, his impact might be second half of the year, and it might not be until next year. We don't know. Dominic Pooney has the best chance in week 1 to make an impact. It looks like he's going to be starting at right guard.
Yep.
And so of all the rookies, he might be the only one who truly starts. And I know formation and, Hutch made that point about, Cowing might actually be in the starting lineup if you go to a 3 wide receiver set right away. So technically he would be a starter. But you look at Pooney and you think, yeah, you're going to be our right guard, and we're expecting you to be there for all 17.
By the way, I also want to add real quick with me mentioning Bethune in the 7th round. He did make the team. Kingston's the only draft pick who did not make the team with this initial roster. Yeah, Grandy,
that's exactly what I was going to say. 7th-round pick this year, Tatum Bethune. But, he made it essentially over last year's 7th-round pick, Jalen Graham, who did not make the team. That was kind of a surprise. A 7th-round pick this year makes it over a 7th-round pick last year who has a whole year's worth of experience.
Right. At a minimum, while I don't want to put a green check next to any pick until we see actual NFL games, that's got to say something that almost the entire draft made the team. That's got to be something, right? Now, your early picks automatically are going to make the team. But, your late picks kind of made it too. Cowing, now you didn't have any 5th-rounders. Your 6th-rounder got cut, but your 7th-rounder made it, and your 4th-rounders all made it, and they made it at premium positions where you had to let go of some pretty experienced people to keep you on the team. Eli Mitchell, season-ending IR, keeping Garendo. Jacob Cowing out of the fourth round. Like, they're going to get rid of an experienced person like Robbie Chosen. They're going to get rid of a homegrown player like Danny Gray, and you're on the team. And by the way, there was never even any question about that. So, I don't know. That says something about the draft. Now,
I think it says something about last year's draft because
totally fair.
Jalen Graham, and I'm just looking at the numbers. Last year, he played 58 total plays, all on special teams. He did not play even a single snap on defense, and Danny Gray's not listed in any snap counts. I don't think that Danny Gray played at all last year, so it's maybe more of a reflection of previous drafts. Yeah, this draft seems to be better. You've got guys who you took and you were excited to keep them over previous years, like Cameron Latu, another guy who, was unable to get on the field. He was drafted last year, and he was cut today as well. So, yeah, this year's draft, it looks like you have better players, but compared to the last couple of drafts that were bad.
Well, last year, okay, hold on. Can you do that yet?
Well, you can look at a player that you drafted in the third round and he never played for you and you cut him.
Yes.
That is a bad pick.
All right, let me go through the picks last year. Okay? Round 3, Jair Brown.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Okay?
It's a good pick.
Round 3, Jake Moody.
Yeah, it's a good pick. No, I like Jake Moody.
Okay.
He's got a big leg, and last year he was, a little bit up and down, but he, I think, is trending toward being a good kicker. You can debate the merits of using a third-round pick on a kicker if you want, but they like the player, and they've kept the player.
Okay. Round 3, Cameron Latu.
That's a miss.
That's a miss.
Yeah.
All right. Next. Round 5, Darrell Luter Jr.
Yeah, he looks to be a guy that you're
on the team,
and you're already thinking about maybe giving him a second contract. He might be somebody who survives if you can't afford to pay Diamador Lenore and Mooney Ward. He might be the guy, the heir apparent. So, yeah, it's a good pick.
Round 5, Robert Beal Jr. On the team.
Okay.
I know a lot of people don't know who that is. He's on the team. He made the roster today.
Yep. Played 79 total snaps last year, 39 on D, 40 in special teams. The jury's still out.
Round 6, D. Winters. On the team and has generated some buzz.
Yep. Good special teamer last year. He played more than half of the special team snaps, so the jury's still out.
Round 7, Braden Willis.
Okay.
Cut today.
Yep.
And round 7, Ronnie Bell on the team.
For now. On the team-ish.
Right. But maybe.
Would you think he'll be in uniform on Monday in 13 days?
Probably not, but we're talking about
He's a placeholder.
Seventh rounder.
Right, but you can't champion Brock Purdy and then dismiss Ronnie Bell.
Well, no.
They're seventh-round picks.
Well, no.
Picks are picks.
No, I don't agree with that statement. You can champion Brock Purdy, but still have the same expectation level for seventh-round picks, which is not much. I'm not expecting you to go get starters in the 7th round on an annual basis just because of Brock Purdy. You threw a Hail Mary and you caught it. Great. But I'm not going to now on the annual be like, dude, you better crush it with your round 7 picks.
No, but at the same time, if, you can't look at first-round picks that you traded away, and those turn out to be misses because you never got to use a player, and that's when you traded up to get Trey Lance. Those picks that you never got to make, those are misses. And first-round misses are bigger and more important than seventh-round misses.
Of course. I guess,
as we're going through this, I think that as you go further down the draft, if you hit on a Brock Purdy in the 7th, well, that's awesome. And if you miss on a Ronnie Bell, that's less than tragic because it's a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, I guess I just don't call it a miss. He was picked in the 7th round and made the team now 2 years in a row. So I'm not asking for you to be a star. One other pick in that 7th round was the linebacker Jalen Graham out of Purdue, not on the team. But when I look at that, is there any star that came out of there? You wouldn't use that word yet, but you got a bunch of roster spots and potentially a couple starters.
And Jair Brown is a starter.
Jair Brown is a starter, and I mean, I guess Jake Moody is a quote-unquote starter.
Sure.
D. Winters could graduate to that here very, very soon. there is some excitement about Luter going forward. And then there's a couple other roster spots in Beal and Bell. So I'm not here to be like amazing draft, but can you pass it off as bad draft already?
Not a good draft. I mean, you didn't have a first or second round pick, and you didn't have a first round pick because you traded it away.
Because of Trey Lance.
So that goes down as a big miss. And your first pick was in the third round, and Jair Brown is a guy who stepped in, and he played pretty well for you down the stretch.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he starts again this year and plays the full year, then that's a hit in the third round.
I would argue that the draft from the year before is more a negative draft, and we're a year further away, which means we've got more answers. Obviously, everything gets overwhelmed by the fact that you found a starting quarterback. And if you told every NFL team going into a draft, you're going to blow every pick, but you're going to find a franchise QB, every GM would be like, done.
Yeah, but in terms of the draft, like of those guys in 22, how many are still on the team outside of Brock Purdy?
Burford.
Right, he's a backup.
Womack.
Okay.
Zakel. And then Kalia Davis went on IR. But IR designated a return.
Yes. Zakel is a guy who might still be victimized as the roster gets shuffled. And Womack's been okay. He's a backup. So if it wasn't for the Hail Mary pick of Brock Purdy, that draft would be a disaster.
I agree. That's a bad draft. Jake Jackson, Ty Davis Price, Danny Gray, and then, whatever, when you get well over 200 picks.
Womack got waived today, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, so Womack's not on the team anymore.
Womack's not on the team anymore.
Burford cost you the Super Bowl. So there's that.
That's a tough label, bro. I get where you're coming from, but that's a wow.
I mean,
John Feliciano apparently agrees with you, but still, that's a hell of a label.
If he goes right instead of left,
then what?
Touchdown 49ers.
But the game's not over.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like
that was definitely a drive-by. That was a rat-a-tat-tat. I admit it.
Big label.
That was mean-spirited.
You cost us the Super Bowl.
I mean, he is a backup, so.
Yeah. I mean, he did. He went the wrong way.
But that draft, and you
not
can't
a great
say
draft
outside of Brock Purdy because that's going to go down as one of the greatest picks maybe in NFL history.
I could look at that and go, actually, it's a great draft solely because of the 262nd pick. Brock Purdy.
Yep.
Great draft. Amazing draft.
This is where you get the homer label affixed.
Hold on.
Great pick, bad draft.
Ask any general manager. I actually don't know the answer, but wouldn't you be curious to know? Going into any single draft, and obviously these are teams who don't have a franchise QB. If I told you going into this draft, you are going to whiff on every pick, but you're going to find your franchise QB, would the GM say yes or no?
Depends.
Does it?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, depends on what the rest of your roster looks like. Because there are teams that have franchise quarterbacks, and
I'm talking
they're
about,
not very good.
Okay.
Those teams are okay.
Give me who?
Well, the Giants, they paid their guy like he's the franchise guy.
But he's not. And we all know that.
Well, they paid him like he was.
Right. And then literally.
They drafted him.
Right.
And then he was pretty good. And then they paid him.
He was okay.
I mean, he was good enough to make $40 million a year.
In their minds. I mean,
right.
Again, I'll refer you to the Belichick comment. Who's like, look, don't come to me with comps from teams who do stupid things. I can't control that the Browns want to give Deshaun Watson $235 guaranteed $1 million.
Franchise quarterback.
I can't control that the Giants thought Daniel Jones was worth $40 million a year.
Arizona Cardinals used the first overall pick on Kyler Murray, franchise quarterback.
Jury's still mildly out.
Yeah, I think the jury's ready to return its verdict.
I'm with you. But like, I threw this out the other night to Ephraim. Remember what I told you we were doing our question or comment deal? My question. My NFC West question was, is Kyler Murray good? And he just started laughing. How would you answer that?
No. Like, good. He's fine.
You're sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's very athletic.
Yeah.
He runs around and makes plays. But if you're asking for your quarterback to guide an offense and guide a team and win games and be a guy in January you can rely on? No. He's a turnover machine, and there's a lot of things that he doesn't do well.
He's been a crappy leader is what I think is actually his
and
biggest
problem. And I don't
problem.
think that he can win from the pocket. He's too small, and he doesn't have the downfield vision to hit the back foot and know where he's going to go.
Like, I think I'm with you, but I do leave open for some room there still, because last year he was still a player coming off of a torn ACL who relies on his legs. He still does do some dynamic things on the field. I think you could look at his skill position players and take shots at that through the last, quite frankly, through his whole career.
Yeah.
You know, there are still people out there, the Steelers being one of them, who think that Justin Fields was a product of having nobody good around him. And if I were Justin, how ticked would you be that you're like, you got the first pick in the draft, you drafted Caleb Williams, and oh, by the way, while you did that, you brought in Keenan Allen, you drafted Roma Dunze, you put DeAndre Swift in the backfield, DJ Moore became an absolute stud, and now you're going to do that. Where the hell was that when I was your first-round quarterback?
Yeah, it's too bad. You hate to see it.
So this year, Kyler Murray's got Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep.
He's got Trey McBride now, bubbling star at the tight end position.
Yeah.
It could look different.
It could, but it won't. I mean, Arizona's probably 6-11, 7-10.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. Like, it's not. They're in a very difficult division. I do think,
assuming that he survives the year, because the way he plays is, I think, conducive to injury.
See, I think he protects himself pretty well. He runs a lot, but he protects. I don't see him take a lot of hits. You know what I mean? Like, I hear that Washington is working real hard right now with Jaden Daniels on this. Like, dude, you gotta
get down.
You gotta go out of bounds, man. Yeah. Those extra 2 yards, that's a no from us.
Well, you saw it with Richardson last year. I mean, he got the memo too late.
Way too late.
He was getting tattooed.
Yeah.
Like every play.
Week 2, people are like, this dude's good, but he's going to be gone by week 6.
Survive,
and then he was gone by week 6. He's gone. Yeah. So I get it. But yeah, like, I'm outside of Brock Purdy, I'm more down on the 2022 draft than the 2023 draft.
Yeah.
And this one feels pretty fun.
And my point was simply that this one feels better early because of the lack of real depth from the previous 2 drafts. And, you just ran through it and you found about, 6 rostered players and maybe 2 starters, 3 if you count the quarterback, and you do count the quarterback, and that's great. But the last 2 drafts, 22 and 23, were not full of hits. But if you come out this year with Garendo, who's exciting, Cowing and Pearsall, who look promising, Dominic Pooney, and Renardo Green, who I think is going to be a good depth
player.
Piece in the secondary. If you have 5 guys in this draft who are all, and I know they have more than that on the roster, but if you have 5 who wind up in the rotation offensively and defensively, that's a pretty good draft.
I'll tell you what, bud. I'll tell you what. This is something we haven't been able to say as 49er fans for a long time. I am juiced about this secondary. Like, when was the last time you felt that? We love Mooney Ward, Diamador Lenore, budding. I don't know if I could call him a superstar. There's a budding, really good player.
Yep.
Like, exciting player. And then, Yadam is an interesting player. Green, out of the draft, looks like a really interesting player. Luter, still a young, really interesting player. Not terribly thrilled about Ambry Thomas, and he's hurt, but that is the absolute end of your corner bench. And I didn't even start with the safeties, where you've got now Talanoa Hufanga and Malik Mustafa out of the draft that everyone's excited about. I don't know if either one of them are going to start. Because, Odom is out there as a very solid performer. Jair Brown as your earliest pick last year. Both are going to get a lot of time on the field. That's a really, really good group.
More depth than we've seen and more top of the rotation, good players. It has seemed like every year for the past, 4 or 5, one good corner and one shaky corner. That's kind of been the thing.
Totally.
And nowadays you need 3 corners because you play nickel so much, and you got to have a good slot corner. And this year it looks like you've got 3 good starters and 5 good corners that you can lean on.
Yeah. I like 5.
Right.
Ugh.
How many corners? 5.
5.
Yeah.
Like, usually when someone goes down and a corner comes off the bench, you're like, oh, hell.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
He's going to get picked on.
Detroit beat Tampa in the playoffs. I'm going to forget the name. Grandy, maybe you could help me out. The guy who was one-on-one with Amon-Ra in that playoff game last year. This was the game to get to San Francisco, right? Winner goes to the NFC title game. It was the Bucs and Lions, and it was tied. Late, like mid-second half, the game was tied. And then my man on the Bucs went down, and they brought in a backup, and the game ended. Goff and Amon-Ra just torched him. First play, they're like, we're going right after him. It was a 25-yard gain, and everything went downhill from there, and the Lions ran away from the Bucs and made their way to San Francisco. I'm going to forget the name. It's too many people to remember. But anyway, like if you've got corner depth, holy hell, that's a weapon.
Yeah.
Whew.
Big time.
Not a lot of people have that.
No, and I think that leads me to one of my other big storylines, which is defensive line depth questions. This team has been built for the better part of 4 or 5 years since Nick Bosa came. Great defensive line depth, great rotations. And so the secondary, if the secondary is not as good, that's okay because the D-line has been so nasty that the secondary doesn't have to cover for as long. It feels like this year you have more question marks up front in the defensive line. You have a couple of injuries with Gross Matos, who's got the sprained knee, and you've got, Collins and Floyd coming in, trying to fit into the scheme and the system. New defensive coordinator. Javon Hargrave had a little bit of a down year last year, down compared to what you're paying him. So I just wonder about the defensive line depth, if it's going to be good enough with a couple of early injuries to account for the fact that the secondary is not as great.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Jamel Dean, by the way, thank you, Grandy, was the name of the Tampa corner, long, rangy guy who went down and Tampa could not recover. But back to the D line, I don't see a whole lot of question marks, as you put it. I do just see like it's just not a terribly deep group, and I think that you're going to see moves in the first month of the season for the Niners to bring in more people on the defensive line. Like today, all these teams, like it's cut down day and you get your final roster. But now, like, okay, who just got released? Who just got made available around the league? There definitely could be more moves. That's one question I would have for John Lynch tomorrow. Are more moves to be made on the defensive line? And that's nothing against the Gross Matoses and Kevin Givens of the world and everything, but it's a very, very unproven group. And yes, like if I'm going to circle a name or two where you're like, can't have an injury there, Nick Bosa,
of course,
absolutely leads that pack. Like Nick Bosa goes down, what on earth do you have? What do you got?
Yeah, not a lot.
No. And then that secondary better be real amazing.
Yeah. The good news is I think Leonard Floyd has played in every available game over the last 4 years, so he's a guy who has been reliable.
Although in the preseason.
He did.
I know he's just day-to-day.
Day-to-day. And Gross Matos, I think, is week-to-week, which is a little bit more troubling. But for me, the big question is Javon Hargrave. Can you get back to the spot where you just dominate in the middle of that defensive line? Because, if he can get home up the middle, and you had Armstead last year and you don't have him now, Malik Collins has got big shoes to fill, figuratively and literally. So I just think that there are some questions in the D-line that we're not used to having.
You know what my number one non-contract related story is for the 49ers offseason that we didn't even get to, except for we get to it all the time, and that's what makes it my number one story.
Yep.
I guess I can call this non-contract related. This offseason.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, it's Purdy money. Purdy money. That's the number one non-Trent, non-Brandon story of the offseason. And it's not even a story yet, but we can't get away from it. And I mean this now nationally. This is something that everyone is thinking about. And it is maybe, gosh, in the last, I don't know how long, it is probably one of the most, if not the most, debatable contract stories that I can remember in this league, because we've never seen anything like this. We've never seen anything like this. From Mr. Irrelevant to market setter in 3 years, it's never happened before. Hell, what he's achieved has never happened before. And so, like, you get opinions that range from Dude, of course he's worth $60 million. His numbers are impeccable. His performance is literally impeccable. And then you can swing it all the way to where people will simply start doubling over with laughter at the idea that you would give this kid more than $50 million per year. This is a story now. It will be next month, the month after that, the month after that, and every month until it signs. And then the second he signs, it becomes an even bigger story in a different direction based on did they or did they not.
Right. And did they and how much did they when they actually do it? Because I think they're going to do it. For me, there's 0% doubt. You have 0% doubt that Trent Williams will be there for week 1. I have 0% doubt that Brock Purdy will get a massive contract from the 49ers in this next offseason. For me, there's no doubt. The only question will be how much. And right now you've got 3 guys with an average annual of $55 million. So if Brock Purdy has another year this year like he did last year, he's going to make more than 55 average annual.
But that's a big if. That's a huge if.
Well, of course, he's got to play 17 games, and really he has to play 20 games and maybe 21 games. He has to go out there and play quarterback in a dangerous game, stay healthy, and do well. I don't think it's a huge if because I believe in Brock, but I think it's a greater possibility that he gets hurt than there is that he falls on his face.
Okay, I'll buy that. At the same time, here's what I hear that I find interesting. Vibes, bad. Can't win without Brandon. Can't win without Trent. Bad camp. I don't know. Super Bowl hangover. All this. Oh, but Brock will have a great year. Well, wait a minute. If Brock's going to have a great year, then we're done here.
Well, none of those things are related to Brock. The vibes aren't bad because of Brock.
No, that's not what I mean. If Brock's going to have a great year, then I would argue, by definition, the team is winning a lot of games.
They can go 11-6 and lose in the divisional round, and Brock can have a good year.
Yes. I would argue that's not like, I think differently than others on this. I would argue that's not some awful disaster of a season.
It's not, but it definitely would be falling short of where the bar is set.
Sure.
The goal, yes, but also the bar. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. The bar, I think, is conference championship game. Again, and if you're home, you should win it. And if you're not home, you're probably going to be an underdog, and you won't be more than a touchdown underdog. I guarantee that.
I guess what I mean, though, is I think the big question always about Brock is how much of it can you put on his shoulders? This has been the thing under Kyle Shanahan with 49er quarterbacks. It's okay, you're good, but what about when the chips are down? Do we rely on you? And with Jimmy Garoppolo, they clearly didn't. They got to the NFC title game and went, how about if we hand off on every single play? Or if you get the ball in your own territory with a minute to go, you're like, how about if we kneel and leave? Let's just get the hell out of here. I don't even want to do this. And so it's clearly very different with Brock. They have had to rely on him more. There has been more success there. Fourth quarter comebacks in playoff games. He's been able to execute that. But there's still plenty of people with a fair point that it's you're still not the straw that stirs the drink like the other $55 million QBs. You're still not, hey, Chiefs, we need a score. What are you going to do? Dude, just drop Patrick back and let's ride. Or Josh, or Lamar, or whatever.
Well, there's Trevor.
You still don't do that much. The 49ers are still, their favorite play is still Christian run over toward Trent, right? And Debo, end around toward Trent.
Yes, but against Green Bay, you got the ball back with 6 minutes left, and he did the damn thing.
Yeah.
He did it. So I think this is something that we can track week to week, and I love your idea about Brockster's Millions. And for those of you kids who don't know about the movie Brewster's Millions, it's a play on that, a Richard Pryor movie from 40-something years ago. But I think it would be fun to track his contract in our mind every week, because right now, if they were extending him right now and the top of the market is 55 average annual, I would put him at probably 57 million right now. If he was eligible for a new deal and the top number that just got signed was 55, Jordan Love, 4 and 220.
He gets more than Jordan?
I think he gets more than Jordan Love right now, today.
He's achieved more.
Yeah.
He's achieved more, but there is still the feeling like their team surrounds him less than Green Bay surrounds Jordan. Like when Jordan was winning games last year, it felt much more like it's because of Jordan.
Well, we were getting to know these other players.
Yeah.
They didn't have a McCaffrey and a Kittle and a Debo.
Well, that's kind of the point. Like, that's the criticism of Purdy, is like Jordan Love walked out of there, and all of a sudden you've heard of Dontavian Wicks.
I like the player.
Yeah, so do I.
Romeo Dobbs.
Like, he's got all these pop receivers, and all of a sudden they all look good. Someone goes, well, why? Oh, well, right? So then here's...
It couldn't be because they're just good young players. It has to be the quarterback.
No, but it all works together always.
Yeah,
but you
exactly.
still have the same amount of people who are sitting here going, well, can't win without Aiyuk. Well, I'd argue if you can't win without Aiyuk, then yeah, you are actually, there's a closet shot at Purdy there, which is that like somehow he is completely dependent on the talent of who he's throwing the ball to. Completely acknowledging that all of these situations are hand in hand.
Of course.
Everybody helps everybody.
And you couldn't win
know what
with
I'm talking
Aiyuk.
about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, Aiyuk had 3 catches in the Super Bowl, so you couldn't win with Aiyuk. So how are you going to win without Aiyuk? Is your team better? I don't buy it. But for me, the Brock Purdy question this offseason was the big scandal about playing time. Oh, Brock Purdy, you're playing him too much. And then in the 3rd preseason game, we all were okay with him getting hit 9 times on 14 dropbacks.
No, I'm never okay with him getting hit, but I'd like him to have his teammates with him when he plays. That's all.
Yeah, it just that to me was an interesting storyline with the preseason.
Baldy was really good, by the way, while we're talking Purdy. Check this out. First of all, he's reacting to Mike Sando's ranking of the quarterbacks. And what place was Purdy in? He was top
like 11.
12.
Yeah.
He was top
it was the bottom
12.
of the 2nd tier, I think.
But he was tier 2, right? He wasn't tier 1, but he was tier 2. Anyway, he's comes in somewhere around there for Mike Sando. And here's what Baldy said about that.
Well, you heard George Kittle when he said it's something when he steps into a huddle and guys like Trent Williams and Debo and McCaffrey, like they feel more confident when he delivers the play. Like their confidence level goes up. You heard Nick Bosa go, how in the hell are you so good? Like, how did you do this? Like, how are you so confident and so good? Like, that's all that really matters is what those guys think about him in the locker room. The lists are the list. I don't know how you could put Justin Herbert, honestly, above Brock Purdy on any level. I mean, he's been injured. He's never, playoffs. Like, you could go on any list. Yeah, you go out there and you watch Justin Herbert throw a football. He wows you. You go out there and watch Brock Purdy win games. That wows me.
Okay. That's an interesting one to sort of play with, I think, contractually going forward. Herbert and Purdy. Because you will hear people say, no GM would take Purdy over Herbert. I don't know if that's still going to be true after this year. I really don't. And there's absolutely no way you can compare the accomplishments.
Well, I love that Baldy said that. He gets wowed by watching him go out there and win games. And that is pretty eye-popping when you see a guy, I think, 17-4 in the regular year, 4-2 in the postseason for Brock Purdy, 21-6 as a starter. That is pretty eye-popping. Herbert was tied for 5th in the Mike Sando QB tiers. And again, Sando doesn't create this. Yeah. He talks to 50 execs.
Yeah.
Purdy was 12th in the bottom of tier 2. Jordan Love was 14th at the very bottom of tier 2.
Herbert, 5 years, $262.5 million, $218 million guaranteed. Major. All right, more Baldy on Purdy.
It bugs me too, and it bothers the organization because the guy has been phenomenal. But, I mean, look, Matt Stafford was never talked about as a great quarterback until he went to the Rams with Sean McVay and won a Super Bowl. And now he's probably top 5, and legitimately so. But winning the Super Bowl changes a lot of things, for sure. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl, was the MVP. He got jobs for the next 6 years after that. He just stepped away this year, but he kept getting jobs because they kept waiting for him to rekindle that magic. But they say everything about Brock except what he is, which is a damn good winning quarterback that just makes one great play after another, week in, week out. You can't count 5 bad games that he's had in his entire career. In 2.5 years, you can't count 5 bad games. Like that's almost hard to do it at a quarterback.
That's an interesting comment. I mean, he gives Purdy 2.5 years. It's a little hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a year and 3 quarters or whatever, but But yeah, you can't. You can't count 5 bad games. You can count some mediocre-ish games.
Right.
And actually, I would argue, how many awful performances? 1?
Well, the one on Christmas against Baltimore.
That's it. That's the only time where I'm like, Purdy was brutal.
Yeah.
Any other games where you would say that?
I have to rack my brain, but not when he was just awful. There was times when the offense looked bad and he didn't bail them out, which tough to do when your offensive line's not blocking and your receivers aren't getting open. But
all right, 888-957-957. You've got some people want to weigh in on this. Let's do that next. We're sponsored by Safeway. Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these member deals. Creamy Yoplait yogurt 4 to 6 ounces or protein yogurt.
don't know if I'm going to be able to make it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Great stuff today. And I don't know if you noticed, Dibs.
No, I'm about to break the streak, but go ahead.
Oh, don't, dude. It's 5:47 Mark.
With the C.
I'll give you that one.
I'm trying to make up for him after the earlier fight over tennis.
And listen, they may have been referenced in sort of a side passing way, but we are about 9 minutes away from executing a promise. And that is to do afternoon drive, 5 o'clock hour, Market 6, San Francisco, California, without mentioning.
You won't.
Number 11 and number 71.
Yeah. Trent and Brandon. What's the status? Is he on 31? Is it 32? Does Trent want guaranteed money? I'm so sick of it. And Jake Hutchinson.
Why is Farhan entering this conversation? Why'd you have to do that?
That's
yeah. Why?
Two he's and a huh. I finally got it down as the guy's down to his last month of the job.
Oh wow! Did you just fire Farhan Zaidi?
You won't. I don't talk about other people's job status. I don't do that.
Now, why do you got to make a snooty voice about it?
Because that's my snooty Willard.
I'm not comfortable doing that. I can sit here and tell you that I don't think somebody has done a good job.
Damn it, Farhan.
Even though I spent about 3 years telling you that Farhan Zaidi was doing a good job.
Yeah.
And now he's not doing a good job. And there are intricacies to it that no one wants to talk about. But I can sit here and say that without using our microphones to be like, fire that guy.
Yeah,
I just think that's for me. I think
I don't want it to happen.
That's bad juice.
I think that it will happen.
And that's fine.
I don't think that it should happen.
Okay.
And I've been one of the only people since the deadline on this very station to say, I believe that he has done largely what they asked him to do. But it hasn't been good enough. And here we are with a somnambulant product. Sleepy. Sleepy Joe, we should call him.
Yeah, we can go back to the phones on this, but also, has he done what they asked him to do? I think he did a good job of undoing part of what he originally did.
Fair.
So I don't know if he did what they asked him to do. He did some other stuff that didn't go well, and he did an okay job at the deadline of undoing some of it.
The old undo button.
Yeah. He hit that edit button.
Yeah.
Back.
No doubt.
Anyway. Let's go to Jesse and Hayward. Hi, Jesse. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I'm walking my dog right now.
Oh, what kind of dog you got?
Just kind of little mutt named Frank.
Frank. I love it. Boy. You got Frank. I love the kind of dog owner that you are, Jesse, because I got a rescue. I got a rescue shepherd mix, and I get it all the time. People be like, is that a Belgian Malinois? And I'm like, what'd you just say to me? Like, I don't know. I don't know what kind of dog this is. It's a dog.
Yep.
Yeah.
Terrier something.
Yeah, it's a dog.
One of them terriers. It's Frank is what it is.
Yeah, it's Frank.
It's Frank.
I got Frank. All right, say hi to Frank, Jesse. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to weigh in on the Brock Purdy situation. And my take on it is, people look to the Mr. Irrelevant stuff a little too much. I think the reason that he's so hated on and undervalued across the league is because everyone else has seen what happened with Jimmy Garoppolo when he left that 49ers system and left Kyle Shanahan. I personally am a Raiders fan, so I saw very intimately what happened when Jimmy G left Kyle Shanahan. So I think the question that everyone has is, if Brock Purdy's no longer with the 49ers, if he comes over to the Raiders, is he still going to be putting up Patrick Mahomes numbers, or is it going to be Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell type stuff?
Listen, I think, Jesse, obviously there's no way to know or answer that question. Thank you, Jesse. But I think Jesse is very much tapping into sort of why people feel the way they do. And I guess the only response for that is to just respond to the question with a question. Why do you think that way? Why for Brock Purdy to be good or paid does he have to be able, in your mind, to play well with a different team that he's not on? Yeah, I don't care if he would be good or bad on the Raiders.
They don't care either, the Niners.
Yeah, he's good here. He's good here.
And he's better here than Jimmy Garoppolo was here.
Not even close.
Right. I mean, Jimmy's best year versus Brock's only full year, Brock was better in every category. And that was Jimmy at his best. And now Brock, in his first full year, was better than Jimmy at his best. So, yes, he's clearly better than Jimmy Garoppolo. But that part of it always interests me, too. Would he be better in this system or would he be better with that? He doesn't have to be. He just has to be good here. And if the team believes that he can be good here, even if they don't have all the talent around him down the road, which they won't, then they're going to pay him. And right now the going rate is $55 million a year. And I do think right now he is in line to get more than that.
He might be, although, again, like the going rate. Some coaches and GMs and contract people reject that. Isn't that what we heard from Belichick yesterday?
Well, there's a certain player right now who's trying to get the going rate. I'm not going to mention him because we've had a good show.
But I think that there's teams that rightfully are like, I don't care what the going rate is.
Right.
Tell you what, instead of bringing him up, since we don't want to bring him up, bring up Lamar. Bring up the Ravens. Hey, Ravens. See what the Browns gave Deshaun Watson? And the Ravens looked at Lamar and went, great, they're dumb, we're not.
He did get the fourth highest actual guarantee in the history of the quarterback position.
Lamar.
He got $135 million guaranteed at signing.
Dude, he's the MVP. He deserves it. My point is if you go to the Ravens after the Deshaun contract and you go, look, I'm a little bit more accomplished than Deshaun, he got $235 million guaranteed. I'd like $240 million guaranteed. And the Ravens are like, no.
He got $260, but actual guaranteed. $135 guaranteed at signing. The practical guarantee is $185. Deshaun's is $230 across the board now.
Across the board now. He got the Kirk Cousins contract, but on steroids.
Woo-wee. Yeah, Cousins got,
fully guaranteed.
Yep. So
fully guaranteed. And so, teams are going to be like, no.
Right.
Why? No. That's not what we can do. So going rate, schmoing rate.
I get it.
No, that's awesome. Cool, Dallas. Cool, $34 million a year. No.
And Dak is coming up. So, Dak might be in line to reset the market if he has a good year.
Well, he had the sneakiest, best year of anybody, numbers-wise, last year. But there's the other thing. Is it numbers? Is it wins?
Depends on what you value.
Playoff wins? Is it your particular situation? What do you do?
Dak got 160. Man. He got 4 and 160 back when that was a thing.
I think the whole thing sometimes gets a little bit too cookie cutter for my taste. You know what I mean? Like we look at it and we go, oh, well, okay, but so Jordan Love got this, Brock Purdy gets that. It was two totally different players, two totally different situations.
Yeah, different systems, no doubt.
So much going on. And, I think it's up to each player as to whether or not you want to hold a hardline stance of like Trent Williams seems to be doing, where it's like, dude, you have to give me X, Y, or Z. Then there's Jared Goff, who took his team all the way to the NFC title game, and he's like, dude, I'm fine slotting in a little bit less. Sure. Jordan Love gets 55, I get 52. I've been to a Super Bowl, I've been to 2 title games. Jordan Love's been where?
Yeah.
But I'll take a little less.
Brock Purdy currently 84th among quarterbacks in average annual salary.
I think he should be higher than that.
Yes. His average annual is $934,000. He's ahead of only Tyson Bagent, Sam Ellinger, Tommy I Live at Home DeVito, Malik Cunningham, and Chris Oladukan.
And Malik Cunningham is only sort of a quarterback. He plays multiple positions.
Good call.
Yeah, that's fun. Grandy, what are you doing tonight? What's happening?
Baldy's coming up next.
Oh.
Yeah.
Baldy was good today.
He was very complimentary to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that on the app now for the walk.
You better walk fast. I need somebody to let me in.
You're going to have to wait for me.
I will. I got no choice.
Yeah, you're boxed in today, kid.
You got leverage
over
me. You got some leverage going.
I might stop on the way.
All right, Grandy's coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Would you like to do it again tomorrow? I'll give you one more. Turn the mic on.
I'll give you one more this week. Sorry about that. We each had one today.
Show's not over yet. Now you can turn it off. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.